Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 641. Are you scared? 3. You bastard, are you? The cat tribe leader and lion king Dorf. The two of their eyes clouded over for a moment. This bastard they were looking at definitely seemed to be young Master Naru with dyed hair. However, the way he was protecting On and Hang, and this black dragon that appeared, that black dragon only followed one human. Lion King Dorf opened his mouth. Are you Cal? At that moment rustle. The leaves shook, and a cat who had been hidden by the shadow of the forest quickly charged toward On. The shame of the fog cat tribe. A cat was trying to assassinate On. Gasp! Rayan's eyes opened wide. This sneak attack had been so stealthy that even Rayan had not noticed it. Rayan watched as the cat's dagger twisted toward On's neck. No. As Rayan was about to cast a spell, Gra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, On twisted her body as soon as she noticed the movement. She focused on the dagger, aiming for her neck. On's eyes opened wide. There's no need to dodge. Ah! On heard a gentle voice before the cat fell to the ground with a hole in his neck. Plop! There was a sharp dagger in the fallen cat's neck. On and Hung watched as Ran Marlin pulled the dagger out. The cat tribe leader growled. You somehow noticed that sneak attack. Ran had a benign smile on his face. Such crude sneak attacks won't work on someone my age. Cal started to think at that moment. He truly is a scary old man. It was not crude at all. Even Cal had been shocked and was about to activate his indestructible shield. Ran was calling such a stealthy attack crude and pierced the attacker's neck. Ran truly was the scariest of all people around Cal. Young Master Nim. He'll take care of things here. Although Ran was smiling more benignly than ever, ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. The cat tribe leader laughed out loud as soon as he heard that. You think a mere patriarch of the Marlin household can handle us cats? The tribe leader truly found this to be funny. The citizens of the Sez kingdom, fearlessly trying to fight them in the fog at the bottom of the mountain, seemed quite stupid. This patriarch of the Marlin household seemed quite stupid as well. Inside the forest and the fog, this was a terrain where they had a complete advantage. That was why the other cats were laughing as well. What Ran had said was just too funny. The tribe leader barely managed to stop laughing as he started to speak. On, Hang. On and Hang flinched after hearing the tribe leader say their names for the first time. The tribe leader had a gentle gaze as he continued speaking. I was your father's distant cousin, but our families are so removed that we are pretty much not related. The tribe leader felt the need to teach these fools about reality. Your father, the former tribe leader, was talented but very weak because he could not go berserk. On the other hand, I was strong. The former tribe leader was born weak, and I felt the need to change the cat tribe that was being led by a weakling. It was for the pride of the Fog cat tribe as the strongest of the cats. On and Hang's pupils were shaking. The tribe leader enjoyed their reaction as if he was having a delicious meal. Lion King Dorf held back a sneer as he watched the tribe leader. Funny bastard. He only initiated a rebellion after aligning with our liege. The former tribe leader had declined the White Star's offer. Although the cats are stealthy and hide in the shadows, we do not wish to lead the world into chaos. I plan on taking the Fog cat tribe and the rest of the cats from the shadows and into the light. That is why I must decline such an offer. The White Star had sent Dorf to approach the current tribe leader after being completely shut down by the former tribe leader. The current tribe leader aligned with them when they told him that they would make him the leader, and received a significant amount of wealth to lure the chief executives of the cat tribes who were upset with the tribe leader's decision not to accept any more assassination requests. They then claimed that the tribe leader was inferior as he could not go berserk and killed the former tribe leader, his family, and anybody who was loyal to him. The former tribe leader was the one who had the right idea considering the future of the cats, but the bastard who killed that tribe leader to take his position is talking about pride. Dorf found this to be hilarious. However, he did not show it on his face as he continued listening to the tribe leader. There was nobody who chose to follow the former tribe leader who destroyed the pride of the Fog cat tribe, and everybody told me to get rid of anyone who shared his blood. However, I kept the two of you alive. The tribe leader started smiling. Why? Why had he kept them alive? On and Hung could only listen. I wanted to show everyone the shame of the cats that should never be repeated. You guys were examples. examples that the rest of them could not become inferior cats who could not even go berserk. He had kept on and hung alive to warn the others that they had no need for weaklings. You guys ended up escaping, and the tribe leader turned toward Ran. You guys stuck to a human bastard with no abilities. You stuck to someone who cannot go berserk. The tribe leader asked Ran a question. Hey, bastard, do you really think that you can take on the cats? If it wasn't Cal Henitus or his usual group that was with him, the tribe leader was confident that the cats were the greatest assassins in the world. Ran still had a gentle smile on his face. You ask whether I can take on the cats. He wiped the blood off his dagger as he responded. That's easy. What? The moment the tribe leader frowned, Ran's smile changed. The benign smile disappeared and was replaced with a cold smile. Plus, I have no intentions of fighting alone. It was at that moment. Ah, ah. There were small groans and some cats who had been hidden within the shadows of the forest fell to the ground. They were all ones who were hiding to the east side. What the? The tribe leader finally realized that someone had snuck into this battle. These people had snuck in without the cats finding out. Come on out. People appeared from the shadow of the forest and the fog without making even the slightest of noises at Ran's order. They were so stealthy that nobody would have known that they were there if they didn't show themselves. They were all people from the Marlin household. They held bloody daggers in their hands and looked toward Ran, on, and hung with stoic expressions. They were positioned as if they were protecting the three of them as well as Cal and Rayan. Ha! The tribe leader scoffed in disbelief. He had gotten the chills when enemies had appeared without his knowledge, but he quickly realized there was no need to be afraid. The people you brought are all either old or look like they haven't eaten in months. The people who appeared were all old or middle-aged. The middle-aged individuals were either extremely skinny, as if they had not eaten in a while, or had injuries on them. I guess we were too relaxed and had our guards down. Cats were taken by such a group of fools. The tribe leader believed that he had not noticed this group of old assassin because he was focused on Ran and Cal's group. He believed that the cats who died had also put their guards down. You really think that that is the case? As Ran smiled and asked back, what the hell are you talking about? The tribe leader felt the forest shaking as soon as he said that. Ah, ah, he heard screams all around him. An old man next to Ran threw something at that moment. Clang! It was a dagger. This dagger had the crest of the Fog Cat tribe on it. The dagger that the cats should always be carrying with them fell to the ground without any blood on it. This symbolized that the owner of this weapon was either dead or immobilized. There was more than one dagger. Clang! Tang! Tang! The people standing next to Ran all dropped the cat's daggers to the ground. These daggers had the Fog Cat tribe's crest, as well as the crests of the cat tribes who had chosen to serve this tribe leader. The tribe leader, and the other cats looked shocked, anxious, and embarrassed. Ah, ah, ah. The screams they continued to hear were all the screams of cats. They finally figured it out. Ran moved in front of Cal, who was holding on and hung. We were destroyed because we were weaker than Arm and had to escape. His benign voice reached on and Hung's ears. And we survived. The members of the Marlin household currently on Mount Nex were all people about Ran's age. They were in his generation, or in the generations just above or below him, which meant that they were all people who barely managed to escape when the White Star used Arm to scorch the eastern continent's underworld. They had all gathered under the banner of the newly re-established Marlin household. We had to go through numerous situations of life and death, and had to escape and hide from those stronger than me and stronger than us together. But we survived. Ran looked at On and Hung. On and Hung saw a warm gaze even though he had a cold expression on his face. They could see the firm determination in his eyes. Ran continued speaking once he made eye contact with them. Yes, we survived in the end. They had survived and now planned to change the Marlin household for the future. For those who believe that they were born strong, it is something that those who are drunk on that power could never understand. They will never understand how people like us grow stronger. Smile. The corners of Ran's mouth curled up. You too also have the power to grow like we did. On and Hung were young, but had escaped the Fog Cat tribe to survive. And in the end, they did survive. On and Hung were the same as Ran and the people of the Marlin household. Although the time and place were different, they went through the same ordeals. They all continued to run even when they felt as if they would die of suffocation because they couldn't breathe. They continued to run without getting any rest and hid themselves in the grass, the dirt, and even trash and feces to survive. They had been through it all. Pat, pat. Cal could feel Hung's front paw patting his arm. He lowered his head and saw Hung nodding at him before jumping out of his arm. He then stood next to Ran along with On. On and Hung had figured out where they truly belonged. The Fog Cat tribe was not it. They belonged here with Cal, their dancing dragon, Ran, and their friends. No, they belonged here with their family. This was their place and the thing they needed to protect. The siblings could feel it with their hearts. On and Hung looked at each other, nodded their heads, and spoke to Cal and Rayan. We will take care of things here, Naya. Dancing. You can leave it to us and go, Naya. Cal asked while looking at the siblings' firm gazes. And if it gets dangerous, run. We have to run, Naya. And then smack them back later. Beakrax, who had infiltrated the academy as a chef, took off his mask and made a comment. I don't think there will be any danger at all, young Master Nim. That is true. The cat tribe leader and Lion King Dorf frowned after hearing Cal's group look down on them. Cal didn't even give them a glance as he addressed Rayan. Let's go. I got it, human. MMPH, MMPH. King Bake floated up into the air and had his collar grabbed by Rayan's front paw. Swoosh whirlwinds gathered at Cal's ankles as he kicked off the ground. Do you really think we will let you go? The cat tribe leader charged toward him, but Ram got in his way. Tang, dagger clashed against dagger. You bastard! The tribe leader retreated backward to dodge Ran's dagger. Lion King Dorf shouted at that moment. Stop Cal Henitus. Rescue King Baker. The lions who were next to him started to move. There were approximately 50 of them. This was not all of the lions, but they were Dorf's core warriors. I don't think so. Beakrax stepped in front of the lions. There was also a masked man dressed as a janitor. This masked man was Bud. Ha! Just two of you are going to stop us. Ah, it's the mercenary king. Does he think that being a sword master is enough? The lion warriors frowned and charged toward them without any hesitation. It was at that moment. Leader Nim, we're here. Numerous people appeared from the forest. These were the Mercenaries Guild's core members, the Ranger Brigade. 200 to 300 people covered in blood appeared. The cats and lions realized that there were no more screams coming from the forest anymore. Ah! There was a small groan, and another cat fell to the ground. The person who had taken the cat down was nowhere to be found. They had long since silently hidden themselves once again. The cats and lions figured something else out at that moment. We wouldn't have heard their groans if the Marlins were the ones to kill them. It must have been a different faction. Then there was only one answer, you bastards. Yes, we killed them. A Ranger Brigade member had a twisted smile on his face as he responded. Hundreds of Ranger Brigade members surrounded the 50 or so lions, and in the front of the group was Barang, Beakrax, who slammed his greatsword down with a loud noise. Uwuang and Bud, the mercenary king, who had his blue aura. Beakrax and Bud, the two of them seemed to be the gatekeepers of the path Cal had taken to head to the top of the mountain. Nobody will be able to get past us. What bullshit. The lion warriors sneered at him. It was because Lion King Dorf was here. He was one of the White Star's two strongest subordinates. Their king would solve all of their problems. My liege, however, the warriors had to flinch after turning to look at Dorf. Lion King Dorf, there was a buzz-cut man standing in front of Dorf looking like a thug. That man asked in a delinquent tone, Hey, are you that bastard who ducking ate a darkness elemental and can use its powers now? Dorf did not look good. You're a dragon. The buzz-cut dragon Rashiel licked his lips as he stood in front of Dorf. At the bottom of the mountain, maintain your formations and march forward. We must rescue His Majesty. Ah. The Sez Knights Brigade could be heard marching up the mountain. Duck. Cal's friends, the Mercenaries Guild and the Marlin household, and now the Sez Kingdom. The cat tribe leader frowned and shouted, Attack! Kill them all now! His body quickly reacted and he grabbed two daggers. Bang! Bang! There were two loud noises. The tribe leader could see Ran looking at him with a cold smile. I guess Yow'll be the first bastard to die. Mio, Mio. On and Hung meowed along with Ran's comment. Fog and poison mixed behind Ran and started to grow in size. Inside Mount Nex that was covered by the Fog cat tribes, Fog, a completely different red fog, started to grow and increase its territory. In the far future, this red fog would appear every so often in the Forest of Darkness and be the symbol of the new Marlan household that would proudly appear in front of the world. Human, We're almost at the top of the mountain. The top of this stone mountain. Cal's eyes looked up at the large stones that were shooting up to the sky in this area that didn't have anything other than rocks. There was a large hole at the top. MMPH, MMPH. The flailing bake was being held by someone else other than Rayan. There are only rocks. It was the pink afro dragon, Dodori. Dodori's attribute was boulder. Cal opened his mouth to speak. We will destroy the prison as soon as we rescue the hostages. Yes, sir. Yes, Commander Nim. Some people responded to Cal. These were members of the Mercenaries Guild's Ranger Brigade. The vampire, Duke Frido, had saved approximately 500 Ranger Brigade members in the past. Half of them were at the center of the mountain, fighting with the Lion tribe, while the rest had followed Cal to the top of this stone mountain. Chapter 642. Are you scared? For unfortunately, there were obstacles on their way to the peak. Stop those bastards. We must protect this area at all costs. The Cat tribe leader and Lion King Dorf, although their respective corps members had gone with them to the center of the mountain, there were still a large number of strong individuals guarding the mountain top. Stop. Charge at them. Cal bluntly commented after listening to the shouts of the ones leading the cats and lions. I don't have time to deal with shooty louts. TL, I'm sorry, I just had to do it. He turned his head and looked toward Dodori. Dodori Nim. Cal hesitated for a moment. It was extremely awkward to say what he was going to say, but he needed to say it in order to quickly take care of these chumps. My, aham. Do you remember the battle at the Gorge of Death you read in the book about me? Of course. I remember it very well. Cal smiled gently at Dodori, who was vigorously nodding his head, and pointed to the enemies in front of them. Please do it just as I did it. You're going to recreate what I did with your own hands, Dodori Nim. Ah, really? Dodori's pupils were shaking. They were not shaking in fear, but in excitement. Dodori could see his Hubi dragon clenching his paws together and shouting loudly. Dodori, you can do it. Boulder is great and mighty. I'll hold on to our king hostage for now. Dodori's eyes lit up with a fiery passion. The battle at the Gorge of Death, that story, along with the Plaza Terror incident where Cal first made his name in the Roan Kingdom as young Master Silver Shield, was a staple that was in all books about the great young Master Silver Shield. He had been so excited after reading that story the first time. I'm going to do that myself. It seemed as if hot steam was coming out of Dodori's nose. He looked toward Cal and responded, just trust me. I am part of the hero's party. I will prove my worth. Cal hid his look of disgust as he gave Dodori some words of encouragement. I have faith. You will definitely prove it. Yeah, Dodori stomped his feet. Boom. The entire stone mountain seemed to shake. Dodori was able to do this with a single stomp because it was a stone mountain. He charged forward like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Who the hell is that? Is it an archer? Why is an archer charging forward? The enemies frowned while looking at Dodori, who was charging forward without any fear in his eyes. Even the Mercenaries Guild's Ranger Brigade members, who didn't know Dodori's true identity, seemed concerned. Dodori looked young and seemed to be a long-distance dealer. Commander Nim, just have faith. The man who was now a former commander, but forever a commander in many people's hearts, was smiling. Do you remember the battle at the Gorge of Death? Cal was talking to a Ranger Brigade member from the Eastern Continent, but every single member of the Mercenaries Guild had heard about that famous great battle on the Western Continent. The enemy that attacked with the light attribute, how had Cal gone up against that enemy? How did Cal defeat that enemy? He knew the answer. With a stone spear, a stone spear. Stone, boulder. As the Ranger Brigade members' eyes opened wide, as he thought of those words, they could all feel the ground shake. To be more specific, they could feel the boulders they were standing on start to move. As the Rangers turned toward Dodori, I will go first. I will go as well. One of the lion warriors and a cat frowned at the shaking before moving forward to attack Dodori together. But as they pointed their weapons and took another step toward Dodori, they could see that Dodori was smiling with joy. I truly made the right decision. As Dodori mumbled out loud, the two enemies charging forward, as well as more enemies standing behind them, ready to follow up, all felt their bodies tilt. Boobababoom, boulders shot up into the air. Approximately 200 large boulders were floating in the air. Before the enemies could even register what was going on, shoot. Look down. The enemies could see a pink light surrounding the entire mountain top. The boulders were all glowing pink. They were so pretty that people might mistake them for things that might appear in a fairy tale, but this was actually the sign of death for them. Their enemy smiled and said the following: "Don't get in our way." The boulders shot down toward the lions and cats as if they were meteorites. They're just stupid boulders. One of the lions went berserk and tried to punch a pink boulder. His body was more than strong enough to destroy a boulder. Bang! The fist and boulder crashed into each other. Ah, ah, ah. The lion grabbed his hand with his other hand and lowered his head. All of his fingers were broken. Holy shoot. Why the duck are boulders so sturdy? He couldn't continue to look at his injured hand. Although his hand was broken, the boulder that didn't even have a scratch on it still struck him. Run, dodge those boulders. These are not ordinary boulders. Retreat, retreat now. There were screams, groans, and shouts telling people to retreat. The enemies in Cal's way were all pushed aside thanks to the boulders. Let's go. Cal quickly passed through the path Dodery had made for him and was able to reach the zenith without using much energy. The super rock whispered to him, "Cal, those boulders, they became 50 times stronger once they turned pink." The super rock's voice was shaking. "Those errant boulders, they are a new kind of weapon." Cal agreed with the assessment. Unfortunately, Dodery seemed disappointed as he returned to Cal's side. "How disappointing. I am still lacking in control and range. I couldn't even create a stone spear." That was the truth. The boulders Dodery had thrown against the enemies were not stone spears like Cal had made at the Gorge of Death. They were just large boulders. He also lacked the control to accurately aim for the enemies, and he could only use the boulders in a small area of the mountaintop. "You are amazing, Dodery-nim." Dodery, who was disappointed that he could not recreate the scene from the great battle of the Gorge of Death, turned toward Cal. Cal was looking at the enemies who were trying to dodge the boulders as he quickly rushed past. But his words were definitely directed toward Dodery. "You created a path for us without any of our allies getting hurt. You were the reason that nobody got hurt. Your attribute is amazing as well. They're such sturdy boulders." Cal could not even fathom what he and Dodery could create if they worked together. "I just need to pummel anything I don't like." Smirk. Cal started to smile. Dodery smiled brightly without knowing what Cal was thinking about. He said none of the allies got hurt. Dodery liked those words very much for some reason. "You're amazing, Dodery, you rock." Dodery's steps felt extremely light once Rayan praised him as well. "This is nothing. Someone in the hero's party should be able to at least do this much." Dodery was trying his best to hide his excitement, but it was easy for everybody to tell. Rayan watched him and quietly mumbled in a weak voice, "I want to use my attribute too." Dodery, his mom, Sherrit, Goldie, Gramps, all of them looked so cool using their attributes, but Rayan had still never used his attribute. Rayan's attribute was the present. That was all he knew. He had no idea about how to activate it or what it could be used for. He heard Cal's nonchalant voice at that moment. There are powers that take longer to figure out. Rayan looked toward Cal's back. Cal didn't know Rayan was looking as he was thinking about his other power. Kim Rock, Sue's other power, this ability and Record, made him a multiple ability user, and it had activated much later than Record. That ability strained Cal's body so much because of how severely it overloaded his body. That ability is related to time like Rayan's attribute. Knowing about that ability was why Cal was able to share his thoughts without thinking much about it. Maybe your attribute is waiting until when you will be okay with using it. It might be waiting until you grow big enough to handle its power. You think so? Yes. So just eat well, sleep well, and enjoy life. Cal stopped walking as he said that. Boom, boom, boom. A large pit appeared in front of Cal as boulders continued to crash behind him. The zenith of the mountain, the pit located here, seemed to be a smaller version of the sinkhole in the Endable Kingdom. How can they do that to people? Mother ducking bastards. There was a staircase on the cliff heading down to the bottom of the pit. They could see cells along the walls all the way from the top of the staircase to the bottom. They were so small that one person could barely fit inside and stretch their legs. Why, young Masternim? It's the young Masternim. What? The young Masternim? It was at that moment. Someone reached their hand out through the bars of their cell. That person was looking at Cal. Although his hair was dyed red, they could tell that this was young Master Naru, the future leader of the vampires that all of them respected so much. Multiple cells became ruckus as the vampires all looked out. Cal looked at each and every one of them. They were extremely skinny, as if they had not eaten properly, and some of them must have resisted quite a bit as they were injured, and their bodies did not seem normal. However, there was somewhere else his gaze landed on last. What is that? He was asking what it was, but he already knew the answer. Human. It's that thing. It's the power of the darkness elemental. Rayan was right. Lion King Dorf had used it against them in the past. The darkness used by the bastard who had eaten a darkness elemental was covering the bottom of the pit and preventing them from seeing what was underneath. They could not see through the black fog covering the bottom at all. There was a reason Dorf came here. He was probably here to use his darkness and cover the bottom of the pit. Cal had a feeling that he knew what was underneath there. There was something that he had recalled as soon as he read the file about the Sez Kingdom. Young Masternim. The young Masternim came to save us. Suab, Saab, please save us. Cal removed the band on his wrist as the vampires shouted. That band was the treasure that had been passed down through Duke Frido's family, the item that allowed him to look like young Master Naru. He was returning to his normal appearance now that he had taken it off. He is. Why did young Master Naru Cal, who was wearing the uniform for a senior of the Sez Royal Academy, was back to his original appearance? He gave an order. Rescue the hostages. He then added on, I'm heading down. He jumped down before the Rangers could even respond. The Rangers saw Cal being covered by rose gold-colored light the instant they were about to flinch. The power of the darkness elemental Cal had a power that could light up that darkness. Just leave it to me, the fire of destruction. This ancient power spoke up for the first time in a long while. Crackle, a burning red light started to gobble up the darkness. Screech, there was a chilling screech as the rose gold currents ate away at the darkness. It was like the first torch lighting up the darkness. The darkness disappeared more and more as Cal headed down to the bottom of the pit. Both the vampires who were chaotic at Naru turning into Cal and the rangers who had tried to move quickly could only blankly watch in shock. Dodori could not take his eyes off that sight either. He then saw Rayan, who was next to Cal. Rayan was always by Cal's side, and it would be weird if he wasn't. I should go too. Dodori knew he should quickly follow behind them. But he suddenly stiffened up like a statue. What is that? His voice was shaking. Now that the bottom of the pit was revealed, because the darkness had disappeared, Dodori could not move once he saw what was down there. Many of the scenes he had read in the stories of great figures had been vivid on his mind. However, it was completely different from experiencing it himself. Why are there so many bones? There were piles of bones once the darkness disappeared. Large circular glass coffins were at the center of the bones. MMPH. Dodori covered his mouth. A putrid odor was seeping out of the circular glass coffins now that the darkness elemental's power was no longer suppressing it. It wasn't an actual odor. Only dragons who were sensitive to mana would be able to feel it. Rayan. Cal descended to the middle of the piles of bones and looked at the 4 large glass coffins as he asked, is that the fluid you talked about being processed with dead mana? That's right. Human. It is that thing. This odor, this aura, everything is the same. Around these 4 large circular glass coffins, people wearing grey priest outfits were holding weapons and glaring at Cal and Rayan. Cal Henitus, duck, what the hell were the lions and cats doing? But Cal was not looking at them. Heh. At the center of the 4 circular glass coffins, there was an altar. There were 4 sculptures of monsters Cal was familiar with on the altar. Half of the unranked monsters are here. Cal could hear the urgent voices of the wind elementals as he was holding the golden top's whip. Chaos, destruction. I really thought they were all still at the Endable Kingdom. When did they move it? Did we not notice because of the darkness elemental's power? I guess so. Cal was sorry. But those sculptures and this fluid are definitely in the Endable Kingdom as well. I'm sure of it. Cal nonchalantly responded. Let's talk about that later. His voice was void of all emotion that the wind elementals urgently responded. Chaos, destruction, apologies. We're truly sorry. We didn't know. Sorry, Cal. We dropped the ball big time. What do we do now? Well, redeem ourselves next time. But Cal was not listening to the wind elementals right now. He moved his hand. MMPH. MMPH. He reached toward Bake, who was floating in the air with Rayon's magic, and grabbed him by the collar. Ah! He then slammed Bake down on the ground. King Bake rolled around while still completely bound. Ah! Cal then pushed down on Baker's head with his foot. Baker could see the pair of cold eyes looking at him. Cal continued speaking in a stoic voice. Here's another son of a beach like Aden. Underneath the Margaru Empire's alchemist's bell tower, the large pile of bones that filled that area, the numerous people who were killed to create dead mana, most of them, were people who had come after hearing that they could become alchemists. They were abducted by human traffickers and ended up as slaves. This was the reason Cal had an ominous feeling when he had first heard of the Sez Kingdom's Sword Art Training Center. Human. There are more bones here than at the Margaru Empire. Rayan's voice was shaking. The bones here were at least 10 times as much as the ones underneath the alchemist's bell tower. One was an alchemist, and the other is a knight. Heh. Cal chuckled. MMPH, MMPH. He was still stepping on King Baker's head as he started speaking. Rayan. He pointed to the altar at the center of the piles of bones. Destroy those sculptures. Human, I got it. I'll break them this time. I can't forgive those bastards for doing this. The priests of the Endable Kingdom, who served the demonic race and the demonic gods, shouted at them. If you break these sculptures, these fluids will flow out, and we will all die. I dare you to destroy them. Everyone inside the Sez Kingdom will die from the fluid. Rayan hesitated after hearing that. He had failed to steal the sculptures last time at the Endable Kingdom as well. It was because of these processed dead mana fluids connected to the sculptures. It would be bad if these things got out. Rayan. He heard a low voice at that moment. Don't worry about that. I will take care of everything. It was the most reliable voice. Rayan was unable to hear this voice when he was trying to destroy the sculptures last time at the Endable Kingdom, but the owner of this voice was next to him once again. I got it, human. Rayan was not worried about anything anymore. Cal was standing behind Rayan with a cold smile on his face. Someone had been speaking in his mind since a bit earlier. They are the same at the Foundation. During the era of darkness that covered the ancient times, the warrior who had created a sea of fire everywhere to burn up the dead mana. The fire of destruction was informing Cal about this fluid. Whether it is dead mana or this fluid, we just need to burn it all, purify this crap, use that power. It was saying that the rose gold thunderbolts could purify this fluid. At that moment, they found it. Lion King Dorf peeked toward the apex of the mountain before looking toward the enemies with a twisted smile on his face. You can't use your powers properly because of the darkness, right? Mount Nex had become covered in darkness that was even thicker than the fog. Not a single ray of sunlight could make it through this black wall. It was the power of Dorf's darkness elemental. Those with the darkness attribute would get stronger under this black wall, while others would become weaker. Ah! Beacrox looked down at his palm. He could tell that he was losing strength. Suddenly, my body feels slower. It was the same for the Ranger Brigade members and the Mercenary King. This black wall that suddenly appeared made it so that they could not use their powers properly. Time. We need time to adjust to it. Dorf smirked while Swordmaster Bud had that thought. Even Rosalind and Eruhaben could only use a fourth of their mana while under this black wall. Even that ancient dragon could not use his mana properly under this black wall last time. It should be the same for you, right? Dorf was looking at Rashiel, who was standing there with a stiff expression on his face. Rashiel recalled something Cal had said at that moment. Rashiel, Nim, you just have to beat one bastard down to start. Only one. I can beat more chumps down, just one to start. Who is that one bastard? The Lion King. Rashiel thought that Cal must have anticipated this moment. He's quite big when he goes berserk. Oh, it should be entertaining to beat him up. Fine, this great dragon will pummel that bastard. How should I beat him up? Rashiel's face was stiff from too much excitement. Nobody here knew that this was the case. Rashiel, Nim, feel free to beat him up as you please. There was nothing stopping Rashiel since he had received Cal's permission before coming here. Chapter 643. Are you scared? 5 Dorf sighed after looking at Rashiel, who just quietly stared at him with a stiff expression on his face. Dragons are not omnipotent. Magic, lifespan, and attribute. Dragons were born with the greatest conditions, such that it would be weird if they did not get strong. But their attribute, or special trait, that helped make them become strong was also a restriction on the dragon. They couldn't help but be impacted by powers that were incompatible with it. Most dragons have traits that are the opposite of dead mana or darkness. It made sense since they were most experienced with living mana and not dead mana. His power has decreased. The grey mana surrounding Rashiel's body was smaller than before. This proved that Rashiel was being impacted by the power of this black wall. Nothing more to see here. Dorf turned around without any hesitation. Cal Henitus, I need to stop that bastard. Dorf had already felt that the darkness he had cast at the bottom of the pit had disappeared. Cal Henitus would have seen everything. That bastard will do whatever he could to hinder them, so Dorf had to hurry. There was one other reason. The dragon will adapt to this very quickly. Unlike the others, the dragon will quickly find a way to properly use his mana underneath this darkness. That black dragon named Rayan had already done so once before. Dorf made eye contact with the cat tribe leader. He then motioned toward the mountain peak with his eyes. Ill head over first. That was the meaning inside his gaze. But he could see the cat tribe leader's mouth urgently opening. Behind Y, Dorf felt chills down his back before the cat tribe leader could finish. Hef. Right behind his back, actually, it was right behind his neck. Dorf had to roll forward as soon as he heard a low laugh right behind his neck. Barang! His eyes opened wide at the explosion that had taken place and realized that he had just barely managed to dodge. How? Rashiel had much more mana around his body compared to before as he stood there in the scattering dust. Heh, heh, Rashiel commented while laughing as if he was very amused. Keep dodging. You're dead if I catch you. Keh. He charged toward Dorf again. Dorf gasped in surprise. He had to move with urgency as a dragon's physical strength was comparable to his in his present berserk transformation. How? Why was this dragon not as affected by the black wall? Actually, why was this dragon becoming stronger? Why? Why are you not impacted? Dorf asked, but the response he got was a fist aiming for his head. He jerked both arms up to block the fist. Bang! Ah! There was a loud bang, and Dorf was pushed back by a formidable amount of mana and strength. Rashiel did not miss that moment of opening. Rashiel's foot that was covered in so much grey mana that it looked as if it would explode was used to kick Dorf's calf. Pow! Ah! The impact was so strong that Dorf, the largest of the berserk lions, was shaken to the core. Dorf frowned. This crazy why the duck is a damn dragon more skilled in fighting like this than using magic. The enemy continued to attack the shaken-up Dorf without holding back. Did this lion beach just call me crazy? Ha. Do you want to die? No, it'll just pummel you until you're just about to die. Care. Rashiel felt as if he was relieving all of his stress for the first time in a long while. He peeked toward the black wall while nobody could see him. His smile became thicker. Rashiel Nim, what is your attribute? Rashiel had a conversation with Cal a while back. He recalled the conversation he had had with Cal while Rayan had been on Cal's back. Me? Rashiel had confidently responded to Cal, who was asking about his special trait. His attribute that was more hostile and destructive than anybody else's was his pride and joy. Indomitability. Excuse me. My special trait is indomitability. Rayan and Cal had looked confused, but Rashiel had not noticed as he continued talking with pride. It is a very offensive and destructive attribute. Rashiel, that is what indomitability means. Rayan had tilted his head in confusion. Human, doesn't indomitability mean that you will not submit under any situation and overcome everything? Isn't it used in a different way than for attacking? My. Little kid, you still have a lot to learn. Rashiel then explained the true meaning of his attribute to Cal and Rayan. Thanks to this indomitability attribute, I am not impacted by environments that should negatively affect my mental or physical strength. You are not impacted by the environment. Yes, this great dragon's attribute has an even more amazing factor. What is that, Rashiel Nim? Rashiel became excited after seeing Cal looking very interested and thoroughly explained. To beat the enemy down or pummel them to death. As my desire to win no matter what grows deeper, my indomitability attribute gets even stronger in negative environments. I become almost invincible during those times. Keh. Rashiel, how is that used for attacking? I still don't get it. Tusk. He explained something he learned throughout his dragon life to the little dragon. All right, what does it mean that I have the indomitability attribute? Rashiel held back a smile after seeing Cal paying attention to him as well and continued speaking. I'm able to fight like hell no matter the situation. Excuse me. Cal seemed shocked, but Rashiel did not see his face as he continued with his explanation. No matter the situation, if there is a bastard messing with me, The more that bastard does things to put me at a disadvantage, the more he makes me angry. The great dragon Rashiel will become stronger and stronger to pummel that bastard all I want. That is what I mean. How can you say it is not for attacking? You want to know what happens when I activate my attribute? Smile. Rashiel had smiled. That means that the bastard who created that situation will die by my hands. Rashiel stopped thinking about that short conversation and looked toward Dorf with a burning gaze. Cal Henitus was right. It really is fun beating this bastard up. Kahahaha, he's so big that I can punch anywhere and it still lands. Kahahaha, this is fun, this is so fun. He truly looked like a crazed lunatic, well, crazed dragon. Both allies and enemies alike couldn't help but flinch at Rashiel, who seemed quite crazy as he stood there surrounded by his grey mana. Pow, bang, barang. Rashiel launched strong and quick attacks toward Dorf that he seemed to be launching attacks pretty much every second. Damn it, Dorf was about to go crazy. He's at least 5 times stronger than before. What? He's getting even stronger. Duck. The dragon's physical strength and his mana were continuing to get stronger. Dorf had no way of responding to it as he noticed this change firsthand. I can't handle any more. He decided to use more of the darkness elemental's power. Screech, screech, there was an eerie noise, and the black wall became even thicker as it descended to the ground. This is. It's a curse. A curse is descending on Mount Nex. Oh Lord, please save our majesty. After having seen the fog that was thicker than before covering the mountain, seeing this black wall-like thing descending on the mountain made the citizens of the Sez kingdom who were around the mountain unable to contain their shock and anxiety. Some were shaking in fear while others started to run away. What the hell is going on? Shoot. Vice Captain him, will we continue moving forward? The knights' brigades that were climbing the mountain in formation couldn't help but become flustered as well. Actually, it was even worse for them. Vice Captain him, my strength is falling. My mana is not moving properly. The knights, mages, and soldiers under the black wall were being impacted by the darkness elemental's ability as well. However, the vice captain could not stop. Barang, barang. He had been hearing loud explosions from above the mountain. I'm sure it is not just our enemies up there. They would not hear the sounds of battle if the cats that had abducted their liege were the only ones up there. Did you all not see the dead cats? There are people who are our allies, or wish to be our allies, already up there fighting against the cats. They didn't know who these people were nor why they were helping them out. However, the truth was that these people were helping them in this situation where their king had been abducted. That is why we must hurry. The others nodded their heads and firmed their resolves after hearing the vice captain's words. It was at that moment. Rustle. They heard the rustling of leaves and an unfamiliar cry. Caw, caw, caw. The vice captain could see someone reveal their presence to appear the moment he heard the crows. It was easy to tell who this individual was. A tiger. The old tiger with white hair walked up with his staff. It was the tiger shaman Gashan. The vice captain peeked toward the knight captain and the strongest royal mage, who was still unconscious, and became extremely wary of this new arrival. The tigers were known to be extremely strong beasts on the eastern continent. Why is a tiger here? Gashan responded to the vice captain. Why is it weird for a tiger to be in the mountains? The vice captain closed his mouth. The tiger tribe. Inside the dangerous mountains throughout the eastern continent, it was rumored that a tiger and its family resided in any mountain that people could not climb because it was too dangerous. The vice captain cautiously asked, "Are you the ones fighting against the cats right now?" Gashan smiled. He recalled what Cal had told him before asking him to come here. Gashan, you guys have built a home in Harris Village, but shouldn't you get it back? What do you mean by get it back? Your original home. I'm not saying build homes in every mountain that you guys lived in, but at minimum, the ability to freely come and go from there as you please isn't that the freedom that the tigers used to have. No matter how harsh the mountain was, no matter where the mountain was located, the tigers were a tribe that wanted to seep into nature and live freely. Gashan happily agreed with Cal's statement that described the tigers' way of life. This holy Mount Nex was quite a great place to start. Rise as a new faction on the eastern continent with the Marlen household, the Mercenaries Guild, and the Endable Kingdom led by Duke Frido. The tigers had been pushed out by Arm because they had been living separately on different mountains. But the tigers that had gathered in the Hennitus Duchy's Harris village, led by Gashan, were still independent while knowing the value of being together. Gashan, I want to help the tigers regain what they lost because you've helped me so much. Gashan smiled while remembering Cal's stoic expression. His smile was directed at the vice-captain. The vice-captain had asked about the people fighting here right now. The answer was already predetermined. We are an organization trying to rescue the Eastern continent. An organization. What is its name? Ah, its name is he had not discussed a name with young Master Cal. Gashan debated for a moment, but decided to use the value that Cal was pushing for. We are the Society of Peace. The Society of Peace. The vice-captain had never heard about this organization. That's right. That is our name. Did you know Gashan walked toward the vice-captain? Caw, caw. As the crows continued to caw, Gashan looked at the vice-captain and spoke to the Sez Kingdom's troops who were looking at him. The person who abducted the Sez Kingdom's king is someone called the White Star. Actually, Cal had done it. But besides that lie, Gashan told the people in front of them about the truth that they didn't know about. Furthermore, there are citizens of the Endable Kingdom, an ally of the Sez Kingdom, imprisoned inside this mountain. This was all done by this crazy villain called the White Star. Ah, there may be some of you who do not know about the Endable Kingdom. And to tell you everything, Gashan quickly but thoroughly delivered his message to the Sez Knights brigades, mages, and soldiers. They looked as if they could not believe what Gashan was saying. But they still accepted Gashan's guidance and quickly headed toward these allies, called the Society of Peace. They needed to help this organization of good that was fighting against this evil villain called the White Star. One of that great villain's most loyal subordinates was going crazy right now. Bearing, bang. Ah, ah. Dorf had no idea what was going on because Rashiel's attacks were slowly getting stronger. He could not understand why Rashiel was getting stronger even though he had strengthened the black wall. He debated whether this dragon had the darkness attribute, but that wasn't it. Duck! Dorf chose to escape. He charged toward the mountain peak as quickly as possible. Oh, crap! He heard a crazed voice behind his back. It was a formidable reaction speed. Rashiel grabbed Dorf by the back of his neck. Ah! Dorf felt as if he couldn't breathe because of the strong grip as he made eye contact with the dragon. I guess you think that dragons are nothing. Dorf then saw a grey fist landing on his face. He quickly raised his arms. The grey mana slammed into the arms of the Lion King, the strongest individual while berserk. Ah! And those arms broke instantly. The stronger the black wall became, and the angrier Rashiel became, the stronger his body and mana became. They were strong enough to easily defeat Dorf now. In some aspects, Rashiel was the most incompatible enemy for Dorf. There might have been different results if Rashiel went up against someone else, but Cal had stuck Rashiel on Dorf, and that had pretty much sealed Dorf's fate. As for the other leader, who was trying to move to the top of the mountain, as well, you mother-ducking bastards. Ran was in front of the cat tribe leader. On and Hung were releasing a red fog as they walked toward him while cutting off all paths of escape. The cat tribe leader stopped running away. He needed to stop what Cal Hennitus was doing on the mountain peak, but he could not accept the two beings getting in his way. You bastards, you dare to attack me to pay me back for the grace I showed you by keeping you alive. The tribe leader's eyes had an odd glow as he looked at On and Hung. He was going berserk. The cat's berserk state was different from the wolves and lions, who became stronger and more destructive. They became quicker, sharper, and the special ability held by a select few of the Fog Cat tribe became stronger as well. For the tribe leader, it meant that his fog ability became amplified. What do you mean by grace? Stop with the nonsense. On bared her fangs toward him. Hung stood next to his sister and closed his eyes as he slowly took some breaths. On and Hung. In the quiet moment as the tribe leader's change was happening, oh my. Ran leisurely walked in between them. Tribe leader, you don't seem to understand the situation. What? Ran smiled and pointed to the mountain peak. On and Hung looked up as well, and their faces lit up while the cat tribe leader looked extremely desperate. They all heard Ran's relaxed voice. It looks like our young master Nim has achieved his goal to some degree. I suppose we don't need to drag this out any longer. The tribe leader turned his head toward Ran. Go on and go berserk. I shall show you the official art of the Marlan household. It was at that moment. On a place higher than the mountain peak, they heard noises from the sky on top of the black wall. Rumble, roo wumble, it sounded like the clouds just before a thunderstorm happened. The citizens of the Sez kingdom, standing outside the mountain, curled up in fear at this new situation. But it was an extremely welcome noise for Cal's allies. Thunderbolts. The mercenaries' guild's ranger brigade members pointed to the sky. Roo wumble, they could slowly see flashes of rose gold light trying to pierce through the black wall. The rose gold thunderbolts looked ready to strike down at any moment. They were roaring while waiting for orders from their master. Chapter 644. Are you scared? 6N Nuo, crazy bastard. Do you think we are the only ones who will die? Everybody will die. Do it if you dare. The people wearing grey priest outfits were shouting. Their eyes were focused on Rayan and Cal, who were heading to the altar. They then looked toward the rose-gold thunderbolts that looked ready to pierce through the black wall and strike down at any moment. However, nobody dared to move. All those who worship the demonic race will curse you, Kalhiniag. Curse that dragon, ah, barang. Bang. Pink arrows landed right in front of the priests who were shouting curses. Those arrows would have gone right through their heads if they moved even 1 cm closer. Thank you, Dodery. This is just basic stuff, my hoobie dragon. Cal just quietly observed the scene with his arms crossed. Ah, ah. He was sitting on King Bakeha's a chair. Cal, will you purify things right away once that young dragon destroys the sculptures? Cal nodded his head at the Super Rock's question. It wouldn't be weird if he told Rayan to hurry, but Cal looked relaxed. However, his mind was not relaxed at all. He wanted to take care of everything as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he could not hurry. Please go back inside. We will get you out again if you go in for now. We're not going to lock the cell doors. Do you see those thunderbolts? You're a done for if you get struck by it. The Ranger Brigade members had stopped rescuing the hostages and were sending them back into the cells. It'll be bad if the hostages get hurt by the fiery thunderbolts. Cal was very good at controlling the fiery thunderbolts, but he didn't want any accidents where a hostage who was moving got injured. He needed to be super careful because a lot of their bodies were messes right now. That was why Cal kept up a poker face while hiding his nervousness. Cal, you seem quite nervous. Is there a reason for that? The ancient powers realized it, and Rayan, who peeked behind him, realized it as well. Human, is there anything urgent? Why do you look like that even though Grandpa Ran isn't telling you to drink lemonade? Cal didn't respond to Rayan and only answered the ancient powers in his mind. There are only 4 of them. Only 4 of the sculptures were here. Then where were the remaining 4? Cal said a single statement out of nervousness. There are no dark elves here. The hostages had cheered with joy thinking that Cal was young Master Naru. They had reached their hands out for him to save them. The Endable Kingdom's citizens had never given up their will to survive even though their bodies were injured and tired. But the Dark Elves were not here. Of course, Cal had only taken a quick glance, so he was waiting for a report from the Ranger Brigade. Commander Nim. The Ranger Brigade members who had inspected the cells from top to bottom urgently shouted toward Cal. Not a single Dark Elf is here, sir. The lower cells are all empty, sir. Over half of the cells are empty, sir. None of the Endable Kingdom's Dark Elves, who were also going to be used as sacrifices, were here. Duck. Cal realized that his thoughts had been correct. He immediately opened his mouth. Hurry, speed up. The Ranger Brigade members increased their speed to move the vampires back into the cells. Their jobs were almost done, but Cal was just getting started. Ah, Cal stood up and grabbed King Bake by the hair. Hey, where are 4 of the sculptures? MMPH, MMPH. Cal pulled King Bake's hair even harder after seeing him desperately shaking his head. Cal's stoic expression as he asked was quite contrary to everybody else's anxious faces, making Baker scared. He didn't know whether those red thunderbolts would strike down at him. Then I will ask a different question. Where did the Dark Elves go? MMPH. Baker hesitated after hearing the question. Cal quietly looked at him for a moment before moving while dragging Baker behind him. He was headed toward the altar. Cal's silent action made Baker feel as if Cal would break him, as he was planning to do with the sculptures. It was at that moment. Heavy. Cal nonchalantly commented before looking down at him. You're quite heavy to drag. Shall I get rid of some weight? King Bake turned pale. Weight? What weight? He then looked down at his body. They had taken his sword, and he only had his clothes, which meant that the heaviest thing right now was his body. Just thinking about how to lessen the weight was terrible. A swordsman's body was extremely important. He looked at Cal's eyes. MMPH, MMPH, MMMMMPH. Baker was flailing as much as possible and looked as if he wanted to say something. He means it. This bastard really was finding it heavy to drag him. Then he really might do as he said. Please, please let me talk. Baker desperately flailed, and Cal happily ungagged him. Speak, Seru. Cal's eyes clouded over once he heard the Bear King Seru's name. Seru took all of the Dark Elves back to the Endable Kingdom a few days ago. He said that we should divide the locations after it was found out by Duke Fredo A, and took the Dark Elves back while not bringing over the sculptures he was planning on bringing. He said we need to change the number of summonings. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Ah! Cal released his grip and Bake fell to the ground. Cal didn't even glance at the fallen Bake. Nervousness was visible on his face now. Duke Fredo had said that there would be 2 summoning rituals. One was to summon the sealed guard. The other was to summon the unranked monsters into this world. But they're splitting the unranked monsters, summoning into 2 again. Cal quickly headed toward the altar. Rayan, half in the Endable Kingdom, half in the Sez Kingdom's Mount Nex. The unranked monsters would be summoned in split locations. Human, what's wrong? Your expression is quite tense. The bottom. Cal pointed to the bottom of the altar. Destroy the bottom. No, throw your body. Let's sacrifice ourselves. We must stop this. The priest screamed and ran toward the altar once Cal pointed to the bottom of it. They seemed to have forgotten about Dodoris arrows, but there was someone who was quicker than them. I got it, human. Crack, crack. Rayan could see something black in the cracked area the moment his black aura cracked the bottom of the altar. Ha! Ha! Rayan's eyes opened wide. What is that? Dodori reacted the same way. A black pattern appeared once the bottom of the altar was destroyed. That's weird. It looks like a magic circle, but it is different from the ones I know. Dodori, this seems to have black magic mixed in it. What? A black magic circle had been hidden under the altar. I didn't know. Human, I didn't know this magic circle was here because I didn't feel any traces of mana. A magic circle without mana would just be a picture or a peculiar pattern. Magic circles only worked if there was mana to activate it. There was a large amount of dead mana here to activate the black magic circle. These dead mana were transformed to become even more powerful. Human, this looks like a teleportation magic circle. Cal immediately asked once Rayan figured out what it was. He seemed quite calm, as if he had expected it. Figure out the coordinates. The coordinates. It'll take long because it is black magic. Although his voice was calm, Cal didn't have the time to listen to Rayan's full statement. He just said 2 words, Puzzle City. See if the coordinates are set to Puzzle City. Where would they send the unranked monsters once they were summoned? The chances of them being sent to Puzzle City were quite high, and if things were the same as Cal had heard, all of the sacrifices for the summoning ritual should have been here. However, half of them and half of the sculptures were in the Endable Kingdom. I am sure Dorf told Seru that they were being attacked here. Bear King Seru was guaranteed to be at the Endable Kingdom, preparing to summon the other 4 sculptures with the Dark Elves as sacrifices. Once Seru learned that they were attacked here, Cal started to speak. He might have proceeded with the summoning. That altar probably has a teleportation black magic circle hidden at the bottom as well. Both of them would probably have their coordinates set to the Roan Kingdom's Puzzle City. The plan was to use the monsters to destroy Cal Henitus's foundation, since he was the most bothersome pest in their attempt to summon the sealed guard. I need to hurry. Cal had realized that he did not have much time the moment he heard that the Dark Elves were not here. Commander Nim, we have everybody under cover. We have taken cover as well. Human, do I need to find out the coordinates? He could hear the voices of the others around him. It won't do anything if we attack those bastards. Destroy the glass coffins, O great demonic Guwood. He could also hear the shouts of the enemies. Cal opened his mouth in the midst of all the noise. Rayan, I am figuring out the coordinates. You don't need to do that anymore. Step back and create a teleportation magic circle. Make it so that we can go whenever I give the signal. What about the sculptures? We are teleporting to the Endable Kingdom. I will take care of the sculptures. And then contact His Highness. No, contact everyone with the grade -1 warning. Tell them to send the troops to Puzzle City. Cal called forth the wind. No. Everybody other than Rayan and himself were pushed away from the altar by this sudden gust of wind. Finally, the roars that had been quietly waiting in the sky started to burst out. Roo wumble, everybody looked up after hearing the scary noises. The citizens of the Sez Kingdom, the vampires and ranger, brigade members hiding in the cells, even Cal's allies and enemies fighting at the middle of the mountain, everybody watched as the black wall was destroyed. Then all they saw was red. There was no noise, as this red light that might last an instant or forever covered their sights and suppressed all other senses, and as they noticed the moment that was happening, bararang, a loud explosion that felt as if it might explode their ears, shook Mount Nex. The people outside could see the rose gold thunderbolt piercing through the top of Mount Nex. The people inside the pit at the peak couldn't take their eyes off of this phenomenal sight. The red light was so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes off of it, even while knowing that touching it would mean that they would die. Bang! The thunderbolts accurately pierced through the 4 glass coffins. The fire gobbled up the things inside. The purification had started, however, the others could not see it properly. Bang! 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 They could not tell what was going on because rose gold-colored lights were shooting up endlessly from the coffins. The priests started to panic. No, all of the dead mana we worked so hard to gather. We need to go to the center. Cal Henitus. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. They wanted to harm Cal Henitus, who had created these fiery thunderbolts, but they could not reach Cal. Bang! Bang! The center of this area at the altar with the sculptures, the rose gold thunderbolts that were surrounding the altar, striking down, shooting up, just to strike back down, created an isolated area in all directions. Cal and Rayan were the only ones in this isolated area. Rayan spoke in a shaking voice. Human. Rayan gulped as Cal's face did not look good. Uwuang Cal, who had turned pale after using a lot of the fire of destruction, looked toward the item he had just taken out of his spatial pocket bag. He just grabbed a badge from the first clothes he could touch, so it was a badge with the roan crest from his commander uniform. That badge was vibrating intensely. Rayan's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Human, did you loot them in the end?" The 4 sculptures that should be on the altar were completely gone. The transformed dead mana pouring out of the coffins that had been connected to the sculptures were turning into ash after touching the rose gold thunderbolts. Ooh, the aura that had been surrounding Cal's body slowly dwindled until it disappeared. He tightly clenched the badge. The badge quieted down as if it was being dominated by Cal. This was Embrace, the ability Lee Su-hyuk had given him. This was the 3rd time Cal had used that ability. The sculptures that the White Star and his subordinates had worked so hard to prepare were under Cal's control now. Yeah, I am going to loot the rest of the sculptures too. Cal would normally get rid of everything that might do some useless crap in the future, however I am too annoyed to just let them off easy. He needed to smack them from the back extremely hard to feel better. The 4 sculptures were forever under Cal's control now, and Cal wondered if he could do something with them. Of course, he didn't know how to do that right now. There may be no way to do so. Then I just need to destroy them. Now that they were under Cal's embrace, nobody else could take them out or destroy them. Rayan, I got it. Parrot, Rayan, and Cal were surrounded by mana. Tell the others to take care of the rest before coming over. I got it, human. The teleportation spell started to activate. Bang! Bang! The rose gold thunderbolts were still striking down, and they would turn into ashes and disappear once everything had been purified. In the future, people will discuss the black wall that covered Mount Nex and the radiant rose gold thunderbolt that pierced through it as the prelude to the greatest war since the ancient times and the first step of the noble sacrifice. It was also the start of the final battle for peace for the individuals who will be heralded as heroes in the future. Chapter 645, We Cannot Retreat, 1 pad. In a place where black smoke had risen once already, Cal and Rayan appeared. Human, everybody should do a good job, right? Yeah, of course. Ran, Bud, and Gashan would take care of the strategy. Dodori and Rashiel would provide the muscles. Bikrax on and Hung would support all of them. There were also numerous other helpers. Taking care of the lion tribe and the cat tribe on Mount Nex shouldn't be difficult at all for those people. I am feeling iffy about coming without finishing things over there, though. Cal wanted to take care of every step properly, because he started the situation in the Sez Kingdom while thinking that it was the start of the final battle. But there were times when you had to rely on your allies to take care of things. It's quiet. Those times were when something more dangerous and urgent came up. Cal looked toward the sinkhole, one of the eastern continent's 3 restricted areas and the entrance to the Endable Kingdom. He walked toward the gate to the demon world he had teleported right outside the Endable Kingdom, the same place Albaru had been stationed while going to rescue Cal from the Black Orb. Shara, the wind was blowing and the leaves were shaking. It was extremely calm. Human, are we heading in right away? There weren't even any guards. Rayan thought that made it even weirder. Rayan didn't even realize that he sounded anxious because it seemed so weird. Yeah, let's head in right away. It was the same for Cal. The Endable Kingdom. That was a place where people and many races with the darkness attribute lived together. There was no noise coming from there, even though it was the middle of the day right now. It felt as if something was about to happen. Swoosh. Wind quickly surrounded Rayan and Cal and moved them on top of the cliff to go into the sinkhole. Human, the palace is weird. I remember destroying the roof. It was the White Star's palace. The roof Rayan had destroyed while rescuing the wolf children was covered in a white cloth to hide what was inside. Human, that really seems suspicious. Cal nodded his head and responded as he felt the same way. Rayan, invisibility magic it was at that moment. Cal stopped talking and turned toward the direction of a noise he heard. P. A sharp alarm rang loudly. It's the Crown Prince, connected. Cal could not reject a call from the Roan Kingdom. Rayan had left messages to important people through the video communication device before teleporting here from Mount Nex. Albaru must have contacted him right away after receiving the message. The others don't matter as much, but at least His Highness and Choi Han knowing the situation would be beneficial. Every second was important right now. But this was a call from someone to whom he should explain the situation, even if he only had 5, no, even just 1 or 2 minutes. Cal. Cal could see what looked like a meeting room as soon as the call was connected. There was a long table. Albaru, who was at the head of the table, was speaking. You think that another summoning ritual might have taken place in the Endable Kingdom? Yes, sir. There are 4 Mons, never mind. No need to repeat things we already know. Albaru was speaking with a stiff expression on his face. How long will Puzzle City be able to last if 4 monsters teleport there? Albaru had only fought against a single unranked monster. Furthermore, he had only helped out once Cal, and the other Earthlings had weakened it significantly. He looked at Cal and the entrance to the sinkhole over Cal's shoulder as he anxiously awaited Cal's response. Cal soon responded. 1 hour, sir. They would be able to last 1 hour if all 4 monsters came to Puzzle City. The meeting room quickly turned into pandemonium. Cal could hear a lot of people's voices. Your Highness, that's unbelievable. Have you heard the former commander making things up? My goodness, just 1 hour. How ho. How strong are these monsters? Are they like the monsters we've read about in myths? Why are these things happening? Cal interrupted them. That would be the case if everybody ran away. Albaru smiled, and silence filled the meeting room. If we can bring in as many reinforcements as possible, even with 4 monsters 3 hours, we should be able to tie the monsters down inside Puzzle City for 3 hours. Everybody became silent again. The time had increased by 3 times the amount, but they didn't know what to say after hearing that they would only be able to hold back the 4 monsters for 3 hours. What if the monsters left Puzzle City after that? They might destroy all of the Roan Kingdom. The chief executives were sweating in fear. Cal started to speak again at that moment. That is the worst possible situation. All of them turned toward Cal again. I came to destroy the remaining 4 sculptures. That is why, although we should prepare for the worst, there is no need to be scared already. The chief executives lightly sighed in relief. Yes, there should be some level of progress, since young Master Cal is on the move. The chances of the worst situation happening is pretty low. There's no need to be scared already. The people started to snap out of fear as this sense of terror slowly dissipated. They were only able to do that because they, the people of the Roan Kingdom, had experienced victory in many battles, starting with the battle at the Henitus territory. Someone broke the silence at that moment. Did you go alone? The vassals looked toward the back of the chair Albaru was sitting on. Choi Han was standing there. Cal smiled after hearing Choi Han's question. I came with the most reliable and mighty mage. Human, am I reliable? Really? Rayan, who was invisible and holding the video communication device while on the other side of Cal, sounded excited. Cal gave Choi Han an order instead of responding to Rayan. You go to Puzzle City. Silence filled the meeting room for a different reason. Only two. Only two of them went to a place where monsters that could destroy Puzzle City in 3 hours are being summoned. Even if it is just destroying the sculptures, will they be okay? Would they be able to destroy the sculptures with just two people? They were concerned, but they thought about how Cal had overcome many situations that seemed unfavorable to him. They knew that Cal would manage to achieve some things, as he had shown them many times already. However, my goodness, the commander is working so hard, but I was just here being afraid, young master. Cal is really, they were getting emotional thinking about Cal, who was heading into the most dangerous area. Why is it just the two of you? Cal slowly turned around and answered Alberus' question. It was time to end the call and enter the Endable Kingdom. He could not wait any longer as everything was quiet. There are a lot of things to finish at Mount Nex, so I've ordered our allies to take care of things there before moving elsewhere. Alberu looked at the back of the person heading to the Endable Kingdom and opened his mouth. I see. I can't hold on to you for a long time since every second is imp. What is it? Alberu was about to end the call when he froze after seeing Cal. Cal had suddenly stopped moving. Crack. Cal heard an odd noise. He looked toward the direction of the noise. Crack. Crack. He continued to hear something breaking. Human. Rayan's face was pale. The young dragon's eyes looked up toward the sky as well. Rayan's front paw holding the video communication device subconsciously moved, letting the others see the sky as well. Crack, crack, crack. It was not the sound of something breaking. In the sky, a very small grey mouth was appearing in the air above the Endable Kingdom. That mouth was chewing on something. Crack. It was not the sound of something breaking. It was the sound of that mouth in the air eating something. That grey mouth was getting bigger. It was an eerie and disgusting sight. Cal realized it at that moment. Ah, the summoning had started. It was at that moment. Boom, 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 boom. They could hear the sound of drums coming from the sinkhole. It was not just one person drumming. It sounded as if tens of people were drumming, making it loud enough to hurt Cal's ears. Duck, swoosh. Cal's body was quickly covered by whirlwinds. Cal and Rayan were already heading into the sinkhole. Human, the cloth on the roof. The white cloth was slowly ripping as Rayan mentioned. The cloth ripped extremely quickly once Cal and Rayan noticed it. Rip. White light shot out from the opening. They were familiar with this light. Bear King Searu. Bear King Seirus' ancient power was the light attribute power, and his light looked like this when it was used to attack as an arrow or spear. They realized we are here. The enemies had noticed their intrusion. Dorf really did contact him in advance. That was why the summoning ritual had started so quickly and Searu had attacked Cal, who had not become invisible. He turned his gaze. He could see the video communication device in the still invisible Rayan's hand. The Roan Kingdom's vassals were all standing while looking at him. They all looked completely astonished. They must have seen everything. Cal looked at them, as well as Alberu, the only one who was still sitting, and Choi Han, who was observing him with a piercing gaze and started speaking. See you at Puzzle City. The video communication device could only see a silver shield that appeared to block the light spear. The video communication device turned off, and Rayan quickly shoved the video communication device in his spatial dimension and channeled his mana. Human, I will block them. Ooh, black mana shook around Rayan before exploding out of Rayan. Tens, no, hundreds of black arrows were quickly created, and Rayan blocked the light spears as he pointed toward Searu, standing under the cloth. I am firing. The black arrows were immediately launched toward Searu and the other enemies around him. Human, I'll open up a path for you. Smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. He found Rayan, who was doing well even without him having to say anything now that he was a little older, to be very reliable. He then looked toward the center of the area underneath the cloth. He could see 4 sculptures surrounded by gray smoke. Let's go. Cal and Rayan headed toward the sculptures. Inside the Roan Palace meeting room, the vassals were still standing while blankly looking at the ended video communication device screen. A volley of light spears the shield that blocked them the sight of the summoning ritual taking place. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Tap, tap. They then saw Alberu tapping on the table and finally released their breaths. Their crown prince had been the only one to remain calmly seated from start to finish. He looked at his vassals and started speaking. Knight Captain. Yes, Your Highness. Leave the minimum amount of troops to protect His Majesty and the royals, and take the rest of the troops to Puzzle City. Yes, sir, Mage Captain. Yes, Your Highness. Head to Puzzle City. Have the Foreign Affairs team contact our allied kingdoms immediately as well. Alberu gave his orders in a calm but efficient manner. Choi Han stood behind Alberu and quietly watched him. He should know that the Dark Elves are being held captive as sacrifices. Choi Han felt pain in his heart, thinking about how Alberu must feel right now. The Alberu he had seen had deep yet complicated feelings for the Dark Elves, as he did for the Roan Kingdom. The summoning ritual, where the Dark Elves would be used as sacrifices, had started in front of such a person's eyes. The lives of so many people were bearing down on this person's shoulders right now. Choi Han wanted to go to Cal and Rayan and fight with them, but he could not open his mouth to speak. Choi Han. Alberu looked toward him at that moment. Instructor, please go to young Master Cal. Choi Han could see in Alberus' eyes that he was worried about Cal. He had not said anything when Cal mentioned that only he and Rayan were going to fight, but he must have been quite worried. Choi Han quietly looked at Alberu for a moment before shaking his head. Your Highness, I serve Cal Nim. The Roan Kingdom. Puzzle City was located in the Roan Kingdom's northeast region, close to the Henitus territory. The Cal Choi Han knew the reason Cal had Choi Han stay here was not that he wanted Choi Han to fight. It was because he wanted Choi Han to protect people in case things went terribly wrong. Choi Han, like Cal, had a lot of people he cared about in the Henitus territory, the Roan Kingdom, and the Western continent. Your Highness, Cal Nim's orders supersede your own. The corners of Alberus' lips oddly twisted up. Choi Han was basically saying that he was not going to listen to the orders of the Crown Prince, but he understood how Choi Han and even Cal felt right now. Alberu stood up while looking at Choi Han, the only person to oppose his orders, and his vassals who were waiting for his orders. Everybody hurry. The troops and communication team will go to Puzzle City while the rest will remain in the palace. I'm going to Puzzle City, so the Foreign Affairs team and the administrative team should turn to His Majesty or the second prince for any questions. The vassals shouted to oppose Alberus' decision. Your Highness, what do you mean that you're going to Puzzle City? The danger level in this battle is much greater than the other battles. Even the residents of Puzzle City are all evacuated to nearby territories or at least a couple kilometers outside. It is a completely empty city. The people who have evacuated to the outside will soon be moved to nearby territories as well. So why would you go to such a place, Your Highness? Your Highness, why don't you retreat as well? That's right. We are not telling you to run away, Your Highness. We just hope that you can stay here and give orders. The foundation of the Roan Kingdom would break if anything were to happen to you, Your Highness. They would only be able to last 3 hours maximum if 4 monsters attacked. The pressure from those numbers was making Alberus' vassals stop him. They believed that even if Puzzle City was to fall, they would be able to get back up if Alberu was alive. Then you want me to just sit back and watch as our soldiers, knights, and mages go to fight? Alberus' calm voice made everybody silent once again. The monsters will be large, and the battle will be fierce. There may be extremely loud noises, rumblings, and explosions. They had no way of knowing how much of Puzzle City would end up destroyed. The traces of battle will spread throughout all the Roan Kingdom. Alberu closed his eyes. He recalled the last moment he saw on the video communication device. He recalled seeing Cal's back as he rushed toward the Endable Kingdom. He thought about something else as he thought about how Cal had charged forward without any hesitation. He remembered Kim Rock-Soo's back as he fought against the unranked monster. He couldn't help but think of how Cal's back had looked. PFFFD. A small chuckle came out of his mouth. He started walking without any hesitation. At least in the Roan Kingdom, I cannot retreat. And then I must not retreat. Just like how the people at the Siamun shelter had fought while looking at Kim Rock-Soo's back, they should fight while looking at my back. The people here will fight while looking at his back. Just like the sun rising between two cliffs, his people will be energized by looking at their light. He wanted to remain as the Roan Kingdom's son. Your Highness, you can't do that. It can't be helped. I understand, Your Highness. Your Highness, please reconsider. Alberu could see Choi Han standing next to him at that moment. Alberu started to think while looking at Choi Han quietly standing there with his hand on his scabbard. If I was alone, I might have felt scared and chaotic. 3 hours. There was nobody here who felt the fear from that number more than Alberu. He felt as if he could not breathe while thinking about all of his subjects who might die. However, Albrew calmed himself down while thinking about someone. It was someone who, because he knew he could not retreat this person, his ally, walked forward without any hesitation to protect his people. I won't be lonely. He had a faint smile on his face. Alberu Crossman soon led the troops and headed toward Puzzle City. He was hoping that Cal, who could not retreat and took another step forward in order to not retreat, and his other precious allies were all safe. Boom, boom, boom. Cal landed on the ground amidst the beating of the drums. Cal made eye contact with hundreds of enemies and felt their hostilities with Rayan as his only ally here. Chapter 646. We cannot retreat. 200s of bears were already in their berserk transformations to face off against Cal and Rayan. The sight of the remaining members of ARM, all pointing their weapons at Cal and Rayan, the light surrounding Bear King Seru, who was standing in front of them, Cal and Rayan, had to make their way through all of them. However, Cal could not look at them. Blood. He could see that the originally red blood had dried and turned black on the palace floor, but he couldn't smell blood at all. All he could smell was the refreshing scent of the forest. This is not possible, this. Rayan's voice was shaking slightly. Cal realized that Rayan was looking at the same thing as him. Suwab, MMPH, MMPH, ooh, ooh, ooh. Past the numerous enemies in front of Cal and Rayan, they could see the cage carriages imprisoning the Dark Elves. However, some of them were completely empty. The Dark Elves who were still in the carriages seemed completely out of it or were anxiously shaking in fear. Boom, 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 the drumming continued. The enemies, and then those cage carriages. Behind that were people wearing grey priest robes banging the drums while bleeding out of their noses and mouths. On top of the circular altar they were surrounding human. Those are not the sculptures we saw before. The sculptures were already dyed grey and all glowing in different lights. Cal turned towards Seru. You didn't start the summoning ritual after being contacted by Dorf. That's right. It was quite difficult finishing the summoning preparations so early in the morning. Seru looked somewhat pleased. This small amount of joy was coming from the fact that he would finally be able to pull one over Cal and that their greater good was near. We were going to finish the summoning ritual here in the Endable Kingdom, and then proceed with the second summoning ritual at Mount Nex, if we succeeded. Smile, the corners of Sarah's mouth twisted up. Cal Henitus, why do you have such an expression on your face? He looked at Cal as if he found him to be ridiculous. I don't know why you have such an expression while looking at the empty cage carriages and this dried blood. Are you sad looking at the blood of the dead sacrifices? Does it make you angry? No emotions were visible on Cal's face now that the look or urgency was gone. However, Seru couldn't help but sneer while looking at Cal's eyes that looked extremely chaotic despite his stoic expression. They weren't even the vampires that sided with you. These dark elves are your enemies who attacked and killed your allies. Shouldn't you be happy that there are less of them now? Your enemies are dead, you bastard. Rayan channeled his black mana as he was unable to hold back his anger. You trashy bear king, I eek. At that moment Rayan saw a large water spear charging toward the bear king. Cal had launched his ancient power. Barang, the light and water crashed into each other and broke down. The bear king could see Cal charging toward him through the clashing powers. Bear King Searu commented to the leader of the enemies who had taken one of his arms. It's already too late. He then raised his arm. The rest of the bears charged toward Cal at his signal. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of berserk bears moving at once shook the ground. The remaining members of arms spread out to aim for Cal's blind spots at the same time, wind and water. Cal was using two powers at once. Aren't you overdoing it? The Super Rock asked, but Cal did not answer. No, he didn't have time to answer. The summoning ritual had started long before Cal attacked Mount Nex. If it had already started, he needed to stop them before it was too late. Human, don't overdo it. I will stop them all. Unfortunately, Seru appeared in front of Rayan, and in front of Cal Kahaha. I've been waiting for this moment, the enemy of the bears. There were so many enemies that he could not see in front of him. This entire area was full of burning hostility. The bears swung their weapons, their fists, and their legs while looking at this person who was the greatest enemy of the bears under the heavens. Barang, bang, bang. Cal summoned his shield. He then continued to charge forward while riding the wind. The ground started shaking at the same time. You're going to use me as well. Inside the sinkhole where the Endable kingdom was located, the cliffs crumbled and hundreds of stone spears appeared. Those stone spears all headed toward the altar. Rayan, I'm already on my way. Rayan was heading toward the circular altar in between the stone spears. Hundreds of black arrows filled the gaps between the stone spears. The black arrows looked like the night sky as they filled the area, while the stone spears looked like meteorites shooting down to the ground. Rayan was channeling so much mana at once to do that. He was sweating all over. This is dangerous. The four sculptures were completely dyed grey and giving off an eerie light. In addition, the glass coffins. The four glass coffins with the transforming dead mana, the large amount of liquid inside these coffins that were connected to the sculptures was pretty much gone. Toward the only power he could use, Rayan shouted toward his mana. Destroy them. Heh! He heard a low chuckle. Do you think that is possible? Rayan could see an extremely bright light wall appearing around the sculptures like an umbrella. Bear-airing stone spears and black arrows pouring down a light wall, receiving the full brunt of the attack. All three were destroyed to pieces. Ah, cough. Seru coughed and spit up some black blood. Rayan and Seru made eye contact. Seru started speaking to the young dragon. You didn't think that you guys are the only ones able to learn and grow, did you? Am I right? The bear, who only used to use the light spears, could use his light to defend as well now. I am putting my life on the line today. Seru had given up on his life and was looking at Rayan with a dedication only to the greater good. Rayan felt as if he couldn't breathe for a moment from the weight he felt in Seru's gaze. Rayan had never seen an enemy going all out like this before. The young dragon subconsciously turned toward where he expected Cal to be. Human, however, he could not see Cal. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous bears were piled up like a hill, making it impossible for Rayan to even see Cal's shield. The members of ARM were finding any openings in between the bears to attack as well. Rayan realized it after seeing this sight. He could move freely because Cal was taking on all of their attacks. Young dragon, Seru spoke to Rayan again. Are you prepared to fight me with the same kind of resolve? The now extremely pale Seru looked calm. Rayan subconsciously clenched his fists. His front paws were shaking. Seru's eyes clouded over as he looked at the young dragon. His words seemed to have affected the still young and naive dragon as he had expected. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming continued. Rayan saw something and his eyes opened wide. Crack, crack. The grey mouth in the sky was now large enough to cover the entire sinkhole. He could see darkness darker than the abyss in between the lips of the grey mouth. And one more thing, crack. Two of the grey sculptures were starting to crack. Continue drumming. Keep praying. We must offer more sacrifices. Go bring more sacrifices. The priests serving the demonic race looked crazed as they shouted while coughing up blood. A black light appeared underneath the altar as well. A teleportation magic circle. The teleportation magic circle was slowly being activated so that it would be ready to use the moment the summoning was complete. SHHH. There were some people pulling off their grey robes. These people were black mages. Seru commented once Rayan saw them reveal themselves. You guys aren't the only ones who can use disguises. These are all things we learned from you guys. What do you think? Even Rayan's clenched front paws were full of sweat. It was at that moment. Rayan, the moment he heard Cal's voice swoosh, there was a large gust of wind. Ah, the whirlwind was so strong that the bears were sent flying. Cal was standing at the center of the whirlwind. Cal already had black blood in the corners of his mouth after continuously using his ancient powers. Rayan finally started speaking. Human, two of the sculptures are cracking. It means that you're already too late. Seru cheerily added on. He couldn't help but smirk. Cal Henitus has never experienced such failure. That fact was making him smile. He would have no regrets if he died while doing a lot for the greater good and landing a blow on this bastard. There are only 1 or 2 minutes left now. Seru looked at Rayan and Cal as he added on. No matter what attacks you launch, no matter who you bring over, there is no way you will be able to destroy those sculptures in just 2 minutes. I will put my life on the line. No, all of us will put our lives on the line to stop you. The start of the great story they had been waiting 10 years for would start in just 2 minutes. Seru felt as if he would cry tears of joy. On the other hand, Rayan was about to cry for a different reason. It's impossible. Even if they called people over, the summoning would finish while he contacted them. Even if he used his magic, the enemies putting their lives on the line would be able to last at least 1 or 2 minutes. Human, what do we do? Rayan couldn't help but look for Cal. Cal had always shown him the way. The only place for the young dragon to retreat to was to Cal. Rayan, contact His Highness. Do it now. Cal looked as calm as usual. Ha! Are you planning on calling over your allies? I told you that the summoning will finish while you do that. Seru sneered at Cal, who looked just as pale, no, even worse than him. However, Rayan immediately did as Cal asked. Alberu had just stepped onto a teleportation magic circle to move to Puzzle City. His face stiffened while looking at the sight that appeared through the video communication device. Choi Han and the strongest individuals from the palace who were by his side had the same reaction. Through the video communication device in the floating Rayan's paws, they could see everything. Cal knew that they could see everything and that Alberu would be able to understand what was going on. Your Highness, the Dark Elves, please send the Dark Elves and anybody else you think would be necessary to take care of things here. Cal, I'll send Aruhab. It is useless. It would be too late, no matter how quickly Aruhaben rushed over. No, it was already too late as is. Kekek, there's less than 1 minute left. Cal felt as if the screams of ghosts swept over him like a tsunami, along with Searu, Arm, and the bear's laughs. Human, I'll try something. Cal, even if it is useless, Cal did not look at Rayan, Alberu, or Choi Han. What? 2 monsters at max will end up over there. Please be ready. Swoosh! The whirlwind swirled even harder around Cal. He was gathering the power of the wind and then gathering some more, as if he had turned into a rocket. Rayan subconsciously moved toward the whirlwind. Alberu asked the question Rayan wanted to ask. What about the rest? What about the 2 other monsters? What were they going to do about the 2 remaining sculptures? Cal answered calmly, as he always did. I will get rid of them. How? Alberu could not ask. It was because Cal's eyes that became visible for a moment through the whirlwind had turned strange. He couldn't see Cal's eye area clearly. The area around Cal's eyes seemed blurry, as if they were covered by haze. Alberu subconsciously grabbed Choi Han's arm. He had an unexplainable sense that something terrible was about to happen. Rayan, human. Rayan flinched at the unusual and unexplainable situation. But Rayan looked ready to rush through the whirlwind and to Cal's side after hearing what Cal said next. Rayan, the moment I become unconscious, move me to the Roan Kingdom immediately. Human, you can't fire Rayan. Decisions need to be made in times like this. Cal put his hand up as if to tell Rayan not to come. Rayan froze in spot and looked toward Cal as Cal had never done that to him before. This is the limit. The sound of the wind commented in her husky voice. The wind will soon roar as quickly as possible. The whirlwind had compressed, and then compressed again to prepare to roar at its maximum speed. Cal gathered his thoughts one last time in the middle of the whirlwind. If all 4 unranked monsters go to the Roan Kingdom, we might be able to take care of them, but thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of people may die in the process. Actually, millions of people will die. Fighting normally against unranked monsters would take a long time. They could only finish the battle quickly if they focused on the monster's weaknesses, as he had done while fighting against the electric eel. However, it would be impossible to do that while fighting against 4 of them at once. The chances of the battles against the 7th and 8th unranked monsters, the 2 that they had no information on, lasting a long time, were very high. That is why decisions need to be made at times like this. Cal still had the time to make a decision. One choice was for him to get hurt, the other was for him to retreat. Rayan, I'm someone who cannot forget. Rayan had never heard Cal speaking so gently before. Actually, even the people on the other side of the video communication device had never heard this gentle yet weak voice. Cal Henitus. Kim Rock-Soo was someone who could not forget anything. If I retreat right now, my people might get hurt. My home might get destroyed. If he retreats now, and his people get hurt if his home gets destroyed, Cal could never forget that. The moment he made that decision, it would be recorded and run in an endless loop. What happens to certain people and the world, because I hesitated thinking that I could suffer less, I will never be able to forget that. But if there was a reason Cal was thinking so hard about this right now, Rayan, it was because of the young Rayan. Rayan could see Cal turning his head toward him, but he could not see Cal's eyes properly as they still seemed covered by haze. Rayan opened his eyes wide trying to see Cal's eyes, but he could only hear Cal's voice properly. Don't be like me. Cal was giving Rayan advice. Make different decisions than I've made. He alone was enough to live a life like this. That was why, for the young Rayan, you must rescue me and escape. He would make Rayan make a different decision. Cal Henitus, Kalnim, Kekek. There's less than 10 seconds left now. What can you do in that time before running away? Seru sneered at Cal, while Albaru and Choi Han were almost screaming after sensing something was wrong. Do you really think that your shooty wind can pierce its way through? It won't be able to reach inside. Seru suddenly flinched and closed his mouth. Cal started to smile. He could feel the wind. I am relieved. A long time ago, when he went to see the Mercenaries Guild's directory, that was the first time Cal used Kim Rock Su's record ability. He had brought over a portion of the Grade 1 ability, user Kim Rock Su's abilities to this world, and had realized he could use a portion of his multiple abilities in this world. Then came the Sealed Guards test. His body had changed after going to the parallel world and defeating an unranked monster inside that 20 years old Kim Rock Su's body. That portion became whole. A thick smile appeared on Cal's face. Cal's first ability record heated his body and put a lot of pressure on his body, but his second ability gave him a much more serious pain. It'll be troublesome if I get overloaded, but I still have to use it. It was at that moment. Crack! The remaining two sculptures started to crack as well. Seru watched that sight and started shouting again. You guys are done for. Glory to our Endable. Uwuang, the teleportation magic circle underneath, the sculptures started vibrating and lighting up. The sculptures started to crack even faster. What has Rayan stuttered without knowing what to do? Try not to look. Rayan heard those words and stopped with his eyes opened wide. No, something stopped him. It felt as if the entire world had stopped. It had not actually stopped, but it made him feel as if it had. It was because there was someone who seemed to be moving in a different timeline. A young dragon saw it. In that very short period of time, in that instant, he saw someone shooting forward as if he was made of light. That person was his human. Instant. This was Kim Rock-Su's second ability, and the ability that allowed him to lead the attack team. Someone had recorded some information about Kim Rock-Su. Team leader Kim Rock-Su's second ability, Instant, is an ability that transcends time. The human brain is said to control the human body. Kim Rock-Su's brain is able to push the human body to its limit, making him move at a speed that humans aren't able to move in, allowing him to make movements that humans wouldn't normally be able to make. It makes it look as if he is jumping through time and space. He's the only person able to move in the world during that time. That time only lasted an instant, as its name implied. He could only use it for about 5 seconds. However, there was a price to pay for using this ability. Although this ability allowed him to break the laws of time and space, his body was unable to handle the impact. One step. Cal took another step forward as everything around him slowed down to the point it seemed as if they had stopped. He couldn't hear anything. However, every time he took a step forward, crack. He could hear his body starting to break down. Crack, crunch. Legs, body, arm, his entire body was starting to get injuries, as if he had received paper cuts all over his body. Blood splattered like water behind him. This body will become like Kim Rock-Su's body. Actually, it'll be even worse since Cal Henitus's body is even weaker. The reason Kim Rock-Su's entire body had been full of scars, Cal thought about the biggest of many reasons. He always needed to wear a long-sleeved shirt and couldn't stop smiling. Instant. It was a very short duration of time, but Cal was able to get past everything in his way. He was the only one who was free during this moment. He pushed forward with the help of the wind just before using his ability, but even the wind stopped once he used Instant. Cal was making movements that his body would normally never be able to make in this world, where everything seemed to have stopped. He jumped over the bears and moved past them, as well as a shocked Seru. His head hurt. It felt as if it would explode. He had a fever. Cal, with his experience from being Kim Rock-Su, knew that he couldn't close his eyes right now. He moved toward his goal. He charged forward toward the sculptures. 3. The instant given to him would not last very long. He needed to achieve his goal before it ran out. 2. 1 foot forward, 1 step. His legs, arms, body, every muscle in his body felt as if they would rip apart. But he continued moving. 1. And as that instant was coming to an end, the haze covering Cal's eyes disappeared. He reached his hand out and grabbed the sculpture in front of him. 15 seconds. He should have about 15 seconds left if Seru had been telling the truth. His hand was covered in blood from numerous cuts. Cal felt as if everything was turning red. Huff, huff. He was having trouble breathing. He could barely lift the sculpture using every ounce of strength left in his body. Soon, he would definitely faint soon. However, there was something he needed to do before that. The sculptures were glowing. He could not use his ancient powers, nor could he call his friends. There was only one way to destroy these things. This is the only thing I can grab. He used the sculpture he grabbed with both hands to strike down on another sculpture. This was one way to destroy the sculptures of the unranked monsters. He could use the sculptures of other unranked monsters to strike down and destroy them both. Barang, the sculpture of the seventh unranked monster, struck down on the second unranked monster, and the second sculpture crumbled into pieces. No. The world was moving as normal again. Cal turned his gaze toward his next goal as he heard Sarah shout. The person covered in blood was moving his tired body on top of the circular altar. He could not stop, and he could not retreat. Chapter 647. We cannot retreat 3. There are 3 sculptures left now. There's the first sculpture, and the 8th sculpture, the third, was the sculpture of the 7th unranked monster in Cal's hand. I must destroy the 7th and 8th sculptures. Those were the 2 strongest monsters. Furthermore, Cal did not have any data on them as he had never faced them before. Numerous thoughts flew through Cal's mind in a short period of time. However, hot breath came out of his mouth every time he took a step, and he was having trouble breathing. It felt as if his senses were slowly fading away. However, Cal continued to move. He had an ominous feeling after the second sculpture crumbled so easily. Krarak, the sculpture of the 7th monster in his hand, cracked a little more. Red smoke was starting to seep out from the crack. It was as red as blood. One step. Cal's eyes recorded everything as he took another step forward. It recorded the destroyed sculpture of the second unranked monster on the ground. The sculpture that had been dyed gray returned to its original color on the ground. The eerie smoke that used to come out of the cracked areas was no more. Crunch. Cal stepped on that sculpture and moved forward. He was looking at the 8th sculpture. He headed toward the strongest unranked monster. Huff, huff. He was having trouble breathing. After having used instant, his brain had overloaded, and he did not have the strength or focus to use record or embrace. Unlike the other sculptures, a holy white light was coming out of the cracks on the 8th sculpture. It felt as if he had seen this color somewhere before, which made him scared. That's right. His heart was beating extremely wildly just because he saw the white light flowing out. Huff, huff. Cal raised both hands. His entire body was shaking. The 8th sculpture, he couldn't even fathom how long it took him to get in front of it. It felt like an eternity to him, but it would have only been an instant for the others. Cal. Why your body right now, you should only use the vitality of the heart. The moment you use anything else. Damn it, I don't know. Shoot. Your plate. Cal, don't use any ancient powers nor other abilities. Forget breaking, your plate is going to melt. You crazy bastard. Why would you use an ability like this? Do you want to die? The ancient powers were unable to hide their anxiety and screamed at Cal. But even their voices sounded extremely far away to Cal. Uwung uwung uwang, all he could hear was the buzzing noise that let him know that his condition was not normal. Squeeze. The sculpture of the 7th monster in his hand moved toward the 8th sculpture. It was at that moment, you crazy bastard, Nuwu, Cal could see a bright light heading toward him. He immediately cast his shield. Cal, don't use any more ancient powers. Barang. Cal could faintly hear the super rock's shaking voice and the loud explosion. He turned his head. Seru, who looked like a devil, was screaming and charging toward him from the direction the light spear had come from. Stop him, kill him. The bear's armed members and numerous other enemies approached Cal from all around the circular altar to kill him, but none of them were as angry as Seru. I will at least kill you. How? Seru could not understand how Cal Henitus managed to get on top of the altar in an instant. It looked as if Cal Henitus was moving at a different speed for an instant. Once he saw Cal Henitus destroy one of the sculptures, he became scared. This was the first time he was scared of Cal Henitus. A fear even greater than his anger made Seru rush to kill Cal. Seru had a light spear in his hand as he charged toward Cal Henitus, who was barely standing. He swung his arm toward the crazy bastard who was covered in numerous injuries and blood. Barang! This stupid dragon bastard. Unfortunately, a small body got in Sarah's way. The black dragon was dripping tears from both eyes, but still viciously glared at Seru. Uwu Rayan, who had cast a teleportation magic circle so that he could teleport at any moment, gathered his black mana around his body and got in Sarah's way. Rayan heard Cal's weak voice at that moment. Thank you. There was another sharp noise that came from on top of the altar at the same time. Barang! It was the sound of a sculpture breaking. Seru staggered. The seventh sculpture, it crumbled like glass and scattered into the air. Seru lost his mind for a moment, seeing that the sculpture was completely destroyed to the point that he couldn't even gather the pieces. Duck! As for Cal, he frowned. He had struck down on the eighth sculpture with the seventh sculpture. However, the seventh sculpture broke even worse than the other sculpture he had broken moments before. Duck! He swore internally. That ominous feeling had been accurate. Cal had felt that it was weird that the second sculpture broke so easily. How did that happen when Cal didn't have much strength in his body? The answer was simple. The second sculpture crumbled so easily because the seventh sculpture is stronger than it. The eighth sculpture was so much stronger than the seventh that the seventh was the one to break when Cal slammed down with it. Cough! He coughed up blood once again. Blood dripped down the side of his lips. His gaze was still focused on the eighth sculpture despite the pain. I need to destroy it. The moment he took one step forward, mother ducking bastards. Cal could see Seru covering the eighth sculpture with his body. Seru looked terrible right now as well. Cal flinched before taking another step. No, Cal, don't use us. The moment he tried to use an ancient power gasp, Cal's body staggered. He clenched his head. His fever was so hot that his head felt like it would explode. He was at his limit. Cal finally realized his condition. It was at that moment. Increase the sacrifices. One of the priests shouted. The Dark Elves. Cal thought that he couldn't let any more Dark Elves die. The remaining Dark Elves had been shaking in fear while looking at the empty carriages. There were too many Dark Elves here who had not fought against Cal or the Mercenaries Guild to call them all his enemies. And even if they were his enemies, he couldn't let them die as sacrifices. Ah! He heard a terrible scream. However, it was not from the Dark Elves. The priest who had shouted for them to increase the number of sacrifices had taken his own life. At that moment, screech, a new chilling noise that was much worse than anything he heard earlier pierced through Cal's ears. The screeching was so terrible that it even made him forget about his headache. He lifted his head up. The grey mouth was big enough to cover the entire sinkhole now. The terrible screech was coming from inside the mouth. Crack! Light shot out from the eighth sculpture that Seru was hugging. The same thing was happening with the first sculpture. The sculpture split in half in what Cal felt was an instant. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Seru laughed maniacally as he moved away from the sculpture. It was as if Cal's attacks would not matter anymore. Uwang black smoke could be seen as the teleportation black magic circle underneath the altar activated. Cal could see the white light and the blue-gold smoke that came out of the two sculptures quickly taking shape. They were not taking the form of small sculptures, but that of large monsters. They're a-coming. Those monster bastards were headed to the Roan Kingdom. Cal, we told you to stop using any ancient powers. Unlike Cal's other abilities, he could still use his ancient powers regardless of whether it burdened his body or not. That was why Cal could not stop. A faint fiery thunderbolt shot out toward the white light. PSSSSSSSSSS, however, that fiery thunderbolt disappeared before it could reach the white light. Screech, the screeching grey mouth had eaten it. Even Rayan's strong mana attack was eaten by it as well. Kekekekek. How could a mere human stop the cries of the god of despair? Seru continued to laugh maniacally. Success. The grey mouth. As long as the eerie cries came out of the god of despair until that cry called forth the monsters, nothing would be able to stop this ritual until the monsters were completely summoned now. That despair would eat anything that tried to do so. Of course, this grey mouth is just a half-powered one. It had many flaws, as it was a ritual using a sealed guard. That was why Seru predicted that it would not work many times against Cal Henitus. However, all he needed was once. He just needed it to work one time, and although it was only a fourth of the original number, he had successfully summoned some monsters. This is really the end. Seru seemed to be telling Cal that he could not stop it. At that moment, Mother Cal's body staggered. Human, Rayan supported Cal's body. Cal looked down at Rayan, who snuggled into his chest to support him. His eyes that made everything look red were turning white. It was time for him to faint. However, Cal could not do that. Rayan spoke to Cal, who couldn't even tell that his tears were drenching his clothes. Human, you destroyed 2 sculptures as you promised. He kept his word even though his entire body broke down in the process. The Crown Prince and Choi Han told me. They said it is time to bring you back. Rayan raised his head. He could see Cal's blurry eyes. They looked as if he could not process what was happening properly. Rayan had never seen Cal's eyes looking like this before. Rayan needed to make a decision at this moment. Would he stay here and stop that first and 8th sculpture no matter what it took? Or will he take Cal, who looked as if he could die at any moment, and escape? Rayan quickly made his decision. Cal had already given him the answer. Human, you told me to immediately take you and run away. Rayan decided to listen to Cal's orders. For Rayan, saving one person, saving Cal, was the most important thing in the world, even more important than saving everybody else. Cal was the one who gave Rayan the chance to see the world. Rayan could never forget the arms that carried him and took him out of that cave. Rayan. Cal looked into Rayan's eyes as his sight continued to go white to the point that he could only see a small speck. Those dark blue eyes were firm. Cal wanted to smile. However, he didn't even have the strength to do that. That's why his expression ended up an odd mess as Cal closed his eyes. Although he couldn't destroy the 8th and 1st sculptures, although he had no information whatsoever on the 8th sculpture, he did as much as he could, and he had allies. His people also had the strength to take on these monsters. He released his strength, and his body limped. The black magic circle activated at that moment. The blue-gold smoke and the white light started teleporting. Rayan cast his teleportation at that moment as well. I leave it to you, don't worry, human. Rayan answered energetically, and the 2 of them disappeared from the Endable Kingdom. It had happened a few seconds after the black magic circle had activated. Everything that had happened had been captured by a video communication device that was rolling around on the grounds of the Endable Kingdom. Rayan had placed the video communication device on the ground a moment ago when he blocked Seru. The images captured by the video communication device were all sent to a single place, the video communication device in Albaru's hand. Choi Han. Albaru dropped the video communication device in his hand. He had missed a few things because he had to teleport in the middle, but he saw all the important parts. Clang! The video communication device fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Yes, Your Highness. Albaru heard Choi Han's response as he stepped forward. The City Hall was the largest building in Puzzle City. The mayor's office terrace at City Hall was a spot where everything in Puzzle City was visible. Everybody is busy. The chief executives who had seen about half of what had happened because they were with Albaru and Choi Han and urgently rushed to their positions after seeing Cal's entire body gushing blood. Albaru looked down at Puzzle City. The entire city was empty other than the soldiers. A black magic circle suddenly appeared at the center of the city, and a blue-gold smoke and white light burst out as if they were exploding. And then we're here. Rayan and Cal appeared on the terrace. Albaru couldn't even bear to look at the terrible condition Cal was in as Rayan gently carried him. Choi Han, I know it was tough. Choi Han had a calm expression on his face as he received Cal from Rayan. He then laid Cal down on the bed they had prepared in the office. Choi Han heard Albaru's voice at that moment. Choi Han, you're a confident, right? He turned his head to look at Albaru. Albaru Crossman was wearing white armor and a white helmet. The white spear was already in his hand. Choi Han started speaking as he walked over to Albaru. We've already killed one bastard before. The monster appearing inside that blue-gold smoke that was that same unranked monster, the electric eel. Choi Han had fought against that bastard before. As for the 8th unranked monster that was said to be the strongest, as for the other bastard, your weapon was made with that bastard's bones. Right, Your Highness. Albaru looked at Choi Han, who was wearing black leather armor. The shining black aura was already coming out of his sword. Yes, my weapon was created by the bone they gathered after killing that bastard. That is right, Master. That is why I am a great X-grade weapon. The unbreakable spear in Albaru's hand Terang, the AI inside the spear, continued speaking. As mentioned before, this item was created from the bones of an X-grade monster, which have been designated as the most terrible monsters. It has significant durability and is the only thing that is capable of breaking that monster's bones. PFFFD. Albaru chuckled. He addressed Choi Han, who was smiling the same way as if he had seen Albarus smile underneath his helmet. He was not laughing because he wanted to laugh. It was not because he found this situation funny, nor because it was amusing. It was because he could not cry, and because he needed to receive the baton. Albaru and Choi Han, the two of them, knew why Cal had contacted them in the middle of that situation. He was leaving the rest to the two people who had seen a portion of his life as Kim Rock-Soo. That was why they needed to put an end to it. Cal Henitus created the best, no, the situation with the greatest chance of success. He didn't know whether Cal intended it to be like this or not. However, the first and eighth monsters were a better match for them compared to the second and seventh monsters. They had the power to go up against these two monsters. The others will be here soon. Shouldn't we do our part now that Cal Henitus has set the field for us? Of course. Albaru and Choi Han, the two men, kicked off the terrace railing and charged forward. They were headed toward the two large unranked monsters that had appeared in the Puzzle City Plaza. Chapter 648. We cannot retreat for boom. The ground felt as if it would crumble from the shaking. Oh, God, the knights couldn't even feel the ground shaking as they were too busy looking up, dazed by what they were looking at. These knights had prepared themselves to charge forward toward the enemies at any moment, waiting for the order to move. They were here to protect the Rhone kingdom. They had come here without any hesitation. For my kingdom, my friends, my family, their steps were heavy on this path to save everyone, but they had the courage to move forward. It really is a monster, unfortunately. What they imagined was different from reality. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHand an eel, the monster that seemed to be something between those two, had two heads. One was a blue while the other was yellow. The monster had horns and fangs and was the size of an adult dragon. They had never seen such a weird monster before. It was a terrible monster they could only see in their imaginations or mythologies. It looked like the type of monster that would appear as a final boss a hero must defeat in a novel. But at least this snake thing looked like a monster. The thing that scared the knights was not this two-headed snake. Unbelievable, that's a monster. The creature that appeared in this world in a bright white light, that monster had 8 dragon wings and dragon scales. It also had a lion's head with a lustrous mane and claws sharper than those of eagles. It walked on 2 feet, and the ground pressed down once its 2 feet touched down. Boom, boom, the plaza was barely big enough for the two-headed snake. The buildings started to break down once the lion-headed monster descended as well. Unbelievable, but this monster looked so holy. The monster's eyes glowed gold, while the dragon's scales covering the monster's body and its mane were bright white. If the two-headed snake looked like a villain from a myth, this monster looked like a warrior that protected the guards. The lion silently looked around with its gold eyes. The knight felt as if he had lost all strength in his legs just because the lion looked in his direction. A dragon, it looks stronger than a dragon. His superiors did tell him about it. He was told that they would have to fight against the worst monster ever. He was told that these monsters would be stronger than dragons, and that they all needed to give their best, as these monsters might be from the demon world. His superiors had been right. These truly were the worst monsters, looked stronger than dragons, and were not from this world. Our best. Is this something we can defeat by giving our best? Forget giving our best. I feel like I am going to die the moment I charge forward. The knight couldn't think about anything else, as he was drowning in fear and anxiety from the overwhelming monster's presence. That was why he couldn't look at the soldiers following him. Holy shoot, we're all dead. We're all going to die. Look at that. Nobody will be able to defeat that thing. Do you think that we are the only ones who will die? The entire continent will turn into a mess. The soldiers holding their weapons were shaking in fear. We can't do it. We can't fight it. We are not enough. They didn't have the courage to charge forward. Who would be able to charge toward T, that monster? This is impossible, this is impossible. A soldier lost strength in his hand as he was about to say that. Clang! His sword fell to the ground. However, the soldier could not even think about picking it back up as he pointed toward the sky. Your Highness! A person in white armor was jumping across the roofs toward the monster. Swordsman next to him was a swordsman whose black hair was fluttering in the air. His black aura was around his sword as he moved toward their enemy, the monster, without any hesitation. Those two must be Crown Prince Alberu Crossman and Choi Han, the youngest sword master. One person had an extremely bright white spear. The other had something that they knew was a sword, but it was sparkling like a starry night sky because of his shining black aura. Shoot! The knight finally snapped out of it after seeing the two of them. He bit down on his lips. His lower lip started to bleed. However, the knight felt as if he could think properly again after tasting blood. His eyes, and the eyes of all of the leaders standing in front of their troops throughout Puzzle City, became focused on the backs of these two people. One person was wearing armor with the Roan Kingdom's crest, while the other had light leather armor on and only had a sword in his hand. This white knight and black knight looked extremely different from each other. However, the people looking at their backs felt the same emotion from both men. Duck! Clang! The knight swore as he pulled out his sword. The soldier who had dropped his sword bent down and picked it up. Their leader, the knight captain, moved from the back of the group to the front. He had shown up later than the rest, as he was busy coming up with a strategy with the other leaders. He shouted as he moved to the front of the group. There are only two of them. The knight captain looked at the back of his liege, who had charged forward before him, and continued speaking. Everybody should remember that there were originally supposed to be 8 of those monsters. He was right. Alberu had prepared for the worst after hearing that the summoning would take place in Puzzle City. That was why the knights and soldiers had been training as if 8 monsters would invade Puzzle City. You should have also heard that the 8 became 4 and then decreased again to 2. This was also true. The knight captain looked at the soldiers listening to him and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back. He was feeling emotional. However, he shouted without any hesitation. Thanks to former Commander Sir Cal Henitus fighting in front, we only have to face 2 of the 8 monsters. The knight captain was calling Cal Sir Cal Henitus, even though Cal was not a knight. It was a form of respect, and there was nobody here who had any issues with that. And now, His Highness and Sir Choi Han will be in the front to fight against these 2 monsters. The fact that his liege, the person he should protect, and a swordsman who was younger than him was leading the fight in front of them made the knight captain forget his fears of the monsters. I don't expect a lot from you. Maintain your positions. Do your part. That was the hardest thing to do in battle. However, the knight captain couldn't help but shout like that. He was saying it to himself as well. It was at that moment. Boom! There was a loud explosion that made their ears ring. The black aura charged toward the first unranked monster, the electric eel, as if it was a thunderbolt shooting up from the ground. CHHHHHHHHHHH. SSSS. The 2 snakes' eyes headed toward Choi Han, the owner of the black aura that had attacked them. However, Choi Han was already preparing his next attack. Uwu, uwu, as if it was an emuge's last breath on earth before it ascended to the heavens, a black yang revealed itself wrapped around Choi Han's sword and his body. Choi Han opened his mouth while looking at the 2-headed snake looking at him. I will take care of this thing quickly and then join you soon, Your Highness. Albrew touched his spear and asked, Can you take care of it on your own? You couldn't do it alone last time. I will at least try. Choi Han could not be certain that he could take care of it alone. The electric eel's scales were so sturdy that Choi Han couldn't slash through it with his aura. It just had a few places Choi Han could aim for, such as its horn and inside its mouth. The question is whether I can attack those spots on my own. Choi Han thought about how Cal had tied the electric eel up last time he aimed for those weaknesses. The help of their many allies on Earth made that fight possible. Choi Han didn't share that part with Alberu. Will you be okay on your own? Choi Han instead asked Alberu in a concerned tone. We've already discussed this. Other than Cal, Choi Han knew the most about the electric eel. As for Alberu, he was the person best suited to take on this 8th unranked monster. We can't let either of these monsters get out of Puzzle City. That was why Choi Han and Alberu, the 2 of them, stood in front of everybody else to tie these 2 monsters down. That was the first and most urgent matter. I will take care of it quickly and then help you, Your Highness. Choi Han, don't push yourself too hard alone. Choi Han turned around to look at Alberu after hearing his name. This time, Alberu looked at the enemy he was to face and continued to speak. Don't die. We will find the answer if we stay alive and keep fighting. We can't have anybody else push themselves too hard. That is what I wish to say to you, Your Highness. Choi Han then left Alberu's side and charged toward the 2-headed snake. He reached his sword out. Shararara. The black young followed his sword and jumped out of the tip of the sword to charge toward the monster with its jaw open. It seemed as ferocious as the two-headed snake. My instructor, I'm sure, is strong. Albaru mischievously commented before grabbing his spear and charging forward as well. I need to see what this monster is capable of first. He needed to test the strength of this monster that was quietly standing there and looking down at him. That was the first priority. This monster was called the Lion Dragon on Earth 3. Albaru cast his magic while listening to Terang's voice. Perhat, a gold light that resembled the rays of the sun, covered the white spear and made it look as if Albaru was swinging a beam of light toward the Lion Dragon. Bang! There was another loud explosion. Ha ha ha! Albaru laughed at the end of that explosion. The scary thing about the Lion Dragon is that it uses a weapon. It uses a weapon even though it has a strong body, sharp claws, and numerous other abilities. Albaru sighed while looking at the weapon that blocked his spear. And that weapon is a shield. A holy white shield had suddenly appeared in the Lion Dragon's hands. It made him think about a certain someone's silver shield. We call that shield the unbreakable shield. That is why this spear that was made from that monster's bone is called the unbreakable spear. Terang stoically continued speaking. 7 nights and 8 days. We were finally able to kill the lion dragon after 7 long nights and 8 days. Thousands of people died, and an area 10 times the size of Seoul became desolate, unable to be restored ever again. That was why the monster ranking that had stopped at SSS grade had changed to include the X grade for the first time. The smile disappeared from Alberus' face. His eyes that were cold with anger stared out the helmet and into the monster's gold eyes. The unbreakable shield, huh? It has a similar name, but it is used so differently. Albaru couldn't even make a scratch on the monster's white shield. The unbreakable spear is able to pierce through the lion dragon's hide and bones, which are said to be the strongest among all monsters. However, it is unable to break that shield. Terang added on in an emotionless voice. Based on your current strength, your chances of victory is 0. 1 hour. Master, should you and swordsman Choi Han fight to your deaths, you will be able to last 1 hour. PFFFT. Albaru laughed again. Even if he and Choi Han died, they would only be able to last 1 hour. That showed the strength of this lion dragon. Do you really have no thoughts of running away? Don't you want to live? Albaru looked into the lion dragon's gold eyes. Maybe this monster didn't have much thought about fighting, or it might be thinking about something else, as it just silently looked down at Albaru. Baring, Albaru clenched his spear as he could hear the fight happening nearby. Choi Han truly was giving his best. Yes, he was fighting without caring about his own life. Albaru could tell by the sounds. It was obvious that Choi Han would soon reach his limit. But he continued to attack, not using his regular aura, but his black yang, desperately looking for any openings to attack the two-headed snake's weaknesses. Albaru responded to Terang's question about whether he wanted to live. I will live. I will definitely live. The others, our kingdom, and even this world. Ooh, light shot out of the white spear once again. The area around Albaru started to shake. Regular mana, and not dead mana, activated intensely in his magic. Master, you really meant that. Albaru, who was prepared to give it his all as Choi Han was already doing, charged toward the monster once again. The monster just raised its large shield to block the puny Albaru. Baring, bang. Albaru continued to attack, hoping to either pierce the shield or to dodge the shield and get closer to the lion dragon. The lion dragon frowned. The monster seemed to be observing the spear before swinging the shield differently from before. Bang! The loudest explosion to this moment could be heard, and Alberus' body was flung backward. Bang! His body crashed into a building wall. The monster, not just defending, but using the shield to smack him, was so strong that Albaru could not even control his body as it got sent flying. Duck! It is strong. It is too strong. Master, are you okay? Albaru closed his eyes for a moment, feeling frustrated. It was at that moment. His eyes jolted open. He heard the sound of a flute. He's finally here. Albaru stood up. Crumble. The debris from the wall fell off his body. He didn't pay any attention to his crushed armor and turned toward the direction of the flute. The sound of the flute was coming from the north. He could soon see a large wyvern appearing in the sky above Puzzle City. There were 4 people on the wyvern's back. I guess we are the first to arrive. Chhhhhhhhh, a water whip cut through the air before the master of the whip alighted to the ground. Witira, the future whale queen. She smiled brightly toward Choi Han and Albaru, who were looking at her. Boom, boom, 2 men alighted behind her. The whale Archie and the half-blooded whale Pazitan looked at the 2 monsters before speaking. Wow, these monsters look like they would be fun to beat up. I guess we'll need to fight them first. After the dragons, the whale tribe was said to be the strongest of the beast people. As for the wyvern master who brought the whales over, we cannot be late on the path to becoming a legend. A true hero is there first to progress with the legend. Guardian Knight Clope Seca blew the flute. P.I. More wyverns with knights on them would head over after hearing the flute. However, Clope felt an eerie aura and stopped playing the flute. He turned his head. He looked toward the eastern sky. Something black was rising up like the sun over the horizon and getting closer. Clope started to speak. Bone dragon. Albaru looked toward the eastern sky and smiled. It was a black bone dragon with a sturdy armor on top of its black bones. The dragon's eyes were glowing white gold. It was the same color as the dragon half-blood's light attribute. And on top of that large bone dragon that was flying freely as if it was a living dragon, who else would it be but Mary, the one and only necromancer in the world? The sleeves of her black robe were fluttering, and 2 people were standing behind her. Albaru immediately figured out who they were. The dragons are here. Ancient dragon Iruhaben and Mila, the dragons were here. Albaru clenched his fists. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. They were just the start. Their allies should be coming from all over the continent right now. It's worth trying. Albaru Crossman, the man who would be recorded as a great king in the near future, did not doubt their victory anymore. The reason this war becomes known as the greatest battle in the future is because this was not just a battle for the humans. It was a battle that involved all living beings throughout the continent. Humans, many different types of beast people, those who were shunned for having the darkness attribute, mysterious creatures that people had heard about but had never seen before. They would all fight in this war, and this would be the start of how all creatures living on the continent become aware of each other and live together. In the future, the person who gathered all these different races together would be called the beginning and the end of everything. But that person, Cal Henitus, was currently lying on a bed unable to open his eyes. Haraha, the man whose breath was heavy and hot, was lying in bed with Rayan unable to leave his side. Rayan turned his head for a moment. Bararang. A fierce battle was happening outside the terrace. Chapter 649, We Cannot Retreat. 5. Choi Han and the 2-headed snake were in an intense battle. Albarus' side seemed to be at a standstill. However, the battlefield wasn't the problem for Rayan. The 8th unranked monster and the 1st unranked monster, Rayan stared at the large monsters that were no longer sculptures before turning his head. Human. Ha ha ha. Cal's breath was hot and heavy, and his body was covered in dry blood. Human, what's wrong? Rayan grabbed a corner of the blanket and brought it up to Cal's nose. Cal's nose was bleeding. This is weird. This is very weird. He usually showed some signs of healing at this point when he fainted like this in the past. But it was different this time. His injuries were closing very slowly, unlike usual. There were no changes even when he poured a potion on him. He also had a terrible fever, and his nose and ears kept bleeding. Rayan thought Cal might die from loss of blood. Rayan wasn't the only one worried about this. Cal, can you hear us? No, you need to hurry up and wake up. Hey, Super Rock, stop talking. Nobody other than the vitality of the heart do anything right now. The ancient powers that tried to talk to the unconscious Cal stopped after hearing the sound of the wind's voice. The vitality of the heart that had been eaten, no, that became a part of the indestructible shield, only that power was faintly using its power with Cal's heart at its focus, so that it wouldn't burden his body. Apparently, it's not working. The glutton priestess of the shield weakly mumbled. Apparently, the restoration is not working well. It looks like Cal needs to wake up. I think we need Cal's will. The Super Rock made a comment. Cal, please wake up, please. Unfortunate, neither the voices of the ancient powers nor Rayan could reach Cal. Rayan clasped his 2 front paws together after seeing no movement in Cal's body. Human. He felt as if he could see that scene again when he closed his eyes. An instant. Cal had pushed forward, doing something even a dragon could not do for a very short period of time. The drops of blood that couldn't even fall to the floor during that time created a red path behind him. The drops of blood were so red that they looked like flower petals fluttering in the wind, but they were too terrible and painful to be called beautiful. Rayan clenched his paws even tighter. If I was a little stronger, he was thinking that Cal wouldn't have had to push himself so hard if that was the case. If I was stronger, instead of the human Rayan, shook his head. No. He released his clenched front paws. I can't have such thoughts. Rayan was young, but he knew. I'm a great and mighty dragon. I know what our human was thinking. This stupid human who never seemed to care about his own health definitely did not want Rayan to do the same thing he just did. That was why Rayan couldn't think that he could have stepped forward in Cal's place if he was stronger. What is human? What Cal wanted was not for Rayan to sacrifice himself. Cal had always said the following: fight with an overwhelming advantage. If not, run and smack them from behind later. Rayan noticed the hidden meaning behind those words. That's the way to make sure nobody gets hurt. That was probably the message Cal wanted to convey. Rayan repeated something he said to himself many times in the past. Whatever it is, I just need to learn it and grow stronger. Rayan still had no idea about how to use his present attribute, but that didn't mean that he could just sit back and do nothing. He needed to think fiercely and ponder about it. Thinking and pondering would not hurt or kill someone no matter how hard it was. In fact, it might be a way to save their allies. Black mana fluctuated around Rayan. Rayan took out every video communication device he had in his spatial dimension. Rayan spoke to Cal, who had his eyes closed, as if he was wiping away all of his uncertainties. Human. The Crown Prince, Choi Han, and Goldie Gramps are all here. They are fighting right now, so one position is empty. Rayan could not leave Cal's side. Someone needed to protect him. But he also couldn't just sit here. He realized something after having those thoughts. There's nobody to lead right now. Usually, Cal, Albaru, Iruhaben, or someone like that would be in the back controlling the flow. However, there was nobody to do that right now. I don't know how to lead, but I'm very good at video communication. The spell he used the most while traveling with Cal had been the video communication spell. Rayan floated the video communication devices into the air. His black mana surrounded them and started contacting them to different people. Hello, Rayanim. We have gathered the team to rescue the Dark Elves and are about to infiltrate the Endable Kingdom. Will the elves send additional reinforcements? Is that Kalnim behind you? Tasha, the squad leader for the combined elves and dark elves team, headed toward the Endable Kingdom. Oh, my Hubi dragon. Rashil is currently beating Dorf to Deek. Isn't that Cal Henitus? Why does he look like that? A second one connected to a different battlefield. Dodori had happily picked up the call from the Sez Kingdom's Mount Nex, where their allies were fighting against the cats and lions. Rayan. Third was to his mom, Sherit. Rayan Nim, we can finally contact you. I was already planning on heading over, please wait. There were also video communication devices connected to Saint Jack. Excommunicated priestess Cage Rayan contacted everybody he knew. Rayan didn't know how to lead, but there was something he did know. Information needs to flow smoothly. There were large battles going on in multiple places. The important thing in such a situation was that the information about each battlefield was quickly delivered. It would let them rescue anybody who might be in big danger and allow others who have some breathing room to move to help someone else. Kim Rak-Su, and now Cal Henitus, had lived a life on the rear support squad before moving to the vanguard attack squad. On the other hand, Rayan was moving from his usual position in the front attacking the enemies to a rear support position to do whatever was needed. Human, don't worry. I, the great and mighty Rayan Muru, am good at everything. Rayan placed one of his front paws on Cal's limp hand and turned toward the video communication devices, looking at him. Their allies, scattered around, were all looking at him. Rayan could get a feel for how much pressure Cal must have felt while receiving these gazes. Rayan firmed his resolve and started talking. Tell me all of your current situation. I will tell you the situation here first. Please wait. I have something to say as well, Rayan Nim. Rayan's gaze headed toward the people who shouted at him with urgency. The former was Saint Jack, while the latter was the tiger shaman Gashan, who had received the video communication device from Dodori. I have something to say to you as well, Saint Jack. Hey, Saint, are you able to come here? He needed the saint's healing ability. It might be helpful to Cal. Unfortunately, Saint Jack frowned and shook his head. I think that will be difficult. Jack started to explain why, and after he heard Gashan's explanation, as well that mother ducking White Star. Although Cal might have gasped after hearing that, Rayan swore in the exact same manner as Cal before heading toward the terrace. Hey, Crown Prince. Clope Seca, the whales, Mary, the bone dragon, and dragons. Albaru, who could take a breath after the appearance of their allies, turned toward the urgent voice. He looked toward the city hall's terrace. He could faintly make out a black figure. I am currently contacting our other allies. Albarus' eyes under the helmet opened wide after hearing Rayan's voice. Not bad. He had been worried about the flow of information now that even he was fighting, but Rayan was filling that empty void. Bad news. He soon frowned. I talked with Saint Jack. He said that Arm is invading the Margaru Empire. There are black knights on black horses as well. Jack contacted the priests of the Sun Guard in other kingdoms, and apparently they are all being attacked by unknown forces right now. Arm and other unknown forces were attacking the different kingdoms throughout the western continent. I just thought they were running late. Albaru finally realized why the jungle, the Whipper Kingdom, and others were not here yet, and had not contacted them at all. Tiger Gashan said something too. He then heard information about the eastern continent. Mercenaries all around the eastern continent contacted Bud and said that multiple kingdoms seem to have activated large-scale teleportation spells. Large-scale teleportation. Albarus' eyes clouded over. I think they must have used those large-scale teleportation spells to come to the western continent. Albaru nodded his head. Do you think that the people attacking the different kingdoms here on the western continent are a combination of the White Star's subordinates and those kingdoms? There were many kingdoms beside the Sez kingdom that were allied with the White Star. He could have requested troops from other kingdoms while preparing for the summoning ritual in the Sez kingdom. Albaru started to speak. Mother ducking bastards. They used their heads this time. Archie, who was walking over, flinched and stopped. We will fight. Witira nonchalantly pointed toward the eighth monster. Pazitan was already charging toward the eighth monster, the lion dragon. Albaru couldn't even glance in Pazitan's direction as he was deep in thought. The reason that the White Star was dragging in other kingdoms to attack the entire western continent despite his now low number of forces, it must be so that nobody can help the Roan kingdom. Isolation. His plan must be to isolate the Roan kingdom. And the reason he has not attacked the Roan kingdom beside these monsters, he thinks these two bastards are enough. The White Star must think that these monsters were enough to destroy not just Puzzle City, but the entire Roan kingdom. Albaru raised his head to look at the people coming down from the sky. Duck. He made eye contact with Clope Seca. Sir Clope, did your kingdom not get attacked? We did get contacted about an attack from an unknown group of people. However, the Whales and Wyvern Knights are fighting against them. It's okay for 4 of us to not be there. Smirk. Clope started to smile. He took a video recording device out of his pocket. Everything was being recorded right now. I could not be left out on the path of a legend. Crazy bastard. Albaru sighed after hearing Clope's response. It was at that moment. Barang, barang. Ah! Albaru could see Archie being flung away by the lion dragon's shield. His face stiffened up. He could see Witira biting down on her lip. This strong future queen of the whales had an awkward expression on her face as she stood there with her whip in hand, unable to do anything. The two of them made eye contact. It looks like we need to get rid of the shield first. That shield was a problem for the whales as well. They needed to get past that shield to attack the lion dragon's body, but that first part was extremely difficult. Albaru couldn't help but sigh. We can't expect help from other kingdoms now. The entire western continent was currently having trouble protecting themselves. We need to defeat these monsters with the strength of the Roan kingdom alone. Albaru subconsciously tightened the grip on his spear. At that moment, what are you thinking about? He turned his head after hearing a voice right behind him. The ancient dragon was looking at the battlefield, and Albaru with his eyes that were deep with experience fitting his age. Sweesh, sweesh, he felt a gust of wind above him. Albaru noticed a shadow above him just as the lion dragon noticed it as well and raised its head. The monster looked at the individual responsible for casting a shadow on it. Is it this bastard? The dragon half-blood's voice came out of the black-boned dragon's mouth as the lion dragon's gold eyes looked into the slightly brighter gold eyes of the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood had achieved what he wanted. Although it was just bones, he was able to become a dragon and look down at others from the sky. Screech, screech, numerous monsters of the flying skeleton brigade made of white bones were flying over looking like clouds from the northeast. There are only two enemies. There are hundreds of us. We will win if we push forward with our numbers advantage. Mary calmly stated in her GPS-like voice as she stood on top of the dragon half-blood's back. Chapter 650, We Cannot Retreat. 6. Albaru looked at Mary and the dragon half-blood before looking at the two who were next to him and no longer by Mary's side as he started speaking. Iruhaben Nim. Iruhaben had left the bone dragon and descended next to Albaru. Mila was by his side. The two dragons looked toward the eighth monster. Dodoris, Mom, Mila groaned. She rubbed her arm with her hand. She had goosebumps on her arms and cold sweats on her back. CHHHHHHHHHH. SSSSS. SSSSSS. Unlike the electric eel that was screeching in its intense battle with Choi Han, the lion dragon just quietly looked around. Mila could feel an overwhelming power coming from the monster. A dragon like her had never felt this kind of emotion before. Fear. She subconsciously had a thought once she named the emotion she was feeling toward this monster that was stronger than her. We can't beat it. They couldn't beat it even if the dragons got involved. This monster felt so strong that she thought that if gods truly existed, they would manifest themselves like this. She turned toward the ancient dragon, who had more experience than she did, before her expression stiffened up for a different reason. Are you thinking about Uwu, Uwu? Numerous golden dust particles were gathering around Iruhaben. The mana nearby was rumbling as well. As someone who knew Iruhaben's age, Mila knew that he did not have much time left to live. Someone like that channeling this much mana could only mean one thing. Is he planning on putting everything on the line in this fight? She could read Iruhaben's intentions through his smile. Iruhaben is putting his life on the line. Mila didn't notice it, but the oldest dragon in the world's strong will to fight had subconsciously pushed her fear away. Dragons are strong and live long lives. In return, we must work hard to make sure that the laws of the world are maintained. That was why they needed to stop the demonic race, the divine race, and any other individuals from other worlds who tried to destroy this world. But that sense of responsibility was not the reason Iruhaben had made up his mind to go all out. She thought about the people Iruhaben cherished. Thinking about the future, Iruhaben was hoping for made Mila think about Dodori, the person she cherished. The moment Mila was deep in thought, the lion dragon's gaze moved. This was the first time. It was the first time that the monster's golden eyes fluctuated a bit. Iruhaben smiled in response. Did you finally see me? The lion dragon looked at Iruhaben. Its demeanor was different from how it had treated Albaru and the whales as if they were annoying little flies. Iruhaben calmly smirked at its reaction and addressed Albaru. Albaru Crossman. Iruhaben Nim. Albaru got an unexplainable chill watching Iruhaben and the lion dragon look at each other. Uwu, he subconsciously took a step back. Golden mana was calmly fluctuating around Iruhaben, but every single piece of dust around him felt as if they were bombs waiting to detonate. Dragon. That word came to Albarus' mind the moment he looked at Iruhaben for some reason. Iruhaben kept his eyes on the lion dragon as he asked, Are there no more reinforcements? The White Star has attacked the other kingdoms. Iruhaben Nim. Is he trying to isolate the Rhone kingdom? It was at that moment. CHHHHHHHHHH. SSSSS. Barang, the electric eel screeched, and there was an intense explosion. Crackle. CHHHHHHH. Electric currents and water. The two-headed snake's body became covered in two different attributes as it screeched into the air. Damn it, we can't even aim for its weaknesses. Choi Han, are you okay? Archie, who was attacking the electric eel with Choi Han, instead of going back after the impossible to attack Lion Dragon, frowned while looking at Choi Han. I'm okay. Okay, my ass. Archie couldn't help but sigh while looking at Choi Han, who calmly responded and started attacking again. Bang. His shining black aura aimed for the two-headed snake non-stop. Choi Han did not use the black yang anymore. The reason was simple. I need to defeat this electric eel while using as little strength as possible. Choi Han realized that the electric eel was not the issue after seeing the strength of the lion dragon. He shook his head toward Mary, who looked at him from up in the sky. Mary, who was strong enough to defeat him multiple times, needed to fight the lion dragon. She probably can't use the skeleton monsters again if they break. We need to save Mary's strength for now. They couldn't waste their strength right now. It would be one thing if they had no other choice, but there was a way to take down the electric eel, and Choi Han would go on for as long as he could. We will proceed with the original plan. Choi Han was waiting for a moment to suppress this electric eel. Who cares if we know that the weaknesses are the mouth and the horn if we can't attack them? Choi Han could hear Archie grumbling. It was as he said. They knew the weaknesses of this monster but could not attack it. The electric eel's powers of water, electricity, and earth were blocking Choi Han's attacks. Furthermore, its scales wouldn't get cut even if his aura struck it. It made him think about Lee Soo-hyuk. They would have been able to slash it so easily if he was here. Actually, if someone could at least stop these snakes from moving, then Choi Han could attack inside the mouth and destroy the other weaknesses. Only if we had something similar to Kalnim's wood power. He recalled how Kal had used his tree roots and branches to tie the electric eel the last time they fought it. Choi Han shook his head as soon as he had that thought. No, I can't keep relying on him. He thought about how Kal had been covered in blood, and his eyes were so hazy as he could not think straight. Choi Han felt suffocated. Kal had ended up that way, fighting on his own. It was because he didn't want anybody else to end up like that. Choi Han bit down on his lower lip. I will do it no matter what. Choi Han looked calm on the outside, while the smell of blood in his mouth, after biting down too hard, calmed him on the inside as well. He couldn't let himself be influenced by his anger or his emotions. He needed to face the enemy with a cold and rational mindset until the end. It was one of the things Choi Han had learned from Kal. The blue head that was covered in water glared at Choi Han. It shouted, and the water shot out toward Choi Han as if it was an arrow. Someone would stop that attack or support Choi Han from behind if he was on Earth. Choi Han recalled the past as he swung his sword. His aura crashed into the water. Ruwuwar, the blue monster, roared as if it was in pain. The blue monster staggered. Choi Han could see his friends rushing toward the monster. Screech, screech, Mary's flying skeleton brigade had moved. There were people on the white skeleton monster's backs. The first to jump off cut through the blue monster head's water and slammed down with a shield again. Baring Ruwuwar. Choi Han could see his friend with a large shield standing in front of him. Hyang, sorry I am late. I'll protect you. It was Lark. The wolves and tigers are all here. Boom, boom, boom. The warriors of the wolf tribe and the tiger tribe all jumped off the white skeleton monsters. They were all in their berserk transformations, which made them large and buff. They were giving off the aura of ripping off the enemy's necks right away. Nuna said she was coming too. Is she here yet? The moment Lark smiled and looked at Choi Han Uwung Uwu, they heard the rumbling of mana, and Choi Han responded with a smile. Looks like she's here now. Choi Han looked toward the plaza. A large teleportation magic circle appeared with numerous people on top of it. The person standing in front was Rosalind, who was wearing highest-grade magic stones like a necklace. Once again, she pointed to the electric eel and asked Choi Han, "Do I just need to tie down those two heads?" Although it would not be with tree roots as Kal had done, someone who could tie this monster down with a precise control and influx of mana from these magic stones had appeared. Electric currents, water, and earth. Someone who could use as many different types of spells as the monster's numerous attributes would at least create a situation where Choi Han could fight properly. Choi Han looked at Rosalind and Lark and made a comment. It's been a while since the three of us fought together. The greatest efficiency with the least amount of people. Choi Han was certain that his goal would be achieved. And finally, the time to suppress this electric eel had arrived. Someone rushed past the numerous people who came with Rosalind. Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. Duke Deruth. Duke Deruth had come with the strong individuals from all over the continent he had hired by pouring out money as if it was water. Duke Deruth bowed toward Albaru as he spoke. The troops from the northeast region and the other territories will be here soon, Your Highness. Duchess Violin, the matriarch of the Yubar household, and other nobles of the northeast region were leading their troops here. The same thing was happening throughout the Rhone kingdom. Albaru recalled Iruhaben's question. Iruhaben had asked if the White Star was planning on isolating the Roan kingdom. That's right. He plans to isolate us. The White Star believed that the Roan kingdom alone could not defeat these monsters. He believed that it would be impossible even if Cal's allies showed up. He probably included the dragons in his calculations. He wouldn't have forgotten to add Iruhaben and Rayan into the group. However, the White Star's side must have determined that these two dragons and the rest of the strong individuals by Cal's side would fail. That is how strong this lion dragon is. Alberu accepted that as well. He could tell after going up against it. Overwhelming strength was a term reserved for monsters like this. Alberu couldn't help but wonder what the White Star was thinking to summon such a monster. The White Star couldn't defeat this monster either. However, but there was no need for Alberu to feel depressed. He heard Iruhaben's voice. We have quite a lot of allies to be considered isolated. Alberu nodded his head. They really did have a lot of allies, as Iruhaben mentioned. Their friends who had come to help them for a greater future. The citizens of the Roan kingdom who were rushing over even though they could lose their lives. The people who couldn't come but were fighting their own battles in their respective areas. Alberu could feel a wave of emotion in his mind. It was a different feeling than the heavy burden of responsibility. We will definitely win. He said that to Iruhaben, but it sounded as if he was confirming it to himself. Iruhaben calmly responded to him. Of course. Alberu flinched at this extremely calm voice and looked toward Iruhaben. He felt that the golden dust particles around Iruhaben increased in number and opacity. The lion dragon was still observing Iruhaben. Alberu, your weapon can break that monster's hide and bones. Yes, Iruhaben Nim. Alberu nodded his head as Iruhaben looked at the white spear. It was odd. Iruhaben's extremely calm demeanor felt weird. Alberu then saw the concern on Mila's face. She's worried. Iruhaben gently patted Alberu's shoulder as Alberu was thinking about her odd expression. Get on my back. Excuse me. Alberu had to step back as he asked. Swoosh, Alberu couldn't help, but do so because of the strong gust of wind with Iruhaben at the center. He looked for Iruhaben through the gust of wind. Ah! Alberu finally managed to spot Iruhaben through the wind and the golden dust particles that were swirling with it. Iruhaben Nim. Dragon wings appeared on Iruhaben's back, and his body started to become covered in scales. However, he soon became covered by the gold dust. Duck, that is your decision. Mila sighed and swore while Alberu looked up. The whirlwind with the golden dust shot up into the sky. The gold light, that was extremely small compared to the lion dragon, increased in size once it was in the sky. Everybody on the battlefield could see it once that gold light disappeared. A dragon. A dragon giving off a radiant gold light covered the sky. It truly looked like the great and mighty dragons they had heard about in legends. The golden dragon in the sky looked down at the holy-looking monster standing on the ground. The monster with a lion's mane looked up at the dragon as well. Chapter 651, Everything can be connected 1H. Holy shoot. What am I looking at right now? Step, step. The soldier who was retreating backward tripped and plopped down on the ground. However, her gaze could not move away from the golden dragon in the air. This was the same for the others as well. My goodness, we have a dragon as an ally. What kind of existences were dragons? People would probably give many different answers to that question. However, it was rare for people to see a dragon and only thought of them as strong, and violent creatures they've heard about in legends, myths, and novels. Beautiful. However, the dragon they were seeing with their own eyes was abnormally beautiful. Its gold scales were shining as if the sun was only beaming down on this dragon. Scary. Although the dragon was beautiful, it was close to 20 meters in length. There were also its wings, horns, fangs, and claws. Everything looked vicious, and its gold eyes gave off an unknown sense of pressure. One soldier who looked into those gold eyes suddenly thought of something and shouted, "There are two dragons." She thought of the other dragon with slightly whiter gold eyes. It was the black bone dragon with Necromancer Mary, one of the Roan Kingdom's famous heroes, on its back. No, that's not a real dragon. It is just a bone dragon controlled by the Necromancer Nim. Really? It seems a bit different, though. The people talking about the bone dragon soon flinched. Boom. They could feel something rumbling. The ground was shaking. The soldiers looked toward the lion dragon. It just moved, right? That bastard moved. The monster that had stood firm and only blocked the attacks headed toward it had raised its foot for the first time and stomped on the ground. Crack, crack. The ground of the plaza where it stomped crumbled, making it impossible to tell its original shape anymore. Some people felt fear once again at this sight, but others were looking at the monster with odd gazes as well. That monster reacted for the first time. Doesn't that mean that this gold dragon nymph is that strong? It looks like we might have a chance at victory. This beautiful yet violent-looking dragon, the fact that this dragon was their ally was filling the people here with courage. A new emotion was spreading on the battlefield that had been submerging in fear and desperation. The name of that emotion was hope. I see. Albaru was the first to notice that change. He changed the entire atmosphere. Albaru realized the reasons Iruhaben revealed his dragon body. The first reason was because his large dragon body was better to fight against such a large monster. Another reason was to change the atmosphere on the battlefield. The final reason was to show his determination to fight to the end. Move back. Albaru immediately shouted toward his troops. This dragon was close to 20 meters long. There was also a monster that was just as majestic. All of you move back. He raised his voice as much as possible. Duke Deruth, who had been about to ask where his son Cal was, took off his cumbersome cape that was around his armor and threw it on the ground as he shouted, "Move back immediately." The knight captain did the same. All units moved to the third line of defense. Leaders were shouting all around them to get the troops to move back. One of the knights walked up to the knight captain and asked, "Captain Nim, the third line of defense is past Puzzle City's walls. Isn't that too far away?" Puzzle City's walls. Although the walls were originally just regular stone walls, they had been fortified with all sorts of spells and devices from the moment Albaru learned that the monsters may appear here. The peculiar thing about it was that most walls would put fortification spells and defensive spells on the outside so that enemies couldn't invade. But these walls had all sorts of magic devices installed on the inside to prevent things from getting out. The knight captain looked at the knight with a frustrated expression. "Can't you tell? Excuse me. Do you want to die? Excuse me." The knight captain looked away from the slow knight and shouted toward the soldiers, who were quickly retreating. "We might end up being swept up in the battle between these large beings and die before we can even fight. A battle between a dragon and a monster. Their fight would make the ground shake and buildings fall. The chances of the inside of Puzzle City turning into ruins were quite high. It was sad that people's homes would be destroyed, but they could rebuild the homes later if nobody dies." The knight captain shouted toward the clueless knight. "That's why you need to hurry up and move back if you want to live. Our role right now is to wait." They needed to first watch the battle of these large beings and the heroes. The knight captain watched everybody move back before being the last to retreat. There was a dragon by Sir Cal Henitus's side as well. The knight captain recalled the last thing he saw through Albarus' video communication device. Cal Henitus had turned into a bloody mess while showcasing a phenomenal ability. He had to leave immediately after that, after hearing Albaru Crossman's pained and cold voice. He and the other executives saw a young black dragon by Cal Henitus's side at that time. That was why the message from His Highness, the Crown Prince, had stuck in their minds as they left. Dragons and numerous non-human races will be involved in this battle. Do not become flustered in the middle of the fight. The knight captain got chills on his back. Are there a total of 3 dragons? However, he was wrong. There were more dragons. One of the other dragons mumbled to herself while looking at the dragonified Iruhaben. It's going to be quite intense. Mila slowly stepped back. She was moving so stealthily that nobody noticed her moving away. Good luck. However, she could not avoid Iruhaben's gaze. Mila looked toward the older dragon who was ready to die in this battle. "Wait for me. I'll be back with a solution." SHHHHH. She quietly moved away before taking a hoe out of her pocket. Ooh, ooh-wang. The hoe was covered in beige-colored mana. It felt very warm. She then looked toward a place. She was looking at the city hall where Cal was right now. She recalled a conversation she had with Cal. "Milanim, may I ask about your attribute?" "Of course, sir. How could I not answer teacher's question?" Cal had stoically stared at Mila, who was calling him teacher and speaking respectfully to him before his expression turned odd at her response. "Connect together." "Excuse me. Connect together. That is my attribute. Could you please explain?" Whether it is a broken blade of grass or branch, as long as it isn't completely severed or destroyed into pieces, I'm able to connect it back together and return it to normal. Human, that sounds so interesting. I wonder if that's why she has an orchard. Mila had smiled at Rayan, who was amazed. Of course. It's great because I can connect together branches that are damaged by the wind and rain. Teacher, this is not a healing ability. Mai would be able to put bones back together, but I am unable to cure illnesses. It is just an ability that is useful for helping the poor crops grow in a healthy manner. Rayan's eyes were open wide as he looked at Mila after hearing about this new kind of ability. As for Rashil, who was standing behind Mila, he snorted that it was a stupid ability that didn't let her attack. That had led to an argument between Rashil, Rayan, and Dodori. Mila recalled what Cal had said to her during that loud ruckus. Then, Milanim, Cal had asked with an odd expression on his face. Mila recalled that face once again. Yes, it was quite odd. Cal's expression was hard to explain as he nonchalantly asked a question like it didn't matter. It had looked like the calm sea before the storm. This was what Cal had asked. Are you able to connect together things like plates? Plates. Of course, not plates like that. Formless plates. Formless. Mila had tilted her head in confusion. No, never mind, Milanim. Cal had smiled at her and said that it was nothing. That was how the conversation had ended. Teacher, it was not nothing. Mila remembered what that swordsman named Choi Han had said to her before they left the Forest of Darkness. Cal was currently bloody and unconscious after his body was covered in injuries from overusing his ability. That was when Mila finally understood the meaning behind Cal's odd gaze. My power is not a healing ability. It could not heal illnesses. However, it was able to do things that healing powers could not do from time to time. She quickly and stealthily headed toward the city hall as she caressed her hoe. Her mumblings about what she had to do scattered with the wind. Any open wounds I just need to connect together. His body's plate that is broken from overusing his powers can be connected together as well. If his bones are broken, I can also connect those together. The solution she had told Iruhaben about was Cal Henitus. I need to finish everything before Dodori gets here. Mommy Mila's eyes were sparkling for a different reason. It was at that moment. Boom, boom. She could hear the monster stomp its feet. Mila stopped for a moment and turned her head. That crazy monster bastard. The swearing she used to do more often when she was younger subconsciously popped out. The lion dragon had stretched out its 8 white wings and shot up into the air. Those wings were as large as Iruhaben's wings and covered in a sturdy hide that looked difficult to pierce with most weapons. Now it looks like a fun fight. Iruhaben laughed as gold dust started to spread around him like bombs. It looked as if a golden Milky Way had covered the sky. It was at that moment. The lion dragon said something for the first time. Kill it sounded robotic. Kill the strong intruder. I am the intruder. Iruhaben chuckled. His eyes clouded over as well. That mechanical voice, and how it was still until it reacted to a strong individual the way it was talking about taking care of intruders, it sounds like a guardian. It was similar to a guardian that protected a dungeon or an item. He felt as if he would be able to figure out this lion dragon's identity in the near future. But that was not important right now. SHHHHHHH, the gold dust started to spread out from Iruhaben to cover the sky over Puzzle City. He had a twisted smile on his face while looking at the lion dragon. You're the intruder, not me. The sky above Puzzle City was covered by Iruhaben's true body and gold dust. Now that you've stepped into my domain, you will not be able to leave alive. Kill, intruder. The lion dragon darted forward toward Iruhaben. The gold dragon, surrounded by gold dust, used his large body and slammed into the lion dragon without any hesitation. Barara, barara. An explosion that was much louder than anything earlier shook the sky and the ground. The lion dragon's shield and the gold dragon's claws clashed and clashed again to kill each other. Crack, crack. A strong gust of wind that started from the sky started to break the trees and old buildings on the ground. The formidable attacks made some people have to grab into things around them to not fly away. But one person, ha ha ha. Albaru laughed as he cast flight magic. In this battle between two large creatures, he truly would be dust in comparison. But he had been waiting for this moment. This monster that was protected by its shield Albaru Crossman looked at the monster's outstretched 8 wings that were no longer covered, because it was facing off against Eruhaben. I guess I'll start by making it fall from the sky. Currently calculating your chances of victory first, Albaru Crossman-Nim's wing attack has a 98 chance of success. Albaru listened to Terang's voice as he looked at someone. Choi Han. Choi Han looked at the sky and then looked back at Albaru before responding. I will take care of the electric eel before you make that monster fall to the ground. Let's take care of them one by one down at our level. Rosalind shouted at that moment. I'm ready. Choi Han turned his head. Ooh, red mana burning like the sun was surrounding Rosalind. Crack, crunch. Rosalind was burning up even more intensely as even more highest-grade magic stones continued to break. She put her hand on the ground and shouted, Bind it. Crack, the ground split open and tree roots started to shoot up from all directions. Help the master. Support the tower masternim. The mages who would be a part of her magic tower in the future started to support her. All sorts of manas mixed together to make the tree roots grow exponentially in both size and number. Go. The tree roots shot out toward the monster remaining on the ground as soon as Rosalind shouted. CHHHHHHHHHH. SSSSS. SSSSSS. The two-headed snake, the tree roots, headed toward this electric eel without stopping. Rosalind watched the tree roots with her eyes that were burning with red mana before starting to cast other spells. She would not accept any openings whatsoever. Summon water. Where is the waterway that filled the fountain? Find the waterways. There should be 5 of them. Mages on one side were casting water-related spells, while mages on the other side were looking at the map to find the underground waterways. Splash, the water summoned by some of the mages, headed toward a single direction. They were headed toward the whales. CHHHHHHH water surrounded Watira's shoulder as if it was a cape. Her whip was starting to become even thicker. The whales were preparing to go berserk. Choi Han watched all this before running toward the tree roots trying to bind down the monster. Lark, I got it. Lark also jumped toward the tree roots after hearing his name. Choi Han and Lark kicked off the tree root and burst forward. Please come. Follow behind Lark. The berserk wolves and tigers followed behind them. They were headed toward the two-headed snake. Their only enemy was the electric eel. Choi Han recalled the fight he had on Earth and smiled. CHHHHHHHHHH. SSSS. The yellow head and the blue head, the two snakes flinched after looking at the large tree roots and enemies charging toward them. However, the yellow head's yellow eyes soon flashed. SSS. The yellow head opened its mouth. It looked as if an eerie noise would flow out of its mouth. This was the yellow head's ability, noise. The two-headed monster believed that the enemies would fall down or at least stop after hearing this noise. However, Choi Han, the person in front of everybody else, was smiling. I was waiting for this. Choi Han cast his black yang once again and shot up while Rosalind cast the next spell she had been preparing. Ooh. Red mana burst into the air once again, and a half-transparent barrier covered the yellow-headed monster's face. The monster screamed, but no noise would come out. Cough. Rosalind coughed up some blood before smiling. This is the greatness of soundproof barrier magic. To put a soundproof barrier around a portion of a moving enemy, this was something that could only be done with extremely delicate mana control. Rosalind was probably one of the few humans, if not the only human, who could do that. Crack. However, that barrier was soon destroyed. The yellow head opened its mouth once again after seeing that the barrier was gone. However, that short instant, that extremely short period of time, was all that Choi Han needed. The yellow head's eyes opened wide. Choi Han had pointed his sword toward the monster's mouth while it had been distracted by the soundproof barrier. CHHHHHHHHHH. CHHHHHHHHH. The blue head shot water toward Choi Han and tried to slam into him in shock, but bang. Lark's shield blocked the attack. Choi Han pushed his sword forward instead of thanking Lark and said the following. One yang coming right up. Into the open mouth of the yellow-headed monster, a black yang sparkled violently as it left Choi Han's sword and burst inside. Chapter 652. Everything can be connected to inside the open mouth of the yellow-headed monster. The black yang shoved its head inside. Choi Han lowered his sword for the first time since the battle began. As the yellow head stiffened up without being able to make any noise, the black yang opened up its jaw and dug into the enemy's body. Bang, the yellow head's silent scream, and the black explosion inside its body happened at the same time. Its tongue it would use to screech. Its fangs that were full of poison, everything that could break was broken, and the black yang ripped apart as much as it could inside the monster's body as well. The yellow head couldn't even groan as its head limped down. Plop. Although its strong scales were still fine, black blood burst out of its mouth non-stop. Hoof, Huff the yellowhead could only breathe heavily. Chhhhh, ruah, ruwar. The blue head was roaring as it intensely twisted its body. Although half of their bodies were split, the rest of the electric eel was one body. The damages to the inside of the yellow head naturally affected the blue head as well. Ruhuwa. The blue head's roar shook the surrounding area. It was so loud that even the people who had retreated to the third line of defense outside the city walls were shocked. Choi Han kept his sword down as he looked toward the blue head and smirked. This is nice. It was nice to be able to attack both monsters with one attack. The blue head glared at the enemy who had harmed its other half and its body as Choi Han smiled. Chhhhhhhhhhhh. Ch. The blue head charged toward Choi Han with the completely out of it yellow head dangling on its side. It would definitely kill this bastard who harmed it. The blue head's blue eyes were full of rage. Choi Han could tell what it was thinking, even though they could not communicate. Chhhhhhhhh. Water swirled like a whirlpool around the blue head's body. As Choi Han looked at it rushing toward him, Huwu, drip. A strand of black blood dripped out of the corner of his mouth. Hyang. Lark's eyes opened wide in shock. He had seen Choi Han getting external injuries many times. However, he had never seen Choi Han receive any internal injuries. This meant that Choi Han overdid it by continuously raising his aura to its maximum strength to summon the Black Yang. Choi Han groaned before nonchalantly wiping the blood away and raising his sword again. Lark frowned and immediately charged toward the blue head with his shield in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The noise from Lark running on the ground was extremely faint compared to the sound of the electric eel's large body moving. That was why he couldn't tell. He didn't know that there were allies running behind him. I got this. Lark heard a voice that was as refreshing and gentle as the waves at the beach. He flinched in response and saw someone rush past him. Chhhhhhhh. Watira was running with her water whip wrapped around her arm. There was a long, half-transparent cape on her shoulders. Watira was ready to go berserk, but had not been able to do so yet. Chhhhhhhh. However, she smiled while looking at the monster charging toward her. Water created by a few people's magic is not enough to go berserk. It could only help her enough to prepare to go berserk at any moment. Whales needed water to go berserk. They needed a significant amount of water. It was difficult to expect such a large amount of water on dry land. However, there were ways to get it. Watira turned to look, not at the monster charging at her, but at Rosalind. In that battle at the Breck Kingdoms, Gorge of Death Rosalind had played an important role in that battle both as a former royal of the Breck Kingdom and as a mage. The whales needed to go berserk in that battle, but did not have a lot of water to do so. How had they done it back then? An extremely large magic circle and a large amount of mana mages who could handle such things just needed to create water like a tsunami. However, Rosalind and the other mages, they did not have the strength to do that. The thing that solved their problem was Cal's dominating water. The wall of water that shot up like a giant wave served as the foundation for Watira and Archie to go berserk. Watira and Rosalind had seen how much Cal had pushed himself to make that happen. They had won the battle, but they didn't like how much Cal had suffered. This was especially true for Rosalind, who etched the memory of being unable to do something that could have been done with magic, and prepared since then so that something like that would never happen again. Watira looked at Rosalind's firm gaze and started speaking. We don't need to worry about getting water when we have an Archmage with us. Archmage. Watira gave that title to Rosalind without any hesitation. Rosalind couldn't hear her voice, but the moment she saw Watira smile, the magic circle is ready. The magic stones are also ready. Rosalind heard her subordinates report in as well. And the final report, we found all the waterways. The moment the mage holding the map reported in for all of them, she stood in the middle of a newly drawn magic circle. She closed her eyes and said in a low voice, "Please get started." The mage holding the map immediately shouted, "Destroy the waterways." The plaza at the center of Puzzle City, there were a total of 5 waterways underneath this area. Bang! Sharp mana spears pierced through the 5 waterways. Nobody was left in Puzzle City, but the water was still flowing. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhh, water shot up from the waterways. One of the mages put a magic stone at the edge of the new large magic circle and shouted, "Pour the mana in." Ooh, the mana that came out of the magic stone seeped into the magic circle. The mana gathered so quickly that the magic circle looked like a bomb that was about to explode. Rosalind was standing at the center. She slowly opened her eyes. She became covered in red mana once more as she spoke to Watira. "I will send you a tsunami." Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh, the 5 pillars of water shooting up from the waterways, all of that water flew through the air and headed toward the magic circle where Rosalind was standing. She raised her hand the moment the water coming from different directions was about to gather as one above the magic circle. Become a wave. Splash. A giant strand of water shot up from the magic circle and gobbled up the 5 stands of water from the waterways. They combined to become one large wave. Go. It started to move toward where Rosalind was pointing. It was moving toward Watira. Watira smiled while looking at the large wave heading toward her. If the water wall Cal created at the Gorge of Death let her feel the violent nature of the ocean, because of its dominating power, the wave is burning. The wave headed toward her was roaring like fire, even though it was water. It must be carrying the will of the mage who created this wave. This wave that was full of mana was small compared to Cal's water wall, but it was extremely strong because of the amount of mana it carried. Watira's heart started to beat wildly as she carried on the will of that wave. Water and fire were different. Water did not burn, it just roared. However, if this water carried the will of someone who wanted to burn up in this battle, there was no reason she couldn't carry that will forward. Watira reached out her hand. The wave seemed to lower its head toward her for a moment. Watira walked on top of the wave. "I am coming too." Archie got behind her. The wave covered Watira and Archie's bodies. The whale tribe's berserk transformation. Their body did not get bigger. The half-transparent water just surrounded their bodies as if it was armor. However, this armor was what made the whales the strongest of the beast people. As people started to get lost in their beauty, chhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The blue-haired, blue-eyed Watira looked into the similarly blue eyes of the monster up above. Watira licked her lips with excitement. The water from the waterway underneath Puzzle City and the water created by Rosalind and the many mages it had turned into a wave. But it was not enough to become a tsunami. That was why the last part was the large amount of water created by this monster. "I really like that you are the enemy I need to fight." She would take it for herself. "I like it as well." Kah. Archie had the same thought. Barang. Watira, who now had a water armor and cape, as well as an armored Archie, slammed against the blue head. There was another loud explosion, and the people watching to see the results noticed the water surrounding the blue head turning into a whip. Chhhh, chhhh, chhhhhhh. The blue head's eyes opened wide after seeing the water it shot out turning into a whip. The monster looked into Watira's cold eyes. "I will make you suffocate." Roo-woo-ah, the monster roared in pain. The water whip slithered like a snake and started to tighten around the blue head and the entire electric eel's body. Crunch, crunch. The tree roots Rosalind created were easily destroyed by the strength of the whip as well. Ha ha, but Rosalind was laughing. The foundation that allowed Watira to use such strength was her magic too. Roo-woo, boom. The blue head soon fell to the ground. Grrrr, chhhhh. The blue head tried to get rid of the water it had cast, but it was impossible. The water created by the monster was already under Watira's jurisdiction now. The monster needed to find a way to get out of this whip. However, it would not have the time to do so. Kahaha, we just need to beat it up now. Archie and his fist that was covered in sparkling water armor appeared in front of the blue head's nose. Pow! Archie's fist slammed into the blue head's forehead, and there was a cracking noise as the horn on the blue head's forehead instantly crushed into pieces. Archie's eyes flashed. Keh! Hey monster bastard, did you know? Pazetin shook his head after hearing Archie's thuggish tone, but Archie was serious. Archie continued speaking to the blue head that was struggling while being suffocated by the whip. "No matter how strong your scales are, Rido, you know what happens if you keep punching it. Then the organs inside all explode." You want to know if I'm being serious? That's what your gaze seems to be saying. Do you really want to know? Do you want me to tell you? Archie raised his fist. "I'll happily tell you." Kah! His fist struck down on the sturdy scales on the blue head's face that was visible through the gap in the whip. Pow, pow. The scales did not break or rip. However, the shock from the punches shook the inside of the monster underneath the scales. Archie noticed a shadow above him and turned his head. How about we do it together? Oh, it'll be easier like this. The tigers walked over with their loose sleeves fluttering in the wind. The wolves awkwardly added on as well. They were so big in their berserk transformations that Archie thought that it had suddenly turned to night instead of there being a shadow above him. Smile, Archie responded while smiling. Let's beat it up together. That was how the blue-head's scream started. Pow, 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 ruor, ruor. However, that screaming did not last long. The blue-head's insides were a mess with its blood vessels popping and its organs exploding. We don't have time to drag it out. They heard an unbelievable explosion the moment they heard Choi Han's voice. Barang, barang. They raised their heads to see a strong gust of wind created by the gold dragon and the lion dragon fighting against each other. Only the black bone dragon was able to resist the storm to support the gold dragon. It was an intense battle with gold dust flying around everywhere. It helped them realize that the true enemy was over there. Archie nodded his head at Choi Han before walking over to the blue head. Ah, Ruor chhhh. Archie opened the blue head's mouth without much effort. Chhh, chhh. The monster coughed up blood with its mouth open. Choi Han watched this with a stoic expression before stabbing his sword that was covered in a bit of aura into the open mouth. Pook! The sword pierced through the roof of the blue head's mouth and reached all the way to its brain, making those angry blue eyes finally lose their gleam. We're done over here, too. Watira opened the yellow head's mouth, and Paziton stabbed a sword in there to finish off the other head as well. Archie walked over to Choi Han, who was catching his breath, and started speaking. We took care of one easier than they expected, such that they shouldn't have worried so much. However, Archie frowned without being able to say that after seeing Choi Han's face. A small strand of blood was still dripping down from the corner of Choi Han's mouth. He then remembered what he had forgotten about. We were able to fight at full strength because Choi Han went all out to hold this monster back until we arrived. Archie looked past Choi Han's shoulder at Rosalind. The mages were all plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily, and although Rosalind was still standing firm, she too was wiping blood off the corner of her mouth. Everybody other than the beast people was not in good condition. Their strength and sacrifices had allowed them to fight like that. Archie's face stiffened up. The tigers and wolves had the same expressions on their faces. It was because they were thinking that they did not do much, while the others had strategized and fought hard against this monster. It means we just need to fight more from here. They heard Watira's voice. They turned toward the voice to see Watira and Lark standing there. The two people who were holding their whip and shield, respectively, raised their heads. We will step in once that lion dragon falls to the ground. The beast people nodded their heads with stiff expressions, still on their faces. Choi Han nodded at the now fully grown Lark, as if to tell him not to worry before grabbing his sword that was stabbed into the blue head. The moment he was about to pull his sword out, tang! Something hard was touching his sword. What is going on? A confused Choi Han moved his sword to pull the hard thing out. It was because it might be a variable that could negatively affect them. But Choi Han gasped the moment he saw what came out with the sword. Tang! The round orb fell to the ground. What is this? Archie looked at the orb that came out of the blue head with confusion, but Choi Han picked it up and answered his question. A Sintamani. A Sintamani. I've never heard of that before. Everybody looked confused after hearing a word they had never heard before. But Choi Han recalled what had happened on Earth. They said something like a Sintamani came out after they caught the yellow head. I guess something like that came out here too. Choi Han asked Paziton, who was pulling his sword out as well, is there an orb like this over there too? There isn't one here. Really? Choi Han tilted his head in confusion. I remember they said on Earth that the Sintamani came out of the yellow-headed monster. Was this a bit different? Choi Han decided it wasn't a variable that could negatively affect them and thoughtlessly wiped the blood off the Sintamani. He needed to keep it and pass it on to Cal later. It was at that moment. Choi Han flinched after wiping the Sintamani with his sleeve. He heard someone's voice. It was a familiar voice. Ha. The person sounded anxious. Choi Han looked toward the source of the voice. He lifted his sleeve that was cleaning the orb away, and inside the orb he could see a person. Ha! Choi Han was truly bewildered as he stood in the middle of the battlefield. Ha! Ha! Both Choi Han and the person inside the orb could only repeat the same thing over and over. It could not be helped. Choi Han barely managed to say something. Park Jin-tae, Park Jin-tae. This was the former national representative for shooting and the ability user who used the gun with exploding bullets as his weapon. He was someone on Earth. You're a Choi Han. Why are you inside the Sintamani? On the other side of the Sintamani, Park Jin-tae was looking at Choi Han with an anxious expression on his face. For the currently unconscious Cal, the god of death had said the following in a warm voice as Cal was leaving Earth. Human, do not think that this is the end. You never know when you might be reconnected with people you know. Fate is something even the laws of the world cannot fathom. Cal had been unable to tell the meaning behind those words and had called it bullshit. However, fated individuals would always be connected together. Choi Han looked at Park Jin-tae inside the orb and blankly said something. This is driving me crazy. Holy crap. Lee Chul-min, Su Hyuk Hyang, no call Kim Rak Su over. Park Jin-tae was feeling the same way. Both Choi Han and Park Jin-tae were completely bewildered right now. Chapter 653, Everything Can Be Connected 3 Hyang, Who is that? Lark moved his face toward the Sintamani after seeing Choi Han's anxious expression as he focused on it. Eek, Lee Chelmin, who was doing the same thing on Park Jin-tae's side, gasped and moved back after seeing the berserk Lark. Park Jin-tae opened his mouth but closed it back without being able to say much. Where the hell is this bastard right now? Park Jin-tae was at a loss for words after seeing Lark and the area visible behind Choi Han's shoulder. One unranked monster, the electric eel, was dead, and there were many humans and peculiar-looking humans as well. He recalled the day when Choi Han had disappeared. What happened to that punk Choi Han? He left. Kim Rak-soo had seemed oddly different when he woke up again. He wasn't the original Kim Rak-soo that Park Jin-tae knew, nor was he the Kim Rak-soo who had acted as the commander. He was someone in between those two people. But Kim Rak-soo was still Kim Rak-soo, and his actions weren't very different from when he was acting as commander. However, many people didn't know what to say after hearing what Kim Rak-soo told them. Most of the abilities I've used have disappeared. I can't use them anymore. Some of my abilities have been sealed as well. He must have ended up that way after using too much of his powers. Most of the people understood it that way, and they were just relieved that Kim Rak-soo was still alive. Park Jin-tae, who had been one of those relieved people, had asked about Choi Han, who seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He wasn't the only one who had been curious. The others had been curious as well, but they didn't dare to ask Kim Rak-soo, who still needed time to recover. Choi Han returned to where he belongs. He belongs here, so where the hell did he go? Smile. Kim Rak-soo had smiled and mischievously responded to Park Jin-tae. Park Jin-tae, I didn't expect you to feel that way. Duck. Park Jin-tae could not ask anything else after hearing that. However, he did notice something. Kim Rak-soo, Lee Soo-hyuk, and Choi Young-soo. I am sure the three of them know something. He felt that it was especially true for Choi Young-soo, who trained like hell using the book Choi Han gave him as he left. On the other hand, Lee Soo-hyuk seemed a bit more aloof. It looked as if the burden on his heart had been lessened. Park Jin-tae, why are you holding the Sintamani? Park Jin-tae flinched at Choi Han's calm question. He turned away from the Sintamani and looked down at his hand. He was holding a cloth. It was a cloth to clean the Sintamani. I am currently training my mind. Lee Soo-hyuk had stopped Park Jin-tae's mental training via sparring and was now making him do all sorts of different things. Choi Han chuckled. I suppose you do need to train that mind of yours. You little punk. Park Jin-tae frowned and glared at Choi Han, while Lark and the others beside Choi Han looked at him with surprised expressions. Choi Han was usually calm and tended to be more affectionate. He was only snappy like this against his enemies, but he seemed shocked yet happy to see this person for this guy to be an enemy. They're similar. Lark had only seen two people inside the Sintamani, but realized that their physical appearances and hair color were similar to Choi Han's. The place inside the Sintamani seemed to be different from this world, where black eyes and black hair were rare to be seen. It seemed to be a different world. Lark held back a groan and kept his mouth shut. This is amazing. We are able to talk to each other. Choi Han was quite amazed. He was currently speaking in the language of Cal's world and not speaking Korean, but they were able to communicate with both sides using their respective languages. It was at that moment. Bang! The door behind Park Jin-Tae slammed open and Lee Chul-min came in with someone. Huff, huff. Lee Chul-min was breathing heavily, but the person behind him seemed completely fine. That person quickly walked over to the Sintamani. Hey Han, why do you look like that? It was Lee Soo-hyuk. We caught the electric eel on this side. There was a Sintamani inside the electric eel, and it connected like this. Ha! Lee Soo-hyuk laughed at Choi Han's calm response and nodded his head. Then what about Roxu? Park Jin-Tae's expression twisted as if to ask what the heck Lee Soo-hyuk was talking about while Choi Han's face stiffened up. Park Jin-Tae flinched at Choi Han's stiff expression. He's not here right now. Lee Soo-hyuk focused on Choi Han's eyes. He must have gone unconscious again. He hesitated before adding on, it's fine as long as he is still alive. However, he noticed that Choi Han's pupils slightly shook the moment he said that. Lee Soo-hyuk felt as if his heart was sinking. Is he in critical condition? Choi Han seemed to hesitate after hearing that question. Lee Soo-hyuk could see a strong gust of wind blowing toward Choi Han. Hyang, dodge. Locke grabbed Choi Han, who seemed to be thinking about something, by the collar and pulled him back. Choi Han raised his head. Where he had been standing, someone was falling there as if he had been slammed down. Ah, it was Albaru. Choi Han walked toward him with shock. Your Highness, are you okay? Albaru raised his hand to say that he was okay before smiling in pain. This isn't easy. Iruhaben had told him to get on his back, but it was difficult to even get close to Iruhaben, who was trading blows with the lion dragon. He felt like a shrimp in the middle of a battle between whales. The strong gusts of wind and the aftershock of the explosive blows between the two behemoths just sent Albaru flying. Sorry. Iruhaben was apologizing to Albaru for not being able to do anything about it, but Albaru felt as if he should be the one to apologize. I didn't know I was this weak. Albaru was angry at himself for being unable to even get close to Iruhaben or the lion dragon to attack its wings. He hid his thoughts and addressed Choi Han, who was helping him up. You already caught the electric eel. We've caught it once before, so it was easy. So I just need to do my part. Choi Han looked at Albaru with concern after hearing his calm voice. Albaru, who had turned away as if to pretend he had not seen Choi Han's gaze, noticed the orb in Choi Han's other hand. Ha! Albaru subconsciously lifted his helmet a bit. What the hell? Park Jin-Tae. Lee Soo-hyuk. Lee Soo-hyuk and Park Jin-Tae were both shocked to hear this surprised yet happy voice. What the hell? How does that punk know who I am? Albaru slightly frowned after hearing Park Jin-Tae's comment. Punk. How dare you say that to the future son? Ha! Is this some crazy bastard? Albaru chuckled despite the dire situation they were currently in. Choi Han shook his head while looking at Park Jin-Tae. Lee Soo-hyuk and Park Jin-Tae still seemed confused, but Albaru looked at Choi Han, the Sintamani, and the electric eel before smirking toward the orb. You don't know who I am. Should I know who you are? Albaru nonchalantly commented after hearing Park Jin-Tae's retort. Albaru Crossman, how about now? Ha, I definitely heard that name before. Where was it? Park Jin-Tae tried his best to remember. Lee Soo-hyuk started to speak at that moment. The Dark Tiger. Eek. Park Jin-Tae and Lee Soo-hyuk's eyes opened wide. Albaru smirked at them before patting Choi Han on the shoulder. Just wait. It'll make that monster fall to the ground soon enough. Ooh, he was about to cast flight magic again before he suddenly stopped. Hey, Crown Prince, he heard Rayon's urgent voice. Albaru turned his head toward the city hall. Dark Elf Tasha called me. The Dark Elf, Tasha. She was Albaru's aunt and currently leading the Dark Elf battle squad. She also had the elf warriors with her right now, and they were headed for the Indable Kingdom. Tasha was headed there because they needed to figure out what Seoru, the bears, and Arm were doing once Cal and Rayan had left, and if possible, to rescue any dark elves who were still alive after not being used as sacrifices. She had a difficult task to fulfill, but they believed she wouldn't be in too much danger as long as it wasn't a full-on battle, since the Dark Elves had formed an alliance with the Eastern and Western continents' elves. However, it should have taken a long time to complete this task. She already contacted him. Albaru had an ominous feeling about the fact that Tasha was contacting them so quickly. That ominous feeling turned out to be right. She said they weren't there. The dark elves imprisoned in the caged carriages were there, but Seru, the priests, the bears, and Arm, none of them were there. Duck! Alberus' mind turned into a complicated mess. Where did they go? Where did so many enemies disappear to at once? Were they headed to Puzzle City? Alberu became anxious after hearing about this new source of headache. We need to hurry and take care of this lion dragon. What he knew for sure was that this monster wasn't the end. There was still the sealed guard, and he had a feeling that something else would happen after they took care of this monster as well. Alberus' heart started to beat wildly with nervousness. He heard Choi Han's voice at that moment. Lark. Ha! Choi Han stood next to Alberu and wrapped the Sintamani in cloth before handing it to Lark. Take this to Kalnim. You just need to go to City Hall. Rayan will take care of things if you tell him. Kim Raksu. Kim Raksu. Ah, okay, I got it. Alberu just glanced at them while Choi Han smiled the way he smiles when he pretended to be all innocent. Alberu could see the dry blood on Choi Han's lips as he smiled. Alberu couldn't believe what Choi Han was saying while looking like that. Let's do it together, Your Highness. Your instructor can't leave his student alone. I will cover you. He could see Rosalind, who also had blood on her lips, walking over to him as well. Your Highness, I will deal with the flight magic. I will help you pierce through that gust of wind as well. Rosalind picked up the necklace full of highest-grade magic stones, as if something like that was easy to do for her. Alberu was so full of disbelief that he couldn't even laugh. If Rosalind casts the spell to send him flying, and casts a barrier to block that strong gust of wind, and if Choi Han covers him from the front to block the aftershock of the enemy's attacks, then the chances of Alberu piercing through that monster's wings would go up. A shadow appeared on top of Alberu, Rosalind, Choi Han, and the others at that moment. You all seem to be forgetting about me. Mary descended to the ground. She was with the black bone dragon half-blood whose gold eyes were sparkling. Get on my back. The dragon half-blood offered his armored back to Alberu, Choi Han, and Rosalind. Alberu laughed and started to speak. I guess there's no need to get on Uruhaben Nim's back. On the sky covered with gold dust, as if it was the Milky Way, 3 people headed to the battlefield in the sky on top of a black bone dragon. At that moment what? The buzz-cut dragon Rashiel could not hide his shocked expression. He grabbed Dorf by the neck and shook him around. The black wall by Dorf had disappeared at some point. Hey, snap out of it. How can you already faint? Hey, hey, you damn lion, wake the duck up. Pow, 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 hurry and get back up. Rashiel continued to punch Dorf's already bloody mess of a face. Ooh, ooh, he heard quiet groans from the unconscious Dorf each time, but Rashiel continued to punch him without stopping. Hey, I'm going to punch you until you die if you don't wake up. Huh, do you want to die? He just launched vicious threats to Dorf. Mercenary King Bud watched Rashiel with disbelief before shouting, Rashiel Nim, could you please help us? No, I'm only beating up one bastard. Pow, Rashiel then kicked Dorf's stomach. Bud seemed to be scared as he turned away only to see the other lions who were peeking at Rashiel full of fear. Bud mumbled while looking at them. Well, I guess we don't really need the help. CHHHHHHHHH. Bud's sword was glowing with a blue aura. His eyes, that were as cold as his sword, glanced around the battlefield. The lions were berserk, but not doing well. They were currently gathered in one area without any means of escape. They were chaotic messes after their leader, Dorf, had gone unconscious. Surround them, make it so that they can't escape. They can't beat us with this kind of numbers advantage. Now that the rangers who had gone to rescue the vampires were back, a total of 500 Ranger Brigade members were attacking the lions. The tens of lions couldn't help but be pushed back by the numbers advantage, even while berserk. You bastards, we will never forgive you. Even some of the still weakened vampire warriors were helping them to attack the lions. Then there were the unexpected allies. Attack those villains who tried to harm His Majesty. Leave none of them alive. They are the enemy of our Sez Kingdom. The Sez Kingdom's Knights Brigade, soldiers, and mages who appeared once the Black Wall had disappeared were helping the mercenaries. Their 3 leaders were still unconscious. King Bake, the Knight Captain, and the top Royal Mage would despair if they saw what was going on, but they were currently unconscious without showing any signs of waking up. The Vice-Captain of the Royal Knights Brigade, who was leading the troops right now, continued to show his anger toward the lions and cats. Such evil people. Ho ho ho. I'm impressed by the desires of the Society of Peace. I can't thank you all enough for safely returning our Majesty to us. Ho ho, it was nothing. We just did what needed to be done, the right thing to do. Gashan patted Dodery, who could not hide his anxiety, on the shoulder before making it look as if he was taking care of the unconscious King Bake. The vice-captain of the Sez Kingdom's Royal Knights Brigade couldn't help but throw praises at this Society of Peace Gashan mentioned after seeing Gashan looking so hard at work to take care of his king. Gashan was doing this to snap the king's head off in case he woke up and the situation took a turn. But only Bud and a few others knew about his true intentions. Bud watched this and thought that he could leave the cleanup to Gashan afterward. He then anxiously bit down on his lips. We need to hurry over. He had heard about Cal's condition from Dodery and Gashan. He could also tell what kind of danger the Roan Kingdom was in right now. We need to get there as quickly as possible to help them. They needed to take care of things here properly before heading over. Bud looked toward the forest. I guess there's only one left. Mount Nex was fully covered by fog. About a third of it was covered by red fog. He looked back at the battlefield. Ha! The cats are so quick. He couldn't see the Marlin household or the cats. The cats had all quickly escaped into the fog once they realized they were in danger. This was the same for the cat tribe leader. I didn't know cats become so quick when they go berserk. The speed of the berserk cats was so quick that even he, a sword master, had trouble catching them. They were so efficient running away without caring about the danger their allies, the lions and Dorf, were in. Only the Marlin household barely managed to chase them into the fog. Bud could not hide his anxiety and concern. The forest was too quiet. He heard a low voice at that moment. It'll be over soon. Beecrux was wiping blood off his greatsword as he said that. The fact that it is silent means that we are doing well. His father would be running through the fog right now. On and Hung were trying to swallow the whole mountain with their red fog. Beecrux could clearly imagine what his family was doing right now. The image in his mind was almost a direct representation of what was going on. Inside the fog-covered forest, a cat that couldn't even make much noise before its neck was pierced fell to the ground. Plop! The body didn't even make much noise as it fell. Shhhhh. Ran wiped the blood on his dagger with a leaf before looking forward. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Inside the fog, the berserk cat tribe leader was glaring at Ran. Behind the cat tribe leader was a red fog that was slowly extending its territory and approaching Ran and the tribe leader. Chapter 654, Everything Can Be Connected. 4. Gra Ure annoyingly persistent. The cat tribe leader was trying to catch his breath while frowning at Ran. Huwu. Ran's breath was also slightly heavy. His face was calm, but his back was full of sweat. The old man's eyes observed the berserk tribe leader. I've heard stories about berserk cats, but this is my first time seeing it in person. Berserk transformations were different based on the attributes of the beast tribe. Some of them, such as tigers and wolves, grew bigger and their strength increased exponentially. There were also transformations like the whale tribes, where there were no physical changes, but a medium was used to increase their strength. The cats had their own unique transformation as well. First, their whole body becomes covered in fur. Their body didn't grow bigger like the wolves, but there were some physical changes. Most importantly, they become extremely agile and don't make any noises in their movements. They moved very quickly and didn't make any noise when their feet touched the ground as they moved. This berserk transformation was probably why the cats were known for being stealthy. The tribe leader smirked while looking at Ran, observing him. Keek, you sound very tired. Ran didn't respond to the tribe leader. It was the truth. Ran had barely caught up to the tribe leader. So persistent, such annoyingly persistent old bastards. The tribe leader commented while looking around. How the hell do none of you groan even after getting hurt? Your venomous aura should decrease with age, but your eyes are all boiling with venomous aura. The reason Ran was able to catch up to the tribe leader, it was thanks to the people from the Marlan household surrounding the tribe leader. Whether it was their arm or leg, they were all bleeding with injuries here and there, but none of them had released a single groan. You pestering bugs. On the way here, attacks that made the cats who were running away with the tribe leader stop, temporarily or forever, had continued all around the forest. They were all attacks by the Marlan household. They were so persistent in chasing the cats that they forced the cats to split up and escape in different directions. Ran responded with a stoic expression on his face. Ure left all alone thanks to those so-called pestering bugs. Ah, The tribe leader frowned. The cat that was taken down by Ran's dagger just moments ago was the last one who had been escaping with the tribe leader. Ran had heard Dodori shouting behind him the moment before he jumped into the forest. Cal fainted. It's serious. On and Hung had run off earlier than he did and did not hear it. Ran realized that there was not much time. He needed to take care of the enemies as quickly as possible before returning to the Roan kingdom. Shhhhh. Ran raised his hand, and the people from the Marlan household, who had not made a single noise, disappeared into the fog at his signal. HMPH. The cat tribe leader scoffed, as if he found them ridiculous, but still prepared for their attacks. Ooh, 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 there was an eerie noise, and the fog around them started to roar. Gia ra 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 ra. Did you really think you could survive after stepping into my domain? The tribe leader's fog ability, adding on his extremely improved speed and soundless movement from his berserk transformation, those two together made it so that coming into the fog domain of a berserk fog cat was pretty much asking to be killed. However, he soon frowned. These crazy bastards. The rest of the Marlin household, other than Ran, who had disappeared into the fog, moved away from the tribe leader. The tribe leader quickly swung the dagger in his hand. Claring. Ran's dagger and the tribe leader's dagger slammed into each other and made a terrible noise. They were inside the tribe leader's thick fog. However, the tribe leader could see Ran's face clearly because he was the master of this fog. Ran was smiling. I'm pretty sure I said I was going to kill you, you bastard. Is that why you sent your damn subordinates elsewhere? That's right. The tribe leader frowned. Ran should not be able to see him inside this thick fog, but he was looking right at him. What was going on? The tribe leader then saw a faint red light in his fog and urgently looked behind him. He could see a red fog trying extremely hard to break into his fog domain. Small amounts of it were able to push its way into his fog domain. Those mother-ducking mutant bastards. This was definitely On and Hung's fog. Not just that, this was poisonous fog. That red fog must be telling this damn Marlin patriarch about his location. The tribe leader started sweating. He had seen the fog that had covered about half of the mountain as he ran away earlier. How the hell can a 12-year-old create such fog? How can she be so similar to her father? On and Hung's father, the former tribe leader, was extremely weak physically compared to the other cats because he could not go berserk. The cats were also a tribe that had to fight. Stealthiness and movement were the two most important things when it came to assassination. However, the former tribe leader's fog ability was much stronger than anybody else his age. HMPH. Do you really think that the fog of an inferior punk will be able to surpass mine? Ooh, ooh, the fog roared again. His fog was quite thick, fitting his title as the current tribe leader, making it so that they couldn't even see the grass on the ground. Forget that faint red fog, even dust could not make it into this domain. The tribe leader, the only one who could see in this fog, started to move. He made no noise even though his feet were stepping on grass. Slash. However, a dagger came flying at him even as he was moving stealthily and efficiently. How does he know where I am? The tribe leader could see Ran's dagger that was flying directly at his new location. He quickly blocked Ran's dagger. Duck. The tribe leader could not say anything and just changed directions. It was to aim for Ran's side, since Ran should not be able to see him. Bang! However, Ran twisted his body and blocked that attack with the dagger in his other hand. There was a new dagger in his other hand that aimed for the tribe leader's neck. Bang! Bang! Inside the thick fog, the tribe leader and Ran's battle continued. Unbelievable. The tribe leader was astonished that Ran was able to accurately block his attack and launch another attack when he should be the only one who could see in the fog. Holy shoot, how? Ran continued to pester away to take the tribe leader's life. This area only has my fog. The mutant's fog was not here, and this was completely his domain. So how was this old bastard moving as if he could see? The tribe leader couldn't even escape from these daggers aiming for him. He had to focus on Ran's attacks that were getting even sharper. Barang, clang, clarang. The endless sounds of their daggers clashing ripped through the forest. Holy crap. Why the duck is an old man so strong? The tribe leader's forehead was dripping with sweat. Dagger arts. Strength. Ran was slowly starting to surpass the tribe leader in all aspects. The cats did not grow stronger when they went berserk. Their original strength remained the same. Unbelievable. The tribe leader's hand that was holding his dagger was hurting. But he didn't have time to pay attention to that. How is he able to attack me when he can't see? Extreme swiftness and silent footsteps. There was also the fog cat tribe's fog. The tribe leader had achieved victory over and over using these three things to take away the enemy's sight. But he had no answer since all three things were not working here. Claring. Ah, he finally could not help but groan while pushing away a dagger headed for him. It was the moment the silence was broken. How? He shouted while looking at Ran. How the hell did you do it? Are you able to see me? What magic did you use? The tribe leader could see Ran smirking at him. The old man's entire body was covered in sweat, but he said a single word with a calm expression on his face. Breath, what? Ran didn't care about the tribe leader's response and immediately started attacking again. Ah, clang, clang, tang. The battle started once again. Ron focused as much as possible for this fight. In that last battle against the cats at Sherritt's Castle of Light, Ron had been training to go up against the Fog Cat tribe ever since that time. Ran's training had been simple. Find the enemy's opening. Ran was someone who became stronger in a different manner from Choi Han, Rosalind, Beacrox, and the others. It wasn't important for an assassin to be stronger than their target. What mattered was how well they could aim for an enemy's opening. That was the important part. Ran found the cat's opening. Rustle. Ran couldn't help but make noises whenever he moved, but the cat tribe leader made no noises. However, the cat tribe leader always made a certain noise. It was the sound of his breathing. He made noises breathing in and breathing out. Ran followed that noise and moved his dagger. His breathing is slowly getting heavier. Ran had cleaned his dagger and sharpened his senses day after day. His aging body was trying to make his hearing get worse. But Ran continued to remember a certain moment in the past that would force him to sharpen his senses once again. As for the moment, Ran recalled it was running away with the young Beacrox. Running for survival, running to save his son, he was on the run, doing anything and everything to avoid the enemies. The scariest thing at that time was the noises of people breathing. That symbolized that enemies who would kill him and his son were getting closer. He remembered those days where he had to cover his mouth and his son's mouth despite their heavy breathing while shaking in fear after hearing footsteps or breathing. Finally, Ram was able to completely restore his senses to be as sharp as it had been back then. Clarang, this mother-ducking old bastard. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat dripped down the side of Ran's face and fell down from his chin. He had used a lot of his mental fortitude to focus for so long. He then smirked toward the tribe leader who should be looking at him. I am a bit old, so it would have been difficult if you got stronger after going berserk. I'm relieved you only got faster. I'll be able to easily kill you. The tribe leader's eyes roared with anger. He accepted that he could not run away or hide in the fog and chose to put everything on the line to attack this old bastard. I'll kill you. He used every ounce of strength to attack Ron Clarang. Clang, tang, their battle continued again. The tribe leader sneered after seeing that Ron was extremely tired as well. Keek, fine, let's keep fighting like this. You'll be the first to die, you old bastard. The tribe leader could see a tree behind Ron. He lifted his foot and kicked toward Ran. Pow! The tribe leader swung his dagger the moment Ran raised both arms to block his kick, and Ran barely dodged that dagger before his back hit the tree. Boom! There was quite a loud noise, and the tribe leader saw the slightly stiffened expression on Ran's face before immediately moving his dagger toward Ran's neck. Time to finish this. A benign smile appeared on Ran's face as soon as the tribe leader said that. Who knows? It was so benign that the tribe leader subconsciously questioned what might be going on. Ran happily informed him. There are children who are learning everything I know. Ran had taught stealth techniques and everything he knew other than assassination skills to the children who had lived the life of runaways as he had experienced. Rustle, a very quiet noise reached the tribe leader's ears. It was above his head. He heard it from the leaves on the tree. He had to dodge Ran's attacks that were at a higher level than he had expected, and the sound of their daggers clashing had been so loud that he did not notice someone who was stealthier than most assassins sneaking into the fog. An intruder. The moment the tribe leader finally realized someone was in his domain, the moment he saw that intruder land on the ground and start to move slash. He heard something being slashed. The tribe leader looked down after hearing the noise and could not move. Something sharp had slashed his ankle and revealed the flesh underneath. You always have to be careful of what's underneath your feet, Naya. The tribe leader heard the voice of the younger of the inferior shoots. Hang, who had climbed across trees and stealthily approached him, smiled the same way Cal usually smiles. Hang's small but sharp claws that were full of poison left some not too deep yet not too shallow marks on the tribe leader's ankle. Drip, drip. Black poison was dripping from his claws. You shoot head. Ah. The tribe leader who tried to swing his dagger toward Hang stumbled as the world seemed to spin. Hang moved his claws once more. Slash, the marks opened even more and the black poison seeped in. You. The tribe leader plopped down on the ground and felt as if he was suffocating as he looked at the black poison. Black poison. This was most likely deadly. At that moment, he heard On's calm voice through the fog. Rustle, rustle. On did not hesitate as she approached the tribe leader. 10 minutes. You'll die if you don't get the antidote for that poison in 10 minutes. What? The tribe leader focused his gaze, even as everything continued to spin, and raised his head. Ran was crouching in front of him. I guess you'll die soon. The tribe leader frowned after hearing Ran's calm voice. Die. I'm going to die from this inferior shoothead's poison. It wasn't even a strong attack. It was just enough poison to slash his ankle. But he could not ignore what they just said. The poison was so strong that he became so dizzy that he couldn't even control his body as soon as it entered his body. The tribe leader's whole body was shaking. What's wrong? Do you want us to let you live? The tribe leader shouted in anger at Ran's nonchalant voice. Do you really think I would beg for my life? I will never lower my head to those inferior little punks. The tribe leader's eyes were going dark. His eyes were closing along with the dizziness. He thought that he was going to die like this. He could barely make out the silver cat that was approaching him. Who cares if we can't go berserk? On continued speaking to the tribe leader, who was doing his best to keep his eyes open. We won in the end, Naya. Ah, the tribe leader sneered at the little thing, saying that she had won. You won. Keek, Kahaha, you won. He determined that he couldn't overcome this dizziness or prevent his eyes from closing. Yeah, we won, Naya, you jelly. The corner of the kitten's lips curled up into a sneer. The tribe leader fumed in anger after seeing that smirk. I can't die like this. He could not accept dying while looking at this shooty kid smirking at him. He opened his mouth to speak. He shouted with every ounce of strength he had left. You guys will die in the end. Once the temple door opens, you guys will die. However, he couldn't finish his sentence. Darkness covered his eyes, and the tribe leader could not open his eyes again. His body limped over. On hung, and Ran just quietly looked at him. The tribe leader's fog completely disappeared. On and Hang's red fog gobbled up the rest of the fog cat tribe's fog on Mount Nex. Ah, shoot. That made the last of the escaping cats plop down in disbelief. The fact that the tribe leader's fog disappeared meant that the tribe leader had lost, which probably meant that he was dead. Hang looked at the tribe leader's closed eyes and started speaking. He fell asleep right away, Naya. Who? The tribe leader was in a deep slumber. Hang's black poison was actually a sleeping poison. You fall asleep faster the more tired you are, Naya. This mother-ducking tribe leader must have been very tired, Naya. Hang, who described the tribe leader with a term that would make Cal gasp if he had heard it, excitedly looked toward On and Ran. Hang, who was about to tell them that they should quickly bind him up and take him back with them, flinched after looking at the two of them. Temple. On tilted her head and mumbled to herself, while Ran urgently grabbed the tribe leader by the neck and started running toward the rest of their allies. On and Hang were shocked at his action and quickly chased after him, but Ran did not have the luxury to wait for them. A temple can only mean. The tribe leader had said temple as what he believed were to be his last words before his death. There was only one temple door for the cats or the White Star's side to open. The sealed guard. The sealed guard, otherwise known as the guard of despair. Their side did not know where that guard was sealed. Ran's mind was quickly moving as he thought about it. The summoning ritual is supposed to take place in Puzzle City. He combined the information he knew to come to a conclusion. Does that mean that the temple door of the sealed guard will open in Puzzle City? Ran started to sweat for a different reason. I must inform them. He needed to quickly inform his allies, especially the ones in Puzzle City, about this new information. At that moment, hurrah! Man, that shield sure is sturdy. Ancient dragon Aruhaben looked at his front paw with a slightly fatigued expression. His golden hide was slowly starting to crack as well. He observed his current condition before looking forward. Kill, kill the strong intruder. The lion dragon charged toward Iruhaben once more with its shield that didn't have a single scratch on it. It keeps saying the same thing. Is it really the guardian for something? Iruhaben thought for a moment before dodging the shield swinging toward him and attacking the lion dragon with his claw. Continuing to keep the monster occupied was the best Iruhaben could do alone. Crack, crack. Iruhaben's hide continued to crack from his paw to the rest of his body. Chapter 655, Everything Can Be Connected. 5. The sharp claws that resembled eagle talons charged toward Iruhaben's neck from behind the shield. Barang, there was a loud explosion, and a golden barrier blocked the claw. PSS, the barrier instantly scattered back to dust, while Iruhaben used the opening to aim for the now visible lion dragon's arm with his claw. Barang, disgustingly quick. The spot where the lion dragon's revealed arm had been was replaced with the white shield to nullify Iruhaben's attack. It had all happened in just a few seconds. Two bangs and a strong gust of wind burst out every time the two creatures exchanged attacks. Ah! A man clenched one hand around the roof in order to prevent himself from falling off from the force of the impacts. Kehe, hehe, the Milky Way created by golden dust, the large creatures fighting underneath it, and the people and beasts on the ground, killing the other monster. Uwoong, uwoong, the man looked toward his hand that was not holding onto the corner of the roof. Clope Seca. The video recording device that the man was looking at was glowing in multiple colors as it recorded everything that was happening. Kehe. Yes, it should be like this. The corners of Clope's lips curled up as high as possible. His old-fashioned outfit was a mess because of the impact of Iruhaben and the lion-dragon's battle, but his smile truly seemed fitting for a man who was called the Guardian Knight. He let go of the hand, holding onto the roof for a moment, and grabbed the video recording device with both hands. I spent so much money on this video recording device. I knew a day like this would come. His eyes were so full of joy that they looked crazed. The others couldn't see this, but Clope's video recording device looked different from the general video recording devices. There were multiple devices hanging underneath it, as well as quite a few highest-grade magic stones. There were even magic circles on it. I had to work so hard to get one that works even without a mage by my side. This was a prototype video recording device that he had pushed the mages of the north to develop. As long as Mage activated the orb, it could continue running without anybody controlling it. The magic stones continued to infuse mana into it, and the magic stones kept the device running. Clope touched the video recording device. Click. He pressed a small switch on the apparatus. TL. I just can't help using the terms we see in the official manhwa translation at least once. Finally, a new screen appeared on the video recording device, and Queen Latana's face was visible. We finally managed to get in contact with someone. This orb was both a video recording device and a video communication device in one. There was a video communication magic circle on it as well. Ooh, hooang. Mana was flowing out of an extremely expensive highest-grade magic stone and provided a stable connection. Sir Clope, are you okay? This was the first person she was able to contact. Litana was smiling but looking at Clope, whose hair was a mess, with concern. I am okay, Mom. Litana stopped talking for a moment before urgently speaking once again while looking at the faint smile on Clope's face. Sir Clope, we contacted you because we were unable to contact the Crown Prince of Roan Kingdom. Alberu could not pick up any calls as he was currently in a fierce battle. Rayan had stepped in to facilitate contact with some kingdoms, but there were many who were not included so far. The Jungle, the Whipper Kingdom, the Breck Kingdom, and others. Most of the kingdoms of the Western continent were not included in Rayan's current flow of information. Saint Jack said that we could contact the Roan Kingdom through him, but Margoru was quite busy dealing with enemies as well. Saint Jack had planned on gathering information to deliver to Rayan, but he couldn't do it as much as he wanted because of the number of enemies Margoru was facing. The other kingdoms were in similar situations. However, some kingdoms were in different situations. We have gotten rid of a majority of our invaders. This was especially true for the kingdoms that were strong enough to get rid of the invaders quickly. There were two kingdoms like that. First was the jungle led by Litana, and the second was the Whipper Kingdom with Commander Tunka. We heard from Saint Jack. He told us that you were currently in the Roan Kingdom, Sir Clope. Latana had contacted Clope as soon as they were pretty much done dealing with the invaders and was relieved to make contact with him. How is it over there? She could see that Clope Seca's eyes were calm without any changes after hearing her question. He slowly closed his eyes before opening them back and starting to speak. It'll probably be faster if you saw it yourself. His voice sounded both calm and reverent. Latana could see the battlefield once the screen turned. That. Her eyes opened wide. Dragon. She could see a gold dragon covered in a golden light. Is that the monster? She then saw the monster that looked to be easily dealing with the gold dragon. She was at a loss for words. Alberu Crossman had told her that the monsters that show up in Puzzle City might be able to destroy the entire continent. She had believed him, but still had thought, is that really possible? She still doubted whether they would really be that strong. He was telling the truth. Alberu had not been exaggerating. Even though she was only looking through the screen, Latana couldn't help but be fearful about whether she would be able to protect her kingdom if such a monster was to show up on her territory. She then realized something and quickly asked, "The others, what about the others?" She could only see the dragon and the monster. She did not see any people around them. I shall show you. The screen slowly looked down. Ah, Latana could see the large snake with two heads. It was not as majestic as the monster fighting against the dragon, but it looked majestic even when it was down on the ground. Latana didn't know what to say after taking a look at the dead monster and the destroyed area around it. Our allies caught it. She could only bite down on her lower lip as Clope calmly explained the situation to her. She barely managed to speak. Amazing. Her eyes opened wide again as she made that comment. Ha! Clope's eyes clouded over as well. As expected, Choi Han there was an armored black bone dragon. Choi Han, Alberu, and Rosalind got on top of its back. Isn't that Sir Choi Han and Crown Prince Alberu? That's right. They plan on heading up to the sky to fight alongside the dragon. Boom, boom. The loud noises from the fight between two large creatures were hurting Latana's ears through the call. Just hearing the noises was making her scared, but Latana clenched her fists together as she watched the people heading into the battlefield. She then realized something. Where is young Master Cal? The person she expected to see first, the person who always stood in the front and showed the others his back no matter how much they tried to stop him, was not there. I heard that young Master Cal is currently unconscious. Only two monsters were summoned thanks to his efforts. Ah! Latana gasped and covered her face with both hands. Seeing how strong these two monsters looked, she could tell that it must have been extremely difficult to prevent the other six from being summoned as well. She could tell even without seeing what had happened. She then heard Clope's voice. He will be back soon. Clope's eyes were full of an odd fiery passion. Yes, the moment the hero returns, that is when the real legend will begin. Latana firmed her resolve while looking at Clope's passionate gaze that showed that he had not given up yet, without knowing Clope's true inner thoughts. Soon. She stood up to turn the video communication device off. We will head to Puzzle City soon. The call ended as soon as she said that. Clope looked at the screen for a moment before moving his hand again. Uwung, another place, the Whipper Kingdom kept calling him as well. He was certain that the person calling him must be Commander Tunka. I guess the jungle and the Whipper Kingdom will be here right away. Clope was speaking nonchalantly, but was making sure he was recording everything that happened on the battlefield without missing anything. All emotion disappeared from Clope's face. A legend only becomes a legend when people keep talking about it. They must not forget. Everything that happened here must remain a story that was passed down in this kingdom and this continent for a very long time. Clope's video recording device recorded everybody on the battlefield, at least once even without Cal there. In the free city that would be created in between the Margoru and the Roan Kingdom, in the future, the city that would be famous for its magic tower and alchemy tower will have a building that will be just as famous as those two towers. That building is the Hennetus Museum, the largest museum in the world that the Hennetus Duchy would fully fund to create. The item that would be located in the most central region of that museum would be this video recording device currently in Clope Seca's hand. Numerous people will come visit the Hennetus Museum to see this video recording device. Clope had a stoic expression on his face as he held that video recording device in his hand. It'd be extremely unfair if nobody knew about how hard everybody worked. He looked toward the bone dragon and the three heroes who were shooting up into the air. He then peeked toward the Puzzle City Hall. That was where Cal Henitus was right now. The door to the City Hall office Cal was in right now burst open. Bang! Rayon's eyes opened wide after turning his head toward the door. It's Dodoris, Mom. Hi, Rayon. Just call me Auntie. I'm Sherit Unniz Clo's younger sister. Okay, Auntie. Dodoris, Mom Mila had her hoe in her hand as she looked at Rayon with a warm expression on her face before it instantly changed. Good. By the way, Rayon, what are you doing? I'm very busy right now. She walked over to Cal and Rayon. Mila's grip tightened on the hoe after seeing that Cal was obviously in a serious condition. However, she couldn't help but flinch after looking at Rayon, who was right next to Cal. Rayon. Rayon was rummaging through Cal's shirts in a pocket. I'm looting my human right now. Rayon openly admitted to looting Cal before taking off Cal's outerwear and shaking it up and down. Plop. Cal's spatial pocket bag and one other item fell out of the outerwear. Rayon quickly grabbed that item. Found it. Rayon was holding the Golden Tops whip in his front paw. Rayon tightly clenched the Golden Tops whip with both paws and shook it intensely. Wind elementals. Rayon was listening to the messages on the video communication device and realized that there was one extremely important piece of information that was missing. That was why he had urgently looked for the Golden Tops whip. Can you hear my voice? I am the great and mighty Rayon Muro. I can't hear you guys, but if you can hear me. Rayon's eyes were burning up with anger. The White Star. Please find out where that stupid white thing is right now, and please let me know where he is however you can do so. The White Star. They needed to figure out where that bastard was right now. This monster would not be the end. They said they were going to conduct the summoning ritual for the sealed guard as well. They needed to know the White Star's current location if they wanted to plan for the future. That should be one of the most pivotal pieces of information for the human right now. So please help me. Rayon desperately shouted while holding the Golden Tops whip. Sadly, Rayon could not hear the voices of the elementals even while holding the whip. However, a faint breeze flew outside the terrace. Chhhhhh. The curtains shook because of that breeze. Rayon noticed that small movement and his eyes clouded over. It's on you guys now, wind elementals. Rayon made up his mind. Once we find the White Star, his dark blue eyes were burning up even more. I will make it so that he can never touch my human or my family ever again. Ooong, Black Mana fluctuated around the young dragon as if to respond to his determination. Rayon. However, that moment did not last very long. Please move. Cal was lying on the bed. Mila walked over and lifted Rayon, who had been rummaging through Cal's outerwear while sitting right next to him, and moved him to the ground. Rayon looked at Mila with confusion at her suddenly moving him, but Mila pointed to the video communication devices floating in the air. The video communication devices were currently turned off. Everybody was busy fighting and couldn't leave them on at all times, so they would only contact Rayon as needed. Can you move the video communication devices to the corner for me? They might get in your auntie's way as she works. Smile. Mila gently smiled. I came to heal Dodoris, teacher. What did you just say? Rayon jumped up while holding the Golden Tops whip and the spatial pocket bag. Mila pretended not to see the teardrops forming at the corners of Rayon's shaking eyes and patted his head. I need to focus. Can you please help me? I got it. Oh, of course, it'll help. Rayon quickly dragged the video communication devices to a corner and made it so that they could not see the bed. Mila watched for a moment before turning back toward Cal. Ha! Ha! Cal was breathing very lightly and weakly. It looks like I need to hurry. Auntie, can I hear MMPH? Rayon stopped talking and quickly covered his mouth. His round eyes opened even rounder. The hoe is glowing. The hoe in Mila's hand, swoosh, a gust of wind came out from the hoe and filled the whole office. However, beige-colored mana that was thicker than the wind consumed the entire area. Rayon turned his head. Human. Cal's entire body was starting to crack. His body was cracking as if he was a ceramic plate that was starting to break. Rayon, you don't need to be shocked. Rayon looked toward Mila after hearing her gentle voice. He forgot that he was shocked and observed the expression on her face. Our teacher really seems to have suffered a lot. Mila observed the cracks appearing on Cal's body with an extremely sad expression on her face. The plate is something that is inside a human's body. Cal had asked if it was possible to connect an intangible thing such as a person's plate. There's no reason you can't connect it if you turn it from an intangible to a tangible item. Mila thoroughly inspected the cracks on Cal's body. There was not a spot on his body that didn't have a crack. This showed that Cal's plate was in an extremely dangerous situation right now. Forget waking up, his plate is going to melt at this rate. She motioned to Rayan. Rayan, do you want to come here and take a look? She smiled at him. I'm going to get rid of all of these small cracks now. Shall make it so that he didn't have a single scar. She planned on connecting everything until Cal was slick and smooth. Of course, it would be difficult to do and could take a toll on her body for using so much of her ability. However, she needed to do this no matter what. Iruhaben. She needed to carry on the ancient dragon's will. Now then, shall we get started? We need our teacher to wake up as quickly as possible. That's right. Everything you said is right, Auntie. Mila, who saw the hope in Rayan's eyes, continued to smile as she reached her hand out toward Cal's cracked body. Beige-colored mana flowed out of her finger looking like long threads. Those threads started to touch Cal's body that was covered in cracks. Every spot that was cracking started to become connected again. Ha-ha! Cal's light breathing continued to echo through the room, while Mila bit down on her lips without letting Rayan see, after seeing that Cal still couldn't wake up. Ooh, the plate is finally starting to connect together. Wow, I didn't know dragons had this kind of ability. I think this dragon is the strongest dragon. This is a jackpot, a total jackpot. The ancient powers cheered while feeling Mila's power seeping into Cal's body. The super rock shouted in a low voice. Cal, can you hear us? He continued to call out to Cal, who was still unconscious. Cal needed to wake up as quickly as possible. However, Cal could not hear the super rock's voice right now. I didn't expect this at all. The unconscious Cal realized that he was not in the real world as soon as he opened his eyes. He was in the same room he had been in when he first opened his eyes in this world. He was in Cal Henitus's bedroom. He continued to lie on the bed and turned his head to the side. The reason he could tell for sure that this wasn't the real world was right there. A man who was sitting on chair noticed his gaze and started to speak. Kim Rock-soo, you're finally up. Cal observed the man calling him Kim Rock-soo. It was team leader Kim Rock-soo in his mid-30s. Team leader Kim Rock-soo was looking at Cal with an odd expression on his face. Cal opened his mouth as soon as he looked into those eyes. Are you Cal Henitus? Kim Rock-soo in his mid-30s had a twisted smile on his face. You recognized me right away. Kim Rock-soo, who gestured like a prim and proper noble, something that the original Kim Rock-soo in his mid-30s would ever do, nodded his head. Yeah, I am Cal Henitus. The two souls that had switched places were looking at their respective bodies. Chapter 656, Everything Can Be Connected. 6 Kim Rock-soo, who was in Cal Henitus's body, and Cal Henitus, who was in Kim Rock-soo's body. The two of them could not take their eyes off of each other for a while. Cal Henitus. The first to speak was Kim Rock-soo, who was currently using Cal Henitus's body. How am I able to meet with you? I am not sure. I was working the night shift and fell asleep for a moment to see that you were in this bed. But you see the real Cal Henitus, who was making a kind of smile the original Kim Rock-soo would never make, mischievously asked. Aren't you planning on living in that body? The sudden question that was asked mischievously felt quite heavy. The real Cal Henitus shrugged his shoulders and added on. I plan on living the rest of my life in this body. That's why I plan on throwing away the name of Cal Henitus and living as Kim Rock-soo. The real Cal Henitus's eyes were calm. They weren't shaking at all. The real Kim Rock-soo quietly looked at the person who was in his real body before opening his mouth. So you want me to call you Kim Rock-soo? That's right. Why? You don't want to. Don't you plan on finishing your life as Cal Henitus as well? Then you should throw away the name of Kim Rock-soo now. PFFFD. Kim Rock-soo inside Cal Henitus's body. No, the person who had made up his mind to become Cal Henitus nodded his head and continued speaking. Sure. Well, do as you said, Kim Rock-soo. Good, Cal Henitus. Now our outer appearances match our names. Cal looked at Kim Rock-soo, who was laughing and making gestures that he would never have made, and nonchalantly added on. I guess you've really been happy. He recalled the moment he met with Lee Soo-hyuk and got the embrace ability. Lee Soo-hyuk had handed Cal the ability and told him about the real Cal Henitus as he disappeared. Oh, by the way, the original owner of your body is living well too. He's happy. That is why Young-soo, I, and everybody is happy. Kim Rock-soo had a bright smile that suited a 20-year-old person and not someone in his mid-30s. Yeah, I met someone I wanted to see for a long time. Cal felt quite odd facing Kim Rock-soo, who was smiling in a way he had never smiled when he had been Kim Rock-soo. Who was the person you wanted to see? My mother. Cal was at a loss for words. It was someone who had felt distant to Cal because she was not mentioned much in The Birth of a Hero. Duchess Violin felt more like a mother to him. Now that he thought about it, Cal had never heard anything about Cal Henitus's birth mother during his time at the Henitus estate. It was pretty much taboo to talk about Cal's birth mother in that house. Kim Rock-soo shrugged his shoulders and continued speaking after seeing the confused look on Cal's face. Cal Henitus, my mother reincarnated in the world you used to live in, the world I live in now. She reincarnated on Earth. Yeah, Earth 1. That's the world team leader Kim Rock-soo in his 30s is in. Cal learned that his original world was Earth 1. He also recalled that Alberus' unbreakable spear Terang came from Earth 3. Does that mean that the sealed guard's test was on Earth 2? Cal pushed that potentially true but unverified thought to the side to focus on Kim Rock-soo's words. My reincarnated mother lost her parents when she was very young because of an unranked monster's attack and was left all alone. I'm trying hard to become her family. A bitter yet proud smile was on Kim Rock-soo's face. Cal thought for a moment before asking, if she reincarnated, she should be younger than you know. Ha! She currently calls me uncle. Kim Rock-soo shook his head, as if he still couldn't believe it. But the fact that he did not seem lonely made Cal understand why the real Cal Henitus made up his mind to live as Kim Rock-soo. Kim Rock-soo sat up and looked toward Cal, who was leaning on the head of the bed. I want to tell you the details, but I don't know how much time we have so ill stopped this story there. Okay. Cal shared his honest sentiments. I want to hear the details, but I am kind of in a rush right now. He was worried about what might have happened in Puzzle City and how his friends would be fighting while he was unconscious. But I've been here a few times to know that I can't get out of here whenever I please. Cal could never leave this place on his own accord the few times he had been here. Really? I didn't know. I still have a lot of work to do. Kim Rock-soo nodded his head as if he got some good information before hesitating for a moment and then adding on. The family is all well. Of course. Kim Rock-soo smiled differently after hearing Cal's nonchalant but firm response. His sorrowful smile made Cal a bit emotional. That was why he added on. Everybody is doing well. Father and mother are healthy. Lily is learning to use the sword. I want to make Basin be the territory lord. But for now, he is just helping out with the administration of the territory. Kim Rock-soo scratched his forehead with his index finger. Cal, don't you think that Basin should be the next territory lord? I'm not going to do it. Lily or Basin can do it if they want. Basin seemed almost willing to do it when I saw him last time. Cal looked disgusted at the thought of becoming the territory lord, and Kim Rock-soo looked at Cal Henitus's expression that he would have never made if he was still in his body and started to speak again. His personality is a perfect fit for the territory lord. I guess he still doesn't think that the position should be his, though. Cal stared at Kim Rock-soo when he heard that. Kim Rock-soo flinched before realizing something and quietly laughing. Basin, yes, you're curious about Basin, right? You've probably been thinking about his age. We're only 3 years apart. You probably thought it was weird. It wasn't mentioned in The Birth of a Hero, after all. The Birth of a Hero, you know about the book, of course. I was in your room when I opened my eyes and the book was there. Kim Rock-soo answered as if it was nothing before debating for a moment and looking at Cal. When I first spoke to Basin, it had been less than 1 month since Basin came to the Henitus County with Countess Violin. I said these things to that kid at that time. Kim Rock-soo recalled that moment and repeated the words he said to Basin to Cal. Basin, you are part of the Henitus household. Remember that. No matter where you go, your family name is Henitus. Got it? Don't you remember what father said? Listen to me unless you are an idiot. Tell people that the Henitus blood flows through you. Tell them that no matter what. Basin had responded back saying he couldn't do that, and the young Cal had responded like this. Shut the hell up. Do as I said. Otherwise, you won't be able to live in this house. Do you think that the cousins and the collateral family will leave you alone? Are you going to be dumb? Cal made a noise as he quietly listened. Cal. Kim Rock-soo gently grabbed Cal's shoulder. I don't know whose blood flows through Basin Henitus's body. But that kid is my younger brother, Lily's older brother, Count Deruth's son, and Countess Violen's son. He's definitely someone with the mindset of Count Henitus's family. Cal looked at the emotions flowing through Kim Rock-Soo's eyes before closing his eyes for a moment and then opening them back. He recalled Bason's face in his mind when he closed his eyes. Even if their hair color was different, he could see the weak yet stubborn face that resembled the pale Cal's face than Deruth's or Violen's. Basin is my dancing as well. He is. What else do you need other than that? Kim Rock-Soo removed his hand from Cal's shoulder while looking at Cal's expression that seemed to be saying that there was no need to respond to him. He then added on, "You can ask Countess Violen about the details. You'll probably need to chat with her if you want Basin to be the territory lord." Kim Rock-Soo shook his head with nostalgic eyes, as if he was thinking about the past. "Ha! No matter how much I acted as trash, and the cousins wanted to kick me out, the Countess and Basin wouldn't budge. You'll need to convince Countess Violen if you don't want to be the territory lord." "Ah!" Cal let out a small gasp. Kim Rock-Soo looked at him with confusion as Cal sternly corrected him. "It's the Henitus Duchy now. It's no longer a county. Wow, that's amazing." "Yeah, it is. We're quite an amazing household." Kim Rock-Soo had a bright smile on his face as he watched Cal nod his head. Cal frowned. "Hey, what's wrong? You don't the others say anything when you smile like that in my body." Kim Rock-Soo touched the corners of his lips as if he was wondering what the issue was. "What's wrong with my smile?" They were all happy that their team leader Nim let them go home early. "Are you doing your job properly?" "Of course. I'm going to make sure to save this world I'm living in right now. I'll make it so that the people around me can live in peace." Cal closed his mouth after hearing Kim Rock-Soo's response. He had the same desires as the real Cal Henitus. This world where he was living as Cal right now, he wanted to protect this place. He would definitely protect this place. "Ah, but is my smile really weird?" Kim Rock-Soo was still touching the corners of his lips. "I think it gives off a mature feel and makes me look charming." Cal almost scoffed in disbelief. "Ho, you're talking about a mature feel with my face." He felt as if he would get a headache for a different reason. He had never imagined meeting the real Cal Henitus, but he definitely did not expect to hear such bullshit now that he somehow did meet him. Kim Rock-Soo responded as if there was no problem. "Of course. I'm over 40 years old after all." "What?" Cal's gaze turned sharp as he looked toward Kim Rock-Soo. "Why are you 40? Cal had opened his eyes inside the 18 years old Cal Henitus's body. Kim Rock-Soo looked right into Cal's confused eyes and opened his mouth. The moment Choi Young-Soo died, the god of death offered him a deal. He was asked whether he wanted to stay alive and be transported to a different world or to save Kim Rock-Soo. The god of death told Choi Young-Soo to make the decision, and Choi Young-Soo chose his death. The god of death offers you a deal at the moment of your death, or if you are in extreme danger that could potentially lead to your death. When I was 40, basically, the god of death offered me a deal when I was about to die, and I accepted it. Kim Rock-Soo. The real Cal Henitus had accepted the deal with the god of death. The conditions the god of death offered me were simple. Cal could finally see the remorse deep inside Kim Rock-Soo's eyes that was clearly different from Kim Rock-Soo's bright smile. That emotion was similar to Cal's own emotions. Kim Rock-Soo continued speaking to the one person he could share the conditions of his deal with. "As soon as I returned to the moment I met Choi Han, the starting point that could change the fate of our world, I would go into the body of a person named Kim Rock-Soo in a different world. That was the condition of the deal." The god of death had also told him that his mother had reincarnated into this Kim Rock-Soo person's world and was living a lonely life. "Do you know why I accepted that deal?" Kim Rock-Soo put his hand against his forehead as if he had a headache. He closed his eyes. The eyes that were full of remorse could no longer be seen. "Where should I start him?" He was silent for a bit before finally starting to speak again. "I hate Harris Village." Harris Village. Cal recalled the information about Harris Village after unexpectedly hearing about it. The Forest of Darkness was one of the forbidden regions. Harris Village was the village separated from the forest by a single wall. It was where Choi Han first met people of this world after finding his way out of the Forest of Darkness, and where the tigers, wolves, and Cal's friends resided right now. Choi Han left Harris Village and headed for the Henitus Lord's estate after the people of the village were massacred by Arm. Kim Rock Sue's eyes were still closed as he continued to speak. My mother said that she was going to visit Harris Village. There was something she needed to bury there. I found it odd that my mother needed to go to a village she had no connections with, a village that was just one of many in our territory. His voice was calm, but the things he was saying were quite shocking. My mother left for Harris Village even though it was pouring rain and the wind was strong. I was quite worried because her body had always been weak. And then Kim Rock Sue stopped for a moment, as if it was difficult to say, before continuing with a stoic expression on his face. She ended up seriously injured because the carriage tipped over on her way back due to the storm. She received treatment back home after that, but unfortunately, she passed away. Cal felt as if he could hear the roaring wind from that day despite never having heard it. Kim Rock Sue was calm, but the carriage accident was not the reason my mother passed away. It wasn't that bad of an accident. Nobody other than my mother got hurt either. But everybody thinks that my mother passed away because of the injuries from the accident. He sighed while keeping his eyes closed. I only learned about the real reason for her death after meeting the god of death. My mother, he stopped for a moment and opened his eyes to look at Cal. I think that my mother expected things would end up like this. As if he was opening a chest that had sunk deep down inside a lake, Kim Rock Sue started to share these old stories with the person who was living as Cal Henitus in his place. Kim Rock Sue spoke with sorrow visible on his face. My mother possessed an ancient power. What? Cal couldn't hide his shock this time. Cal Henitus's birth mother possessed an ancient power. He had never expected that. The birth of a hero, the story of someone who was neither the main character nor a supporting character. The story of an extra in the story was being shared. However, it was also the story of someone who just lived her life, even if it wasn't mentioned in the story. Chapter 657, Everything Can Be Connected. 7 I am the only one who knows that my mother possessed an ancient power. Kim Rock Sue chuckled. Maybe it was because I was young, but I really liked how my mother said that it was a secret just between the two of us. Cal opened his mouth to untangle the mess inside his head. Which ancient power did she have? Kim Rock Sue thought about it for a moment before standing up. He moved away from the bed Cal was leaning on and slowly walked around the bedroom. My mother possessed a wood attribute ancient power. Cal thought about the wood attribute ancient power in the Henitus territory, the indestructible shield. It was the first ancient power Cal got that surrounds his heart now and was used quite frequently by him. It was the power that was sleeping underneath the black tree that grew where the glutton priestess had died. The black tree had turned white and transferred the power to Cal when he woke it up. Ah, it's not the indestructible shield. Kim Rock Sue seemed to have noticed Cal's thoughts as he instantly said it was not that power. He then smiled after noticing Cal's gaze. I read The Birth of a Hero, and it mentioned the indestructible shield. I knew you would have gotten that power for yourself. Am I right? Yes, I took it. Awesome. I had a feeling you would do that. Kim Rock Sue shrugged his shoulders. He then stood in front of the window with the closed curtains. He was standing in front of a large window that usually allowed the sunlight to reach all the way to Cal's bed. Cal, do you know about the annual rings of a tree? The rings you see when you chop down a tree? Yeah. Cal didn't ask why Kim Rock Sue was suddenly asking about annual rings. Kim Rock Sue touched the curtain as he continued to speak. Looking at the annual rings of a tree lets you know the approximate age of it. Each circle represents 1 year. Annual rings look different based on where the tree is growing, the nearby environment, and weather. A wood attribute ancient power. My mother said that she could see the annual rings of all living things. Annual rings. Cal said those words once out loud. His expression then turned odd. Kim Rock Sue then added on. She said that she could see the entire annual rings of a person from birth to death. Cal Henitus's mother had a wood attribute ancient power. That power allowed her to see a living being's birth to its death. But you see, Kim Rock Sue turned to look at Cal. My mother sat me down and told me something at one point. He recalled a memory from when he was very young. It was a conversation that he somehow could not forget, despite how long it has been. My dear Cal, sometimes there are people whose annual rings are warped. In that case, it is highly likely that that person has a peculiar experience with time. Kim Rock Sue recalled how his mother had caressed his red hair and how his little fingers had played with her just as red hair as he said that out loud. Cal, you are a child who will have a peculiar experience with time. Cal brushed his face with both hands. Kim Rock, Sue just continued to speak in a calm voice. My mother said that after looking at my entire annual rings, but I couldn't understand what she meant at that time. I only understood it when I turned 40 years old. He had received an offer from the guard of death as he was about to die at the age of 40. But you see, Cal Hennetus Kim Rock Sue's voice sunk low. I'm sure you've seen this power before. Doesn't it remind you of someone you know? Cal kept his mouth shut and closed his eyes. Kim Rock Sue whispered while looking at him. You should have a record of experiencing a power similar to my mother's. Cal had started to recall information in his mind related to would attribute ancient powers since Kim Rock Sue first mentioned it. He was recalling information from the book, The Birth of a Hero. Then he recalled the records of the strong individuals with would attribute ancient power in the Mercenaries Guild's directory finally. He recalled memories of any person who used would attribute ancient powers. Cal slowly opened his mouth. I have indeed seen a similar power once, as you mentioned. Before Cal got the ancient White Star's Earth attribute ancient power, he had led the White Star and Bear King Seru to one of the forbidden regions, the desert with the Dark Elves' underground city. Cal had released fake information about how the ancient White Star's Earth attribute ancient power was in the other abandoned underground city in the desert. The White Star ran into Cal in that abandoned underground city and took quite a lot of damage. The White Star Cal recalled something the White Star did in that memory. The White Star touched a dead tree. Smoke had come out of the White Star's hand as he caressed a dead tree in the underground city. That bastard knew from a single touch when that tree had died. He knew that, although the tree looked very dry, it had only died in the past week. He had figured it out almost instantly. The White Star frequently said that Choi Han and my time is warped. The things the White Star had said to Cal in the past brushed through his mind. Time is warped for that swordsman. Both Choi Han and you have your time warped, like I do. But even though I can tell that your time is warped, I couldn't tell how it was warped. Possession. Who are you that is inside Cal Hennetus's body? From body to body, you moved around while preparing. You've been preparing for a very long time. You continue to live while jumping from body to body like that. Of course, the White Star incorrectly assumed that Cal was someone like him who possessed different bodies for a very long time. But at least the White Star seemed extremely certain that Choi Han, Cal, and his time were warped. I suspected that the White Star's would attribute ancient power might be related to time, or that he had a different time attribute ancient power. He had brushed aside the fact that the White Star observed the tree with some kind of smoke. I didn't expect it to be annual rings. Cal stopped there and did not say anything else. What he would have said next was, does that mean that the White Star has Cal Hennetus's mother's power? Or was the White Star responsible for the carriage accident and mother's death? He could not say those things out loud. Cal frowned and kept his mouth shut. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. What? Cal looked toward Kim Rock-soo after hearing his voice. There was a faint smile on Kim Rock-soo's face. The White Star was not responsible for Mother's death. Ah, Cal quietly gasped. Hearing Cal's sigh of relief helped Kim Rock-soo understand who taught those company employees who worked so hard to take care of him when he first arrived in Kim Rock-soo's body and could not adjust properly. It's because he's like this that I can tell him everything. Kim Rock, Sue started to speak again. He didn't know when he would get a moment to talk with Cal like this ever again. Have you ever thought about what the future would have looked like in the birth of a hero? Cal could not answer that question so easily now. Cal had experienced too many difficult things in the past 2 years to just answer that Choi Han would have taken care of everything. When I was 40, Kim Rock-soo continued to speak. The Roan kingdom was razed to the ground. The Hennetus County was ruined as well. I was the only one left alive in our family. Cal gasped in shock. Just hearing about it made it hard to breathe. It made him recall the test he had to go through on Wind Island to get the Golden Tops whip. It was a future Cal never wanted to see. Kim Rock-soo was talking about that future. After taking over the eastern continent, the White Star's first target on the western continent was the Roan Kingdom. More specifically, it was Puzzle City. He started from Puzzle City, then went to the northeast region, and then the southeast region. I don't know why he started with Puzzle City as his first target. Kim Rock-soo didn't know, but Cal knew. It was probably so that he could do the summoning ritual for the sealed guard in Puzzle City. He could predict what the White Star would have been thinking about. King Zed Crossman died in the battle against the White Star, while Crown Prince Albaru Crossman fought many battles against the White Star to recover the Roan Kingdom's eastern areas. Choi Han, Rosalind, and Lark helped Albaru with that. Cal started to speak. That war took close to 20 years. Yes, it continued until I turned 40. The Roan Kingdom protected the palace and its western territories and continued to fight against the White Star while he invaded and conquered the Whipper Kingdom, Breck Kingdom, and other areas. We were extremely persistent. We truly looked like a kingdom that had survived through many things for a very long time. A war that would continue for about 20 years. Cal clenched his fists, thinking about how ruined both the eastern and western continents would have been. The story that happened after Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero was one that Cal didn't want to happen. The smile was gone on Kim Rock Sue's face and was replaced by fatigue from the long period of war. The Roan Kingdom continued to recruit people as we needed soldiers to fight against the White Star and his subordinates. I signed up for it. Kim Rock Sue looked down at his arm. He had been happy to see all the scars on this body when he first woke up in it. The owner of this body must have suffered a lot too. He has scars all over his body as I did. Such thoughts helped him start to like this body. I needed to get revenge. I needed to get revenge on the White Star who destroyed our territory and my family. I knew that I wouldn't be able to kill that bastard, but I thought I could only die in peace if I could even leave a damn scratch on him. Kim Rock Soo was looking up into the air, and I finally got the chance. The corners of his lips slightly went up. The strong individuals throughout the eastern and western continents gathered together with Choi Han at the center. Crown Prince Albaru rallied together the survivors from the kingdoms that fell while opposing the White Star and the kingdoms that were still fighting against him as well. Kim Rock Sue's heart still beat wildly when thinking about that time. We headed for Puzzle City after hearing that the White Star was preparing for something in Puzzle City. That was the start of the great battle. It was such an intense battle. So many people died. I was lucky to last quite a while in it, but it was only because I was trapped underneath ally corpses. Kim Rock Sue's eyes were full of an odd fiery passion. It was that's when I saw it. His gaze turned toward Cal. The White Star grabbed Choi Han's arm with his hand that was releasing smoke. He then said the following. Boom, boom. Kim Rock Sue's heart was beating wildly. He recalled the things he heard the White Star saying as he laid there being crushed underneath ally corpses. Time is warped oddly for you. He had realized it at that moment. That bastard has my mother's power. Kim Rock Soo had then made eye contact with the White Star, who was wearing a mask that covered everything above his nose. The White Star found me and shot a fire toward me. That was how I ended up in danger of dying. Is that when you made the deal with the God of Death? Yeah. Kim Rock Soo stopped there and took a breath. His hand that was holding the curtain was already full of sweat. I learned about how my mother died while making that deal with the God of Death. The conditions the God of Death offered the real Cal Henitus was that as soon as he returned to the moment, he met Choi Han, the starting point that could change the fate of our world. He would go into the body of a person named Kim Rock Soo in a different world. It was because my condition was to learn the truth about my mother's death, as well as saving my territory and family. Kim Rock Soo recalled his conversation with the God of Death. If you go into the body of the person you are about to possess, that will be enough to change the fate of this world. That is all I can tell you. He did not share this part with Cal Henitus. Instead, he told him the truth about his mother's death. My mother had gone to Harris Village to secretly hide a portion of her ancient power. Cal couldn't help but ask, "You can transfer an ancient power while you are alive. Ancient powers were supposed to remain in the place where the user died." Yeah, it's possible. Kim Rock Soo had a sad smile on his face. As long as that person is willing to break their plate. Ha, Cal gasped. Every person had a plate. Ancient powers were stored in this plate as well. Cal's plate was large, but quite weak. Cal Henitus's mother had broken her own plate to secretly bury a portion of her ancient power in Harris Village. Cal barely managed to say something. If a person's plate breaks, they die. Kim Rock Soo calmly answered, but Cal could see the understanding and sorrow in his eyes. But neither of those emotions could subdue the resentment clearly visible in Kim Rock Soo's eyes. These were probably the feelings Kim Rock Soo had for his mother. He noticed Cal's gaze and buried those emotions before starting to speak about something else. The first thing I did when I woke up in your room was reading The Birth of a Hero. This is a hypothesis I came up with while reading it. Kim Rok-soo was making it clear that it was his thoughts and may not be true. You know how everybody dies in Harris Village, which leads to Choi Han heading out. The White Star would have needed to go to Harris Village at least once to get my mother's power. And Cal had been thinking about that as well. Kim Rok-soo shared his suspicions. Isn't it possible that the White Star got my mother's power from Harris Village while Choi Han was out? Then he left his subordinates to take care of the rest. Arm delivers the dead mana from the Black Swamp inside the Forest of Darkness to the mermaids in The Birth of a Hero. The mermaids use that dead mana in their war against the whale tribe, leading Choi Han to help the whales fight. A lot of different pieces of information popped up and then sank back down in Cal's mind. Kim Rok-soo noticed Cal's face stiffening with thought and quickly added on, I might be wrong. My suspicions might be completely wrong. Yes. Cal nodded his head and quietly sighed. Kim Rok-soo let go of the curtain and walked over to Cal. Anyway, what I will tell you now is the important part. What is the White Star doing right now? Cal answered without any hesitation. He's aiming for Puzzle City. Kim Rok-soo's face stiffened up as he commented, I guess there is a reason the God of Death let the two of us meet. Cal noticed the reason as well. He got up from the bed and stood in front of Kim Rok-soo. The two of them looked at each other, and Cal asked a question. That would attribute ancient power, where is the rest of it? He said that Cal Henitus's mother had buried a portion of the power in Harris Village. That meant that the rest was still elsewhere. Cal, Kim Rok-soo quietly whispered. It was weird that the White Star killed me. Do you know why? He recalled the moment he potentially died and realized something. That bastard knew that time was warped for Choi Han, but didn't know that it was warped for me. What could that mean? Cal calmly answered. That means he can only see the past. Time wasn't warped for you at that time. For the 40 years old Cal Henitus, his time had not been warped just yet. His time only became warped when he made a deal with the God of Death after that. That's right. But my mother's power even saw my future where time would get warped for me. It was at that moment. CHHHHHHH, the curtains started to move on their own. The curtains moved away from the large window and they could see outside. Kim Rok-soo started speaking after looking outside the curtains. Hey, what the hell did you use my body to do? They could see the inside of the Puzzle City Hall office through the window. The whole room was full of beige mana. Cal's body was full of cracks as he lay on the bed, and Mila was about halfway done with putting him back together. Kim Rok-soo stared at Cal in shock, and Cal just avoided his gaze. Ahem, hem, ho. Kim Rok-soo shook his head from side to side. The window slowly started to open at that moment. Screech, a gust of wind blew in from the outside toward Cal and Kim Rok-soo. I guess it is about time to say goodbye. I guess so. Kim Rok-soo offered Cal his hand. Cal, go to Mother's grave. Cal shook his hand. They could both feel each other's body heat that proved that they were both alive. Kim Rok-soo continued to speak with a serious expression on his face. There should be an item with half of the power near the tomb. Just like the sound of the wind's top, just like the pebble for the scary giant cobblestone, some sort of item would be there waiting for someone to come find it. The man who decided to live as Cal, and not Kim Rok-soo from now on, answered the man who would continue living as Kim Rok-soo from here on. Live peacefully. Kim Rok-soo smiled and responded, it looks like you will need to struggle a little longer, but anyway, live well. Please take care of my family. Please take care of my team members. Both men let go of each other's hand with a small amount of sorrow visible in their eyes. Cal headed toward the window. Kim Rok-soo headed for the bedroom door. I guess I go out through the door and you go out through the window. I guess so. It'd be nice to chat more, but I'm kind of busy. Me too. Why the hell do I need to work the night shift so often? Ha! I need to become the CEO of your company and get rid of the night shift. Click. Kim Rok-soo turned the doorknob. Cal felt a bit nostalgic looking at his office through the door, but he turned away. He pulled open the window. Shar-ar-ar, a gentle breeze rushed past his face. He stepped on the window ledge and said goodbye to the other him behind him. Stay safe, Kim Rok-soo. You too. Stay safe. Cal jumped out the window while Kim Rok-soo opened the door all the way. The two of them headed out into their respective worlds. Ooh, Cal subconsciously started to groan. Auntie, our human seems to have woken up. No, I'm not done putting him together yet. Rayan, honey, knock him back out. Auntie, I don't think that's right. I guess that's a bit too much, huh? Mila, who had told Rayan to knock Cal out, gently addressed Cal, whose eyelids were fluttering. Teacher, are you awake? You can open your eyes. This was the thought on Cal's mind as soon as he came back to this world. These scary dragons. He slowly opened his eyes. And at that moment, slam, huff, huff, young Masternim. Lark rushed into the office while holding the Sintamani that was somewhat wrapped in cloth. Chapter 658, Everything Can Be Connected 8 Huff. Huff. Lark, who was breathing heavily, froze in the spot. He felt as if the ground underneath him was falling apart and even forgot about breathing. Why, young Masternim Rosalind had told him on his way here that Cal was unconscious. He expected Cal to be pale and covered in blood, as he had been in previous battles. Lark didn't even want to think about it, let alone see it, but ran here as quickly as possible at Choi Han's request. And the reality he saw was something like this. He never even imagined it would be something like this. Lark's hands that were holding the orb were shaking. On the bed within the office, Cal was lying on that furniture that didn't seem to belong in here. He was pale. His clothes were covered in dark red patches from blood. Dry blood and dust were all over his face and body. W, why is your body, W? What is going on? He saw the cracks all over Cal's body. Cal had cracks all over as if he was a cracked marble. There were also large and small injuries all over his body. Cracks and injuries, just seeing these things made it hard to breathe. I want to know as well. What is going on? Cal looked toward Mila with a stoic expression. Teacher, I am currently connecting together the pieces of your plate. Please don't move. She pointed to the left side of Cal's body. Something was happening on half of his body. See, look over here. The cracks and injuries on the left side are almost completely connected with a beige thread, right? Those spots were indeed connected by the beige thread, Mila's mana, and slowly fusing together. I started with the left side because the side with the heart is more important. Teacher, please wait about 30 more minutes. I should be done by then. Getting it started is the hard part, and then it goes quickly. She smiled, and Cal nodded his head before turning toward Lark. I am currently being healed. No, young Masternim, why? You can't see. Call this healing. Are you okay? Lark frowned as Cal ignored his stuttering words and asked something to him. Whether I am okay or not is not the problem right now. He had had so many things he wanted to say and was about to say them when he looked toward Rayan. Rayan's eyes were still teary, but Rayan was smiling and fluttering his wings without knowing what to do. Cal looked toward Rayan as well. Are you okay? Rayan was sniffling before he shouted toward Cal, who was asking him if he was okay and observing him from head to toe. Human, you're a poopy Dumbo. What Dumbo? Cal looked stupefied. Rayan shouted once more toward Cal, who looked stupefied but still thoroughly observed his eyes and expression. Human, you are a poopy Dumbo. Cal debated for a moment before looking at Mila's doleful smile and nodded his head. I guess I did act a bit like a poopy Dumbo this time. Human, I am relieved that you know you are a poopy Dumbo, so. Rayan stuffed his face on the bed right next to Cal since he did not dare to get any close while Cal was being connected together, and shouted again. So, just trust me and leave everything to me from now on. I took very good care of things right now too. Rayan's wings fluttered. Rayan shouted once more with his voice muffled because his face was buried on the bed. If you do something like this ever again. Rayan's two front paws that were clutching onto the sheets were shaking. If Cal used that power ever again, human, I am going to imprison you inside my castle. Of course, I will feed you. I will give you meat every meal, but I will make it so that you can't ever leave your bed. Oh, Rayan flinched after hearing Cal's response. He sounded happy. Rayan jerked his head up in shock, and there was a giant puddle of tears where Rayan's face had been. Human. Why, you like the thought of being imprisoned in the castle so that you can't do anything other than eat 3 times a day. Yes, I do. Cal thought about a slacker life. But Cal could not respond yes, because Rayan's eyes seemed to be on fire as he rapidly shouted more things. Human, what about farming? I agreed to plant apple trees with the gentle beecrocs. It'll make you apple pies. And what about our plan to travel the world? I want to travel the world. Cal's pupils started to shake. Traveling the world. Those words gave him the chills for some reason, but he decided to play along with Rayan. We need to do whatever you guys want to do. Human, that's right. It'll be fun to do everything together. As Cal was quietly taking in Rayan's bright smile, Cal, you're up. Oh, holy shoot, he's finally awake. The dragon is restoring his plate too. He should be okay now. This dragon is really amazing. It's a total jackpot. It'd even be willing to buy an expensive meal for a dragon like this. Cal chuckled while listening to the wowed voices of the ancient powers. Young Master Nim. Lark slowly walked over to Cal's side. Lark was looking at how the cracks on Cal's body were slowly being fused together by the beige mana. Choi Han Hyung told me to deliver this to you. Lark still did not forget what he came to do. Lark removed the cloth from the orb. Choi Han Hyung called this a Sintamani. It came out from the monster. This is that, a Sintamani. Cal's expression brightened a bit. He didn't know how long he was out for, but it seemed that they killed at least one of the unranked monsters without Choi Han, Rayan, or Mila getting injured. SHHH. The cloth was completely removed and he could see the orb. Can we talk now? It was a chaotic situation right now. Now that the cloth covering the screen was gone, the person who was silent finally started to speak. What the? Cal started to frown. Am I still out of it? No, human, this is the real world. Don't faint again. He seemed to be back to reality based on what Rayan just said. Cal turned back toward the orb Lark was holding. By the way, human, what is that? Is that really you? Lee Soo-hyuk was sitting on a chair looking at him through the orb. Behind him were Kim Rak-soo and Choi Young-soo, with Park Jin-tae, who was pushed to the back doing his best to peek this way. Ha! Cal was flabbergasted. The Sintamani had this kind of ability. He recalled what the god of death had said to him. Human, do not think that this is the end. You never know when you might be reconnected with people you know. Fate is something even the laws of the world cannot fathom. Cal started to speak. This damn god bastard, he sounded upset, but a corner of his mouth curled up. The three people on the other side of the orb changed expressions after hearing him. It really is you. They were smiling or crying actually. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions they were feeling. Choi Young-soo had been covering his mouth from the moment he saw Cal, but now he was wiping his eyes with his hand. Lee Soo-hyuk was smiling gently, but his eyes were focused on observing Cal through the orb. As for Kim Rak-soo-ha, he was sighing in disbelief with a somewhat similar yet different expression from Cal. Choi Young-soo mumbled in a quiet voice. How you were fighting here, I guess that's how your daily life is over there. Or maybe it is even worse. He wasn't really talking to anybody and just looking up into the air as he said that. Lee Soo-hyuk looked at Cal, who looked completely different unlike Choi Han, but started to speak while looking into those same eyes he had seen before. Rock, it must be quite hard over there. He didn't dare to call him Rock-soo. He had not been able to see anything at first because he was busy looking at Cal, but he could see a young dragon and two other people who looked like things he would only see in his imagination. He couldn't call Cal that name in front of them when he looked completely different. Lee Soo-hyuk, Choi Young-soo, and Kim Rak-soo. The three of them didn't know what to say. Mila, Rayan, and Lark were all curious as well, but just did their parts as they didn't dare say anything either. Mila just focused on finishing her connecting together and looked toward the orb with an odd expression on her face. Cal started to speak at that moment. These are the people who were in the world I went to during the sealed guards test. Human, what do you mean? Cal had never told the others any details about the sealed guards test. Cal's shocked allies on this side turned to look at his other allies inside the orb. How many days has it been over there? Not that long. As I expected. Cal remembered that the time here was about 3 times faster than the time there and nodded his head. I guess the Sintamani is serving as a medium for us to be able to contact each other. Lee Soo-hyuk, who was looking at Cal speaking calmly as if he was not in any pain at all despite having cracks and injuries all over his body that seemed to be healing, slowly started to speak. I see, it seems it was at that moment. Barara barararang, they heard a loud noise outside the terrace. Cal turned his gaze, opened the curtains. He couldn't look out through the terrace window because the curtains were closed. Mila had closed the curtains almost all the way, with just a small gap for Rayan to go in and out in order to focus on using Connect together instead of what was going on outside. Hurry! Rayan flinched after hearing Cal telling him to open the curtains again. Cal continued to speak to Rayan. I won't push myself past the limit like that ever again. I promise. Rayan channeled his mana after hearing the word promise. Chhhhh, the curtains opened, and they could see what was going on outside. Sharara, the sky was filled with a golden light. A large gold dragon and a white monster with a lion's mane were fighting. Golden dust and the gold dragon relentlessly attacked the white monster's shield, causing these loud explosions. Human young masternim, you see, teacher, I shall explain things for you. Cal continued to look out the window despite all of the voices talking to him. His eyes were taking in every inch of the lion dragon. Cal started to speak. It looks like we need to save our chat for later. He looked up toward the orb. See you later. I wish that we could help. Lee Su-hyuk nodded his head with a bitter smile on his face. There were a lot of things he wanted to say and a lot of things he wanted to hear, but the situation on Cal's side was too terrible for a long chat. We won't bother you. Instead, please watch. What? This is a monster you may end up having to face in the future. Cal then asked Rayan for a favor. Rayan, can you hold on to this orb for a while? Make sure to show them the battle. I got it, human. Rayan was someone who knew Cal's secret. He was someone Cal could trust with anything and everything. Cal looked at the others and continued speaking. His eyes had turned cold once again. Could you please explain what happened? It was at that moment. P.I. P.I. A video communication device located in the corner was giving off the emergency signal. Rayan jumped in shock and picked up that video communication device. This was the video communication device connected to their allies who were at the eastern continents, says Kingdom right now. Human, ill-connected. The video communication device was connected immediately, and Ran's frowning face appeared on the screen. He was covered in sweat, as if he had been running as fast as he could. Rayan Nim, he called out for Rayan, before stopping for a moment after seeing Cal's condition, and then blinked once. He then started to speak with a calmer expression on his face. Young Master Nim, I have something to tell you. He didn't have time to ask how Cal was doing. Ran was feeling anger and sorrow at Cal's terrible appearance, but relieved and happy that he was awake. I heard a piece of information from the cat tribe leader. What is it? Cal looked at Ran, who seemed to be having trouble looking calm, unlike his usual self. He said that we will all die when the temple door opens. The temple door. Cal's face stiffened the same way Ran's stiffened as he said that. He looked at the others in the room. They all realized that it was their turn and quickly started to share information they knew. Cal heard about everything that happened while he was unconscious and closed his eyes for a moment. Young Master Nim. Lark flinched after looking at Cal, who seemed to be distressed, and took one step forward. Mila forced herself to stop scowling and focused more on her connect together. She was almost done with the right side as well now. Human. The moment he heard Rayan's shaking voice, Cal let out a quiet chuckle. Rayan. Human, what is it? What did you say Iruhaben Nim told you about the monster? Iruhaben had been telling Rayan some information about the monster every so often as he fought. Cal asked about the information Rayan had just told him about. He said that the shield is extremely sturdy and that it seems stronger than most dragons. He also said that he hasn't discovered any special abilities yet either. Not that. Not that. Rayan tilted his head before clapping his paws together and shouting, Guardian. This unranked monster, the lion dragon, kept talking to Iruhaben. Kill, the strong intruder. It was as if it was a guardian that was protecting something. Lark chimed in with a gasp. The temple door. There was nobody in this office who didn't know that monster's true identity now. Lark continued to speak as if he had organized his thoughts. Young Master Nim, does that mean that this monster is the guardian protecting the temple of the sealed guard? The temple doors will open if this bastard dies. It is highly likely. He turned toward Ran, who was still visible on the screen. Take care of things and slowly come back. Excuse me. Ran seemed shocked after hearing Cal telling him to come slowly, but Cal just looked away from him. Rayan. Rayan, who was debating whether it was okay to kill this lion-dragon monster, and what they would do if they killed it, and the temple doors opened, was shocked at Cal's calm voice and looked toward him. Cal had to lay still because Mila was using Connect Together on him and could only motion toward his jacket that Rayan had taken off with his chin. Take out the cracked jar from my spatial pocket bag. Be careful. He then turned toward Mila. Milanim, you can also connect together a crack on a jar, right? Teacher, I'm already working very hard. Mila suddenly got chills on her back as Cal stared at her. What is this feeling? Why do I feel like I am going to have to work until I can't even stand up anymore? Mila was ready to give everything she had, but she had the chills for some reason. She just decided there was no need for that and responded, I don't know what kind of jar it is, but do you think I won't be able to connect together a jar when I can even connect together a person's plate? This was a time where everybody needed to do everything they could. I will do it after I finish connecting together your plate, teacher. Cal nodded his head with gratitude at Mila's response and looked back toward Rayan. It was at that moment. Tang. Cal heard the sound of a gun, which was unfamiliar to the people of this world, but very familiar to him. He looked out the window again. He could see the large black bone dragon and the three people on top of it. There was a person who was channeling fire that was as bright as the sun, a person swirled in a violent black aura, and a person who was pointing a gun at the monster. Cal started to smile. Rayan was about to shout that it was Cal's scammer smile before he smiled brightly after hearing what Cal said. Rayan, let everybody know that I am awake. I got it human. Rayan nodded his head so vigorously that his chubby cheeks were shaking before channeling his mana. In the middle of the fierce battle, the human is awake. He told me to let you know that he was awake. Iruhaben, Albaru, Choi Han, Rosalind, and the others everybody Rayan contacted looked shocked but happy. That little punk. Albaru lowered his gun for a moment. He exchanged glances with Rosalind, Choi Han, and the Bone Dragon. They were all doing their best to suppress their emotions. They heard Rayan's voice again. The human said to tell you. Rayan's voice was happy and bright. Rayan really enjoyed these moments of delivering Cal's messages. His excited voice reached everyone's minds. We are starting a plan right now. Rayan repeated Cal's words, word for word. There is only one goal for this plan. Albaru turned toward the office. Rosalind had her fiery mana surrounding her as she closed her eyes to focus on Cal's words that Rayan was sending to her. Our goal is to get rid of the White Star and the sealed guard at once. Choi Han's face no longer looked calm as the corners of his lips started to curl up slowly, as if he couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. But first, we must drag the White Star in. Crack. The gold dragon ignored the cracks on its skin and focused on Rayan's words. His gaze was still directed at the lion dragon. The first step to do that ancient dragon Iruhaben thought it was funny that he was feeling relieved at hearing the voice of a human who was significantly younger than him as he waited for what Cal had to say next. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Goldie Gramps, pretend to be dead. What? What did I just hear? Iruhaben's eyes opened wide. Ho, As Albaru, Rosalind, and Choi Han all responded to what they heard Rayon's bright voice again. Goldie Gramps at least pretend to faint. Rayan was being serious. The human told me. He said that the White Star must be nearby watching everything. Goldie Gramps, hurry up and play dead. Hurry up and pretend to be dead. Make it look like you were hit by the lion dragon's shield and fainted or something. Iruhaben could not quietly listen anymore and made a single comment. What the hell? Iruhaben, who was frowning as much as possible, started to laugh as if he couldn't believe it. Ha, they suddenly want me to pretend like I fainted or like I died. Such an unbelievable thing, I guess that little punk really did wake up. Iruhaben could truly feel that Cal Henitus was awake. Chapter 659. I guess I do have to step in. One ancient dragon, Iruhaben stopped moving for a moment because he was feeling both joy and disbelief. The lion dragon pointed its shield and sharp, eagle-like talons toward Iruhaben with no visible expression on its face. The claw behind the shield looked ready to twist Iruhaben's neck off at any moment. Ho, Iruhaben didn't care as he laughed in disbelief. He wants me, while fighting in my true form, to act dead. It was more unbelievable the more he thought about it. Iruhaben was not the only one feeling that way. I'm going to go crazy. Hee. A quiet mumbling and laughter flew out of the helmet. Rosalind and Choi had made eye contact with each other while turning to look at Albaru, who was laughing with his head down. Rosalind brushed back her messy hair as she spoke. What should we do? Choi Han responded without any hesitation. I'm sure Kalnim has his reasons for all of this. Rosalind was thinking the same thing. The two of them looked back at Albaru after confirming that they were both feeling the same way. At that moment, Kekek, the place where the three people were currently standing on the armored black-bone dragon's large body, was moving up and down. An oddly joyful dragon half-blood's voice could be heard. Yes, it should be like this. This is the Cal Henitus I know. Nobody could say anything against that. Alberu finally raised his head and looked toward the city hall. As expected of my dancing, he continued to look at where Cal should be right now as he spoke to the others. Based on how Rayan Nim's voice is extremely bright, Cal Henitus should have woken up completely. Not only was Cal completely woken up, but his mind was also moving faster than it had ever moved before. He truly is a fearless teacher. Mila was observing the cracks on Cal's body fused together, but couldn't help but look at the clear-headed Cal in disbelief. Teacher, we are going to reach the final stage of connect together in a little bit. It's going to hurt a bit at that point. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I can deal with a little bit of pain. Cal brushed Mila's words aside. Unfortunately, Cal and Rayan did not know Mila very well. If Dodori was here, he would be saying, no, he would be shouting, the little bit my mom is talking about is enough pain to pierce a hole through a mountain. Cal was thinking through things one by one, without knowing what kind of pain he would experience in the final stage of connect together that would soon arrive. The White Star used his head quite a bit. Cal was thinking that the White Star was quite smart about his course of action this time. If the information Ran heard from the cat tribe leader was correct, the doors to the temple of the sealed guard would open once they kill this guardian. Ancient dragon Iruhaben and their allies, who did not know that had no choice but to kill this unranked monster that appeared in Puzzle City. This lion dragon was a different opponent, even with everybody on their side charging against it together. Cal's side would suffer quite a lot of damage trying to kill this monster. The White Star just had to take care of the weakened enemy after Cal's side killed the lion dragon and opened the temple doors for him. It's killing two birds with one stone for the White Star. There was a reason the White Star had not appeared. Cal's forces would put all of their efforts toward taking care of the lion dragon only if he wasn't there. That's why I am certain he is watching from somewhere. The White Star was definitely around Puzzle City. He would be doing something similar to Cal, who was watching the scene through the office terrace window. That bastard should be watching what was happening, waiting for the most opportune moment. He would have no problem waiting as long as he needed to do so, since he has already waited a long time through numerous lives. So I need to make it impossible for him to wait. Cal needed to make the White Star anxious. He needed to make it so that the results the White Star was looking for would not appear. Only then would the White Star show himself. Cal looked toward Rayan and motioned with his eyes. Rayan nodded his head, and Cal started to speak. I heard that the lion dragon just maintained a defensive position without attacking anybody until Iruhaben Nim appeared. Those words were delivered to their allies on the battlefield in Rayan's voice through his magic. Cal's points were delivered to Iruhaben's mind in Rayan's voice as well. Ran Malan contacted me about the temple door, guardian, the lion dragon, the sealed guard. All of those pieces of information were quickly delivered to Iruhaben, Choi Han, Mary, Rosalind, Alberu. It started with them, and then some others as well. Ha! Alberu scoffed, while Rosalind's eyes clouded over. So we are going to make him tag in instead. Some of them heard Cal's message once again. That is why we are going to pretend as if we have lost to the lion dragon. It is highly likely that the lion dragon will stop attacking as soon as Iruhaben Nim pretends to be dead. It is possible that it could attack again, but we can proceed with a different plan at that point. But if the lion dragon stops attacking after Iruhaben Nim is defeated, as we expect, Alberu opened his mouth at that moment. He heard Rayan's voice at the same time. It'll be an endless stalemate. It should turn into a stalemate. The lion dragon would focus on defense, as it had done earlier. The Roan Kingdom's forces would not be able to easily attack because the ancient dragon had fallen. It would be an extremely tense situation that could go on for days without ending. The bastard who would be the most anxious about that stalemate is Iruhaben looked toward the lion dragon that was observing him and started to speak. The White Star. That damn White Star bastard. The dragon half-blood started to speak. The antsiest bastard will step up. That was exactly what Cal was thinking. We need to make it so that that damn White Star bastard fights against the lion dragon. Everybody's eyes clouded over as they heard Rayan's voice. They were able to imagine the rest at this point. Alberu raised his gun again. While we look to be in despair after losing to the lion dragon, we will make the White Star, who needs to quickly open the temple, fight the difficult battle against the lion dragon. He then started to smile. Once both the lion dragon and the white star, once they're both tired and weary in that final moment, we just need to take everything away from them. The lion dragon's life, the white star's life, and even the sealed guard's existence. They were hearing Rayan's voice, but it hardly felt as if they were hearing Cal's relaxed and nonchalant voice. How entertaining. The moment Alberu said those words, swee-ish, a strong gust of wind started to roar around them. Ah! Even Archie, who was watching from the ground, had to cover his eyes with his arm and step back as he was suppressed by the strength of the wind. That is. The golden dust that had covered the sky over Puzzle City as if it was the Milky Way started to gather in one spot. There was a large golden whirlwind with Eruhaben at the center. Archie walked over to Watira. TL. Author likes to use descriptors like ancient dragon Eruhaben, and this sentence was while Archie walked over to future whale Queen Watira, but I'm just going to drop those filler words. Good, good. KTHX, it looks as if Eruhaben Nim is preparing a big attack. This looks like it is going to be no joke. Watira just nodded her head with a stiff expression on her face. Sorry. She apologized to Archie internally, as she knew that he had not heard Cal's message from Rayan and was being honestly surprised at Eruhaben's actions. Rayan Nim must have forgotten about Archie. Watira looked away from Archie, who looked quite innocent as his eyes were sparkling with anticipation about the ancient dragon's attack. But Archie was not the only one with such feelings of anticipation. Ah, finally. Outside of Puzzle City's walls, the soldiers and knights waiting there could feel their hearts beating wildly. Swoosh! The golden dust whirlwind swirled together, making extremely fierce noises that could not be compared to any noise it had made until now. The ancient dragon at the center of the whirlwind had his wings spread wide as he observed the monster. Anybody could tell that the dragon was about to attack with everything it had. I think that the aftershock of the attack will be intense. Captain Nim, should we make the soldiers retreat farther back? The city walls are sturdy. Don't retreat. Move the shield bearers to the front. Yes, sir. Everybody started to move quickly to prepare for this strong attack. Please, Dragon Nim, please get rid of that monster. Look at that whirlwind. It looks like hell do it this time. The soldiers could not hide their anticipations. My goodness, I can't believe the mana is so dense. The level of cohesion is quite amazing. The mages at the Puzzle City Plaza who had followed Rosalind over could not even gulp as they had chills all over their bodies from the intensity of the dragon's mana. It's his final attack, one of the mages commented, and nobody could object. That was the thought on everyone's minds. The attack to finish this battle, or at least to have some kind of positive results, is about to start. Intruder kill as, for the lion dragon that was feeling this strong power from the closest point. The monster raised its shield with one hand, while pointing its sharp, eagle-like claws toward Eruhaben with its other hand. The gold-eyed dragon responded to it, like hell you can kill me. The ancient dragon then charged toward the lion dragon with the golden whirlwind around him. Choi Han started to speak. Should we help? Alberu shook his head at Choi Han's question. No, not you. He's right. You should stay out of it. Rosalind stopped Choi Han as well. Choi Han had stepped backward with a stiff expression on his face. Your Highness, should we at least pretend? Sounds good. Alberu, Rosalind, and the dragon half-blood rushed forward. Eruhaben was in front of the lion dragon. The dragon half-blood was behind it. Eruhaben and the dragon half-blood, as the two slightly different shades of golden eyes made eye contact, Eruhaben caused a large explosion that shook the entire area. Bararang. Shields, raise your shields. Shoot, hurry up and cast a shield. It looked as if a piece of the sun was exploding in the sky above Puzzle City. Barang. The explosion seemed to go on forever. The wind, dust, and loud explosion made it difficult for anybody to figure out what was going on. This is the dragon's true powers. Holy shoot, this is ducking crazy. There was not much they could say. It was difficult to watch the clash between these two behemoths, as it made it seem as if the battle until now had been a warm-up. Archie started to frown. Duck, I can't see anything. There was a bright light when the golden dust exploded that nobody could see the lion dragon and Eruhaben's battle properly. Barang. They could only tell that the fight was still going on because the golden dust continued to explode without stopping. It was at that moment. the golden dust surrounding the ancient dragon and the monster suddenly split. The whirlwind ripped as if it had been sliced open by a sword. What came piercing through the whirlwind was a large white shield. The shield shined so brightly and looked as if it would never break. En nuo, no way. The soldiers covered their mouths in shock. The knights and mages could not even breathe properly. They each had bad feelings about this. The shield slowly started to break apart the whirlwind. They could see a bit of the lion dragon's face now. There were still no changes at all to its expression, and people felt fear and got chills all over their bodies while looking at the stoic expression on the monster's face. Tang! They heard something head toward the shield at that moment. The black bone dragon, along with the crown prince, Rosalind, and Choi Han on its back, charged through the opening in the whirlwind caused by the lion dragon to attack it. It was dangerous to charge into a battle between two such strong individuals. Ah, your highness, Tower Masternim. The others clenched their fists as they watched more people looking like they were giving everything they had to attack the lion dragon as the ancient dragon had done. Unfortunately, the shield did not break. Tang, tang, all of the bullets were blocked by the shield. Crackle. The burning petals of flame could not scorch the shield even a little bit. The swordsman who had continued to attack with the black yang earlier in the battle was a step behind them, kneeling with his head down. Ugh! The black-boned dragon was sent flying as its armor crashed into the shield. An ominous feeling swept through the allies when they saw that happen. Their worst fears turned into reality. The monster grabbed the shield with both hands and swung it towards the front. Bang! The golden gust of wind was suppressed by the shield and ripped into pieces. The monster used its 8 dragon wings to charge forward through the exploding golden light. And finally, no. The monster saw a heavily breathing dragon at the end of the whirlwind as someone screamed in despair. Huff, huff. The dragon was breathing heavily as if it had poured out every ounce of mana it had. Crack, crackle. Mana could not gather properly around the dragon. There was only one thing such a great and mighty existence could do when it no longer had the strength to even gather mana. As the remaining bits of the golden whirlwind crashed into the shield, this great and mighty existence, the dragon crashed into the lion dragon along with the golden light. Bang! Golden light exploded once more and dyed everyone's sight white once again. As that instant of whiteness disappeared, and they could see the white monster standing firmly in the sky like a knight, and then they looked down. Ah, the great and mighty existence was falling down. The monster was in the sky. The dragon was crashing to the ground. The dragon's eyes were closed, its wings were limp, and nobody could say anything as they watched this majestic dragon fall. They were shocked and astonished. As those two emotions swept over Puzzle City, boom, the dragon plummeted to the ground. Once the falling dragon slammed down a man whose face and body were covered by a robe, reached his hand out to touch the mask on his face that covered everything above his nose. I guess an ancient dragon who is close to death was not strong enough. There was a video recording device in his hand. He watched a person bleeding out from what seemed to be his entire body as he ran toward the altar. The video of Cal Henitus was playing on the recording device on repeat. This man was naturally the White Star. He quietly observed the video recording device he received from Bear King Seru as he started to speak. There is no way Cal Henitus would be able to fight in such a condition, so we can consider him out of action for now. He then turned toward where the dragon had fallen. The somewhat reliable ancient dragon looks like that. The White Star raised his head. The monster in the sky just stood there without attacking. I guess I should just keep watching for now. The White Star slowly stepped back and hid himself. While he was doing that, someone else, Cal to be specific, gasped while watching the plummeting ancient dragon. Wow, I guess some acting skills do come with age. Clap, clap, clap. Rayan clapped next to him. You truly are amazing, Goldie Gramps. Chapter 660. I guess I do have to step in. Rayan was clapping, while Mila was calmly focusing on her task at hand. Cal was lying on the bed, looking toward the window and snickering. Lark just blankly looked out the terrace window. He's acting, right? It's fake. His voice was shaking. The fallen Iruhaben. The sight was too shocking to call it an act. My heart is beating wildly even though I know it's fake. Lark tightly clenched his fists. Lark, don't worry. Gramps wasn't hurt by the lion dragon's attack. Cal looked at Ron with an odd gaze for a moment. He shouldn't be able to see anything because it's so far away. How is he so sure Aruheben Nim wasn't hit? Cal questioned Rayan's response, but Rayan just smiled brightly, as if he didn't question anything at all. Lark couldn't help but smile after seeing Rayan's bright smile. Lark, you start moving according to the plan as well. Yes, young Master Nim. Lark watched Cal, who was reaching the final stages of connect together, as he responded vigorously. I'm okay. Yes, sir, I understand. Lark barely managed to lift his feet and left the office after hearing Cal say that he was okay. Cal watched Lark leave for a bit before looking back out the window. The fallen dragon's large body, a portion of a building, was unfortunately destroyed because of the dragon's fall. Dust and smoke rose up like clouds because of the aftershock. This sight brought shock to everybody except the few who knew the truth. Ah, some of the mages plopped down on the ground. The shield they had cast to block the aftershock of the dragon and monster's fight was long gone, and all that the mages could see was the fallen dragon in existence that was said to be the king of magic. I can't believe that he so futilely, although the battle had been fierce and intense, it hardly felt as if it had all been futile. The reason behind it was simple. It really is a monster. The dragon had fallen, but the monster was fine. The monster was quietly observing the fallen dragon without a single scratch on its shield. The dragon had not managed to harm the enemy even a little. That fact was making the others feel as if it had been futile. Something that even a dragon couldn't do, we have to do it now. The mages could not get themselves to say that part, but there were others who were feeling even more scared than they were feeling. What just happened? Did the dragon really fall to the ground? I don't know. I can't see anything. They were the soldiers waiting outside the city walls. The soldiers definitely saw the dragon falling down, but they could not accept what had just happened. They heard the noise of the dragon crashing to the ground, but they could not accept it since the tall city walls prevented them from seeing what had happened. The number of people quietly whispering slowly increased, getting louder and amplifying their anxiety as well. Quiet! The soldiers flinched and shut up after one of the knights shouted. The knight would usually scold the soldiers more for their actions, but he too was swept up with fear and astonishment that he couldn't scold the anxious soldiers. The knight captain stepped forward at that moment. All of you stay in position. Do not lose focus. There was a video communication device in his hand. Although he was shouting sternly, his back that was covered by his armor was full of sweat. Your Highness. He recalled the short conversation he just had with Albaru and continued to shout. As long as we do not attack first, that monster will not attack us. The soldiers looked up at the monster in the sky. This monster really was just quietly observing the ancient dragon. So, do not be afraid. The knight captain started to walk as soon as he shouted toward the soldiers. The lower-grade knights followed right behind him. They whispered to him, Captain Nim, then what should we? Are we just waiting? The knight captain nodded his head with a stiff expression. First of all, we have no plans on attacking first. The decision has been made that we need to first figure out the monster's weakness and get a better grasp of the current situation. His Highness has ordered us to wait. He then gave the knights an order. So make sure that the soldiers are not overwhelmed by fear. We are just going to stay in place for now, sir. That's right. His Highness' order is to wait and buy us some time in a stalemate. Inform the soldiers about the situation as well. The knights responded with a salute and called their subordinate knights and the ones leading the soldiers. The message that they were stalling for time started to be distributed. It made people scared, but also relieved that they were not fighting right now. The fallen dragon, the struggling heroes, and finally, the absence of their commander, who was like a symbol of victory. The soldiers were feeling relieved that they were not fighting right away. The knight captain looked around at them and thought about Albaru Crossman. Your Highness, I have delivered the message to the soldiers as you have ordered. By some time. The order was to let as many people know that as possible. The knight captain looked back toward the city after dutifully completing the crown prince's orders. The black bone dragon was urgently descending. It was headed toward where the dragon had fallen. How do we heal it? Shouldn't we go over and take a look first? Inside Puzzle City, the people immediately headed over toward the fallen dragon once they snapped out of shock. The dragon seemed to be their ally, so they should check on its condition. The mages, who had both respect and wariness for the dragon, started to move to be as close to the dragon as possible. At that moment, stop. They raised their heads after hearing a shout above them. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman kicked off the black bone dragon's armor and descended to the ground. Boom! There was a small rumbling once he landed on the ground. Alberu seemed to be urgently running to the dragon. All of you move back as His Highness ordered. Rosalind followed behind him. We don't know what kind of changes there will be to the mana around a dragon that is in danger. Do not approach unless we say so. The mages flinched and stopped trying to follow her. What Rosalind said seemed reasonable enough. Even if they wanted to get closer because of their curiosity, they could not go against Alberu, the magically talented crown prince who had the highest position here, nor against Rosalind, who had pretty much been solidified as the tower master. Most importantly, there was a big reason they did not dare to get closer. They could see the dragon's extremely faint breathing once they had gotten a bit closer. What a mess. The mages said that toward the dragon, a creature whose level of magic they would never be able to reach. The dragon's scales that were said to be one of the strongest things in the world had so many cracks in them. They looked like the cracks on a land dried out by drought. The cracks started from the dragon's claw and spread throughout its upper body and a portion of its wings. Its radiant golden hide seemed darker and gloomier as well. Iruhaben Nim. Rosalind subconsciously stopped walking after seeing Iruhaben's condition. She could finally see Iruhaben Nim's current condition that she had not been able to see because of the lion dragon and the golden dust. She was at a loss for words. She knew that Iruhaben's fall had been an act, but seeing Iruhaben's condition let her know that if Iruhaben had fought some more, that fall could have ended up becoming real. She got a headache. She had thought that someone might die in this war. She even prepared herself, thinking that she might die as well. But she felt suffocated thinking that someone who was pretty much, no, was her master might have died. Iruhaben Nim. She heard Alberus' voice at that moment. Alberu had taken his helmet off and revealed his blonde hair and blue eyes as he walked up to Iruhaben. He had a very stiff expression on his face. I was wondering how to keep up the act and play along since the White Star would be watching. He thought it was quite laughable that he had debated about how to react to Iruhaben's dead act. He really was prepared to die. Iruhaben looked like hell right now. Alberu finally realized that this heavy breathing was not completely fake. Shhhhh. His hand touched Iruhaben's cracking hide. Are you okay, Iruhaben Nim? Alberus' low voice cracked a bit. It sounded so bad that the others who were watching couldn't help but gulp. Huff, huff. The ancient dragon could not respond. Even though they all knew that dragons were majestic creatures, they couldn't help but look at the heavily breathing dragon with cracks on its hide with pity. Crown Prince. But the moment Alberu heard Iruhaben's calm voice in his mind, do I just stay here like this? The dragon peeked open one of its eyes and stealthily looked around. Apparently, there is nothing I can't do. As Iruhaben was praising his acting skills, Alberus' gaze changed. Why are you looking at me the way you usually look at Cal? Iruhaben, who had only opened his eyes enough to see Alberu, who was right in front of him, was almost at a loss for words. Alberu didn't care and put his hand on Iruhaben's forehead. He then mumbled in a sad voice. He's completely out of it. He does seem to be conscious, but he keeps speaking nonsense. What? Shoot. Iruhaben Nim, you cannot die. Please stay awake. Ho! Iruhaben got the chills after hearing Alberus' desperate voice. What chilling acting skills. Alberu would make most theater actors look bad, but this was to be expected. Alberu was someone who had protected his position without the help of his mother's family, while hiding the fact that he was quarter dark elf. He would not be alive if he was not a skilled actor. Iruhaben was being amazed internally when he heard Alberu whisper extremely quietly, "Please just stay here and pretend you are unconscious." Got it. Alberu then raised his voice. His breathing. Iruhaben Nim's breathing is getting even weaker. Iruhaben just laid there without doing anything. Alberu took care of everything. Your Highness, may I take a look? Rosalind snapped out of her thoughts and moved to help Rosalind. Alberu left Iruhaben in Rosalind's care and turned around. He then gave an order to the first mage he made eye contact with. Contact a nearby temple right away. He was probably urgently looking for a temple in order to heal the dragon. Multiple mages immediately took out video communication devices and started casting the spell. But Alberu shook his head and started talking to himself as if it was not enough. This is not enough. The saint, I need to contact the saintnim. Saint Jack. Some people around him nodded their heads after Alberu mentioned Jack. Healing a dragon maybe, the saint would be able to do that. I should personally go there. Albrew noticed Locke approaching him at that moment. Your Highness. Locke bowed and respectfully greeted Albrew. Albrew quickly put his hand on Locke's shoulder. I hope that the tiger tribe and the wolf tribe can stand guard around the dragon nymph. Yes, Your Highness. We will protect him so that nobody can approach him. Locke looked toward a wolf elder who nodded his head, and the wolves started to surround Iruhaben. I leave it to you. Alberu quietly whispered as he walked past Locke, and Locke whispered back, Please don't worry. We will make it so that nobody can get close and find out Iruhaben's condition. Locke hesitated for a moment before adding on. The young Masternim Alberu turned toward Locke. The young Masternim, no, never mind, Your Highness. Please just go take a look. Locke did not say anything else. Alberu didn't ask anything else and just looked over Locke's shoulder to the ancient dragon who had his eyes closed. Don't worry about me. I have some time to rest now. Alberu did not feel any relief after hearing the ancient dragon's words. Don't worry, Your Highness. We can save him. A corner of his mouth went up after hearing Locke's voice that was full of confidence. It was because he knew where Locke's confidence was coming from. Alberu stopped looking at Iruhaben and looked up at the sky. The black bone dragon, the dragon half-blood, and Choi Han were up in the air. Choi Han wanted to come down as well, but someone needed to look as if they were staying guarded against the lion dragon. For the White Star, and for their allies, Choi Han nodded his head at Alberu that it was okay to hurry up and go. Mary was on one of her flying skeleton monsters as she moved toward the black bone dragon. The dragon, half-blood, Mary, and Choi Han. The three of them should be able to prepare for any urgent situations that may arise. I should hurry. He headed toward the city hall as if he was rushing to contact St. Jack. He was planning on chatting with Cal about their plans. Your Highness, someone stopped him as he moved. Duke. It was Duke Deruth. His face had an unknown sense of nervousness. Alberu looked at him with pity. However, I hope you can wait here. He could not have Deruth come with him. The Sintamani, that orb that was connected to Earth, was with Cal. Furthermore, Cal's body was in a mess. He could not take Duke Deruth, who had come all the way here for his son. Yow'll be able to see him soon. He could only console him with such words. Duke Deruth nodded his head. The nervousness disappeared, and an indomitable will seemed to fill his gaze. I will be waiting, Your Highness. Alberu nodded his head to thank Deruth before heading for the office. Cal looked toward Mila. Teacher, it's the last part now. The cracks all over Cal's body were all mended with beige mana. Auntie, does that mean that the human will be all better? Only his plate will be fused together, so he still should take it easy. Auntie, you're amazing. Rayan's chubby cheeks twitched as if he was happy. Rayan looked toward Cal. Human, what are you going to do once this is done? Rayan was curious about the next part of the plan. Cal nonchalantly responded as he looked at two orbs. Time to go home. Home. Both Rayan and Mila looked confused, but Cal had somewhere he needed to go during this stalemate. Cal Henitus's mother's grave. He needed to go there. He had a feeling that a hint would be waiting for him there. He organized his thoughts and looked at the two orbs, the Sintamani and the video communication device, as he started to speak. Are you not turning it off? Ran responded with a benign smile. Yes, young Masternim. I'm not turning it off. Lee Soo Hyuk, Kim Rok-soo, and Choi Young-soo were sitting in a row with Park Jin-tae peeking from behind them as Lee Soo Hyuk responded for the group through the Sintamani. I don't know how to turn it off. Both of their voices were gentle, but their gazes were quite vicious. Cal felt iffy, but he didn't have the time to talk about it. He then turned toward Mila. Teacher, it's going to sting a bit. Please go ahead. Mila smiled gently, as if telling him not to worry before she took a step away from Cal. Beige-colored mana swirled around her. Rayan left the two orbs and stepped back as Cal closed his eyes. Mila peeked at Rayan before standing right in front of him to make it unable for him to see. Rayan was about to say he wanted to see as well, but shut up after feeling the mana swirling in the office. Rayan, stay still. This is an important moment. How would he dare to move during an important moment? He could not interrupt Cal's healing because of his curiosity. Rayan curled his body up and remained as still as possible. He wanted to make sure that his actions would not impact Mila's mana. He wanted to make sure he would not get in her way at all. Ah! Cal had a small smile on his face as he laid there with his eyes closed. A warm and gentle aura started to spread through his body. He could tell where it started from. The cracks all over his body, this aura had started from the beige-colored mana that had filled those cracks. Like the morning sunlight or the bright sun in the middle of a winter day, Cal felt relaxed as he felt this warm aura fill his body. Finally, Cal, your plate will be connected soon. What an amazing dragon. The ancient powers could not hide their joy. Cal was happy as well. Slam. The door opened at that moment. Alberu had rushed over as quickly as possible. He hesitated and didn't know whether to go in or not after seeing the beige mana that filled the room. He then saw Cal's current condition. Beige-colored mana was covering Cal's body as if they were spider webs. The peacefully smiling Cal opened his eyes as Alberu started frowning. And then eek! Cal's eyes opened wide. He tried to take a breath. That warm ray of sunlight suddenly changed. The warm beige-colored mana that had filled the gaps in those cracks suddenly turned into sharp daggers and stabbed him all over. His entire body was starting to burn up, and he felt intense pain. A pain that was even incomparable to the pain he felt when he used his instant ability filled his entire body. Cal could not speak. He had never felt this kind of pain before. This pain was impossible to describe with words. His limbs were shaking, while his forehead and entire body were being covered with sweat. Uwu, uwu, Mila's mana that was covering the office was making rumbling noises. Cal was at the center with his face completely pale as he struggled to handle the pain. The three people inside the Sintamani, Ran, and mercenary King Bud, who were watching as representatives through the video communication device Alberu, who was frozen like a statue outside the door, and even Rayan, who noticed the serious situation but could only look around since he was covered by Mila and couldn't see Cal. None of them could say anything. Slowly, the beige-colored mana slowly seeped into Cal's body, healing the cracks and injuries in the process. Cal's body was healing, but Cal was in so much pain that he could not make any noises. Unlike Rayan, who could not see, the adults could not say anything because of what they saw. Chapter 661. I guess I do have to step in. 3. Cal was in so much pain that he was about to go crazy. Holy shoot, this is just hurting a little. This is what she calls stinging a bit. It was unbelievable. Are you okay? Keep it up. Just a little longer, it'll be over soon. Cal, you can do it. Truly a merciless dragon. Cal could hear the ancient powers mumbling in his mind. Unlike them who were cheering him on, Cal didn't have any strength to respond. Why the hell? Why the hell is my mind getting clearer as the pain continues? It was so painful that he wished he would faint or something, but instead his senses were getting sharper as time went on. His sense of touch, sight, smell, etc. He could feel all of his senses brimming with energy as time went on. I am getting better. My plate is finally being connected together. Cal could tell what was happening without even looking down at his body. That was probably why every second felt as if it lasted for a whole day. He turned his head through the pain and made eye contact with Mila. He started to mouth something. I shouldn't have trusted a dragon. No words were coming out. However, Mila gently smiled at him as if she knew what he wanted to say without him actually saying it. Teacher, it'll be over soon. As she mentioned, the beige-colored mana that was covering Cal's body had mostly been absorbed into it, so that it was only visible around his neck and face area now. Cal bit down on his lips in relief after hearing that it was almost over. Mila brightly said something at that moment. The head area will hurt a little, just a tiny bit more. This mother ducking. Cal swore internally since he couldn't even mouth it anymore as he looked toward Mila with desperation. Mila gently told him it was coming. It's going to happen right now. The bed Cal was on started moving. It was because Cal's body was shaking uncontrollably at this sudden pain. Human. Rayan peeked his head out from behind Mila after hearing Cal's extremely painful grunt. Huff, huff. What Rayan saw was Cal, who was lying face down on the bed while breathing heavily. Cal was clenching his hair with both hands as he stuffed his face into the pillow. Human, are you okay? Rayan approached Cal in shock after seeing how he was drenched in sweat. His eyes sparkled after looking at Cal properly, as he had not done so the first time because he noticed all the sweat. Huff, huff, I'm fine. The way he was breathing heavily while responding made him sound tired, but his face was completely healed without a single scar or crack left on it. Human, you look like a baby. Rayan just shared his honest thoughts, and Cal had a look of disbelief as he moved his hand to brush his face. He could feel his soft face that didn't have a single scar or pimple on it. He slowly turned toward Mila. Scary dragon. He thought to himself that Mila was the scariest and most vicious dragon as Mila gently smiled at him after noticing his gaze. Teacher, your plate was connected very cleanly without a single scratch, so you don't have to worry about your plate anymore. The ancient powers reacted to that statement. The super rock was the first to share his excitement. It's true. Cal, it's completely clean without any signs of having been put together. Wow, it really is. This dragon might be vicious, but she sure is talented. Wow, this is great. The sound of the wind chimed in as well in a shocked voice. My power connect together is quite useful for putting things together without leaving any traces of it happening. However, there was something Mila had to say to the now healed Cal. However, I cannot use my power twice on the same person. That meant that she would not be able to use her abilities to heal Cal if his plate was to break again. Teacher, your plate is large, but it is weak as glass. So please be careful. The smile was gone on her face as she said the following. There is no next time. Her cold voice filled the office. The gust of wind caused by her beige mana was gone, and the entire office was quiet. Rayan clenched his fists together after hearing what Mila had just said. Never. I will never let the human be like that again. Rayan had made up his mind, and the others who were looking at him all felt the same way. You look like shoot. Cal turned toward Albaru, who was walking into the office. Albaru was frowning while looking at Cal with an unapproving gaze. Your Highness, you look terrible as well. It was because Cal snickered and responded that way. Hara. He sighed and looked away from Cal as he walked over to the two orbs on one side of the office. Ran, Your Highness, how about you stop watching and hurry up and come over here? Ran's face showed none of his usual benign smile while looking at Albaru. Ran looked around. On, Hang, and Dodori were pacing nearby as they could not come close to the video communication device. Beecrox walked over after seeing the serious expression on Ran's face. Gashan and the Ranger Brigade members were here as well. Finally, there was Rashiel, who was sitting down with a sassy look on his face. Ran looked back at Albaru and started speaking. I will be right there, Your Highness. Sounds good. Now, Mercenary King, can I leave the Eastern Continent to you? Albaru now looked at Bud, who was with Ran. The Mercenary King looked at Cal on the bed with a somewhat blank expression for a moment before nodding his head. Please leave it to us. Princess Jarpis sighed, and my mercenaries are enough to handle things over here. The Sez Kingdom will be with us as well. It was at that moment. Dodorinim and Rashielnim cannot come right now. Albaru turned toward Cal, who was behind him, before frowning again. The way Cal was putting his jacket on made it obvious that he was about to get up. Cal slowly got off the bed and walked up to Albaru and the others. This monster, the lion dragon, responds when strong individuals appear. The monster might start moving if Milanim, Dodorinim, and Rashielnim are all in one spot. We will have Milanim and Dodorinim wait near Puzzle City for now. Cal looked toward Albaru after feeling something was off. Why are you? Albaru was looking at Cal with an extremely annoyed expression. Are you planning on fighting right away? Me? Yeah, you. Albarus' mind was a complicated mess as Cal pointed to himself with a confused expression on his face. He had seen how much pain Cal had just been through. That was why he wanted to tell the owner of this feeble body, who needed rest, to take a break, even if his plate was connected back together. But Cal Henitus needed to fight with them in this current situation. He was extremely apologetic for having to do that and thankful to Cal for being able to do that. He was angry at this mother-ducking situation. Albarus' mind was a complicated mess because of the mix of all these emotions. I'm sure he'll say that he will fight, but if his plate breaks again, he quickly got rid of the terrible thought and shook his head. It was at that moment, I'm not going to fight. Ha, you're not going to fight. Yes, Your Highness. It was Albarus' turn to look at Cal with a confused expression on his face. Cal didn't care and continued speaking as he didn't have any time to waste. He thought this was great. Albaru and the Eastern Continent, he would save some time, as he could tell two sides his plan at the same time. Our goal is to make the white star appear in front of the lion dragon. That is why it is important that it looks like Iruhabenim and I are unable to fight. In such a situation, it is better that I don't show myself on the battlefield. Albaru agreed and nodded his head. He then asked a question. Then where are you going? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the office to talk strategy and lead everybody in the shadows, while saving his energy for when the white star appears? Alberu wanted to ask that, but Cal's response put him at a loss for words. I plan on going to my mother's grave. Silence filled the area for a different reason this time. Alberu, who knew about Kim Rok-soo, was at a loss for words and took a minute to figure out which mother Cal was talking about. Mila groaned and covered her eyes with her hands. As for Lee Soo-hyuk, Kim Rok-soo, and Choi Young-soo inside the Sintamani, they just stayed silent because they didn't know what was going on. Even if they wanted to say something, they were still shocked at how much pain Cal seemed to be in as he was being healed. And finally, the video communication device shoot. Mercenary King Bud sighed. Ron was standing silently next to him while looking away. His eyes were fluctuating, but Bud couldn't even think about looking at Ron as he started to speak. What are you thinking? Hey, it's not that right. Cal looked at Bud with a weird expression after hearing his shaking voice. Bud covered his mouth with one hand as he frowned. Cal, you must absolutely not have weird thoughts like that. Huh. Bud felt frustrated after hearing Cal speaking, as if he had no idea what Bud was talking about. Do you really think I wouldn't know what you are thinking about if you feign ignorance? They were currently in a calm moment in the middle of a fierce battle. Why else would Cal go visit the grave of his mother who passed away when he was young? Bud had an idea about what Cal was thinking based on the things he had seen and heard. He's definitely going there to firm his resolve. When mercenaries are facing a big war, about to go on a dangerous mission, or when they received a mission that they must complete successfully, they would often go home or to the graves of deceased family members to calm themselves or make up their minds. This bastard that has been nonchalant this whole time is going to visit his mother's grave this time. It must have meant that there was a big change in Cal's mental state. Bud could not understand the mind of this punk, who was barely 20 years old and felt sorrow, despite not knowing everything Cal was carrying on his young shoulders. Bud controlled his teary heart and slowly started to speak. You must survive. We must all survive no matter what. Why the hell is he acting like this all of a sudden? What nonsense is this? Cal looked shocked as he observed Bud. Of course we have to survive. My goal is to live a comfortable and healthy life in the future. I see. Let's make sure we do that. Bud warmly nodded his head at Cal with a sparkle in his eyes. Cal wanted to turn the video communication device off as soon as he saw Bud's reaction. But Bud said something before hanging up first. I will receive your firm resolve and work hard too. Let's overcome things together. Click. Bud had shut off the video communication device after saying that. That was why Cal didn't know. I am heading over. Yes, sir. Please stay strong, Patriarch Nim. Ran, On, Hung, and Beacrux, the four of them, as well as a few others, including the dragons, had left. Bud looked back at the remaining members of the Marlan household, mercenaries, and ranger, brigade members who were looking at him. They looked a bit relaxed after this first victory. Bud needed to teach them what it felt like to be desperate. He called only the leaders of the allies to explain Cal's orders. He could only tell a few people about Cal's orders, since people were supposed to think that he was unable to fight right now. So Bud decided that this would be enough. We will definitely win. The war is not over yet. In fact, this could just be the beginning. Let's finish this business on the eastern continent with our own hands. We must show our will. The chief executive's gazes changed. Their pupils were fluctuating just like Bud's. Yes, let's do it. Bud wanted to use this momentum to get rid of all traces of the white star on the eastern continent during his absence. Cal, who had no idea about this, had an iffy expression on his face while looking at the now-off video communication device before turning around and heading toward Rayan, who was peeking at him. Rayan and I will be back soon, so please contact me on the video communication device frequently, Your Highness. Okay. Alberu looked as if he had many questions, but Cal did not explain anything. He could not mention the conversation he had with the real Cal Henitus just yet. Cal was planning on explaining things after confirming something at his mother's grave. Are you heading over there right away? No, Your Highness. Cal took a robe out of his spatial pocket bag. Rayan's magic turned his hair brown. I plan on heading over to my father first. Before heading to the real Cal's mother's grave, he needed to see Duke Deruth's face first. Meeting with the real Cal Henitus let Cal fully accept the fact that he was the one who needed to look after his family here. We're here. They were on a small mountain with a vibrant forest, unlike the other mountains that were used to mine marble. Actually, it was probably more accurate to call this a hill. Cal looked at this hill that was located right behind the Hennetus estate for a moment. Human, this place is eerie. Rayan fluttered his wings while floating next to Cal, and then behind Cal Hyungnim. Basin was standing there with a stiff expression on his face. He seemed to have been planning on going to Puzzle City as well, since he was wearing leather armor. Basin peeked at Rayan and hesitated before he asked, "Are you going to go alone?" He sounded extremely concerned. Cal was in a rush, but he motioned to Basin, "I don't really want to go alone." Cal didn't know where his birth mother's grave was located among the numerous graves of the Hennetus ancestors. It would take quite a while to look for it himself. Basin should know where it was located. Besides that reason, Cal could only say one thing to Basin, who was concerned that Cal was suddenly going to his mother's grave in the middle of a war. "Little brother, let's go together." Basin flinched in shock while looking at Cal, who was motioning to him with his hand. Chapter 662. I guess I do have to step in. For little brother. Basin felt as if Cal's voice was echoing in his ear like an illusion. His heart thumped wildly as well. "We need to hurry." He snapped out of it after hearing Cal's comment and started to walk. Each step felt extremely heavy. The entire kingdom is pretty much at war right now. The Hennetus Duchy only left a few knights and mages necessary for the defense of the territory and had the rest of the troops gather by the lord's castle. His mother, Duchess Violin, was gathering the troops as the deputy for his father, who was not here, communicating with different territories through the northeast region and gathering all the troops together. Mother and Viscount Ubar will head to Puzzle City soon. The Hennetus Duchy used to be famous for its wealth, but it was also famous for its military strength now. Then there was Viscount Ubar, who had the navy in her territory. These two places would become the center that urgently sends troops to Puzzle City. According to what Mother told me, the different parts of the Roan Kingdom are all taking care of the intruders before preparing to head over to Puzzle City at His Highness' orders. Basin had seen it. The Knight Captain had sent an image of the monsters through a video communication device. Just looking at it gave him chills throughout his body. "Our humans, little bro. What are you doing?" Basin heard a bright voice at that moment. "We're in a rush. Let's go right away." Ah, the young black dragon was tilting his head while looking at him. A dragon. Basin had seen the gold dragon that had appeared as their ally to fight against the monsters. He had been able to see all of this because he was helping by his mother's side. "Basin, you lead the way. I have some things to think about, so I will follow behind you." "Little bro, Basin, let's hurry." Basin wanted to think more about Rayan, but he determined that he should follow Cal's orders because of the current situation. He stepped forward and started to climb the hill. He could feel Cal walking behind him. "I don't know why Hyung Nim suddenly wanted to come here, but I am glad that there is something I can do with him." Basin had such thoughts as he walked forward when he heard Cal's voice behind him. "Where is Mother?" Cal had not stopped by the estate and had just contacted Basin to meet him at this hill. Basin could not see Cal since he was in the front, but he slowly started to smile. Hyung Nim has always been like this. He seemed disinterested at times and even cold, but he was a warm person down inside. As Cal suddenly sought to go to his biological mother's grave, when the Roan Kingdom was in this dangerous situation, Basin thought that it was very like Cal to cautiously ask about his other mother, Violin, along the way. "Mother told me to apologize on her behalf for being unable to come to see you because she is busy, and asked me to thoroughly observe you to make sure that you do not have any injuries." "I see. And Lily?" "Ah," Basin gasped. "Lily, she says she wants to go to Puzzle City as well, and he stopped for a moment before continuing. She is throwing a tantrum about it right now. Even if we don't consider her age, aren't her skills, and more importantly, experience is lacking. She is skilled enough to easily defeat most of the regular knights in the territory, and is almost on par with the higher-level knights." "She is." "Yes, Hyangnim. What a genius. She sure is." The two siblings stopped talking for a moment, thinking about Lily, who was getting stronger by the day. "Human, your second sibling is amazing. She is really strong, apparently." Cal nodded his head. "Should I just let Lily be the territory lord in the future if she wants to do it?" He felt as if their territory would become the strongest in the Roan Kingdom if she would be the territory lord. Benefiting off Lily while quietly rolling around the house doing nothing, that sounds too sweet. As Cal was able to come up with an alternative plan to have a peaceful slacker life, in the future Hyungnim. May I ask why you are heading to your mother's grave? Cal thought about Duke Deruth after hearing Basin's cautious question. Father asked me just as cautiously. Cal had gone up to Duke Deruth while under Rayon's invisibility spell. Father, Deruth had been extremely shocked and clutched his head. My goodness, I am hearing voices now. I need to focus right now, but why am I so weak? Cal had been anxious for a moment before informing Duke Deruth that he was currently invisible and moving to an empty alley to chat together. Oh, my son. Your face, your complexion. Duke Deruth had slowly looked over Cal's entire body out of concern, but instantly stopped when he heard what Cal had to say. Father, it looks like I will need to head to Mother's resting place for a moment. Deruth was silent for a bit before he asked, just as cautiously as Basin had just done. Mother left something there. It's not something else like going up to firm your resolve or something. My resolve. Yes, a resolve for the future or something like that. The future. Even Cal thought it was not right to share his dreams of being a slacker in the future in front of his biological mother's grave. Cal had a blank expression after having that thought and shook his head. No, it is not something like that. I'm just going to get something. Then I am relieved. Duke Deruth had then grabbed Cal's hands with a much more relaxed expression. Okay, go do what you have to do. Cal had felt that something was odd. I thought Duke Deruth didn't know that Cal's biological mother had an ancient power. It was odd that Deruth so easily accepted the fact that Cal was going to get something. But Duke Deruth's next words made it understandable. You remember that we buried your mother's diary in a box underneath the headstone, right? Deruth had carefully patted Cal's shoulder. Your mother said we must make sure only you see it. She gave it to me in an enchanted box. A bitter smile had appeared on Deruth's face. Your mother, Drew, was a mysterious person, but what I do know is that she loved you very much. There's probably still nobody in this world who loves you as much as she loved you. Drew Thames. Deruth moved his hand away from Cal's shoulder while thinking about Cal's biological mother. TL note. The phonetic translation would be Juru, but it was similar enough to Drew that I chose Drew as the best English translation. I don't know why you are going there, but I am sure you have your reasons. Take your time. Don't worry about things here. He then smiled. I am truly relieved to see that you are okay. That is all that matters to me. Cal felt as if this conversation with Deruth felt different from usual, maybe because it was after his chat with the real Cal. He calmly responded to Basin, who asked as cautiously as Deruth had done. I came to get the diary mother left behind. I see. Basin responded as if he had not known about it before stopping and moving a few steps to the side. Cal could see a headstone. Drew Thames. Cal quietly observed the name. I guess I'm kind of ignorant. He could have been curious about Cal's past or his family after possessing this body. However, all he had thought about was the information in the birth of a hero. He had not been curious about Cal's biological mother's name, appearance, or even her family. He only focused on things he needed to handle things in the present and the future. It's clean. The grave was extremely well maintained. The graves of the other ancestors were clean as well, but this one gave off the feeling that it was very clean and that someone had recently maintained it. Was it Duke Deruth who had done it? Regardless of whom it was, Cal made up his mind that he would be the one to maintain this grave in the future. He thought that this was his duty now, that he truly took over Cal Henitus's body as he started to speak. Basin, will you head down first? Basin noticed the deep gaze in Cal's eyes as he looked at the headstone and urgently nodded his head. Yes, Hyungnim, I will head down first. I will wait for you at the bottom of the hill. Basin hesitated before adding on. And please call me if you ever, really, if you ever need me for anything. Okay. Basin felt slightly relieved seeing the smile on Cal's face and started to walk down. Cal walked toward the headstone once he could not see Basin any longer. He crouched down and put his hand on the ground right in front of the headstone. I don't feel anything. Every other ancient power Cal had gotten, until now, had a peculiar and unique feel around them. The sound of the wind had caused whirlpools in the ocean. The fire of destruction had been at the center of lava. The indestructible shield had been looking for food from underneath a tree. But unlike those other ancient powers, it was just quiet here. Cal debated for a moment before starting to speak. I guess I should find the diary first. The diary that Duke Deruth had mentioned, the diary that Cal's biological mother had left for him. That diary might have information about the remaining half of the ancient power. Human. Should I dig? No, this is something I should do. He shook his head at Rayan's question and took out a small trowel from his spatial pocket bag. Please excuse me. He looked at the headstone and the grave behind it and bowed his head. He then started to dig. CHH. It was easy to dig through the ground. That's odd. The ground should be frozen and difficult to dig because of the cold weather, but the ground in front of the headstone was easy to dig as if it was mud. Cal decided this was the peculiar aspect of an ancient power and started to dig faster. My goodness. Rayan gasped while looking at the crouching Cal. Are humanis sweating so much after barely even digging? His stamina is worse than a piece of paper. I really need to imprison him at home. For a while, Cal ignored Rayan's shocked mumblings and continued to dig. Tap. The trowel hit something hard at that moment, and Cal started to dig with his hands. It's a box. A small metal box appeared. It didn't seem to have any locks on it. Cal looked at the center of the top of the box. Son, if you want to read the diary, you need to put a bit of blood on the magic circle at the center of the box. Only you can open this box. Cal took a dagger out and gently stabbed his finger and put the small drop of blood on the magic circle. Ooh-wang. There was a small vibration, and the box opened without any issues. Human, it's the diary. But your blood, hurry up and put some bandages on it. Should I call the saint over? The bleeding has already stopped. It was a small prick, so the vitality of the heart easily stopped the bleeding. Cal looked at the box. The box was full of magic circles on the inside as well. It seemed to have been a preservation spell as the diary looked used, but was still in good condition. Hoo-woo. He took a deep breath before picking up the diary. The real Cal Henitus, the man who was now Kim Rok-soo in his place, had said the following. I think that my mother expected things would end up like this. The wood attribute ancient power. The person with the power to see the annual rings of all living beings. Drew Thames. Cal read the name on the headstone once more before slowly opening the diary. He should be able to learn about her past now. SHHH. Cal's face stiffened up as soon as he read the first page of the diary. If there is someone reading this diary, I wish to ask them a question. This was actually not a diary. The person in my son's body, who are you? It was a letter written inside a diary. Cal scoffed in disbelief as he read the diary. No, the letter. The cycle of life is a cycle of reincarnation, being born with a new body and new memories. But there are always exceptions. Cal couldn't even scoff anymore. Most people do not know about these exceptions. I doubt that anybody outside of my family knows about it. Most people believe these things to be impossible. There are two kinds of exceptions. There are people who go against the rule of reincarnating with a new body and new memories. The first exception are the single-lifers, people who cannot reincarnate. The second exception are the immortals, who live forever. Cal's jaw dropped. How does she know these things? Drew Thames. Who was this woman? Cal looked at the part where it said my family before continuing to read, but his gaze stopped at one spot. But there are actually variables to these two exceptions. There were people who were called variables and not exceptions. Reincarnators, transmigrators, the White Star, Cal Henitus, Kim Rok-soo. Those three names echoed in Cal's mind. The final variable are the regressors, those who return to the past. That is known to be impossible, but we were able to figure out that it is definitely an option. However, we could not learn anything else about it. The guards may be the only ones to know the answer behind this variable. Cal thought about the real Cal Henitus. I made a deal with the guard of death when I was 40, and my soul went into the body of Kim Rok-soo in his mid-30s. My body then returned to the past to when it was 18 years old, and Kim Rok-soo's soul was moved into it. The real Cal Henitus went through a complicated process of transmigrating and returning to the past at the same time. What the hell is this? Cal looked at the diary in his hand with disbelief. This diary that he expected to read without much thought was full of heavy truths. Shoot. Cal closed the diary for a moment after reading the next few lines. Oh, and one more thing. Single-lifers, immortals, reincarnators, and transmigrators. There is a difference between the exceptions and the variables. That is the reason we are able to distinguish reincarnators and transmigrators from the other two. Human, what is it? Rayan cautiously asked, but Cal slowly recalled what he had just read. The reason that exceptions and variables were different reincarnators and transmigrators. Unlike the exceptions, these variables always have a soul that is impacted by them. In the case of the reincarnator, the soul that was supposed to get a new body and new memories has its body taken by the reincarnator, making just the new memories float around until it finds a new body somewhere in a different dimension to live on, as a sort of twin. As for transmigrators, a person who has their body taken by a transmigrator must take the body of the transmigrator. The former shouldn't be an issue because they are in a different dimension, but the latter causes significant chaos for a soul that suddenly has its body taken away. Following that statement, usually, guards will call single-lifers and immortals to a world when a world is in danger, but they are unable to intervene themselves. It is because these people do not impact other souls, even if they move to a different dimension. Cal started to speak. Choi Han. Now all three people of the Choi family, Choi Yung-gun, Choi Han, and Choi Yung-soo, they were not immortals. However, Choi Yung-gun and Choi Han, the two who had come to this world, had abnormally long lifespans. There seemed to be only one term to describe them: single-lifers. Cal urgently opened the diary again. My son has the life of a variable. He will either be a reincarnator or a transmigrator. Cal suddenly thought of someone's face. He was thinking about Kim Rok-soo's face. There was someone who had an extremely similar face as well. The White Star's face is similar to Kim Rok-soo's face, right? That's right, human. We talked about it last time. Choi Han had seen a picture of a maskless White Star in the secret area of Duke Fredo's bedroom in the Endable Kingdom. He said that the White Star's face was extremely similar to Kim Rok-soo's face. He recalled what he had just read in the diary once more. In the case of the reincarnator, the soul that was supposed to get a new body and new memories has its body taken by the reincarnator, making just the new memories float around until it finds a new body somewhere in a different dimension to live on, as a sort of twin. As a sort of twin, the White Star was a reincarnator. Cal Henitus was a transmigrator. Kim Rok-soo came to this world after switching bodies with the transmigrator Cal Henitus. But that Kim Rok-soo's face was similar to the White Star's face. Cal thought about the life and future that the real Cal Henitus told him about. It was ruined. Choi Han went up against the White Star, but both the eastern and western continents were scorched after almost 20 years of war, and many people died or were injured and tired by the long war. The White Star had attacked Puzzle City and was on the verge of becoming a god. The White Star of that time probably would have called forth the Lion Dragon and found a way to kill it to open the temple door to either awaken the sealed guard or take his powers. What could the guard of death do as he watched all of this happen? Based on what Cal had seen until now, it was difficult for guards to personally intervene, so they could only use people or items to somewhat intervene in a situation. But Choi Yung-soo, the next single lifer, had rejected a deal. What else could the guard of death do at that point? If there were no immortals, if there were no exceptions, the guards would choose the variables. And with the variable options of reincarnators and transmigrators, what if there was a way to take care of both of these at once? It's obvious. He didn't need to think about it any longer. That is why I was called here. He said his hypothesis, which was pretty much confirmed, out loud. I must have been one of the souls that were impacted by the reincarnator, the White Star. He looked toward the diary again. There were still things written in the diary, too many truths he still needed to learn. Chapter 663. I guess I do have to step in. 5 Cal was about to look at the diary when he heard a voice that made him turn his head. Human, what does that mean? Rayan, who could not see the diary, puffed up his cheeks as if was upset about what he had just heard. Human, you are not someone who would be affected by that white thing. It was based on what Cal had just mumbled. I must have been one of the souls that was impacted by the reincarnator, the White Star. Rayan waved both paws around as if to object to that statement. Cal let out a quiet chuckle. But he didn't respond and just patted Rayan's head before turning back toward the diary. Reincarnators. Existences that maintain their memories while getting new bodies, unlike regular souls that would get new memories and new bodies with each new life. The variables that would affect other souls. It is highly likely that I was the soul that was affected by this reincarnation of the White Star. The current White Star's face was similar to Kim Rok-soo's face. Cal organized his thoughts. Kim Rok-soo was living in a different dimension after being affected by a reincarnator. If he switches places with a transmigrator and is brought to this world, the simple answer was that this was the cleanest and most efficient way to take care of things. Of course, this was a decision made by a guard who did not want to impact numerous souls. Single lifers and immortals, the exceptions. Reincarnators and transmigrators, the variables. Finally, the mysterious existence of the regressors. Ha! Cal couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. However, what he read next in the diary made his thoughts move in a different direction. My family, has been researching time and life for generations. Cal's gaze headed back to the headstone. Drew Thames, Cal's biological mother, was from Baron Thames' family. Cal recalled the information he managed to sneakily get out of Duke Deruth before coming to this grave. Cal Henitus's biological mother's household is said to have perished. Drew Thames had been the only surviving descendant. Duke Deruth fell in love with Drew Thames when they met at the academy and asked her to marry him. There were no nobles with the family name of Thames in the present Roan kingdom. It was because Drew Thames, the only living descendant, chose not to continue her household. With nobody left to continue the family, the name was naturally removed from the list of nobles and eventually disappeared from people's memories. It was just the maternal family of an extra in the birth of a hero, and the book didn't even mention that extra's biological mother's name or her family. That's odd. Cal felt that it was odd no matter how many times he thought about it. It looks like they had been doing research without anybody knowing about it. Based on what he knew so far, the Thames household didn't seem to share the results of their research with anyone. Drew Thames, the only living descendant, didn't even mention the details of her perished family's research with Duke Deruth. The research was conducted in secret, but it is extremely valuable. The White Star would most definitely use this information for evil if this diary ever fell into his hands. The research falling into the wrong hands might have been the reason they kept it a secret. But the problem was that the family that had been keeping this secret was no longer around. The only living descendant, That meant that there was absolutely nobody else in the world. It meant that they were all dead. It gets weirder the more I think about it. Drew Thames. She had an ancient power that allowed her to see the annual rings of all living beings. She was skilled enough that she could tell that her own son was born with the variable life of a transmigrator. Someone like that didn't know how the other descendants of her family died. Most importantly, even if they were just a baron's family, one of the Roan kingdom's noble households had slowly disappeared without a trace. But that descendant's spouse didn't even know the reason. Her spouse just said that that had been the case from the moment they met. Now that Cal decided to live the rest of his life as Cal Henitus, he thought that he should look into some things as they related to the original Cal Henitus. That naturally included learning more about his mother, Drew Thames, and his maternal family, Baron Thames' household. It's really fishy. For some reason, just thinking about the Thames household gave him the chills. I feel like I am going to get involved in some complicated mess while looking into this family. They were researching time and life. Just that alone made it extremely mysterious. A family pretending to be a simple baron's household was researching this in secret before they all perished, except for one living descendant. That remaining descendant didn't even try to carry on the family name. Something stinks. There was definitely something to this. Human, I didn't fart. Cal's face that was about to turn serious instead turned into a frown. He looked toward Rayan, who was sniffing around. Sniff, sniff. It doesn't smell stinky. Human, where do you smell the stink? Hara. Cal just sighed and shook his head. But he still observed the energetic Rayan. Human, moving around alone with just the two of us reminds me of when we did this in the past. Rayan was quite happy right now. He had done something similar not long after he first met Cal. He was remembering how the two of them moved around taking care of things. Cal firmed his resolve while looking at Rayan. Yeah, he made up his mind. We need to take care of the White Star first. And once they take down the White Star, he'll rest. He will definitely get some rest. He will also relax and do nothing. Hell, make a field that's so small that it could barely be considered farming. Yes, my maternal family one day, yes, one day. Just, he would push back the issue with the Thames household for later. Much, much later. Cal chose to avoid this topic for now since it scared him a bit. What could happen? He tried to calm himself that nothing will happen, but it still kept weighing on his mind. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. He felt as if he had some clues about what would happen in the future, but Cal chose to feign ignorance for the time being. There's no way something like what happened with this White Star bastard would happen again, right? If something as annoying as what happened with the white star happens again, if the scale of that event was as big as this one, that's just wrong. Cal shook his head. I'm just having a delusion. Yes, everything he was feeling right now must be a delusion from being unable to rest because of the white star. How could it not be? The incident with the Thames household happened tens of years ago, but Cal had not learned anything about it until now. He had been on both the eastern and western continents. If Cal and his friends had not learned about it while sweeping around left and right, it was normal to think that nothing was going on. It's just something that happened a long time ago that people forgot about. He decided to not put much meaning into it. He decided to only dream about having that slacker life after taking care of the white star. Yeah, he'll just rest once this is all over. That's right, human. You can rest for about a year before we go see the world. Maybe he was being overly sensitive because he had just been thinking about the Thames household, but Cal had a feeling that seeing the world with Rayan might lead to a lot of incidents as well. I'm just going on a leisure trip with the children. Nothing should happen. Cal thought about traveling the world, having fun and relaxing as he brushed aside his unnecessary ominous feelings. He decided it was nothing to worry about and that he was just being overly cautious. Cal felt more refreshed before he frowned after reading the next sentence Drew Thames wrote in the diary. To the person who is living in my son's body. I'm sorry. Why is she randomly apologizing? The reason you sought this out is probably to get some information or find the roots of this body you have possessed. You might also be here for my ancient power. That is why I arranged something appropriate for you. This arrangement that Drew Thames had left the corners of Cal's lips curled up. He was wondering why she was apologizing, but if she prepared something, it must be the remaining part of her ancient power. It must be this. He was certain it would be the ancient power. Cal continued to read with a bit of expectation. There is a place called the Forest of Darkness near the Henitus territory. Hmm. There are two different ancient powers in there. One is located inside a cave, and although I have not personally gone into the cave, I could feel the power from the entrance. The other power is located in the lake within the forest. It is actually a swamp covered in dead mana, so I shouldn't really call it a forest, but I could feel an ancient power in there as well. The super rock and the dominating aura, I already got those. Furthermore, I left half of my power in Harris Village, which is located right next to the Forest of Darkness. You will be able to easily get it if you go there. It is pretty much the essence of my power, and will allow you to see the flow of time in a living being's past. You should be able to easily determine what those annual rings represent if you read the information I left you. If you see the annual rings without this information, you will just be able to tell if time has been warped. The white star took that, though. That is the essence of her power. Should I be relieved that the white star doesn't have this information and can only tell that a person's time has been warped? Human, why do you have such an expression? Did someone smack you from behind? Cal's hands were shaking as they held the diary up. He mentally thought the name of the person he would now live as, the original name of the bastard who will now live as Kim Rock-Soo. Hey, Cal Henitus, I thought you said that your mom seemed to know everything in advance and prepared for it. It doesn't seem to be the case. He then noticed some other statements. I believe that variables appearing in the world instead of just exceptions mean that the world is full of chaos and that the gods had no choice but to rely on the variables. I hope that the information and the arrangements that I left you will help you achieve your wishes in the midst of that chaos. To the person who will be living in my son's body, I hope you can consider these my gifts to you for the harm you may have received because of my child. On behalf of my child, I'm sorry. Cal let out a sigh. Hoo-woo. Cal stared at those words, I am sorry, for a while before closing his eyes for a moment. Human, are you okay? Rayan cautiously observed Cal's face before peeking at the diary. Ha! His eyes then opened wide. Human this, smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. P.S. I am leaving a small amount of information and half of my power here just in case. Just in case. She seemed to have hesitated, not knowing whether these would be helpful. Human is the half of my power she is talking about, the ancient power. Flip. Cal turned the page, and both Cal and Rayan could see the contents written in there. Here is some information in case the enemy you must face is an exception or a variable. Cal's mouth opened. He read one of the statements written there, almost as an addendum, out loud. A reincarnator's soul will not lose its memories because you kill its present body. A reincarnator is someone who can record the memories of many lives in their soul. A reincarnator was said to be someone who got a new body but maintained their old memories instead of getting a new body with new memories like everybody else. That is why a reincarnator will have one large annual ring with numerous smaller annual rings mixed in there. The large annual ring will be the memories of their numerous lives. You can consider that to be the record of their lives, while the smaller circles mixed within it. Those annual rings can be considered the bodies it has inhibited. Cal slowly read the next statements out loud, as if he was savoring them. That is why a reincarnator will not face complete death because you attack their body. There are probably many ways to completely kill a reincarnator, but I and my family only know of one method. Drew Thames had recorded this one method just in case. That record was now in Cal's hands. He slowly ran his fingers over that record, the method to kill a reincarnator, the reincarnator's memories, the largest annual ring that would be the foundation for their being, the center and foundation for the numerous smaller annual rings. That border that encompassed all of the smaller rings, you just have to get rid of that. This was the method to completely get rid of the white star. This was the method to stop him from reincarnating again. But it is useless if you cannot see that annual ring. However, if you manage to get either parts of my power, although they are focused on different directions, you will at least be able to see the annual rings. Human, even if you can see the annual ring, how do you attack it? Down, down. Rayan's gaze followed Cal's hand and looked down. Then you probably will ask, how do you attack the annual ring once you can see it? Weapons and magic will not be able to attack it. Rayan's pupils started shaking. Human, does that mean ancient powers will work? Keep reading. Furthermore, ancient powers will not work either. Ah, Rayan sulked. However, Cal's eyes were clouding over the more he read, so Rayan continued to read as well. A reincarnator's numerous annual rings will have a soul that is extremely strong thanks to its numerous life cycles. If you compare a dragon that has lived for 1,0 years and a reincarnator who has reincarnated over and over for 1,0 years, the annual rings of the reincarnator who has lived numerous lives are usually stronger. That is why, in order to destroy the annual rings of a reincarnator, you need to use the power of someone who has annual rings with more years than the reincarnator. Rayan turned toward Cal. Human Rayan, who seemed to have realized something, looked toward Cal, whose eyes were sparkling. Cal seemed to have found the answer as well. The White Star was a reincarnator. In order to stop him from reincarnating again, they needed to get rid of his largest annual ring. In order to do that, he first needed the power to see annual rings, and second, he needed the power of someone who has lived long enough to suppress that giant annual ring. The first would be possible with the remaining half of Drew Thames' power Cal would soon get, while the clue to the second requirement was something Cal had known for a while already. An immortal. Immortals, those who live forever. Cal looked away from the diary and looked at a tree near the grave. He knew of one immortal. It was a being that had existed in this world longer than any other living being. The records of this world were recorded in that being's annual rings. The World Tree. The World Tree had once given Cal a branch that resembled a chopstick, calling it a sword. Chapter 664. I guess I do have to step in. 6. Is this where I'm supposed to use that skewer stick? The sword that the World Tree gave Cal through the healer elf Pendrick was a wooden stick that was about as long as a chopstick. Cal's expression turned odd. Did the World Tree look into the moment where I would get rid of the reincarnating White Star and give me that sword? His head tilted to one side. I don't think that that was the case. The World Tree had said that it was unable to see the futures of people with ancient powers clearly. Cal recalled the moment he received the sword of the World Tree. It was when they had infiltrated the Molden Palace with Princess Jopis. They had quite the battle in the underground area of the Molden Palace, working with the elves to get rid of the problematic fake World Tree and carrying out the plan to defeat Elisne the First, one of the White Star's subordinates, and putting Princess Jopis in power. Pendrick, an elf who could not use elemental arts but had healing powers, had stealthily approached Cal in the middle of the battle. He handed Cal something that was wrapped in silk as he said something. Young Master Nim, this is a sword the World Tree Nim gave me to give you. A sword? This thing? Isn't this just a branch of the World Tree? No, sir. It is a sword. Pendrick had shared what the World Tree had told him when it stealthily called him over before he came here. Young Master Nim. The World Tree Nim said to use this if you were in danger. If you stab this into a living being's heart and cover it in blood, it'll become a great weapon. The World Tree Nim said that young Master Nim's blood is special. She said that your blood has more life force and vitality than anyone else. That is why she said that Cal Nim's blood was the perfect weapon against those with weak vigor or vitality. Cal started to speak while thinking about that moment. It is highly likely that the World Tree didn't know either. The sword from the World Tree was given so that Cal could use it against the black fake World Tree and anybody who uses dead mana. It probably had not considered the stick being used to take care of a reincarnator. There's no way to be certain, though. Cal decided where he would go next after leaving the Hennetus territory. He'll need to meet with the World Tree first. Human, are we heading north before heading back to Puzzle City? Yeah. Rayan made a mental note about their next destination before tightly clenching his two front paws into fists. I will not leave the human side. I will stick to him like glue. He would make sure that his human would not be able to push himself too much again. Rayan firmed his resolve. Cal had no idea about this as he continued to read the addendum in the diary. The addendum is longer than the actual contents. SHHHH, SHHHH. Cal's expression turned odd as he turned the pages. The diary not only had the method of killing a reincarnator, it also had how to handle single-lifers, transmigrators, and immortals using the annual ring's ability. Cal made up his mind after reading this far. I should burn this last part later. It was information that would be bad for Choi Han and him if someone else found out about it. I am actually the victim of a transmigrator and not a transmigrator, so it shouldn't be bad for me. But it is extremely dangerous for Choi Han. He noticed that the characteristics of single-lifers definitely described Choi Han the more he read about them. A section of what he just read caught Cal's eyes. A higher world. Could it be the divine world and demon world? The one higher than those would most likely be the world of the gods. Wow, Choi Han might become a god once he dies. Cal felt the back of his neck turning cold. The fact that he kept getting chills on his back the more he read into Drew Temm's diary made him sure about one thing. This diary is dangerous. There were too many dangerous pieces of information in this diary. It helped him realize how dangerous of a research the Thames family had been conducting. On the one hand, he was relieved. The chances that Cal was the only one who knew about this was high. Rayan had peaked a bit, but Rayan was on Cal's side, so it shouldn't be a problem. If a crazy bastard knew this information, phew. Just thinking about it was terrible. The White Star would have done something big that Cal didn't even want to think about. The divine world and demon world really could have been involved at that point. I am glad that this dangerous seed ended up in my hand first. He sighed in relief while looking at the diary in his hand. It was talking about Choi Han. The diary then discussed how to use annual rings to go up against single-lifers. There were many other dangerous pieces of information that should never be known. And Cal undid the top button of his shirt after feeling himself heat up since he used his ability to record everything in his head. Just the last part is left now. The last part of the addendum was where Drew Thames had left information about the portion of the ancient power she left behind. Cal was a bit confused. It can't see the future. He then saw a word that was darker than the others, as if she had hesitated for a while there. That single word made it easy to tell that she debated whether to say the next part or not. Two words caught his attention. Cal had a very bad feeling about those two words. Cal groaned and looked away from the last words written inside the diary. Cal looked around at the still silent grave area and slowly closed the diary. How do I get this test started anyway? Tap. The moment he closed the diary. Human. Cal and Rayon both raised their voices. Boo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The ground started to shake. To be more specific, only the hill the graves were on started shaking wildly. It made such a loud noise that could be heard throughout the entire Hennetus territory. Hyangnim. Basin was shocked at the sound and couldn't help but run back toward Cal despite his orders to wait for Cal at the bottom of the hill. Lily was following behind him. Orabuni. Lily had been throwing a tantrum to Duchess Violin before deciding that she would at least come here to see Cal's face. She was so swift that she had already passed Basin and was running ahead of him. There were also others who had just teleported to the bottom of this hill. He can't get hurt, Naya. We need to hurry, Naya. On and Hung frantically chased behind Basin and Lily in the distance as well. Cal's allies, who had teleported here from the eastern continent's Mount Necks of the Sez Kingdom, had heard the loud noise from the hill with Cal's mother's grave the moment they arrived. They knew that Cal was on that hill. Ha! Must this great being head over? I'm going to go. We're already the last ones. The pink curly-haired dragon Dodori pointed, while Ran and Beakrax were already running behind On and Hung and chasing after them, while the sighing buzz-cut dragon Rashiel looked to the side. Grua, Dorf, who was in a mess and still had his throat clenched by Rashiel's hand, was struggling to even groan. Ah, I can't believe a great being like me has to move to go see a human. Rashiel was shaking his head and grumbling, but he was smiling as he ran toward Cal while dragging Dorf on the ground. Dorf groaned some more, but Rashiel had no reasons to care. Cal Henitus is obviously going to praise my name. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Rashiel looked forward to Cal praising him for thoroughly beating Dorf up as he hurried. Hey, is it over here? He could see that the others had stopped moving. Is this where Cal Henitus? Rashiel was about to ask if Cal was here before he became at a loss for words after seeing what was in front of him. Boom, they heard another loud noise. The results of the shaking hill appeared in front of Basin, Lily, On, Hang, and the others who had come to Cal's mother's grave. CHHHH, CHHHHHH. Cal's biological mother. There was no longer a grave where Drew Thames' grave had been. A tree. In this spot where the grave had been, a large tree was growing out of it. The base of the tree was so wide that it would take multiple adults to hug it, and even the roots that poked out of the ground were thick. The tree was a shiny dark maroon color, while the branches shooting out seemed as strong as the vicious currents of the water in a valley. Ho, ha! In this spot where the grave had been, a large tree was growing out of it. The leaves growing from the branches were red. Numerous leaves filled the branches as if the cold weather of winter was a joke. The leaves were as red as the sunset. They resembled Cal's hair color. Hung blankly started mumbling. They're glowing. The red leaves were glowing. They were glowing as if they were covered in sunlight. Everybody looked toward the center of this tree. It was the center of where these beautiful red leaves were glowing. Young Master Nim. Cal was at the center, lying on the ground looking as if he was being hugged by the leaves. Ron believed this had been unexpected based on how Cal's clothes were crumpled here and there. That suspicion was correct. Ah! And Cal looked around with an anxious expression on his face. The grave had suddenly split in half, and this large tree had started growing. That tree had surrounded Cal before lifting him with it, making Cal float up while being surrounded by the red leaves before he could even figure out what was happening. Rayan looked back and forth at the people coming toward them and Cal before stating his thoughts out loud in a bright voice. Human, it's beautiful. On and Hung nodded their heads as well. You look so cool. The red color suits you so well. Cal started to frown. What are you talking about? Cal couldn't help but be baffled since he was suddenly pushed up by these leaves. He had never expected for the grave to split in half. How the hell am I supposed to get the ancient power? He heard a voice at that moment. It was the voice of a young woman who seemed to be in her late teens. Who might you be? Cal recalled what he had read in the diary as he heard those questions. The power left here was the power I mainly used when I was young. Ancient powers are impacted by the memories of a soul, and that is usually what determines the method of obtaining that power. Cal used those pieces of information as the base as he started to think. Was the power and test affected by when she was young because Drew Thames mainly used it when she was younger? He thought about his face. He believed he was right since the owner of this voice did not recognize Cal Henitus's face. Did the soul of the owner that was left behind split into two because the power had split into two? Cal felt extremely relieved that the White Star and Bud could not hear the voices of the ancient powers as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. However, the voice that was believed to be the voice of a young Drew Thames spoke to him again before he could say anything. Who might you be and how are you super cute like me? Excuse me. That was all Cal managed to say in shock. What did I just hear? He touched his ears at that moment. I'm talking about you. Yes, you look so cute. Cal blankly blinked his eyes. The voice didn't care and just continued to speak. I have this weird feeling that I will like you even though we just met. You hardly look like that half-witted fool Deruth, but you also look similarly handsome as my eldest Orabuni. Cal's pupils started to shake. This really seemed to be Drew Thames, since the voice just mentioned Deroth. It really seemed to be a young Drew Thames. But this woman was giving off a completely different image from the image of Drew Thames that the real Cal Henitus and the diary had given him. He had expected her to be more sincere and serious. "Who do you resemble that you are so handsome and cute?" "Excuse me." That was the only thing Cal could say. Your confused expression as you say, "Excuse me," is oddly the same as Deroth's stupid face. "Ah, it looks so cute. Excuse me. Anyway, you pass. Excuse me." The shocked expression on Cal's face looked very similar to Deroth's face. "I passed." "Passed what?" Chapter 665. I guess I do have to step in. 7. Cal questioned it, but had no choice other than to ask the conclusion he came to in his mind. "I pass because of my looks." My goodness. The voice that sounded like a person in their mid to late teens shouted as if she didn't know what to do. "So cute. Look at how grumpy you look while asking if you pass because of your looks. You're such a little cutie." My goodness. Cal's my goodness as he sighed was for a very different reason than the Drew Thames of her teens. He heard the voices of the super rock and the other ancient powers in his mind. "Oh, I've never seen someone like this. She has a sharp eye. How amazing. She's amazing in many ways." The first thing she noticed while looking at Cal Henitus was his face. Ho ho ho. This was the first time that Cal had ever been told he was cute, whether in this world or during his life as Kim Rock-soo. He had never been called cute in his 30-plus, almost 40 years. Ha ha ha, Cal couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Someone came back to their senses after hearing him laugh. Ron Marlin. Ron had only been anxious about this sudden situation for a moment before walking over to Rayan with a stiff expression on his face. "Rayan Nim. Good to see you again, Grandpa Ron." Ron couldn't put on his usual benign smile, even at Rayan's bright greeting. "Rayan Nim, how did a tree end up growing here?" The grave of Cal Henitus's biological mother. Ron had been thinking about a lot of things just from the fact that Cal came here. But a giant tree bursting through the grave and growing like this. The tree was beautiful, but Ron couldn't get rid of the stiff expression on his face. Ha ha ha, it was because Cal Henitus, the child of the owner of this grave that was now gone because of the tree, was laughing so emptily while being surrounded by these beautiful red leaves. The laugh seemed somewhat full of disbelief, but also as if there was nothing behind it. Ron slowly looked around. Rayan, Lily, and Hung were just watching the tree, and Cal as if they were amazed. But everybody on and older were only shocked for a moment before they all looked at Cal with complicated expressions on their faces. Hmm. Ron's gaze then landed on a punk. MMPH. MMPH. This bastard's face had turned into a mess after being pummeled by the buzz-cut dragon Rashiel. Lion King Dorf's eyes were wide open as he flailed while looking at the red tree. His face looked both astonished and shocked. Why is this son of a beach whining like this without considering the situation? Rashiel raised his palm as if to say Dorf was being annoying. Pow. Ah. Rashiel smacked Dorf's back extremely hard, and Dorf's head lowered while shaking intensely. Rashiel snorted before smirking. "This is my first time seeing someone gain an ancient power. Truly fitting for a human, this mighty dragon as a pro. No, that's not right." "Hey, is this okay?" Rashiel's eyes opened wide. "Is it okay for Cal Henitus to gain another ancient power? Is his plate okay? Won't it break again?" Ron still looked calm, while some of the others stiffened up while hearing that. "What do you mean by his plate breaking again?" Basin quietly asked, while Rashiel nonchalantly commented, as if he couldn't believe Basin didn't even know that. "Cal Henitus's plate is wide, but is pretty much completely full already. His plate will probably break into pieces if he takes in one more ancient power." What would happen if it breaks?" Lily quickly barged in. Rashiel was annoyed at these little pests, but held back his anger and responded bluntly. "What else? He'll die if his plate breaks. I heard he's been through this many times already. This time is probably really dangerous." "Rashiel Nim." Ron tried to stop him, but Rashiel had already said it, and Lily and Basin turned completely pale. Rashiel didn't care as he looked toward the bottom of the hill. "Who is that?" "She is the Duchess of the Territory." Ron answered Rashiel's question while looking at the pale expression on Duchess Violin's face. She had just gotten here. The Violin Ron knew would not have come here while Cal was here. However, she probably came over because she was worried after seeing this bright red tree and hearing Cal's scream. She had run over on her own. A lot of people probably wanted to come with her. but she probably came alone because she was worried that she might bother Cal, who had wanted to go to his biological mother's grave quietly. And after rushing over on her own, the first thing she heard was what Rachel had just said. Tusk. Ron clicked his tongue internally before bowing toward Violin. Duchess Violin stopped walking and disappeared behind a tree without getting any closer. He heard Lily's shaking voice at that moment. Shouldn't we stop him? Who knows? Rashiel was standing there with an odd expression on his face, as if he had not been the one to ask if Cal was okay a few moments ago. I'm sure Cal Henitus knows the condition of his body. We should just wait for now since he chose to do this. The great and mighty Rashiel was concerned about Cal, a rare person he could easily converse with, but he did not have the authority to stop him. But Lily and Basin were different. Basin subconsciously walked toward the red tree. That is not acceptable. He cannot keep doing this. Hyung Nim should not do this if it can be dangerous for him. What if it is something he needs to do? Excuse me. He stopped and turned around after hearing a voice. The pink curly-haired Dodori was standing there with his arms crossed. Cal Henitus most likely knows that this may be taxing on his body. He made this decision despite knowing what it could do. He most likely believes that this is the only way for us to be victorious. Basin's mouth slowly opened as he let out a quiet sigh. I will respect Cal Henitus's decision. Dodori then closed his eyes. Hero, that was not a title that was given at a person's birth, the path that the person has taken, the numerous decisions the person has made, the many things the person has done. All of those things combined together, and the results they created were what made people give someone the title of hero. That was how a hero was born. If you cannot understand the weight he is carrying on his shoulders, you should at least respect his decisions. As the eyes of the young pink dragon Dodori reflected what he had just said, a human will be fine. He heard Rayan's confused voice. Rashiel, Dodori, and the siblings turned toward Hong and Rayan, who looked confused, and on who was shaking her head. The moment Dodori felt that this was odd. Dodori, Rashiel, and Rayan turned toward the red tree. What the? Rashiel subconsciously rubbed his arm that had goosebumps. Boom. It made Lion King Dorf's face slam to the ground, but Rashiel didn't care. Rashiel pressed down on the fallen dwarf with one foot while wetting his lips with his tongue. Something is getting twisted. Dragon. An odd twist of something that even a great dragon like himself could not detect was silently happening around them. It was happening at the center of these sparkling red leaves. It was happening where Cal Henitus was located. What is it? What is being twisted? Rashiel could tell that something was happening, but could not tell what it was. It was the same for Dodori, but they did not step in. It is just a small amount of power. It is weak. They didn't know what it was, but the twist and the strength of the power were weak. Rashiel and Dodori chose to watch for now. But one being, the black dragon that was clenching his front paws so tightly that they were getting sweaty. The young dragon's instincts told him what was moving right now. Time. Something that was not visible in the sky or the ground. Something that had less presence than the air, but definitely continued to flow and absolutely abided by the laws of nature. Rayan could feel this existence of time twisting with the red tree at its center. No, this is not time. Rayan had a feeling that this great existence was not just time. Something even greater than time was hiding inside this twist. It was something that could be impacted even less than time. A single word popped into Rayan's mind. Rayan could somewhat make out the true nature of this twist that nobody, not even the other dragons that were here, were able to decipher. He could not make it out completely because he was still young and inexperienced, but the word seemed to embed itself in his mind. Fate. The power heading toward Cal Henitus right now was fate. It was extremely small and weak, but Rayan thought that it was a more dangerous power than anything else. It'll be dangerous if that power reaches the human. Boom, boom. Rayan's heart started beating wildly. Something that existed inside him started to squirm. It was like the smallest of embers that landed on a handful of dry leaves. A small amount of power similar to the ember that was so small, but had the power to completely swallow those dry leaves in flame, was squirming inside Rayan. Rayan had not noticed it because he was too busy thinking about how Cal could be in danger. Boom, boom. That power slowly started to aim for that small amount of fate on the red tree without Rayan noticing. It seemed to be the only power that could get rid of this omnipotent force. This was the only moment to break the restrictions of fate given to a life form. The present was the only time to do it. Parat. A red light covered Rashiel, Dodori, and everyone's eyes. There was a gentle breeze as everything looked to be covered in blood. The blood-red light seemed to be swept up by the breeze, and they could see Cal Henitus floating up to the top of this red tree. Ah, Rayan gasped while seeing the smirk on Cal's face. The small amount of power that had been rising up without Rayan's knowledge sunk back deep inside Rayan's body. Human, Rayan subconsciously called out to Cal. The blood-red lights headed toward Cal at that moment. The red light tried to crash into Cal like an angry wave or a tsunami. That's odd. But Cal was focused on something else. It's warm. Although the red light looked extremely destructive, Cal could feel a type of warmth he had never felt before. Swoosh, Cal pulled back the whirlwinds that had been surrounding him and moved toward the red wave. The wood attribute ancient power, annual rings of life. No, shoot. Cal could not really hear the shouts of people underneath the tree. He just closed his eyes and focused. He then called forth an ability that existed inside him. At that moment, "Hey, cutie, you are my kin." Drew Thames sounded confused before she continued in a slightly happy tone. "I just need to go in here, right?" Cal opened his eyes at that moment. There was a diary in his hand. It was the item that Drew Thames had left behind. This diary. Cal's embrace ability was used on the diary. "Yes, Mom, please go in here." Cal severely lacked the plate space to absorb any more ancient powers. That was why he used embrace to put his new power into this diary. That's a relief. I let you pass because you look so cute, but you need to be a part of the Thames household to use this power properly. This ordinary brown diary. The red light slammed down into it, and Cal closed his eyes for a moment because it was so bright before opening them back. It was just a short moment, but he could feel the power going into the diary. It changed. Once he opened his eyes, he could see that the diary was gently surrounded by the red leaves and had turned red. He could not hear Drew Thames' voice anymore. Cal touched the pages of the diary with an odd gaze in his eyes. Now there were multiple powers he used embrace on, including the Earth attribute ancient power from before. There's also the Black World Tree. It wouldn't be bad to discuss the future of the fake World Tree he embraced at the underground labyrinth of the Molden Palace when he went to see the World Tree after this. Cal organized his thoughts in his mind. And Cal suddenly flinched and his eyes opened wide. CHHHHHHHHHHH, the diary left his hand and flipped pages on its own. It opened to an empty page, and red words started to appear. Cal could tell that Drew Thames he had just embraced was the one writing in here. "Yes, Mom, they are true." Nothing appeared in the diary for a moment. Cal quietly looked at the diary, and the diary must have felt his gaze as more words appeared, albeit in a much smaller font, as if she was mumbling. He could not understand what she meant, however. The handwriting looked weak and full of sorrow. Based on what Cal knew, the Thames family had perished, and Drew Thames had been the only one of the Thames bloodline by the time Deruth met her at the academy. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. He was going to ask about the Thames family, the issue that he had tried not to pay any attention to at all. But Drew Thames started writing again before Cal could say anything. She then wrote something else. Cal's expression stiffened up. "Human, is it done now?" Rayan fluttered his wings and flew up next to Cal. However, Cal could not answer that question as he could only stare at the diary. There was someone Cal believed to be a single lifer. It was Choi Han. Choi Han. "Yes, Your Highness." Tap, tap. Albaru was tapping on the long, circular table in the meeting room of the Puzzle City Hall. "Should we do it? What are you talking about, Your Highness?" Choi Han and Albaru looked into each other's eyes. The corners of Alberus' lips twisted up, pretending to be dead. "Excuse me." Choi Han's expression became visibly distraught, but Albaru was smiling brightly. First was Cal Henitus. He was currently said to be between life and death. Second was the majestic gold dragon, Iruhabenim. Albaru then pointed at Choi Han and himself. "Third is me, and fourth will be my instructor Nim." Albaru brightly continued after seeing Choi Han's expression turn odd. "Choi Han, do you want to try dying once?" Chapter 666. I guess I do have to step in. 8. Choi Han just silently looked at Albaru after being asked if he wanted to die. Albaru, who had made the offer, slowly started frowning. "Your gaze is similar to Cal Henitus's gaze." Choi Han was looking at him with an extremely disrespectful gaze. He shook his head without any emotion visible on his face. Of course not, Your Highness. I guess you accept that Cal Henitus is disrespectful to me. Choi Han did not respond. Alberu chuckled and headed toward the terrace in the City Hall office. CHH. Alberu slightly pulled back the closed curtains. The white star hasn't appeared. Ancient dragon Iruhaben was still lying in the Puzzle City Plaza without moving. He was still pretending to be dead, and Rosalind, Witira, and Pazitan were next to him to protect him and prevent anybody else from approaching. Their excuse was that the talented mage Rosalind needed to focus to check on the dragon's condition and heal him. Puzzle City was currently in a lull. The unranked monster and guardian lion dragon was in the central plaza without moving, while Alberu had returned to the city hall to get everything organized. That's very weird. Choi Han's gaze headed toward the desk Alberu had been standing by. We searched the area, but did not find any traces of him. Choi Han had stealthily searched inside Puzzle City. He had not found any traces of the White Star. He had not done it alone either. I did not find anything. Neither did Archie. It was the same for Lark. The people among the entire team currently at Puzzle City who were said to have the most sensitive senses and swift movement had gone searching. Clope found nothing as well. Guardian Knight Clope Seca had used his wyverns to look for the White Star and his subordinates from the sky. Although they would have been moving stealthily because they couldn't let the White Star's side see their movements as well, and that could have been why it was difficult for any of them to thoroughly search. Both Choi Han and Alberu did not think that was the case. Something's up. Alberu frowned. The White Star is not showing up even when Iruhaben Nim and Cal Henitus are unable to fight. Most importantly, the White Star is not watching this battle. That made no sense. The White Star was trying to use the sealed guard to do something. In that case, he would need to meet the sealed guard first, which was only possible by going to the temple where the sealed guard was sealed. In order to get to the sealed guard's temple, the unranked monster and guardian of the temple, the lion dragon, had to be killed. The White Star wanted to make us do all of that so that both the lion dragon and our side take a lot of damage. But right now, Cal had figured out the plan and stopped the battle against the lion dragon in Puzzle City. It would be normal for the White Star to be anxious in such a situation. Alberu was organizing the current situation in his mind. Why would the White Star be feeling anxious? The White Star does not have many things left. There had been a summoning ritual for unranked monsters on Mount Nex with the Cat Tribe and Lion Tribe protecting it. That ritual had failed, and Lion King Dorf was barely alive, with Rashiel controlling his fate. The foundation for the White Star's subordinates in the Endable Kingdom has crumbled as well. The Bear King Searu, the Black Knight, and a portion of his forces remained, but they were not enough compared to the White Star's forces from before. That's why the White Star would want to get the extremely strong and overbearing power as quickly as possible. The answer to that was most likely the sealed guard. But their side was unable to find any traces of the White Star. Then there was only one answer. We were unable to determine the White Star's movements. Unable to determine and chose not to determine were very different issues. Do you think that the White Star managed to get his hands on an Earth attribute ancient power? Something that would let him trick our eyes? The chances are high, Your Highness. The White Star would have filled the last of the 5 attributes he was missing while Cal and the others were preparing and fighting against the monsters. Choi Han, the other esteemed dragons are waiting elsewhere, right? Yes, Your Highness. They said that they would go to the Henitus territory where Kalnim is so that they don't accidentally trigger the Lion Dragon. The Lion King had not reacted to Dodoris Mom Mila, but had reacted to Iruhaben. Having dragons like Rashiel or Dodori who have offensive attributes not being here was helpful not to rile up the lion dragon. You said that Milanim is currently fixing a jar. Yes, Your Highness. Tusk. Alberu clicked his tongue. We cannot maintain this stalemate with the lion dragon forever. Choi Han was right. They had informed the Roan Kingdom's chief executives and the chief executives of partnering kingdoms about a portion of what was going on. They naturally hid the fact about Cal and Iruhaben from their allies as well. They didn't know if the White Star might be listening or watching. The residents of the territories around Puzzle City should know about the current situation and the Lion Dragon by now. That's right. The battle between the Lion Dragon and Iruhaben Nim would have been visible even from a distance. The information would soon spread throughout the kingdom. The existence of the lion dragon would cause fear and uncertainty in the hearts of the citizens of the kingdom. The White Star would lose out if this stalemate with the lion dragon continued, but it wasn't beneficial for their side either. We need to create a situation where the White Star has no choice but to come out. Is that why you want to play dead? The corners of Alberus' lips twisted up. Yes. If I and my esteemed instructor become unable to fight as well, the White Star would have no choice but to come out to get rid of the lion dragon. That was the picture Cal and Alberu wanted to see. He will have to kill the Guardian with his own hands and open the temple doors. That was the way to land a critical blow on both the White Star and the Lion Dragon. Choi Han closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back and responding. I understand, Your Highness. I guess we can. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Choi Han stopped talking and opened the door after hearing the urgent knocking. Your Highness, why is the person in charge of the information network here? Weird rumor is rapidly spreading throughout the kingdom. The person who quickly opened the door and stepped in was the person in charge of the department that was responsible for gathering information from around the kingdom. He had a video recording device and some documents in his hand as he quickly walked over to Alberu, who was standing on the terrace. A rumor. Alberu instantly frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes, sir. The man handed the documents to Alberu as he continued speaking. It is a rumor that a guardian of the God of Despair has appeared in Puzzle City to remove the seal of the God of Despair. Ha! Choi Han's eyes opened wide. It was similar to the truth, but completely different. The guardian was the one protecting the sealed God's temple, and its death would lead to the doors opening. The one who was trying to release the seal on the God of Despair and use the God of Despair for something was the White Star. It says that the world will fill with despair, and that the Western continent would be destroyed if the God of Despair's seal is released. This was also true. It also said that the way to protect the Western continent and not release the God's seal is to get rid of that guardian. The information department head suddenly flinched, but he soon continued speaking. It also says that the kingdoms around the Western continent are gathering at Puzzle City with the Roan kingdom at the center, while the people who believe in the sealed God are attacking these kingdoms to prevent them from coming to help the Roan kingdom. His voice was calm now. Actually, it sounded more as if it was shaking from nervousness. Furthermore, it said that our hero Cal Henitus has even dragged a dragon into this battle, and that although Cal Henitus has not shown himself yet, it is to fight against this sealed God's guardian. The man peeked toward the crown prince's firm gaze while reading down the document. It said that the person who has the highest chances of defeating this guardian, and potentially the only person who could defeat this guardian, is Cal Henitus. It said that we should pray for our hero who will fight against the guardian. What kind of Choi Han frowned. Sir Cal Henitus will happily fight against the guardian for the peace of the Western continent. He is the only one we can rely on right now. That is what the rumor is saying right now. Ha! Choi Han scoffed in disbelief. Isn't this rumor basically pushing, no, threatening Kalnim to fight? The man showed his agreement by remaining silent. The guardian lion dragon and the sealed god. The information in the rumor about these things was completely different from the truth. That was a problem. But the bigger problem, in Choi Han's opinion, was that it said that Cal was the only one who could defeat it and was forcing Cal to fight. The man broke his silence to say something again. The rumor is currently quickly spreading throughout the Western continent. The rumor had spread like wildfire because the leaders of the kingdoms throughout the Western continent were busy dealing with the intruders or preparing their forces to send to Puzzle City. What is this video recording device for? The man started the video recording device after hearing Alberus' low voice. He was also a communications expert mage. It is a video that is going around with the rumor as well. Video recording devices like this can be seen throughout the Western continent. The video recording device showed bits and pieces of the gold dragon fighting with the lion dragon until it was defeated and fell to the ground. Choi Han started to speak. It looks like someone was hiding somewhere in Puzzle City and took this video. That someone was most likely the White Star. A fire could be seen raging inside Choi Han's eyes. The man had no idea about this, as he was only focused on Alberu. A fight where even a dragon cannot win. Only the hero who has overcome disasters that seemed impossible. Only Sir Cal and his allies can fight it properly. Some of the people who heard the rumor would have believed it was true after seeing this video, and it would have helped the rumor spread even faster. The strongest individuals throughout the Western continent would work together to do everything they could to defeat this guardian. There will be no kingdoms or strong individuals who would hide in fear in such a situation. All of these are in the rumor as well. Choi Han subconsciously started speaking out of frustration. Shouldn't we say that the rumor is a lie and that what they heard is wrong? Don't we have to fight against the lion dragon because of this rumor? We would also need to fight it with all of the strongest people on the Western continent. If we do that, if something goes wrong, if we do something wrong, we die. Choi Han looked toward the person who finished his sentence for him because he couldn't get himself to say it. People who don't need to fight will end up fighting while the White Star gains all of the benefits. Alberus' pupils seemed extremely sunken. His gaze headed toward the head of the information department, who answered. He would need a lot of time and manpower to stop the rumors and explain the situation. The video is real, and a portion of the rumor is true after all. The corners of Alberus' lips slowly curled up until he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, the man couldn't laugh along with him. He could sense the anger in Alberus' laugh. Alberus slowly stopped laughing and spoke with a stoic expression on his face. His voice sounded monotone. That son of a beach white star is using his head. That bastard was trying to drag us and the people around the Western continent to fight in his place while we were thinking of ways to get him to fight the lion dragon instead. He's become much smarter. Cal had scars all over his body and lost so much blood destroying 2 sculptures at the Endable Kingdom. He had then lost consciousness. He was unable to fight. Bear King Searu had seen that. He must have reported it to the White Star. He doesn't believe it. The White Star seemed sure that Cal Henitus was alive somewhere. That was why he was sending a message with this rumor. Hurry up and come out. It's your turn. Can't you see the desperate pleas of the people of the Western continent? That was what he was saying. No, that was the situation he was creating. However, none of this was the most important issue for Alberu. He pointed to the bottom of the document. What does it say on the bottom? The bottom. Choi Han was curious and read the part Alberu was pointing at. If defeating the Guardian cannot stop the God of Despair, then a person would appear to stop the God of Despair. That person is someone who would become a god, the only hero who can save the eastern and western continents, and the person who will become the god of this law. Choi Han did not read after that. He quickly looked up at Alberu. The two of them made eye contact. The corners of Alberus' lips curled up again. This is what the White Star is aiming for. Choi Han's face slowly calmed down. The White Star wants us to use up everything we have while defeating the Guardian. He then wants to use the sealed guard to gain power or some benefits. Choi Han could imagine what would happen after that. If that happens, the White Star would prove that he is the hero with the qualifications to be the god of this land, as mentioned in the rumor. The rumor would become the truth or a prophecy. People knew about what the White Star had done until now, but he would end up the person who saved the White Star. Yes, the rumor. This is the reason he set it all up like this. Alberu realized what the White Star wanted. I suppose a person who will become a god needs fervent admiration. Alberu touched the words on top of the document with his finger. The person who will become the god of this land. He looked toward Choi Han. Does that mean we will become the people who will get rid of this future god? We will definitely be those people. Alberu nodded his head and was about to speak after hearing Choi Han answer without any hesitation. Beep, he heard a loud but short noise. All of them turned toward the video communication device on top of the office desk. Alberus' hand headed toward the video communication device. They heard a short message. The information department head's pupils shook after listening. Who dared to speak to the crown prince like this? But he did not share his thoughts out loud. PFFFD. It was because he saw the gentle smile appearing on Alberus' face. He also saw that Choi Han's face lit up a bit as well. The man peeked at both of them and kept his mouth shut. The Crown Prince's smile turned from gentle to extremely elegant, the type that would make Cal Henitus and Rayan ask what he was plotting as he spoke. We have a person who is crazy in a different manner from the White Star on our side. Excuse me. Choi Han gasped while the man asked in confusion. Ah, Choi Han started smiling as well. Cal would have said this was an innocent smile, while Rayan would have asked why Choi Han's smile was getting more and more similar to the Crown Prince's smile. Clope Seca. The moment Choi Han said a person's name. Yes, go call Sir Clope Seca. The corners of Alberus' lips twisted up. He seemed to be recording something during the battle earlier. Bring him here. No matter what the White Star was planning to do or what kind of field he has set, a crazy bastard is best to destroy the playing field. Alberu had no intentions of going along with the White Star's plan, but he had no problem flipping over the field the White Star had set, at the lake with the World Tree, more specifically, at the village that was closest to the Lake of Despair. The people of this village were bundled up as winter in this northern tip was extremely cold, but their faces were full of a mysterious excitement. No, it was uncertainty. The world will be destroyed. A dragon, they said, a dragon has fallen. A guard, the guard of despair. Apparently the guard of despair and its guardian are at the Rhone kingdom. The invisible Rayon fluttered his wings. Human, what are they talking about? The people did not stop talking. It was their way of overcoming their anxiety and fear. Apparently our esteemed Hieronym has not been seen or heard from. Damn it. The Hieronym's shield, the invisible Rayon, tilted his head in confusion. Human, did they say hero? This is weird. They also said shield. Rayon observed the people before turning away after noticing something else that was weird. It was quiet. There was no reaction at all from Cal, who was behind him. They had entered this village after teleporting to a forest nearby. Cal and the others had robes on or had their hair color changed with dye magic. Human, what are you doing? Rayon turned toward the quiet Cal and saw that he was frowning while reading the diary. Cal was reading the text in the diary, a message from Drew Thames. Cal's mouth opened. There is one. He had chills on his back. The word disaster seemed abnormally large to him. He timidly mumbled. Around me. Choi Han is there. That person wasn't weak or young, but he was innocent. Cal suddenly had a bad feeling. I should be able to rest after taking care of the White Star. Right. Chapter 667. The new sun has set. 1. The new letters showing up in the diary looked shaky, as if the writer was shocked. Drew Thames then stopped her shaking and calmly continued to write. I hope so. Even though a part of Cal was telling him that he should one day dig more into the Thames household, the maternal family of this body, another part of him was making a firm decision. Let's not look into it for a while. Cal decided to set the foundation in order to make that come to fruition. The others who came here to the north with him turned toward him after hearing his voice. Ran and Beacrox, on and hung in their respective arms, the invisible Rayan and the other dragon Rashiel. Hey, the good human is talking. Why do you keep flailing around? Do you want to get ducked up? The last one was Lion King Dorf, who was being dragged around in a large bag by Rashiel. These were the members for this trip, while Dodery remained in the Hennetus territory, just in case. He urgently needed to head over to Puzzle City because of a sudden change. How disappointing. I want to go with you too. The pink dragon Dodery had been extremely disappointed, but one dragon had to be close to Puzzle City, and the buzz-cut dragon Rashiel adamantly refused to go to Puzzle City, where Eruhaben and Mila were if Cal wasn't with him. No thanks, even a great dragon like me doesn't want to be around those old No. Anyway, I will be going with you, and you better remember this. The fact that I called them old was a mistake. Forget about it. Ahem. Dodery and Rayan had looked at Rashiel with shocked expressions, but Dodery chose to respect his wishes. My mom is a bit scary after all. That was how Rashiel ended up coming with Cal. Everybody, including Rashiel but not Dorf, was looking at Cal. Something is odd. Ran's gaze seemed very cold while looking at Cal. Cal had the same stoic expression on his face, but his eyes seemed more complicated than ever. No. Is it fear? He felt as if he could maybe see fear in the midst of the complication. Cal looked as if he was controlling his fear with his firm will. Ran could hear Cal continuing to speak at that moment. I will take some time off after this is all over to get some rest and think hard about farming. That some time Cal was talking about was a minimum of 5 years. The part about thinking hard about the farming actually meant that he would push the farming back during that time as well. In addition, the farming he was talking about was more so the size of a small garden, as he only planned on scattering a few seeds. I'm going to quietly live as if I don't exist. Ran then heard the residents of the area talking. The Western continent has been peaceful until now because young Master Kalnim stopped everything for us. I'm sure that he will take care of this as well. The guardian of a sealed guard. It sounds terrible. I told you not to worry. Young Master Kalnim and his allies will take care of everything as usual. We just need to pray for them. Beacrox subconsciously looked toward his father, who was standing next to him. There was a benign smile on Ran's face, but his eyes were looking past Cal's shoulders at the people chatting. I don't know why such rumors have spread, but it makes things complicated. Beacrox frowned while thinking about this rumor that was similar to the truth, but completely different. I understand their reaction, though. God. A guardian protecting that god. The destruction of the Western continent. It was natural for people to become scared and look for a pillar of support after hearing such provoking words. Both Beacrox and Ran knew that was the case, but they were Cal's people. It did not sound good to them. Beacrox looked at Ran and the nearby area before turning toward Cal. I'm going to quietly live as if I don't exist. Cal's last words echoed in his mind. Cal Henitus, the first young master of the Henitus household, was called a hero by the world, but Beacrox knew that he was just a 20 years old, whose biggest problem was the fact that he was extremely weak if Beacrox did not make sure he was fed properly 3 meals a day. Beacrox looked at Cal as he spoke. There's no need to pay any attention to useless rumors, young Masternim. Cal looked toward Beacrox. What rumors? Beacrox frowned after seeing Cal ask back as if he had no idea what Beacrox was talking about. How idiotic. Cal Henitus has been so idiotic since he ridiculously started chugging alcohol and causing petty incidents while calling them acts of a trash. Beacrox had not cared much about it back then, but Cal seemed truly stupid the more Beacrox paid attention to him. Cal's gaze changed at that moment. Cal closed the diary and put it away before Beacrox could even question what was going on. Cal then looked around and smiled. There's a weird rumor going around. Cal's eyes were sparkling. How interesting. Beacrox realized something at this moment. It looks like he really didn't know. Beacrox's gaze sunk low for a different reason, but Cal had no idea as he walked over to Rashiel. We should go into the nearby inn first, the contractor of the fire elemental. This inn was being operated by the elementalist Sully. The elementalist was currently with the elves, so only his grandmother would be there. But there would be a relaxing and quiet place for Cal and the others there. Kick, kick. Cal gently kicked the bag that was being dragged on the ground. There are a few things we need to find out. Dorf must have been shaking inside as the whole bag was shaking. So, what you're saying is, the flow of mana in the forest near the lake with the world tree is a mess. And you are saying that this rumor that the White Star spread is spreading like wildfire across the entire Western continent. Albaru, who was visible on the video communication device, Cal, who was looking at him. The two of them were focused on very different things. That's right, Crown Prince. Rayan was no longer invisible, as they were in the largest room at the inn. The old innkeeper had arranged for them, and was shoving his face close to the screen. We were planning on heading over to the World Tree right away, but we couldn't set the teleportation coordinates for some odd reason. It was the same for the entire forest with the Lake of Despair. The most likely culprit for teleportation coordinates not being able to set was the coordinates being unable to be determined because of a disturbance in the flow of mana. Is it the mana disturbance tool? Both Cal's side and the White Star's side had used these devices to hinder each other many times in the past. The chances are likely. That is why we teleported to a nearby village in order to gather information before we head for the forest. But we ended up hearing a completely unrelated rumor without finding out anything useful, Your Highness. Ran, who had come back after quickly scouting the area, added onto Ran's comment. Your Highness. Cal had finished thinking things through. We will meet up with the World Tree as quickly as possible before coming back to join you there. Okay. I will do what I can to take care of the rumors. Albaru hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. Will you have the clue you need to stop the White Star from reincarnating again after meeting with the World Tree? Yes, Your Highness. Cal already figured out how to stop the White Star from reincarnating through Drew Tem's diary, but he had not shared everything yet. Only Rayan was keeping his mouth shut while observing Cal with an odd gaze on his face. I see. I also heard that you captured Dorf. Heh. Cal let out a short chuckle. Well, I'm sure Ya'll take care of everything. Albrew had a stoic expression and did not ask anything else. He just told Cal that they should chat as soon as either of them got any new information and started hanging up. Cal found it odd to see Albaru suddenly trying to hang up like this, but he managed to hear a door barging open and a person shouting just before the call ended. A legend full of lies like that is not okay at all. I will never see him. Clope Seca. He heard the voice of the lunatic, but the video communication device turned off at that moment. Did he call Clope because we are up north? Cal thought that Albaru didn't really have any other reason to call Clope Seca over and decided not to think about it. Cal would regret this decision quite a bit in the future. He would complain about how didn't know that a plan that started with good intentions would end up so crazy because of Clope, and that he should have grabbed Albaru by the collar if he had to stop him at this time. He would regret it so much that he would even complain to Albaru's face while drunk. The future Albaru Crossman would apologize to Cal saying that, "I didn't know he was that crazy of a bastard. That's odd." However, the current Cal Henitus just found it odd that he had the chills and rubbed his neck as he headed to the next room. Krieg. The door opened, and Rachel smiled brightly before welcoming Cal with a grumbling expression. Cal gently smiled back at Rachel and sat down next to Rachel, who was satisfied with his smile. Dorf. He then looked down at Dorf, who was kneeling on the ground. "You look like shoot." Rachel must have beaten him up a lot, as Lion King Dorf looked terrible. He looked even worse, because his berserk transformation had worn off, and he was back to his original appearance, which was skinnier than most lions. Cal didn't care about that, so he just stoically looked down at Dorf and started speaking. "That's odd. Something truly was weird. Ever since Dorf saw Cal at the Henitus territory. Why do you keep avoiding my gaze?" Dorf would flinch even if Cal just lightly touched him and would not make eye contact with Cal. "Did I not beat this son of a beach up enough?" Dorf flinched again after hearing Rachel's comment, but he still did not try to look at Cal. He just looked at the ground. Dorf then saw Cal's shoes pop into his view. Cal was standing right in front of Dorf. "I am going to start asking questions now, with the world tree being the #1 priority." He didn't have much time to waste on Dorf right now. "You don't need to answer them right now. That's right. I will make you open that damn mouth of yours sooner or later." Rachel revealed a vicious smile. "Thank you very much, Rachel-nim. You truly are great and mighty. This is nothing." Cal turned away from Rachel, who was having a hard time preventing himself from smiling, and resumed speaking while looking at the back of Dorf's lowered head. "Where is the White Star?" That was the first question. "What is the White Star trying to do with the Sealed Guard?" The second question. "Did the White Star gain an Earth attribute ancient power?" Third question. These were all questions about the White Star until now. "How many more are on your side?" Fourth question. And finally, "And how were you able to eat a darkness elemental and gain its powers?" There was a question about Dorf as well. Cal then turned toward Rachel. The dragon nodded his head and smiled, as if telling Cal to leave it to him. Rachel would get answers from Dorf, while Cal and the others went to meet with the World Tree. "Don't worry. I will figure everything out." Rachel had confidently said that on their way here. Dragons never bluffed when it came to things like this because of their extremely high pride, so he should be reliable. "I guess I should head toward the World Tree right away." Cal was about to end this short meeting and one-sided conversation with Dorf without any hesitation. Red it was at that moment. He heard Dorf's voice. Dorf had raised his head and was looking at Cal with astonishment in his head. "What do you mean by red?" Cal's stoic gaze was still looking at Dorf without any emotions. The method of consuming a darkness elemental. Dorf looked both astonished and full of disbelief, but managed to calmly speak. "A person possessing a red light taught me how." A person possessing a red light. Cal had an odd sense of déjà vu. Who is that person? Why would he teach you how to consume a darkness elemental? "When I was very young." Dorf shook his head as if he was remembering a memory he did not want to remember. "The lion tribe treated me as a mutant. I don't care about your sob story." Cal had no desire to learn about Dorf's past or his story, but you probably should listen. A rare smile appeared on Dorf's face. It looked as if he might be sneering. "It was before I met my liege. I guess I should listen." Cal walked over and sat down on a chair before focusing his gaze on Dorf. "I was barely making it within the lion tribe when a human showed up to our tribe. I did not see his face because he hid his face underneath his robe. All I could see was that he was giving off this red light that shone like the sunset before it slowly turned into the color of blood. Dorf closed his eyes and recalled that beautiful and brilliant red light. It had been hundreds of years, but it was so clear because he had been unable to forget it. That person taught me how to control the darkness, how to hunt the darkness elemental. Hunt, that word stabbed into Cal's ears as if it was a thorn. It made him think about the people who supposedly hunted single-lifers. That red light. Dorf's voice was shaking. He slowly opened his eyes. He looked toward Cal as if he couldn't believe something. Was similar to that red light that surrounded you earlier today. He shook his head. He changed his statement. No, it was the same. It was exactly the same. It was the same clear red light. Cal had a bad feeling about this. It was no longer just an iffy feeling. It was a truly bad feeling. It was a terrible feeling, the type of feeling he would have if the god of death would appear in his dream tonight and ask him to share a meal or something. Is there anything else you want to say? Dorf shut his mouth and did not say anything else. Rashilnim, it looks like I will need to head out because I do not have much time. Okay, I will find everything out for you. Nothing is impossible for a great dragon like me. Please take care of it. Cal did his best to push aside that terrible feeling and headed for the door. Maybe. He heard Dorf's voice before he could even twist the doorknob. Maybe, all of this, that was all Dorf said. It sounded as if everything he had said was because he couldn't handle the complicated mess in his mind and subconsciously blurted it out. Click. Cal turned the doorknob without any hesitation. Silence filled the room once Cal left. How entertaining. Rashiel was the one to break the silence. He walked closer to Dorf. Creak, creak. The slightly old wooden floor creaked as he walked. Dorf lowered his head again and could feel the dragon standing above him. He heard the dragon's stoic voice at that moment. It's very entertaining to have a lot of secrets, but dragons are the guardians of this world and one of the beings that are qualified to look into the secrets of the world. It was at that moment. Huff! Dorf got chills all over his body. He started to frown. He wanted to raise his head, but he could not do that. Dragon fear. Dorf was currently seriously injured and fatigued. In addition, the dragon fear was focused on him alone. Dorf could not raise his head, even if he wanted to do so at this aura that was suppressing his whole body, as if it wanted to make him unable to breathe. By the way, I am not like the others at all. Rashiel crouched down and whispered in Dorf's ear. I'm not nice like them. The vicious dragon's low voice and the shadow created from his body both covered Dorf. The lake of despair where the world tree is located. At the entrance of the forest headed toward that lake. Human. The mana is a chaotic mess from this point. This winter forest was silent as long as the wind wasn't blowing. It was a vast forest located at the northernmost point, filled with both trees with dry branches and evergreens. Young Masternim. Cal looked toward the odd forest without even a small breeze. We have detected hundreds of people inside the forest. We will only be able to tell for sure once we go into the forest, but they are believed to be enemies. Hundreds of individuals breathing quietly and observing in this area where mana was chaotic. Enemies, if they were all enemies, then we need to get rid of them. Chapter 668. The new sun has set too. Do you really think you can do that? Russell. They heard some dry branches crunching as someone wearing a black armor appeared. You really were alive. Someone else who was wearing silver armor walked out of the shadow of the forest as well. An odd smile formed on Cal's face as he slowly looked at the two knights. I can tell who one of you is, but I don't know the other. The knight in black armor. You must be one of Count Hubesha's subordinates. You are not qualified to speak my liege's name. Inside the Endable kingdom, where the White Star was king, Count Hubesha was the knight who wore black armor, one of the four nobles of the kingdom. She rode on a peculiar black horse and led her army of black knights. All of her knights had their faces covered by their helmets, but this knight was not wearing one right now. I was wondering where Count Hubesha went off on her own, but I guess she was here. Count Hubesha had been the only one to show any pity for young Master Naru when Cal was pretending to be him, but he had not seen her at all while they went up against the White Star's side. Where is the Count? Do you think that is important right now? Cal's gaze moved from the Black Knight to the Silver Knight. His cheeky smile was upsetting to see. Cal slightly frowned, which made the Silver Knight smile even more. His eyes sparkled as if this situation was so exciting that he couldn't handle it. I didn't expect to see a celebrity from the Western continent like this. Are you from the Eastern continent? Yes. The troops from some of the kingdoms on the eastern continent that had aligned themselves with the White Star were currently attacking the western continent. The Silver Knight's green hair was fluttering in the wind, unlike the desolate forest. "You must be curious about who I am." Cal bluntly said what was on his mind. "Not really." "What? Really?" The knight's pupils started shaking. It looked as if he could not believe it at all. Cal's head tilted to the side. "Should I be curious?" "No." The knight smiled once more, even though his face was still full of disbelief. "I am a sword master." The corners of his lips twisted up grotesquely. "You still aren't curious." His tongue slipped out of his mouth and licked his lips. "I heard about the Sez Kingdom." Hee, you guys really turned Mount Nex into a mess." The Sez Kingdom's Mount Nex. It was the place where Cal had embraced some sculptures and his allies had abducted their king. Mercenary King Bud and Tiger Gashan were still there taking care of things. Our plan was to start with the Sez Kingdom and make the others break their alliances with the White Star as well. Cal knew that those two would take care of things properly, whether it required conversation or threats to get it done. But looking back at it now, the White Star was one step ahead of us. The White Star had found out from Lion King Dorf that the summoning ritual at Mount Nex had failed. He then moved one step of Cal, and the others and Bear King Searu had conducted the summoning ritual at the Endable Kingdom. In the end, two unranked monsters were sent to Puzzle City, while the White Star's forces and the Eastern Continent's forces attacked numerous kingdoms on the Western Continent to prevent them from gathering at Puzzle City. But I don't know what he is going to do now. Based on the rumor that the White Star had started, it looked as if the White Star wanted the core individuals of the Western Continent to gather at Puzzle City to defeat the Temple Guardian on his behalf. The kingdoms on the Eastern Continent should slowly start to be affected by Bud and Gashan, and will start trying to break their alliances with him, with the Sez Kingdom leading the movement. The Molden Kingdom with Jopis and the Mercenaries Guild will make it very clear that they are against the White Star. Their influence would not be small. Some of the kingdoms on the Eastern Continent were likely to hesitate. The rest of the Eastern Continent's troops that had not been sent to the kingdoms of the Western Continent would need to move elsewhere. Is that other place the place with the World Tree? Thinking back on it, the White Star seemed to cause a lot of issues related to the World Tree. He tried to create the fake tree and attack the place the World Tree resided. Does that White Star bastard know that the way to destroy a reincarnator is through an immortal? No, that's not it. Cal shook his head. Why aren't you saying anything? I heard that Cal Henitus was a great talker. Are you shocked because I said that I am a sword master? By the way, that Choi Han punk isn't with you. I wanted to meet that bastard who is also the youngest sword Mars, please. Shut the hell up. What? Cal couldn't focus properly because of this bastard who looked like he had grass on his head. Cal started to think again. There are a lot of things the White Star doesn't know yet. Immortals, reincarnators. The White Star should have no knowledge of these people. If he did, the first thing he would have done during his 1-0 years would have been to destroy the World Tree. Who would try to become an omnipotent being while leaving their weakness alive. The White Star wasn't that kind of careless and stupid bastard. It's probably more correct to say that he was trying to see the flow of things like the World Tree does, similar to the reason he created the fake World Tree. The World Tree knew about everything in the world except some things it could not see. It was just restricted and could not talk about those things. It was probably more accurate to say that that was what the White Star was aiming for. How arrogant. Cal raised his head after suddenly hearing someone. The knight's eyes had sunk now. I guess you now think that the world revolves around you because people keep telling you that you are a hero. You just do whatever the hell you want. The green-haired knight was glaring at Cal, who had ignored him. The jealousy in his eyes could not be hidden. What the hell is he saying? Of course, the emotions of someone who wasn't his ally, someone he had no interest in, were none of Cal's business. Cal's expression naturally turned disgruntled, but the knight just thought Cal was looking down on him. Cal Henitus, there is more to the world than you know. The world does not revolve as you wish. Even if you are being hailed as a hero right now, why do you keep saying something so obvious? The knight flinched at this brusque voice. Cal, who was listening to see what the hell the knight had to say, slowly started getting annoyed. Would I be living like this if I knew everything? I would just hide somewhere and live a quiet life. He got angrier the more he thought about it. Would I be in this mess if the world really rolled as I wanted? Would I live a life of coughing up blood and fainting if that was the case? Cal held back from saying those things that would just frustrate him about the reality of his situation if he said it out loud. Ah, the knight scoffed in disbelief. Arrogant bastard. The green-haired knight pulled his sword out of his matching silver scabbard. Clang! A blade that gave off a silver light that was as cold as ice appeared. The knight looked toward the black-armored knight who was quietly standing there. Count Hubesha's subordinate, the Black Knight, looked back at him, and the Silver Knight quickly motioned with his eyes before looking forward once again. I am Avodo Phasder II, the Sword of Ammon, the Land of Mysteries. Shhhhhhhh, the leaves of the trees in the forest started shaking. It was not that a gust of wind had blown. The forest just shook because hundreds of people had moved. Avodo Phasder II. His somewhat light-hearted demeanor completely disappeared, and he gave off coldness similar to the silver sword in his hand that resembled the snow. Cal Henitus, your story will end here today. The sound of the leaves rustling could not be heard anymore. Only the silence remained, causing a suffocating atmosphere. Ron Marlin. His gaze slowly moved toward the silent forest as he quietly stood behind Cal. He could feel the strong aura of the enemies hiding in the darkness of the forest through this suffocating silence. They are elites. Ron started thinking about the Ammon kingdom of the eastern continent. They were not as famous for their sword art like the Sez kingdom, which was known as the Kingdom of Knights, but it was a kingdom that has a mysterious air to it, fitting their name as the Land of Mysteries. They're much stronger than the White Star's arm or those other idiots. This was especially true about this green-haired knight who seemed like he wouldn't be that strong. Avodo Phasder II. He had been completely focused on Cal from the moment he pulled his sword out. He was so focused and did not let his guard down even a little bit, unlike the others who had treated Cal as if he was a weakling. He also must have some fighting experiences, as he looked young but experienced. Did he say he was the youngest sword master of the Eastern continent? He truly seemed to deserve that title, but it's not enough. The corners of Ran's mouth curled up. He's not at our young Masternim's level. Cal Henitus had been through quite a lot of things. Whether it is being in battles, getting injured, or gaining all sorts of experiences, nobody had experienced more of it than Cal in these past few years. As Ron calmly made his assessment and looked toward Cal's back. Ha! Cal, the owner of the back Ron was looking at, sighed. How annoying. I don't have time to deal with them one by one. He gave an order in a nonchalant voice. Just barge through. It was a short order, but the others all understood. Barge their way through until they get to the World Tree. As the others heard that order, swoosh, Cal felt a breeze next to him. Cal smiled after seeing the back of the person who had moved past him so quickly that he had caused a breeze. I guess he was frustrated. Cal reached his hand out. Swoosh, his ancient power, the sound of the wind, activated. Cal's whirlwinds swirled at the feet of the person who had rushed past him, helping the person push forward even faster. Avodo Phasder II frowned. You! A large greatsword lifted into the air before he could say anything else. Barang, the large greatsword crashed into Avodo's silver sword and caused a loud explosion. The greatsword looked as if it could destroy a mountain, but its strength was just strong. Swordmaster Avodo glared at the owner of the greatsword. The weakest bastard. The man had a cold expression on his face, as if he would not allow the smallest amount of warmth, similar to the winter of the north. Becrux responded to Avodo, who was glaring at him. I am weak on my own. A person moved past Becrux and Avodo at that moment. Not bad. Ron made a short comment to his son as he passed by. There was a sharp dagger in both of his hands. His body slowly disappeared into the shadow of the forest as if he was fusing into it. Stop him! Avodo shouted, and the leaves started to shake again as people appeared from all over the forest. They were all wearing silver or black armor. It was at that moment. Hung, I got it, Nuna. On and Hung rushed in front of Cal as well. Red fog was starting to rise from the two cats. Clang, dodge the fog. You won't be affected by the poison if it doesn't touch you. Avodo easily pushed Becroc's greatsword aside and gave the order. He was calm as if he had expected this. But there was something he had not seen yet. It's our little bro's turn. Rayan, Hung and On called for someone. They called the dragon with chubby cheeks that was fluttering his small wings after removing his invisibility. I agree with the human. We don't have time. Let's just run over them. Rayan's mana gathered around him while looking like a black fog. It happened in an instant. Prepare for magic too. As Avodo gave another order and kicked off the ground to run toward Rayan and Cal. Barang! Ah! The moment Beacrux let out a short groan and slammed against Avodo with his greatsword again. The black fog and red fog touched each other. On, Hang, and Rayan all started smiling at the same time. Their smiles were identical to Cal's smile. Rayan shouted with joy, "It's been a while, Barang." Then there was a loud explosion, and the enemies all turned toward one spot. Avodo subconsciously shouted in astonishment. That, a large whirlwind that was almost a tornado appeared. Just looking at this red whirlwind made them feel anxious. All of their hairs fluttered wildly at this violent wind that looked as if it would pierce through the sky. I knew that the black dragon's magic was amazing. The two cats were also amazing. Beyond this was Avodo's first time seeing the three of their powers fused together, and his body automatically stiffened after looking at this whirlwind that resembled a small natural disaster. Their power is most useful in large-scale battles. Avodo finally realized why Cal Henitus had come here without any hesitation despite only having a few people with him. The cats and the Malandu were weak in one-on-one combat, but their synergy was amazing once they were working together with Rayan. Swoosh, the whirlwind looked as if it would sweep the whole forest away. Avodo could not hide his emotions anymore. What the hell? The red cat Hung responded to his question like a good boy. It's sleeping poison and paralysis poison, Naya. This sleeping poison would make them fall asleep for at least 1 hour. The paralysis poison would make it difficult to move for 2 to 3 hours. They were not deadly poisons and would disappear on their own, so there would be no side effects in the people affected by them. In some aspects, it could be called a poison that could stop their enemies for a bit without shedding any blood. It was the weakest of Hang's poisons, but he could release quite a lot of it because it was so weak. All of you just need to sleep and get some rest, Naya. On smiled gently as she listened to Hang. Rayan was nodding his head as if he liked what Hang just said. The method the children averaging 9 years old came up with to quickly and efficiently create a path forward was to make the enemies stop for a bit using their poisonous fog storm instead of shedding blood, fighting them one by one. They would immobilize the enemies and then go to the forest with the world tree. Of course, this storm was big enough to cover a portion of the forest with the lake of despair that it could be seen outside the forest as well. Very smart. It is indeed better not to shed blood for no reason. Cal, Ron, and Beacrux, the corners of the three men's lips twitched as they could not hide their smiles of satisfaction. You had a plan. Avodo phased her eye. The green-haired knight was quietly mumbling to himself while putting more strength to push his sword that was up against Beacrux' greatsword forward. Ah! The smile of satisfaction disappeared from Beacrux' face. Avodo phased her eye looked pretty feeble and was just barely over 170 cm. However, his sword had so much strength behind it, even though he wasn't using his aura. Avodo observed the red whirlwind as he calmly spoke. There is nothing that cannot be slashed in this world. Even the wind can be slashed. That was the power of the Phaser household that had laid down its roots in the land of mysteries. He could see Cal Henitus's eyes open wide, as if Cal was shocked at what he had just said. His enemies, Rayan, On, and Hung, were also all looking at him with clueless expressions. What? Avodo looked toward Beacrux after hearing Beacrux sound anxious. Beacrux had to take steps back as his greatsword was pushed back by the strength of the silver sword, but Beacrux could not push the silver sword aside as he went up against Avodo. His enemies looked anxious. The corners of Avodo's lips curled up. I guess you're curious about what I mean it was at that moment. Rustle. Avodo urgently pushed the greatsword back and moved after hearing a noise behind him. It's an enemy. Someone had come behind him. Is it Ron Marlin? Nobody, other than his ally, the black-armored knight, had been behind him, as his body moved extremely quickly to react toward the direction of the noise. Ah, it's you. He saw a black armor, and Avodo's quickly reacting body relaxed subconsciously. Pow! Ah! He was then smacked in the back of the head by a scabbard. Plop. The moment right between when he had been extremely tense and then relaxed because he noticed it was his ally. Avodo phased her, Ai's body slumped down to the ground after being hit accurately on the back of the head and neck. Rayan dropped his jaw with a blank expression on his face. What is going on? Beecrox had a rare, anxious expression on his face as he weakly lowered his greatsword. Cal just scratched his cheek as he spoke. What the? He was as confused as Rayan. The black-armored knight made eye contact with Cal and wiped the scabbard as if nothing was odd. It was the scabbard used to smack Avodo once he let his guard down. Ah, ugh, why? Traitors. Knights in silver armor throughout the forest were attacked by knights in black armor and were either knocked unconscious or tied down. Who? Even Ran seemed shocked as he watched. The only one of the black-armored knights who was not wearing a helmet, the one who had knocked Avodo unconscious, tied Avodo down before looking toward Cal. My liege is calling you. Your liege, the White Star. The stoic Black Knight's face turned into a frown. The White Star is not my liege. Count Hubesha. Only the Countnim is our liege. Count Hubesha was the one calling Cal, the Endable Kingdom. There were 4 nobles in the kingdom underneath the White Star who was king. One of them was the leader of the vampires, Duke Frido. Count Hubesha led the black-armored knights and was one of the central figures in the Endable Kingdom. The black-armored knight had a stoic expression while sharing the will of his liege with Cal. She said that she would let you know where the White Star is. Choi Han and Albaru had not been able to locate the White Star's hiding spot. Will you chat with her? The black-armored knights moved over to one side, creating a path in the forest. It was the path toward the Lake of Despair and the World Tree. It was also the path to their liege, Count Hubesha. Cal quietly observed the Black Knight and the path. Rayan cautiously flew over next to him and asked in a quiet voice, Human, should we put away our whirlwind? Rayan's front paw was timidly pointing toward the red whirlwind. Chapter 669. The new sun has set. 3. Russell. Cal walked without any hesitation until he could see the Lake of Despair. The Black Knight who had guided him bowed before stepping back. It's over here. There was a strong whirlwind swirling on top of the frozen lake. Swish, swish. Getting past this whirlwind and going underneath the frozen lake would lead them to the elf village with the world tree. Human. There are elf warriors inside that whirlwind. Those warriors were stealthily hiding to fend off these enemies who had infiltrated the forest and may aim for the lake next. Either that, or they are in a situation where they cannot easily leave the whirlwind area. A situation like that would be where a difficult-to-handle enemy would be right outside. Cal looked toward the person the elves would have determined to be a dangerous enemy. She was standing on the dry land near the lake. Long time no see. It was Count Hubesha. She did not look back at Cal. Instead, she just quietly observed the whirlwind on top of the lake. She was wearing black armor as she stood there with her hands on the handle of her sword that she had stabbed into the ground. But the way she was standing straight without moving at all showed that she was still extremely tense. Yes, it has been a while. Cal slowly started to walk. Count Hubesha. She was one of the 4 nobles of the Endable Kingdom. She was the leader of the knights on black horses and was someone who used despair as an attribute, similar to Choi Han. But Choi Han and her despair are different in their nature. Cal stood next to her as he started to speak. Did you betray the White Star? Count Hubesha quietly laughed, getting right to business. Are we friends or something where we should happily greet each other? Hoo, that is true. A small smile appeared on her face. Neither of them was looking at each other. Hubesha stopped smiling. I haven't betrayed him yet, but I plan on betraying him. Your subordinates suppressed the forces of an allied kingdom. That is not considered betrayal. That is too trivial to be considered a betrayal. Cal asked with a nonchalant expression on his face. Why? Why was she planning on betraying him? He was asking for a reason. This enemy of his was saying that she would betray her boss. It was only normal to understand his enemy's intentions, especially since he might be working together with her. A knight. Count Hubesha took a few breaths before continuing to speak. A knight protects their liege and their kingdom. It seemed completely unrelated, but Cal quietly listened. I never agreed to it. Her voice was oddly shaking, unlike her firm posture. I never agreed to use the citizens of the Endable Kingdom as sacrifices. Cal's eyes clouded over for a moment. Now that I think about it, it was a bit weird. Cal recalled a memory from when he had pretended to be young Master Naru. The next motion is from Marquis Jersey regarding the festival. Marquis Jersey Nim's motion is to request your permission to allow all priests in Section 2 to participate in a large-scale ritual on the last day of the festival. The content of the ritual is to give thanks for successfully completing the year and to pray for peace and happiness in the future for the Endable kingdom. Marquis Jersey, the priest who served the demonic race, he had plotted with the White Star to do something at the festival. Both Cal and Duke Frido had had questions about the festival, but it had been disregarded because Cal ended up in the sealed guards test prior to the festival. Now that I think about it, that large-scale ritual was probably the summoning ritual. It would have been related to either the sealed guard or the unranked monsters. Sacrifices were necessary for that ritual. Originally, the wolf children were going to be the sacrifices. Then were the vampires and dark elves. They were citizens of the Endable kingdom. There's a reason that bastard priest Jersey and the White Star only kept it among themselves. Whether it be the vampire Duke Frido or the dark elf Count Mark, who was currently imprisoned in the Black Castle at the Forest of Darkness. Two of the four nobles would oppose the White Star's choices for sacrifices without a doubt. Cal's gaze slowly turned toward Count Hubesha. It looks like Count Hubesha was against those sacrifices as well. Had she noticed Cal's gaze? Count Hubesha slowly turned her head and made eye contact with Cal. The king has betrayed the citizens of the kingdom and the kingdom itself. Her voice that had been shaking was now calm and even sounded cold. Her cold voice recited a law. You must get rid of a king like that. The White Star was the king of the Endable kingdom. His decision to use his citizens as sacrifices was an act of betrayal, so she was saying that they needed to get rid of such a king. The only reason I accepted a noble title in the Endable kingdom was for the will of the kingdom and its citizens. Cal's expression turned odd after hearing Hubesha's explanation. Then why didn't you act earlier? A large number of dark elves already lost their lives as sacrifices at the Endable kingdom. I think I remember seeing some knights there. The dark elves serving the Endable kingdom's Count Mark. A portion of them were killed by Bear King Searu as sacrifices for the summoning ritual. Cal had only seen the bloodied carriages by the time he arrived. You should have known what the sacrifices were by then. Some of my subordinates did not agree with me. They, and those who follow them, decided to go serve Bear King Searu instead. Not everybody could believe the same thing. The ones who agreed with the White Star had moved separately and stealthily so that the others would not notice. And we. She hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. We cannot attack the citizens of the Endable kingdom. The White Star, the Bear King, the priests, they were all citizens of the Endable kingdom. That is the restriction and contract condition placed on us. Cal asked something he had been wondering for a long time. Are all of you human? PFFFD. Count Hubesha laughed. We were once human. Although she was laughing, her eyes were full of rage. Her rage seemed directed at someone or something. It would be better to call us weapons. Cal slowly recited those words in his mind. Individuals who were once human but are now weapons. They just seemed like regular people to Cal. But it was also true that Count Hubesha and her subordinates gave off an odd sense of incompatibility with humans. Count Hubesha's eyes returned to normal after seeing Cal's nonchalant gaze. There is no need for you to know about our past. For Count Hubesha, their past was something she would work her entire life to handle. She changed topics as she did not want to talk about it anymore. Where is Duke Frido? Why do you care? Count Hubesha slowly grasped the hilt of her sword. Duke Frido. Also, Count Mark, who I believe you have imprisoned. I wish to meet with both of them. I don't know how we come off to you, but we truly cared about the citizens of the Endable kingdom despite our desire for power. She slowly avoided Cal's gaze. I am weak. I said that I would not accept the citizens of the Endable kingdom as sacrifices, but I was okay with the wolf children being used as sacrifices. She then looked back at Cal. However, the information I have should still be useful to you. So you want to make a deal? Yes, I know where the White Star is right now. I will tell you his current location as well as what he is currently plotting. And what do you want from me in return? Count Hubesha shared what she wanted in return from Cal, killing the White Star and preserving the Endable kingdom. That should be beneficial for you as well. Don't you agree? Cal Henitus was already working with Duke Frido. There was a lot that Count Hubesha could analyze from knowing that fact alone. The chances of the Endable kingdom being preserved are high. There is no way that Duke Frido would have taken Cal Henitus's side without such a guarantee. But she couldn't tell for sure, making Count Hubesha wait anxiously for Cal to respond. Cal finally responded after a while. I'm not so sure. What? Let me think about it. Cal Henitus. You need to get rid of the white star as quickly as possible, and Cal nonchalantly asked. Count Hubesha was at a loss for words at his lack of emotion. Count Hubesha, there is something you need to get straight. On the other hand, Cal had a lot to say. I have nothing to lose here. The white star's current location. It'd be great for Cal to know. But based on the rumor that was spreading around the Western continent, the White Star would reveal himself at his desired time sooner or later. The White Star would not attack Cal's side without thinking hard about it, as he needed them to take care of the unranked monster, the Lion Dragon. Count, you and I are not at the same level to make a deal. You're the only one who has something to lose. Of course, taking care of the White Star and preserving the Endable Kingdom were already things Cal needed to do. But there was no need for Cal to tell that to Count Hubesha. Think about it for a bit. Count Hubesha's pupils started shaking. Cal didn't care and just continued in a calm demeanor as if he was chatting with a friend. Think hard about it. What can you give me as you ask for my help? And what can you give me to thank me should I successfully help you out? A deal and a request for help were completely different. But Cal had no choice but to respond this way. Duke Frido had hidden half of the mercenaries' guild's ranger, brigade members, and the wolves that he was tasked to imprison. He had to sacrifice a lot to make that happen. Deals could only be made in such situations. I'm going to go take care of something. It won't take long. So think things over and quickly come to a conclusion. If you can't make up your mind by the time I get back, Cal did not finish his sentence. But Count Hubesha clearly understood what Cal was saying. Ha ha ha. Her voice sounded a bit cracked as she laughed. Very well. I will think about it, she answered while looking at Cal's back as he moved away. Cal slightly nodded his head and continued walking. I came to meet the world tree nim. Yes, sir. Sweeyish, sweeyish. An elf warrior who was hiding inside the whirlwind on top of the Lake of Despair bowed toward Cal and guided him in. Young Master Nim, human, should I come with you? Just wait here. Cal left Ran and the others behind. It could not be helped. I can't tell them yet. He had to tell the world tree a lot of things today. He couldn't take his allies with him as he shared those things. Cal's face slowly stiffened as he headed toward the world tree. Elf priestess Adite appeared as soon as he stepped foot into the elf village. Welcome, young Master Nim. I will escort you to the world tree Nim. Okay. She must have seen Cal's frightening and sunken gaze as she put on a warm smile and quickly started walking. Chapter 670. The new sun has set for Shara. They then reached a spot where they could see the world tree that was at the center of an area surrounded by large trees. Is it possible for me to have a quiet conversation with the world tree? I understand. I will make sure no existences who can hear you will be around here. That meant that she would make sure that the elves, including her, and even the elementals would leave the area. Cal walked toward the world tree alone after hearing the satisfactory response. Adite bowed toward the world tree and stepped back. Cal walked at a not too fast, not too slow pace and arrived in front of the world tree. The world tree gave off this feeling of stability as it looked the same every time, despite the new branches growing in spots from it, losing branches every time they chatted. It's been a while, Mom. I kept saying that I needed to come back, but it ended up taking a while. Cal gave a light-hearted greeting before putting his hand on the tree and closing his eyes. Yes, it's been a while. The world tree responded with a similarly light-hearted but welcoming greeting. The world is extremely chaotic right now. There must be a reason you came to see me despite all the chaos. For what reason have you come to see me in such a busy time, and why do you wish to have a quiet conversation with just the two of us? The questions that followed the greeting were not light-hearted at all. The words that came out of Cal's mouth next were not light-hearted either. Do you know about immortals? The reason Cal didn't bring the others with him, immortals. There are also reincarnators, single-lifers, and transmigrators. Do you know anything about these existences? SHHH. Cal could feel the will of Drew Thames moving inside the diary in his pocket. He then waited for the world tree's response. I do not. Am I supposed to try to understand those words? I don't think you are asking for the meaning of those words. That was right. Cal was not asking about something like that. He was asking if there was anything the world tree knew about the laws that the Thames household had been researching. Please let me give a simple explanation. Cal did not say everything. He just explained what he read in the diary, especially the information about immortals and single-lifers. There was a need to do that. He felt that they were things the world tree should know. Ho, they use such concepts to divide those people. The world tree could not hide its shock. It is my first time hearing about some of those things. Exceptions and variables. How surprising, very surprising indeed. How did you find all this out? I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you that. He did not tell the world tree about the Thames household, the hunters hunting the single-lifers, nor about the regressors. Finally, he did not mention the ways to kill the different variables and exceptions. I guess it is dangerous information for you to reveal the source of it. The world tree was quiet for a moment, as if it was organizing its thoughts. Cal patiently waited. Single-lifers, and once the world tree started speaking again, the first thing it mentioned was neither the reincarnators nor the immortals. Are you talking about the tribulators? Tribulators. Yes. It is a word I made up, but I call the souls that only live one lifespan tribulators. Tribulators. Cal had never heard this word before. It seems that tribulators and single-lifers are pretty similar concepts. I am surprised that there was someone in this world that realized that concept. What is a tribulator? As the name implies, they are people who go through tribulations. Of course, nobody knows who will be born as a tribulator. Ah, the world tree let out a short gasp. There are some races that never get tribulators. The dark elves, vampires, wolf tribe, and others like them never get tribulators. If tribulators are like single-lifers, there are races that never get single-lifers. That was odd in its own way. The world tree must have seen the confusion on Cal's face as it continued to speak. I guess I can tell you this. It, as usual, had to think about what it could say and what it couldn't say before it spoke. There was a dark elf in the past who had an ill-fated relationship with a tribulator. Not all dark elves are good. There are bound to be evil beings in any race. Unlike most dark elves who gathered dead mana from tombs or corpses, that dark elf killed living beings and gained dead mana from their death. There was a tribulator who lost his family and almost died because of that crazy dark elf. That tribulator eventually overcame all levels of tribulations and did something once he became a great existence. One part stuck out in Cal's mind. A tribulator overcomes all levels of tribulation and becomes a great existence. The Thames family had concluded that a single lifer could go to the divine world or become something even greater at the end of their lifespan. They believed that single lifers could become gods. Does that mean that the story of this tribulator is the story of a god's past? Cal had that question on his mind as he quietly listened to the world tree's words echo in his mind. That tribulator decided that anybody who uses dead mana is evil. Cal thought of someone as soon as he heard that. The sun god. The Church of the Sun God had started a war against dark elves, necromancers, and any race that uses dead mana in the past. The final necromancer had died at the Desert of Death, and no necromancers had existed until Mary became a necromancer in the Dark Elf City, located underground in that desert. I did not say who that tribulator was, nor do I plan to say who it was. The world tree stopped for a moment before making up its mind and continuing. But I do know one thing. That tribulator is currently regretting his past. Furthermore, he now knows that the existences that he had deemed as evil are meant to be. That is why he wishes to help one of those people who are meant to be. The world tree's voice softened a bit as it continued. That is all. That is all that I can tell you. Meant to be. Cal thought of Albrew Crossman for some reason when he heard that phrase. This person who was meant to be that the Sun God was helping, it was possible that the person was one of the Sun God twins, Jack or Hannah. I am unfamiliar with the other concepts as well. Am I an immortal? That is what I believe. I guess it makes sense to see me as an immortal. Cal said something else now that they got this far. The White Star is a reincarnator, and I need the power of the immortal to get rid of him. It was at that moment. Shara, shara, the world trees, and the trees surrounding it made a noise as their leaves smacked each other despite there being no breeze. What do you mean by that? There is an ancient power that allows the user to see the annual rings of life. Cal started to explain. First, the reincarnator's largest ring of life needed to be destroyed in order to completely kill a reincarnator. Second, a person needed the ability to see annual rings in order to do that. Third, the power of an immortal was required to destroy that annual ring. So, What you are saying is that you, as someone who can see a person's annual rings of life, would be able to stop the White Star, who is a reincarnator, and get rid of him for good using a weapon that has the power of an immortal. Yes, ma'am. Ho, the World Tree scoffed in disbelief multiple times. I'm able to get rid of a reincarnator. How surprising. I never even imagined such a method. There is still so much I do not know in this world. It then calmed down as it asked, so you need a weapon with my power in it? Yes, ma'am. Do you remember the sword you gave me last time? The World Tree had given elf healer Pendrick a chopstick-like branch to give to Cal as a sword when he was dealing with the fake World Tree incident at the Molden Palace's underground labyrinth. That does have my power in it. The World Tree seemed a bit hesitant, but that is weak. Excuse me. The power in that branch is not the real thing. It was at that moment. Boom! Cal could feel the area around him shaking. He flinched but did not open his eyes. If that method really works, the World Tree was still speaking to him. I should give you the real thing. Cal wanted to ask what it meant by that, but he could tell that something was already happening around him. Sharara, the leaves were making noises as they fluttered even more. The shaking underneath his feet was getting stronger as well. It felt as if something that was supporting this village with the World Tree was moving. I said that the branch was a sword. However, that branch was the youngest existence that had not survived very long. Boom! The ground shook quite a bit. Cal could feel it at that point. Something big was shooting out of the ground. I should give you the oldest thing in my life. That would be considered the foundation of an immortal, a part of my existence. The thing that was shooting up was a root. This is the tip of my oldest root. Cal could hear something piercing through the ground and rising up. Open your eyes and take a look. Cal took his hand off the World Tree for a moment and opened his eyes. As he looked down in front of his feet, he saw a black and white root that was the size of a small dagger. Cal was only seeing a portion of it, but he could tell that the root that was still underground was extremely large. That was why the ground had been shaking. Cal reached his hand toward the World Tree again and closed his eyes. I will cut off the tip of this root for you, so use it. This is a sword as well. I cannot let the world fall into darkness again. The voice sounded grim, as if it had made a big decision. The power of this root sword will activate once you put the blood from your heart on it. Cal couldn't help but ask, must I put blood on it? Yes, the blood from your heart. The World Tree sounded serious. Cal couldn't help but ask again, what is the principle behind it? What kind of weapon required the blood from his heart? Cal could not understand at all. His face looked disgruntled without even knowing it was happening. The World Tree's voice sounded grim. It responded seriously. It is simple. My body, the part of me that is cut off, will be in a state of asphyxia once it is removed. It needs the blood from someone with healing or rejuvenation in order to awaken it. That power cannot be the power of a god and must be the power that a living being possesses. Furthermore, the blood must come from the central location of that power. Only the person who awakens the root with their blood will be able to use its powers. The immobile World Tree seemed extremely willing to help, as it had a way to help the world this time, unlike when it had been helpless during ancient times. Cal Henitus, you have an ancient power related to rejuvenation and healing. That power starts from your heart. That is why you must become the caster and use it. Furthermore, you are perfect for it since you said you can use that annual ring's ancient power as well. Perfect. Cal's expression slowly turned odd as he listened. The World Tree did not notice and just continued speaking. Don't worry. You will not die. It will be grotesque since you will bleed a lot, but it will actually be helpful to you too. I guarantee it. It'll end quickly if you close your eyes and do it. You might have to stab your heart a few times if you don't go deep enough, so just give it one strong stab. That's all it'll take. Easy, isn't it? Cal finally said something. Not at all. It is not easy at all. Cal imagined himself stabbing this root dagger into his heart and then using that bloody sword to take down the White Star. It was not easy at all. Chapter 671. The new sun has set 5. What's wrong? The World Tree nonchalantly asked again. What seems to be the problem? Well, I do understand the fear of stabbing your heart. As the World Tree said, that did this old hag go crazy. She's definitely lost it. The fire of destruction and the sound of the wind raised their voices in anger. The fire of destruction was extremely angry. It's not like it's for giving me all of the money in the entire world. Why the hell would you stab our kid in the heart to kill a trashy son of a beach like the White Star? Is this stupid tree looking down at the human heart because it has no heart as a tree? Ha! I should just light it on fire and burn it down. One of the world tree's branches suddenly shivered. That's odd. I suddenly got the chills. It was just like when I saw that crazy bastard am. The world tree was recalling a memory from the past before focusing again and continuing to speak in a serious tone. I gave you the best possible solution I have after hearing what you said. That is why I will ask this question. Which part of this solution do you see as a problem? Cal immediately had a thought. It wants to know what the problem is. The world tree was saying that although it would hurt, Cal would not die, and that it would actually be beneficial to Cal's body. The world tree would not lie about something like that. It must be true. Furthermore, a root dagger that was a part of the world tree's foundation would be of great assistance in defeating the White Star. The world tree has also made a sacrifice in its own way. This root was different from the branches or parts of the trunk that would fall off each time it chatted with Cal. The world tree had said that this was a portion of its foundation. Letting him have this was probably quite burdensome on the world tree as well. Shara, shara, the sounds of the leaves rustling from the trees around it, as if they were protesting the world tree's decision, made it very clear. Stab a sword into my heart. If he won't die, if this was the final button required to take care of everything, it's worth trying once. His instant ability gave him injuries all over his body that spurted blood. Why would he be scared of anything when he managed to overcome that terrible pain? In that case, what was Cal worried about right now? Yes, tell me. Tell me your concern. My friends will see me stab my heart right. The world tree was silent for a moment. Arit then gasped. Those friends around you, the world tree thought about Iruhaben, the black dragon, and everybody else, including Choi Han, who had once viciously stared at it. When it had told Cal about the god of death last time, the world tree had just told Cal to be wary of the god of death and not to trust him. But as an existence that could see almost everything, it had been able to read the vicious intent rising from the black dragon and the black-haired human. Cal did not know about that because he had had his eyes shut. Good luck. That was the only thing the world tree could say to him. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a short sigh and nodded his head. I will accept your dagger for now, world tree nim. Ha! The ancient powers all sighed or groaned, but they could not oppose Cal's decision. The world tree had given Cal its greatest power, and Cal had no choice but to accept it. Okay, I know you are busy, so go on. Yes, Mom, I will see you next. Ah, Cal was saying goodbye when he realized something and asked, there is something I am curious about. What is it? Cal had asked a question he had had once he learned about the single-lifers and the other concepts. Was the god of death a tribulator as well? It was at that moment. Boo-boo-boo-woo-woom. The ground underneath Cal and the entire elf village surrounding the world tree shook as if they had received a great shock. He soon heard the world tree's voice. That is not something I can answer. I see. Cal felt iffy after hearing its oddly hesitant response. I guess your answer is something that won't do me any good even if I knew. Who knows? Cal felt even iffier after hearing the world tree's next response. That was why he made up his mind. It's probably better for me not to know. It was none of his business whether the god of death was a tribulator or not. Cal firmly made up his mind. Then I will be on my way now. Okay, take the dagger with you. Yes, Mom. Crack! Cal heard something that sounded like glass breaking as he opened his eyes. The tip of the black and white root started to separate and turn into the shape of a dagger's blade. Cal reached his hands out toward the tip of the root that was falling off. Plop! The root dagger fell into his hands. Cal pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and wrapped the dagger before putting it away. He then thought about the order of things he needed to do now. I guess I can go back after chatting with Count Hubesha. That was fast. Count Hubesha had a bitter smile on her face as she looked toward Cal, who was walking in between the whirlwind on top of the lake at a distance. Was your name Ron Marlin? She addressed the man who had been quietly observing her since earlier. There's no need for you to know. Count Hubesha chuckled after hearing Ran's extremely cold response. I don't need to know even though you are looking at me extremely viciously, as if you would kill me at any moment. His gaze was saying that he would kill Hubesha if she made any odd moves. Ran had been glaring at her with the uniquely cold gaze of an assassin. Hubesha chuckled before flinching after hearing the benign voice respond. Yes, I do want to kill you. I am that kind of person. She looked toward Ron for the first time. Over half of the man's hair was white with age, and his eyes were as cold as snow. However, there was a smooth smile on his face, and his voice sounded gentle. That is why I hope that you make a wise choice. Ron then headed toward his young master, who was headed over. Young Master Nim, did everything go well? Well, sort of, I guess. Ron noticed Cal flinch ever so slightly before he responded. He's hiding something. He had no idea what Cal discussed with the World Tree. However, Ron had a bad feeling after seeing Cal's somewhat awkward demeanor. I need to pay close attention to him. He had no way of finding out about Cal's discussion with the World Tree. That was why he needed to remain closely by Cal's side to prevent him from sacrificing himself. Ron's gaze sunk lower as he observed Cal's every movement. What is up with this old man? Cal flinched after seeing Ron, who was suddenly looking at him with a vicious gaze. It reminded him of how scary Ron had been as he pretended to be a benign old man and handed over a cup of lemonade when Cal first arrived in this world. He had not thought about that for a while. Just ignore it. Cal's experiences until now told him to just ignore Ron. He looked toward Count Hubesha instead. Count Hubesha flinched once more. His gaze. Cal's expression was stiffer than before, and his gaze was extremely serious. Count Hubesha felt an unexplainable pressure as Cal stared at her with a gaze that seemed to pierce right through her. Of course, Cal was only stiff because of Ron's vicious expression and remembering the past. He was only looking at Count Hubesha to avoid looking at Ron. I guess I have to make a choice. Count Hubesha, who had no idea about this, felt that she did not have much time left. Okay, I've made up my mind. Her mouth slowly opened. The White Star managed to get his hands on an Earth attribute ancient power. As expected. I guess you heard some things from Duke Frido. Cal did indeed hear from Duke Frido, who had shown up at the Henitus territory in a terrible state, that the White Star might have gone to get an Earth attribute ancient power. The White Star does not have an Earth attribute ancient power. His plate is currently unbalanced. No matter how sturdy the White Star's plate is, his body being unbalanced will restrict him from using his forcing Cal to full powers. He probably left to fix his issue before the summoning. Yes, he seemed to be on his way to look for an Earth attribute ancient power or something that could make up for it. Well, that is just my guess. The White Star could have left for something else as well. Duke Frido said it was a guess, but he had been pretty confident. It was the same for Cal as well. That was why he had always considered the fact that the White Star might now have an Earth attribute ancient power. However, between the Super Rock and the ancient White Star, they only knew about two Earth attribute ancient powers. An Earth attribute ancient power I don't know about probably exists somewhere, similar to how nobody knew about Drew Tem's ancient power. It was almost to be expected. He heard Hubesha's voice again. Cal Henitus, as you know, the White Star's plate has achieved balance after earning the Earth attribute ancient power. He is finally able to use his full strength. I've already considered that fact. Yes, I am sure you have. Her eyes clouded over for a moment. But what if that bastard is in your front yard? The White Star is in my front yard. Cal wondered if he had heard correctly. What do you mean by that? Count Hubesha's mouth dried up after seeing Cal's gaze. How vicious. His gaze had so much cold anger inside them that Ron's vicious gaze looked like child's play. However, she looked back at those eyes as if she was not affected. She asked another question instead of answering Cal's question. The Earth attribute ancient power the White Star had been aiming for until now was the ancient White Star's ancient power. But now that he was unable to gain that strong and destructive power, what kind of Earth attribute ancient power do you think the White Star would desire? Smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up after hearing her question. His mouth slowly opened. I don't have time. Cal continued in a low voice. I don't have time to stand here and listen to you. Hubesha gulped, because although Cal's voice sounded calm, she could feel the threat hidden underneath it. She then continued to speak. If he can't have the strongest, he would find the stealthiest power. Cal and Hubesha made eye contact. The White Star chose to gain a power that would allow him to kill his enemies without anybody knowing, now that he couldn't get the strongest power to completely massacre his enemies. Cal let out a sigh-like gasp. He scratched his cheek as he calmly asked, so you are saying that the Earth attribute ancient power the White Star gained is related to assassination or stealth? No. Hubesha sternly shook her head. It is not something like assassination or stealth. It is probably better described as disguise. Disguise. This is what the White Star said. Hubesha recalled what the White Star told her after getting the Earth attribute ancient power. This Earth attribute ancient power was extremely difficult to get. It was very well hidden. It would have been quite troublesome if I didn't have the clue. Clue. Cal was curious as to how the White Star got a clue. However, he pushed his curiosity aside and paid attention to Hubesha's voice. The ground we stand on could have been a boulder, sand, or dirt in the past. Its appearance always changes to match its surroundings through the flow of time. I really like that aspect. That's what the White Star said. Yes. He then said that it was such a stealthy power that even dragons would not notice. I guess you never saw him use that power. That is right. I have not. Count Hubesha admitted that she had never seen it, but immediately continued speaking. But I do know where he is. She had said that the White Star had entered Cal's front yard. He was using his newly gained Earth attribute ancient power for a disguise. Where? Hubesha gave a short answer to Cal's question. Duke Deruth Henitus. Father, Duke Deruth's name suddenly popped up. A bitter smile appeared on Count Hubesha's face. Your father supposedly hired the strongest individuals around the Western continent at a high price. That was right. Duke Deruth had hired these strong individuals for the Rhone Kingdom, no, to be more specific, for Cal and the Henitus household. That was what allowed Cal to meet the pink dragon Dodori. The White Star is currently under your father, Cal Henitus. The White Star is among those strong individuals. Cal knew that Duke Deruth had a clueless side at times, but he was not someone who would do a shabby job for something like this. No, he didn't know Dodor's true identity either. It is possible to trick him if the White Star tried. The White Star trying his best to trick Deruth could definitely have snuck in without getting caught. But he still did have a few questions. My father started recruiting strong individuals a long time ago. It was highly likely to have happened prior to the White Star gaining the Earth attribute ancient power. It was because Cal had met vampire Duke Frido at the Henitus territory after meeting with Duke Deruth. Hubesha resolved this issue on Cal's mind. The person was originally recruited by Deruth. The White Star just killed the person later and snuck in. Hubesha shrugged her shoulders, as if to say that something like that was easy for the White Star. That bastard camouflaged the black mages in the Moguru Empire as alchemists, so it shouldn't be that difficult to disguise himself as a person. The corners of Cal's lips oddly curled up. So what you are saying is based on everything he had just heard. The White Star is currently in Puzzle City and is among the group working for my father. Cal had an odd feeling the more he thought about it. He and his friends had disguised themselves as the fake arm many times. However, this seemed to be the first time it happened in reverse. It looks like the White Star used his brains this time. Maybe that was the reason, but how refreshing. Hubesha subconsciously commented after seeing Cal looking so calm. Can you really say that? Your father might be in danger. She looked into Cal's eyes at that moment and had no choice but to shut up. His gaze made her unable to say anything. As the others who were watching Cal and Hubesha also stood there as if they were frozen, Cal quietly said something to break the silence. Time to go find the damn rat. Inside the Puzzle City Hall building within an office that was still quite clean, someone important was using this office as his own right now. How could such rumors? Duke Deruth Henitus's hands were shaking while holding up a document. His face was full of both anger and sorrow. The document in his hand described the different rumors being spread throughout the Western continent. Why do they all want my child to sacrifice himself? Why? Who gave them the permission to make such decisions and spread such rumors? I am already concerned enough that he keeps working so hard with his weak body. Crumble. The document in Duke Deruth's hand ended up into a crumpled ball. He did not care and threw the crumpled ball to the ground as he jumped up from his seat. I can't sit here and do not. It was at that moment. A human's daddy. Deruth heard a young child's happy voice in his ear. No, his mind. It is me, the great and mighty dragon Rayan Muro. He. What? Who? As Deruth's pupils were shaking, screech, the door opened, and there was a person sighing. Your Highness, Duke, I need to tell you something. Can we chat for a bit? Alberu Crossman, the Rhone Kingdom's rising sun, had suddenly come to Duke Deruth Henitus's temporary office without any advanced notice. What kind of conversation? A person covered from head to toe in a robe appeared behind Alberu at that moment. Father. Cal. That person was his son, who had used invisibility magic to come see him before going to his mother's grave. The person who said it was not yet time for him to reveal himself for strategic reasons. It was Cal. Chapter 672. The new sun has set 6 click. There was silence after the sound of the door closing. Cal. Deruth Henitus was the first to speak. Deruth, Cal's father, couldn't stop his eyes from shaking as he headed over to the robe-clad Cal. Duke. However, someone got in the way of this emotional father-son reunion. Your Highness. Alberu Crossman quickly walked over to the Duke. Deruth, who was still in his armor, looked more tired than earlier. Duke, there is something I need you to do for me. That is why I urgently and stealthily came to find you. Urgently. Stealthily, Deruth, who realized the seriousness of those two words, stiffened up while Alberu heard Rayan's voice in his head. I cast the noise-blocking spell. Alberu immediately continued speaking. I am going to die soon. Excuse me. Deruth wondered what he had just heard. Excuse me. That was why he asked once more, and Alberu looked at the empty area past Deruth's shoulder as he recalled what had just happened. Dancing. You returned earlier than I expected. Your Highness, your expression doesn't look good. Cal and Rayan had barged into the Puzzle City Hall office. Clope had just burst out of the room after saying that he would set the rumors straight and tell people the truth, while Choi Han said he had a bad feeling about what Clope would do and chased after him. Alberu, who was left alone, had been organizing his thoughts about what else needed to be done. That was when Cal and Rayan had arrived. He could not feel happy after seeing the expression on Cal's face. His expression gave Alberu a bad feeling. Why are you smiling as if you're going to scam someone, Cal Henitus? This bastard was smiling. He was smiling as if he was about to cause a big incident. Hi, young Nim. Cal had that mischievous smile on his face as he walked over to Alberu and put his arm on Alberu's shoulder. What the hell are you doing? Hi, young Nim. Please die. As Alberu turned toward Cal, wouldn't the only people left to lead the Roan Kingdom's forces in Puzzle City be the Knight Captain and my father if you were to die, Your Highness? Alberu felt extremely iffy about this, but still responded properly. Yes, as long as nobody else comes from the royal family. As long as the current king, Zed Crossman, and the second prince did not come to Puzzle City, taking into consideration magic, troops, mercenaries, and other nobles, it is highly likely that Duke Deruth would be the commander. The knight captain would only lead the knights and soldiers. If I consider the reinforcements coming from the other kingdoms as well, Duke Deruth, your father, would have the proper title to be commander. Furthermore, Puzzle City is in the Roan Kingdom's northeast region, so the leader of the northeast region would know about this place best. Smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. That sounds great. Pat, pat. Cal patted Alberu's shoulder with an extremely disrespectful expression. Alberu wondered if this bastard was drunk despite not getting easily drunk, but Cal whispered as Alberu stared with a grumbling expression. Now then, please die so that my father can be the big boss. Alberu could see Cal's face that looked really cold without even an ounce of a smile. I need to catch a damn rat. A rat? Yes, sir. The White Star is currently under my father's command. Cal then gave a short explanation as to what had happened during his meeting with the World Tree and Count Hubesha. Of course, he did not mention the dagger the World Tree gave him. That was something that only Cal and the World Tree knew about right now. Alberu snapped out of his thoughts and returned to the present. Duke, I will not really be dying. There's just a need for me to pretend to die. Deruth's face stiffened up even more at Alberu's somewhat firm demeanor. Does that mean that you have your reasons, but are unable to explain it to me, Your Highness? That is correct. Duke Deruth's reaction would be most natural if he knew as little as possible. Duke Deruth, I hope that you can take care of Puzzle City once I die. I heard that reinforcements from other kingdoms would soon be arriving. That is correct. Please take care of them as well. Duke Deruth still had a stiff expression on his face as he walked past Alberu. Let me see your face. SHHH. Cal took off the hood of his robe, and Deruth smiled after seeing Cal's revealed face. Looks like you are not injured. Cal was still just as skinny and pale, but his eyes were full of vitality. I guess you had a safe trip to your mother. Duke Deruth was relieved that Cal returned safely from going to his birth mother, Drew Thames' grave, and then realized something as soon as he looked into his son's eyes. I guess there is a reason I must do this. Cal smiled instead of responding. Duke Deruth immediately turned back toward Alberu. I understand, Your Highness. I will give it a go. Should I keep this fact to myself? That is correct. You cannot tell anybody else, even your family members. Only the three of us here should know about it, so this is something that only I should know. You will not have to worry about anything coming out of my mouth. Deruth looked toward Alberu. He was looking directly into Alberus' eyes, unlike his usual self. Alberu realized something at that moment. They're similar. He thought he could see Cal Henitus in Duke Deruth's appearance. He thought that they didn't look similar at all, but they did share the same blood and did indeed look similar. Deruth said something at that moment. However, I do have one condition. What is it? I do not like meaningless sacrifices. Deruth's words stabbed into Alberus' ears as if they were daggers. That was why Alberu immediately opened his mouth to respond. It won't be meaningless and... However, Duke Deruth cut Alberu off. He then smiled. He did not want any meaningless sacrifices, and then I do not like meaningful sacrifices that much either. Ha! Alberu scoffed, despite having been cut off. He realized something. Although it is Kim Raksu inside Cal Henitus's body right now, they're similar. Duke, you and young Master Cal have many similar sides. It was not just their appearances that were similar, their core was similar as well. Of course, he is my son. He is a member of the Henitus family. The Henitus County had been protecting and slowly increasing their wealth for generations. It was a household that lived in the corner of the Rhone Kingdom's northeast region, with the Forest of Darkness right next to it. The patriarch of each generation had passed on the following words to their successors. It was the mindset of the Henitus household and their goal. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness instead. Deruth had a bitter smile on his face as he recalled those statements. Well, that isn't happening. He was certain that Cal's story would be recorded quite a bit in this generation's history. However, none of the people in the Henitus household had given up on peace and happiness yet. Peace and happiness are difficult to gain. That is why we set it as our goal. Duke Deruth continued to speak. Your Highness, if both you and Cal will take what I just said to heart, I will give this a go. He did not like meaningless sacrifices. He also did not like meaningful sacrifices. I will keep it in mind. Father. Deruth turned toward Cal. Please take care of your health as you work. Okay, I will do that. A gentle smile finally appeared on Deruth's face. Alberu quietly observed Cal and Deruth for a moment. The reason that Kim Rak-Su adjusted to this world so easily must be because someone like Duke Deruth. No, because the Henitus household is his family. A bitter smile appeared on Alberus' face. That has nothing to do with me. The current king, Zed Crossman, the king had cherished Alberu a lot when he was a child, however. The current king just started treating Alberu as a future king candidate at some point. He did not treat Alberu as his son anymore. Alberu had no idea why, but it's not like I needed that affection. He had his aunt, Dark Elf Tasha. He also had his sworn brother. If I die, will there be people who are sad? Would anybody cry if I died? Alberu closed his eyes. A few years ago, he would have easily answered that Tasha would be the only one to be affected if he died. But he was sure that it was different now. They would cry. They would be sad. The young black dragon, Cal, Choi Han, Rosalind, and the others, there were many people who would be sad about Alberus' death. Alberu was amazed that he had such certainty about this, while also feeling that he really could not die a meaningless death. Crown Prince Alberu, what do you mean by that? CHHHHH, CHHHHHH. There was a lot of static in the video communication device, so the visuals were not very clear. They could hear a voice through the static. The unranked monster, it looks like we will need to fight that lion dragon guardian thing again. Didn't we agree to discuss it once all of the reinforcements arrive? I CHHHHH have no CHHHH. Crown Prince Alberu, Crown Prince Alberu. The call suddenly ended. Barang, we need to hurry. Within the southern area of the western continent, this was a land of green covered in trees and grass. Inside the palace in the central region of the jungle, Latana jumped up from her seat and immediately headed out of her hut. Is everybody gathered? Not yet, my queen. The warriors from the southernmost sections have yet to arrive. It is the farthest from here, and they seem to be delayed because of the foreign invaders. The elite warriors of the jungle were gathered together under the cold sun of winter. Letana, the queen of the jungle. She recalled Alberu Crossman's words during that static-filled call and made up her mind. Send them as a second team once they arrive. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. A large black panther offered its back to Litana. She got in its back and gave an order to the mages, who were now members of the jungle. We are heading for the Roan Kingdom immediately. Uwung, Uwung, a large magic circle activated at the center of the jungle palace. These magic circles could be seen in other kingdoms as well. Parat. There was a bright light, and a person's figure could be seen appearing above the teleportation magic circle. The first person to appear almost stomped forward. Boom. His step was so strong that the ground shook. Where is he? The person's voice was extremely loud as well. Welcome, Commander Tunka. The reinforcements from the Whipper Kingdom are the first to arrive. The Whipper Kingdom's Commander Tunka. He gathered just his personal troops as the first round of reinforcements and teleported over after sensing danger through his call with Albaru. He frowned after looking at the person who appeared in front of him. Who are you? The man in armor took one step forward. There was a golden turtle crest visible on each of his shoulders. I am Duke Deruth Henitus. I have temporarily taken the commander position while His Highness went out to the battlefield. You are Akal Henitus's father. That is correct. I hope that you will follow my orders. Oh, Efwata. Tunka seemed extremely happy to see Deruth. However, Tunka shook his head and quickly started moving. First, Tunka tried to get out of the location of the teleportation magic circle, an open area behind the city hall building. I first need to figure out the situation on the battlefield. What happened all of a sudden that he started to attack, it was at that moment. Tunka heard a loud explosion. Ah! Ah! People barely managed to stay standing and had to cover their ears because of the sudden explosion and the resulting vibrations in the ground. But Tunka moved as quickly as an animal, as if something like this was nothing to him. He finally arrived at the front of the city hall building and could see everything. Holy crap! He could see the large white monster, the lion dragon. The guardian that had not been moving was slowly raising its shield. However, Tunka was focused on something else. Those two are Choi Han and the Crown Prince. Only the individuals who forced the lion dragon to move were in Tunka's eyes. The Roan Kingdom's soldiers who were waiting nearby gulped as they watched. The white armor must be His Highness, right? I think so. And that black armor, he's holding a sword. It must be Choi Han Nim. The two knights standing in front of the lion dragon one was wearing black armor and a black helmet, while the other was wearing white armor and a white helmet. Of them, the person wearing the black armor, he was quietly mumbling to himself. He will make me suffer if I break his sword. PFFFD. The man scoffed in disbelief while thinking about the owner of the sword in his hand. How dare a human say such things to a great existence like me? Don't you agree? What do you think, Bone Dragon? Flap, flap. He asked the dragon Half-Blood, who was now the Black Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon scoffed at the voice above it. Even you will suffer if you look down on Choi Han, you bastard. No way. The black-armored swordsman slashed the sword up and down, as if he was practicing, while his eyes sparkled underneath the helmet. There is no way this great dragon will lose to a human. I also will not lose to a damn monster. Rashiel, the buzzcut dragon. This dragon, who had the indomitability attribute, was leisurely smiling, while on top of the bone dragon Half-Blood. He then turned his head and continued to speak. I just need to pretend to be Choi Han. Then am I your instructor? How about it, Crown Prince? Albaru was in the white armor and white helmet, standing next to Rashiel with a white spear in his hand. You are not my instructor, O great being. What? Rashiel was about to get angry before he started smirking after being called a great being. He then turned back toward the lion dragon. What an interesting monster. It reacted to that old man immediately, but it doesn't react at all when a great dragon like me appears alone. Rashiel's eyes looked disgruntled. They felt a gust of wind at that moment. Shara, shara, but it reacts to two. How entertaining. The gust of wind came from the sky to the ground. That strong gust of wind was caused by a being flying above it. The people down on the ground, especially Tunka, who was taking in the sights at Puzzle City for the first time, couldn't help but be astonished. Another dragon. A beige-colored dragon that was almost the same size as the gold dragon from before was headed toward the lion dragon. The people on the ground couldn't help but talk about the appearance of another dragon. The lion dragon that had not reacted to Rashiel alone was slowly raising its shield. This dragon with the beige-colored scales, Mila snorted as she gently spoke. What a truly interesting monster. It didn't pay any attention to me when I was polymorphed, but it does now that I am back to my dragon form. I guess with Rashil here, and me in my dragon form, the two of us are probably about as strong as Iruhaben. The lion dragon was looking at both Rashil and Mila. It was focused on the two of them as it started to react. At that moment, I will go now. Alberu jumped off the dragon half-blood's back. Welcome. Please take good care of me, Milanim. Alberu landed on Mila's back. Rashil, who was pretending to be Choi Han, was on the black-boned dragon half-blood's back. Alberu was on top of Mila, who was back to her dragon form. Alberu heard a person's voice in the mini-video communication device that was reduced to the size of a thumbnail. Please get started. Alberu swung his sword after receiving the order from the true commander, not Alberu, not Deruth, but Cal. Hello again, Alberunim. I Terang will support you to the best of my abilities. Bararang. The lion dragon's shield and Alberus' unbreakable spear crashed into each other with a bang. Chapter 673. The falling sun won the battle between spear and shield. The results were so one-sided that it seemed obvious that the spear would lose. Ah, bang! The spear was unable to pierce through the shield. The white spear that was way too small to pierce through the large shield was flung backward. Shoot! The owner of the spear was naturally pushed back by the force of the impact as well. One of the soldiers who was watching subconsciously shouted, "In the end, again. Again. Would their side be unable to do anything again? Holy shoot." The words that came out of the soldier's mouth next were words of astonishment. The red eyes of the lion dragon visible past the shield, they were not looking at the owner of the spear that had been flung away. They were looking down underneath them. I am still lively. The beige-colored dragon slammed its large body into the shield. Bang! The loud noise was incomparable to the noise from the spear crashing into the shield. One of the lion dragon's arms that had been holding onto the shield reached out and aimed for the dragon's body. There were claws as sharp as eagle claws at the tip of this front paw. Slash! It had all happened in an instant. The sharp claws sliced through Mila's beige-colored scales. Milanim! Alberu shouted her name in shock. He sounded confused. Why did you just let the attack? Why had she just let the attack hit her? Alberu was sure that he saw Mila peeking toward the claw as if she had noticed it attacking. But Mila did not dodge or block, despite knowing that an attack was coming. Let's do it one more time. Hold on tight. She just used her body and her front paws to charge against the lion dragon again. Ah! Alberu urgently lowered his body and stuck tightly to the dragon's back in order to not fall off. He had a thought on his mind as he held on. She's quite reckless. Magic. Weapons. Mila did not use any of those. She just used her body, her large body, to slam into the lion dragon without stopping. Dragons were said to be the magic race. Even ancient dragon Iruhaben had mana around him as he fought in his dragon form, fitting the name of the magic race. However, Mila didn't even have any mana around her. It made Alberu realize another fact. Dragons were said to be the greatest race in the world. That name was not given to them simply for their magic. The unique physical trait they were born with, that alone was enough to make them strong. Mila's battle was thoroughly proving that that was the case. It was an extremely reckless attack, so reckless how she did not even seem to be thinking about defending or retreating, that it could almost be called idiotic. But maybe because of that bang, 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 they heard banging noises almost non-stop. Even Iruhaben had been unable to attack the lion dragon without stopping like this. It retreated. The lion dragon that was floating in the air, Alberu, actually saw the monster take one step back. But the expression on Alberus' face was not one of joy. Chhhhhhhhhhh. Chhhhhhhhhh. The dragon's scales were getting slashed and ripped with every attack. On the other hand, the monster lion dragon's shield and the scales on its body had no injuries whatsoever. Duck, Alberu frowned. It really isn't a normal monster. The monster's claws that were ripping a dragon's, scales the monster's scales that resembled dragon scales, but were sturdier and looked as if no attacks could get through them. The lion dragon was too strong to just say that it was strong because it was an unranked monster. However, the weirdness behind how strong it was could be explained once the fact that it was the last gatekeeper of the sealed god's temple was added on. Barang. Are you okay, Milanim? Alberu couldn't help but ask Mila after she crashed into the shield once more. Was she okay? Was she okay to keep fighting like this despite all of the injuries she was getting? Alberu looked down for a moment. He could see the ancient dragon's large body that was lying there as if he was dead. Iruhe is not in danger of dying, but his condition is still not good at all. But Mila was about to end up in a bad condition as well. He didn't even want to imagine that scenario. Milanim, you must go according to the plan. There was a plan behind their attack this time. Your Highness, please fight not too strong but make it look fierce. The lion dragon should determine that there are no dangerous individuals around and stop attacking once Rashiel, Milanim, or possibly both dragons escape. You just need to pretend as if you received a strong attack and got injured right around the same time. They just needed to make their attacks look strong. However, Alberu thought that Mila was not following their plan. Alberu was barely holding on at her intense attacks that were relentlessly hitting the lion dragon without stopping. Milanim, you don't need to. He heard Mila's voice at that moment. Crown Prince, you can't see it. Her voice was calmer than he had expected. Alberu flinched after hearing this calm voice that he wondered if Mila really was the one launching such intense attacks. Can't see it. See what? He looked around once more. The lion, dragon, and Mila were in a fierce battle. And is he laughing? He was now looking at Rashiel, who was standing on the dragon half-blood's back. Rashiel was just watching him. He thought it might be because there was no opening in this intense battle, but that was not it. Rashiel's shoulders were moving slightly up and down. His face was covered by his helmet, but the way his shoulders were moving definitely made it seem as if he was laughing. Did he go crazy? Had this dragon gone crazy? He had that thought because it really was a possibility with this dragon, but Alberu noticed where Rashiel was looking and realized something. Ah. Mila's scales were ripped once again. Blood, but she was not bleeding. And for some odd reason, the number of injuries on her body was not increasing. Alberu finally noticed the faint beige-colored mana on top of Mila's injury. Connect together. Mila's attribute, connect together. He immediately thought about this dragon's attribute that Cal happened to mention to him. It was unable to put together something that was broken, but it was able to connect together things that were ripped or cracked. Alberu held back a gasp. Fighting like this was the best option for this dragon. He heard Mila's low voice at that moment. I am probably the only dragon who trained their strength and endurance. Mila had continued to train her body that had been strong since birth. It was the result of determining the most efficient way of using her attribute. As long as I don't get tired, I can keep slamming into this. Dragon scales were strong enough that it was rare for an attack to reach her bones. That was why Mila, as someone who could endlessly heal the injuries to her scales, was not someone an opponent could take lightly. The corners of her lips gently curled up. Every opponent who had looked down on her attribute and thought that she would be an easy opponent always became tired before she got tired. This power that allowed her to never fall from fatigue before her opponents, it is extremely scary. It was at that moment, so scary. The voice sounded both amused and almost disgusted. Mila could see Rashiel in his black helmet slashing his sword toward the monster's side as she heard that voice that was full of multiple emotions. Kekek. Rashiel was unable to hold back his laughter. He had to pretend to be Choi Han, but the others were far enough that they shouldn't be able to recognize that this wasn't Choi Han's voice. He did not hide his laugh that was coming out of his mouth. This old fart's attribute is funnier than I thought. Rashiel's fingertips were getting antsy as he watched Mila fight. It was a funny attribute. It was so funny that it was scary. It was such a great attribute for a dragon like Rashiel who had trained in martial arts. That was why he couldn't hold back and had no choice but to charge toward this monster bastard. The sword Choi Han lent him slashed toward the monster. Bararang, uwag, it won't even defend. Kekek, the sword slammed into the monster's side. But the monster received no injury at all. It was because aura, magic, attribute nothing was imbued in the sword. Tusk. Rashiel clicked his tongue. He needed to pretend to be Choi Han. The biggest restriction from that was that Rashiel could not channel his mana. The White Star might see his grey mana or his indomitability attribute and realize they were tricking him. At that moment, dodge. Rashiel looked away from the sword after hearing Alberus shout. The monster's paw that had been slashing at Mila's scales was quickly moving as if to clench Rashiel tightly. Barang! Rashiel's mouth opened. Oh, you don't need to save me. The dragon half-blood's bone claw blocked the lion dragon's paw. Duck. Do it properly. I don't think that's something a bag of bones, like you should be saying to a great being like me. The dragon half-blood became extremely annoyed by Rashiel's joking tone. This bastard has no idea how strong this monster is. As one of the few people who had seen Iruhaben's battle against the lion dragon up close, the dragon half-blood knew that the lion dragon has magic, or some other kind of special power that it has not used yet. It also knew the physical strength of the lion dragon better than anybody else here. Iruhaben was pretending to be dead, but he could only buy them time earlier despite using his attribute, magic, and physical body together. This is no laughing matter, I'm quite serious right now. What? The dragon half-blood turned to look at his shoulder. He could see Rashiel's face underneath the helmet. Inside the black helmet, Rashiel's face was drenched in sweat. You see, Rashiel whispered to the dragon half-blood as if he was mumbling. My attribute is something that makes me stronger the more unfavorable the fighting environment is for me. That was what made this indomitability attribute strong. It meshed well with Rashiel's personality. I can't use that right now. I need to pretend to be Choi Han before retreating, so what? But that attribute keeps trying to activate. What? Rashiel gulped. My attribute is warning me that this current situation is extremely dangerous to the point that I am sweating just suppressing it. Rashiel's attribute, indomitability, was reacting so strongly to the current situation that it was trying to get past his suppression. I am very much aware. Rashiel looked toward the lion dragon. The monster's red eyes were looking back at him. Boom, boom. His heart was beating fast. I know how strong this monster son of a beach is. This great being is probably the one who knows it's best. Rashiel would be unable to leave a single scratch on this monster despite using his magic, martial arts, and his attribute. That was what his indomitability was telling him. How the hell are we supposed to take down a bastard like this? That punk over there is the only person who can harm this stupid monster. Rashiel's eyes headed toward the man in white armor. How entertaining. It was very entertaining. The lion dragon. The guardian protecting this temple, the only thing that could get this monster to react was ancient dragon Iruhaben, or the combined attack of two dragons, Mila and Rashiel. However, although these dragons were able to go up against this monster, they were unable to leave a single scratch on it. The world truly is a curious place. It was truly a fun place to live. Shall we go? Of course. Rashiel and the dragon half-blood immediately moved. Mila charged toward the lion dragon with her large body at the same time. Bararang. Mila's body slammed into the lion dragon. Ah, I won't let it go this time. Her two front paws grabbed onto the lion dragon's shield. The lion dragon's red eyes flashed and turned toward her before it flinched, moved back, and tilted its body to one side. Barang. MMPH. The dragon half-blood tried to hold back a groan as its sturdy black bones slammed into the lion dragon's right side. Ah, I got it. But I can probably only hold on for a few seconds. His front paws latched onto the lion dragon's remaining hand that had the sharp claws. The moment these two large beings latched onto the lion dragon saw Rashiel in the black armor. Rashiel charged toward the lion dragon's mane-covered face. Actually, he shot forward like a rocket. Kahaha, if I can't slash it, I just need to pummel it. Let me pummel your face. The lion dragon and Rashiel Choi Han's sword that was in between them. Rashiel did not miss this moment when he was covered on all four sides. Ooh! The moment grey mana shot up in the sword in Rashiel's hand. The lion dragon opened its mouth at that moment. Rashiel's eyes opened wide. Holy crap! Something red was visible inside the lion dragon's mouth. He felt an extremely strong force, similar to a dragon's breath. It was extremely sinister and off-putting. Rashiel's mouth opened. It's too late, you son of a beach. Smile. The moment the corners of his lips curled up, Rashiel looked forward. To be more specific, he was looking past the lion dragon's shoulder. It truly is amusing. Currently, behind the lion dragon, there was someone the monster had not been paying any attention to because it had considered him to be weak. The spear in that someone's hand disappeared. Click. There was the barrel of a gun pointed toward the lion dragon's back instead. Albaru Crossman Nim. The preparations are complete. This was the only weapon that could pierce through the lion dragon's scales. The power has been imbued in the bullet. The lion dragon had 8 dragon wings. There was a small gap between those wings that revealed the lion dragon's back. The barrel was pointed to that small gap. A bead of sweat dropped from Alberu Crossman's forehead. Terang's voice echoed in Alberus' mind at that moment. Please fire. Alberus' index finger moved. Tang! As the single gunshot echoed through the air above Puzzle City, as the lion dragon flinched and urgently turned its head back pook. The bullet flew past the gap in the wings and dug into the lion dragon's scales. Alberu opened his mouth at that moment. Explode. Now exploding the bullet. Bararang. The bullet lodged into the monster's back exploded as Mila, the dragon half-blood, and Rashiel urgently retreated. It was at that moment. Roo-woo-woo-wah. A scream came out of the monster's mouth for the first time. It worked. Alberu subconsciously tightened the grip on his gun at that moment. He then came face to face with it. Danger must capture the lion dragon mumbled and slowly turned around. Its red eyes turned dark red and gave off an eerie light. Must kill danger level beyond classified levels. The monster's eyes were only focused on Alberu. Smirk. One corner of Alberus' lips twisted up. It really works. Should I just take it down? Chapter 674. The falling sun, too. It was an odd emotion. The monster's now dark red eyes were only looking at Alberu, but Alberu felt himself getting calmer rather than getting scared. I want to take this thing down. He wanted to be the one to take down this monster. No, he felt a need to do that. It was an unexplainable emotion. Alberunim, Your Highness. Alberu heard 2 voices in his head at that moment. Alberunim, you will be able to defeat this lion dragon if I, Terang, am with you. Please do not question Terang's abilities. An X-grade weapon's capabilities are limitless. Furthermore, I am capable of bringing out the most of my strength against this lion dragon, Terang rambled on in a mechanical voice. Your Highness, are you drunk? Cal just asked a short question. Alberus' expression turned odd as soon as he heard Cal's question. Do you want to try taking it down alone and saying goodbye to the world? Man, he's speaking so viciously. Alberu held back a sigh. His calm emotions instantly disappeared. He realized how stupid his thoughts had been once that calmness disappeared. I wanted to take this thing down alone. I wanted to take a monster down alone when I barely got an attack in thanks to 2 dragons and the dragon half-blood helping me. Alberu completely erased those past emotions from his mind. He then said something in almost a sigh. Do I just have to die now? He was talking to Cal. I, Terang, believe that I have just heard some nonsense, proceeding to check if there are any issues with the system. The person holding this weapon cannot withdraw. Anyway, checking system. Terang responded with shock. Of course, it didn't sound shocked at all because of its mechanical voice. Gulp. Alberu subconsciously gulped. The boiling desire disappeared, and as he became calm and collected, Alberu could clearly see the dark red eyes observing him. Danger urgent variable has occurred muscle, the lion dragon was mumbling while holding up its shield, and one corner of Alberus' lips curled up. It was slightly shaking. This is kind of vicious. He called out to Cal, dancing. Is it okay for me to play dead now? Not at all. Man, you talk to me so disrespectfully. I am a bit busy, Your Highness. Ha! Alberu scoffed in disbelief. He's busy. I am busy too. Listen to this extremely arrogant and disrespectful bastard. Alberu frowned underneath his white helmet. He then raised his arm. Click. The barrel of the gun was pointed toward the monster once again. The barrel was not shaking at all, as his mind was as calm as his cold gaze. Well, I should do my job too. He pulled the trigger. Tang. Once the gunshot echoed in the air once more. Krieg. Inside a stable at a remote part of Puzzle City's City Hall, this was a place that had not been used in a long time, leading to nobody coming this way. The old doors of the stable opened. A person wearing a black mask walked into this stable that had no horses and just had weeds. Kalnim, Ure here. The mask was removed to reveal a black-haired man. It was Choi Han. Choi Han saw the numerous video communication devices located on top of the weeds. There seemed to be about 50 of them. Where did you get all of these? From Miss Rosalind. I borrowed some equipment that is supposed to go into the magic tower. Rosalind was currently pretending to nurse Iruhaben and observing things by his side. The approximately 50 video communication devices he borrowed from her were placed throughout this small and narrow stable. And here Choi Han thought to himself, inside this small stable, all of Puzzle City is in here. He was in awe. The 50 or so video communication devices were all showing different areas. Inside City Hall, the Puzzle City Plaza outside of Puzzle Cities, walls the main streets, there were so many places being shown live in multiple directions. The fact that there were 50 or so video communication devices in here meant that there was also the same number of video communication devices at these locations to film it. Rosalind was not the owner of those 50 or so video communication devices. I am surprised how did Clope Seca get his hands on so many video communication devices. Yeah, who knew he would make video communication devices that work even without mages? The amount he has is shocking, but the invention itself is shocking too. I heard he even has some video recording devices. Cal nodded his head and sounded amazed as well. But his eyes were looking through all of the video communication devices non-stop. Anyway, it made things easier. I can move stealthily. The video communication devices that did not require mages were spread out to allies he could trust in order to record different parts of Puzzle City. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a short sigh. It was already early winter. The temperature inside the stable was pretty low, but Cal's forehead was full of sweat. He undid another button on his shirt that was pretty much completely unbuttoned at this point and said something to Rayan. Rayan, make that screen with the Whipper Kingdom's forces bigger. I got it, human. As for the 50-ish video communication devices in here, of course, Rayan was the one controlling all of them. The 50-ish video communication devices were being controlled with Rayan's mana to show Cal whatever he wanted to see. I will learn. Rayan was also thoroughly observing Cal, who was looking at the video communication devices while sweating. He wanted to learn. Cal noticed what Rayan was doing but didn't say much as he took a cup from Hung, who quietly came over. Grandpa Ran told me to give it to you. Really, it was a cup of lemonade with ice. Cal blankly stared at the lemonade in the cup before looking at the smiling Hung Anon, who avoided his gaze while holding the bottle of lemonade. Okay, did you check? His expression then turned cold as he looked toward Choi Han. Yes, Calnim, I checked it. Cal's gaze headed back to the video communication devices once he heard Choi Han's response. Choi Han watched him as he continued. A total of 3 people are missing. Really? An odd expression appeared on Cal's face. Choi Han's face stiffened up as well. Yes, Calnim, 3 of the people Duke Deruth brought with him are missing, other than Dodori. Yes. We are unable to locate 3 people right now. The strong individuals that Duke Deruth had gathered throughout the Western continent, 3 of them were currently missing. Not 1, but 3. PFFFD. Cal chuckled. The Black Knight Count Hubesha said that she was certain that the White Star would be under Duke Deruth right now. If what Count Hubesha said is true, then the White Star should be hiding within the group of people my father brought with him. But something was weird. 3 people are missing even though they didn't go into battle. He needed to think about that. Choi Han shared his thoughts with Cal. Either Count Hubesha was wrong, or we can conclude that the White Star has started to do something. Cal pointed to a screen. It was the screen that Rayan had expanded. They could see Albaru getting back on Mila's back and shooting his gun. Cal then pointed at something else. His father, Duke Deruth, appeared once Rayan made that screen as big as the one with Albaru. It can be one of 3 things. First, the White Star is hiding within the group of people my father gathered, but we are unable to figure out who it is. The White Star's New Earth attribute ancient power. He could be using that power that specializes in disguise to still be under Cal's father. Second, the 3 people are the White Star or people working with him, and have gone into hiding to dodge our search. It would be difficult for Cal and the others to find the White Star and his subordinates if they tried their best to hide. And finally, third, those 3 people, or maybe the White Star alone, have disguised themselves as someone else and are hiding within Puzzle City. I believe it is most likely to be the third option. Choi Han responded to Cal. The White Star currently needs information on what we are doing. Calnim, he needs to have concrete information about you, His Highness, and Aruhaban Nim's conditions. Would he stay with Deruth's group in such a situation? Choi Han shook his head. It is difficult to gather information there. Even though they were all strong individuals, they were mercenaries and unable to get much information. It would be even harder to get information if he is hiding. Choi Han shared his conclusion. I am sure that the White Star is disguised as someone else so that he can learn the condition of our allies. Cal nodded his head and sternly responded. We cannot set our minds to any of those three until the truth is revealed. Keep all three in mind as you move. Will you be okay with just luck? Yes. We have been moving very stealthily already. We plan on getting at least a little bit of information about everybody inside Puzzle City. They were going to expand their search from the people underneath Duke Deruth to everybody inside Puzzle City. Choi Han sighed and continued to speak as he thought about how long it would take to scan everybody. The White Star seems to have been more thorough than we expected. I'm not so sure. Choi Han turned toward Cal after hearing an unexpected response. Tap, tap. Cal was smiling as he tapped his finger rhythmically on his knee. Who could it be? Cal's eyes were observing the different parts of Puzzle City visible on the screens. The subdued patience of a predator looking for his prey was visible in his eyes. White Star, who the hell will you appear as? Cal was recording all of the people in his mind. Cal had not only observed monsters while he was working at the company as Kim Rock-soo. In fact, he probably observed people more at times. There were many things to stealthily investigate regarding guilds and the association. Cal reawakened the senses from back then as he searched for the hidden enemies. Choi Han walked over to Cal and started speaking. I don't know who the White Star will appear as, but I believe I can predict when he will pop up. He looked toward the screen where his friends were fighting against the Lion Dragon. His gaze stopped on Albaru Crossman. While His Highness is in between life and death, I believe that is when the White Star will show up. No, I am certain that is when he will show up. Cal picked up one video communication device. It was the only one with a black screen. Your Highness, please get started. Your Highness, please get started. Albaru closed his eyes and then opened them again. We are going in at full force. He informed his three allies before looking down for a moment. He could make out the Roan Kingdom's soldiers. They were too far to be seen clearly, but it seemed as if they were looking up at him. He was sure that there would be a plethora of emotions in their eyes as they looked at him. Expectations, hope, maybe even concern. They probably had a mix of positive and negative emotions. However, the positive emotions should be greater right now. Albaru, the crown prince of the Roan kingdom, had injured the monster for the first time. There were also a second dragon and a bone dragon that was pretty strong as well. It is a bit disappointing. He would have to crush their expectations and hope. I wanted to be someone who never loses. He wanted to be a sun that never sets. That desire had not changed. However, even the sun gets covered up by the clouds or darkness from time to time. However, it always comes back up. It would be the same for Albaru. He would be hidden for a moment, but will reveal himself again. Crown Prince, here we go. Yes, ma'am. Mila's body quickly charged toward the lion dragon with Albaru on her back. A few moments later, someone let out a gasp. Something dark red shot out of the monster lion dragon's mouth and struck Albaru. A dark red light covered the area and everybody's view for a moment. No, Your Highness. They then saw the Roan Kingdom's new sun start to fall. Chapter 675. The falling sun 3-0 was touching his back. Albaru Crossman now realized it. There is nothing behind me to support me. The only thing left was to fall. I am falling right now. Heh. A short laugh came out of his mouth. His white armor that had been spotless was crushed and burnt in multiple locations. Albaru gave a short evaluation of his current condition. It's perfect. His fall was perfect and beautiful. He recalled what had happened a few moments ago. Crown Prince, here we go. Yes, ma'am. Mila's body quickly charged toward the lion dragon with Albaru on her back. Albaru had no choice. He had to listen to Mila, Cal, and Rashiel's voices at the same time. The lion dragon was about to launch a new attack before you attacked it just now. Your Highness, the lion dragon's new pattern has been captured on the screen. It was an attack from its mouth that looked similar to a dragon's breath. Hey, be careful. This great being doesn't care whether you die or not, but I'm going to hate it if you mess with my great plan. So, listen carefully. Rashiel's voice was the loudest. I saw it clearly from the front. It was similar to a dragon's breath, but it was more sinister and ominous. A power that felt ominous even to a dragon. Rashiel seemed to be telling him that he needed to be careful. Your Highness, please get hit by the shield instead of the breath attack before you fall. I believe that will be the safer approach. Crown Prince, I will dodge well, so respond fittingly. Cal and Mila seemed to agree, but at that moment I'm not so sure. Albaru seemed to have a different opinion. It doesn't seem like I need to do that. What do you mean? Cal seemed confused, while Rashiel, who was on the dragon half-blood's back as he continued to pretend to be Choi Han, delivered a message into the charging Alberus mind. That power, yes, it felt as if it was dead mana that had turned sinister and disgusting. Even I felt as if my scales would melt immediately if I touched it. Heh! Another quiet laugh came out of Alberus' mouth. Little brother, I saw it too. I saw that thing. He saw that red power as well. This power that even a dragon was telling him to watch out for Alberu had seen it clearly. It happened after he landed the first ever attack on the lion dragon. The bullet had exploded, and the monster had roared and turned around to find the enemy who had attacked it. Danger must capture. Alberu had seen the strong and mysterious force that the monster had been gathering in its mouth, prior to determining that Alberu was its target, slowly disappear. It was an unfamiliar but familiar power at the same time. It should not be able to kill me with that power. Are you talking about that breath-like power? Cal asked, but Alberu shared his feelings instead of responding. How entertaining. Shara, as he stood on Mila's back, and felt the wind rushing past him on their way, toward the monster, the lion dragon was holding its shield and slowly opening its mouth. Rashiel had said the following. It felt as if it was dead mana that had turned sinister and disgusting. Alberu had felt something the moment he saw the red force inside the monster's mouth. The foundation of this thing is dead mana. He also thought that it would not be able to kill him. He had blood rushing through his body that would allow him to survive this attack. You said that the guard that this monster is protecting is a guard served by the demon world. It's the god of despair. They said he is the god of despair. Really? Is that why this thing is using dead mana? Alberu commented as if he was enjoying the current situation. This guard is a good match for me. It seemed like a good match for multiple reasons. Alberu looked down at his hand. Alberu Crossman Nim, please give me whatever order you wish. This white spear from the Sun Guard, this spear was made by an expert on Earth 3 and was able to damage the lion dragon. So the people on Earth 3 were able to get rid of this monster without this weapon. How amazing. This weapon is amazing as well. That mighty weapon was in Alberus' hand now. Had the Sun Guard given it as an apology for the curse on the Crossman royal family? No, there's no way. Alberu Crossman, it was probably because there was a reason he needed to hold this white spear in his hand. The lion dragon. This monster was summoned through people's deaths being used as sacrifices. It was only natural that the power used by this monster would hold the power of the dead. No matter how white it was or how holy it looked, its true nature would not change. Yes, just like how the fact that I have dark elf blood cannot change. True nature and reality would not change. That meant that if the power used by this monster was dead mana or used death as a foundation, it would not be a big obstacle for Alberu. It helped him realize something. It helped him realize the reason the Sun Guard gave this weapon to him, Alberu Crossman. He realized something else as well. Just trust me. He said to his allies who would be listening to him, I will show you the most splendid fall. Even if it was splendid, it was still a fall. But even if it was a fall right now in the end, I will be the one to take this monster's life. I will be the one to save these people. I will be the one to save the citizens of our own kingdom. It put a serious amount of pressure on Alberu, but also made smile. Crown Prince, we will crash into it soon. Alberu kicked off Mila's back and shot forward once he heard her voice. He was charging straight toward the face of the monster that was glaring at him as if it wanted to kill him. Krarak, the monster's mouth opened. Inside of it was a force he was familiar with, albeit slightly different. The ominous and sinister force was gathering inside its mouth. Preparations are complete. Alberu charged toward that open mouth once he heard Terang's voice. Mana was gathered at the tips of his feet to push him forward. At that moment, Crown Prince, hey, it's different. The two dragons suddenly responded with urgency. Alberus' eyes then opened wide. Inside the monster's mouth, that red force that was similar to dragon's breath, it was not that this time. Must kill the force that was gathering inside the monster's mouth, as it talked it was dark red this time. Hey, it's an even stronger force this time. Will you be okay? Rashiel, who still had to pretend to be Choi Han, urgently asked. However, Alberu clenched the gun in his hand with both hands as he responded. Proceed according to the plan. That would be enough. Barang. As if a large typhoon was striking the ground, the dark red force that shot out of the monster's mouth made such a loud noise that made people's ears ring. RS, shoot. As people blanked out in fear as they watched that force release from the monster's mouth, Albaru curled up. He heard a Terang's voice in his ear. Commence transformation. The white gun in Albarus' hand started to change form, just as the dark red light in the sky made it impossible for people to see anything it's coming. The curled-up Albaru could feel the dark red force coming toward him. Shhhhhh. His hands were shaking. This force was extremely strong. It was so strong that his instincts were telling him to be afraid. This force had despair inside it. But as if to show that death was the end of despair, he could feel death inside it. Albarus' shaking slowly disappeared as he felt the death. Death. Dark elves were used to that power. Terang calmly commented in a mechanical voice, reconfiguring the weapon with the image inside Albaru Crossman-Nim's mind as the foundation. The image utilized will be Cal Henitus's indestructible shield. The white gun started transforming into a shield that was wide enough to cover Albarus' curled-up body. The artificial wings that appeared on the sides of the shield wrapped around Albarus' body. It happened in an instant. There were others who were with Albaru at that instant. Retreat! Mila shouted toward the dragon half-blood as she retreated. However, her beige-colored mana used the moment everybody's view was blocked by the dark red light to move toward Albaru. It landed outside Albarus' shield. The first magic barrier had been created. Tusk. Then there was Rashiel, who was retreating on top of the dragon half-blood. Well, it's nice that it covered everything. He stealthily used that opening to send his grey mana toward Albaru as well. A grey barrier was now on top of the beige barrier on top of the shield. Will this be enough? Of course, that was not all. Albaru called out to someone as he floated there with his body curled up. Mother. Underneath the white shield there was a black barrier surrounding the curled-up Albarus' white armor. It was Albarus' magic cast with dead mana. Bang! The dark red force soon struck Albaru. Albaru closed his eyes. Bang! Through the ear-piercing noise, crack. The first grey barrier was destroyed. A dragon's barrier was destroyed that easily. Crack! Mila's barrier was next to rip apart and disappear without a trace at the dark red force. Danger! The weapon may be damaged by this strong power. Current appearance will be removed upon 90% damage in order to restore self and for AS. TL, as stands for After Sale Service, better known in English as Customer Service. Bang! It felt as if a meteor was falling directly at Albaru. Albarus' whole body was shaking despite being underneath the shield. 10, 30, 50. He continued to hear Terang's voice. Albaru had a thought on his mind. This power will weaken eventually. Similar to a dragon's breath or a typhoon, it would strike hard and then pass by. 60, 70, 75. It was easy to tell. Terang's report of damage was slowing down. The monster's attack was dwindling down. This dark red force will soon disappear, and the dark red light that covered the sky will disappear as well. People will then be able to see the results of the explosion with their own eyes. Albaru was waiting for that moment. 88, 89, 90. Once Terang's voice said 90%, Albaru recalled his weapon. He then opened his eyes. Well, it's almost done. It had only taken a few seconds. It was not a few minutes, but a few seconds. But 2 dragons' barriers were destroyed, and Terang, a weapon that can break through this monster's scales, was 90% damaged as well. As for the weak remnants of this dark red force, Albaru faced it head-on. Danger, danger. Extremely likely that user will be in serious danger. Danger, danger, bararang. He had a thought at that moment. It failed. His black barrier that he thought might be able to completely block this power was unable to completely block it. His white armor and helmet burnt black as if they had been surrounded by fire. Albarus' mouth opened. Ah! He let out a short groan. He felt as if his whole body had been pounded by a giant boulder. He then made a comment. It succeeded. He had felt a wave of pain. However, he did not bleed or get injured. Numerous barriers had been destroyed, but they had done their job to protect him. His armor and helmet were burnt black, but they also protected him as well. Albaru, now in his black burnt armor, fell to the ground with the white spear in his hand. The lion dragon was looking at him. Albaru closed his eyes as he commented toward the red eyes of the monster that was observing him. Sure, I'll be back soon. I'll come back to kill you, you bastard. The people on the ground who could not hear him screamed as he fell. No, oh, His Highness, even His Highness. No, we must quickly rescue His Highness. Pandemonium struck the people on the ground. It was at that moment. Scratches discovered. Alberus' eyebrows twitched, as necessary for explanation of the restoration process. Terang spoke in its usual calm voice. "You are being connected to your as representative." "What? Being connected to whom?" Alberu almost opened his eyes in shock. It could not be helped. This weapon, the unbreakable spear, was a weapon that had crossed over from Earth 3. Current as representative is on-row man, starting connection. You will be connected to your as representative once the music ends, and all conversation will be recorded. Ding! Do. Weird music filled Alberus' mind. But the song ended a few seconds later, and he heard a person's voice. Hmm, why am I suddenly being connected to a disappeared item? Alberu became anxious after hearing this on-row man person's extremely anxious voice. What the hell? Is it really connected? Who the hell is the arrogant prick holding my item right now? Who are you? Did I really connect to Earth 3? Alberu was flabbergasted. However, a thought rushed past through his mind at that moment. Hold on, that world is where they killed the messenger of the sealed guard, this guardian monster, isn't it? That meant that they had opened the temple of the sealed guard once as well. If they had time to leave this weapon behind, didn't that mean that they had successfully stopped that temple as well? Oh, the corners of the mouth, underneath the helmet of the falling individual, slowly curled up. The sun guard had not stopped at giving a single weapon. Chapter 676. The Falling Sun 4, however, this situation, really everything, felt terrible for those who were watching. Your Highness, the knight captain didn't even think about the soldiers behind him. He needed to lead as he ran toward the falling crown prince. As he ran forward closer, he got toward the falling crown prince. He could see that the crown prince's condition was terrible. His white armor and helmet had been made by the Rhone Kingdom's greatest blacksmiths and experts. Although it did not have many decorations on it, the armor and helmet themselves, and the Rhone Kingdom's crest on it, were all magnificent works of art. That was why many people said that the armor suited the crown prince. The Rhone Kingdom. It was a kingdom that had lasted a long time, however. It became weak at some point and was no longer considered a strong kingdom on the western continent. Whether it was with their knights or magic, this kingdom had nothing special going for it. But such a kingdom had changed. Who was responsible for it? About 90 out of 100 people would probably answer like this. The person who created the starting point for the Rhone Kingdom to shine brightly in the world was former Commander Cal Henitus. But His Highness is the one who controlled the internal affairs of the kingdom so that it could continue to shine brightly. Most importantly, both individuals were still young, so the citizens of the Rhone Kingdom did not question that their kingdom would shine even brighter in the future. But one of those two people was currently not on the battlefield because he was in a serious condition. He was unable to show himself, even though everybody around the Western continent was saying that Cal Henitus is the only hero who could save them from this danger. But it was okay. The people of the Rhone Kingdom were not too worried. Cal's comrades and their crown prince were still here. There were people who were headed to Puzzle City, the most dangerous location right now, without any hesitation. However, their crown prince was falling down now as well. A shock that was incomparable to the shock from when the gold dragon had fallen surrounded Puzzle City. The knight captain gasped. Sir Choi Han. Choi Han, in his black armor, caught the falling Alberu crossman. He gently swiped Alberu out of the air while riding on the black bone dragon. The knight captain was relieved to see that, but still felt pain in his heart after seeing Alberu slumped over weakly. It was at that moment. This makes no sense. Boom, boom. He heard the ground shake as someone shouted. He turned his head to see an astonished Commander Tunka rushing over. My goodness, behind him was Queen Latana of the Jungle, along with her Black Panther, 10. The knight captain should have been happy to see these two individuals, leaders of their respective kingdoms, since they were here to reinforce the Rhone Kingdom. However, he subconsciously bit down on his lips extremely hard after seeing the astonishment and shock on their faces. Quiet, it was at that moment. Someone must have used a magic amplification device as the person's stern voice echoed through all of Puzzle City. Do not act rashly. Soldiers, stay in position. The knight captain's gaze quickly headed towards City Hall. He could see Duke Deruth Henitus standing there. Duke Deruth Henitus made eye contact with the knight captain. He nodded his head and then looked up. Sir Choi Han, the black-helmeted knight, nodded his head. The sky then roared. To be more specific, the nearby area was shaking from the beige dragon's mana. Only then did people remember the beige dragon that was still fighting this lion dragon monster. Parat, they also realized that the mana that shook the sky was from a teleportation spell. Ho, the dragons suddenly disappeared. The bone dragon, Choi Han, and Albaru all disappeared as well. Duke Nim, the knight captain, subconsciously called out to the Duke. The Duke nodded his head as if to tell the knight captain not to worry. I'm sure they went to a safe location. The knight captain forced himself to think as positively as possible. He then turned toward the only one remaining on the battlefield. The monster, the lion dragon. That monster stopped attacking, similar to when the gold dragon had fallen, now that the enemies fighting against it were gone. It's different from before. However, unlike last time, the lion dragon's red eyes were stuck where the crown prince had been before he disappeared. The knight captain, Litana, Tunka, and the others were too far to hear, but the lion dragon was definitely mumbling something. Existence of an outlier must kill. It soon stopped mumbling and closed its mouth before quietly observing the spot where the crown prince had disappeared. Continuously without stopping something is weird. There was someone who found this to be very odd and was thoroughly observing the situation. The monster's reaction is very different from before. Cal brushed his red hair back as he frowned. He turned around and asked, "What do you think about this, Your Highness?" Cal walked over to the person who did not respond. Cal crouched down in front of the person slumped on top of the hay and reached his hand out. SHHH. He removed the helmet and asked, "Your Highness, did you not notice a weird reaction from the monster?" Albaru Crossman's head was down. His thick brown hair was full of sweat as it weakly fell. Cal frowned. "Hey, Crown Prince, are you in pain?" Rayan pulled a cookie made by the Roan Kingdom's dessert chef out of his spatial dimension and held it in his left paw as he approached Albaru. Of course, there was a slice of apple pie in his right paw. It was at that moment. "Hey, Rashil, the one responsible for teleporting Albaru here just a moment ago, he took off the black helmet. Mila and the dragon half-blood had teleported elsewhere, and only Rashil had come here with Albaru." There was an indescribable expression on Rashil's face. He raised his index finger and slowly pointed to Albaru, whom he had placed on the hay not too long ago. "This guy seems a bit off." He had the same expression Cal usually had when he looked at Clope. Potentially, because of that, as Cal's expression turned from concern to suspicion, kekek. Cal questioned his ears after hearing what sounded like a minion villain's laugh. He turned toward the sound of the voice. Rashil mumbled at that moment. This guy's been mumbling some weird stuff to himself since earlier. The one responsible for bringing Albaru here was a bit scared of the Crown Prince after hearing him mumble some hard-to-understand and bizarre things. Crazy bastards were scary after all. He was saying all sorts of odd things such as, "What is as? I'm not a thieving bastard. Are you X-grade? What is a president? What is psychomancy? What is screen share?" etc. They were all things Rashil did not understand. Keek, they heard Albaru laughing again. Rashil came to a conclusion. "Hey, Cal Henitus, yes sir. You don't need me anymore, right? I'm going to go rest with the curly hair." "Ah, yes sir, that is fine." "Okay, ha." Rashil looked toward Albaru and then shook his head. "Is it because this human, Cal Henitus, is weak for a human? He only has crazy shoots around him. Poor bastard. I should stop by often to check in on him." Tusk. Rashil thought that he was truly a great dragon who had become nicer with age as he started to cast a teleportation spell. At that moment, Choi Han stopped him. He then reached his hand out. "Ah." Rashil frowned and took the scabbard off of his waist and handed it to Choi Han. Choi Han carefully received it before slowly taking the sword out and inspecting the blade. "Ha! This crazy bastard." There really were numerous crazy bastards around Cal. He held back his sigh and quickly left. Pad. Grey light filled a portion of the stable from his teleportation, but Rayan, Cal, and Choi Han all paid no attention. The two people and one dragon were all looking at Albaru. Albaru was still mumbling with his head down. "Ah, I guess I really am kind of a badass. What is going on?" Cal had that thought as he slowly moved back while still crouching. "Human, why do you have such an expression on your face? You look like Choi Han when he is looking at Clope." Cal subconsciously looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han was looking at Albaru with a somewhat sour expression on his face. This innocent punk would have normally been concerned for the crown prince and urgently rushed over to support him. But such a good guy was hesitating while looking at Albaru right now. Albaru, who had no idea what was going on, raised his head. Ha! He lifted his hand to brush his brown hair back. He then said the following. As expected, the crown prince had such a bright smile that it resembled a rose at the center of a field of flowers. Did you go crazy? Cal barely stopped himself from saying that. Dancing. Cal knew he shouldn't say that to someone who had been working his butt off until recently, but he wanted to just ignore Albaru after seeing that rose on Albaru's face growing even brighter. Do you know someone named Man? Man. A question mark appeared inside Cal's mind. You don't, right? Cal had never heard that name before. However, he could tell something about it. It sounds like an Earth-styled name. It also sounded Korean. Hoo-hoo. Man is a guy who is very smart and easy to talk to. RIC. Choi Han awkwardly played along. Rayan tilted his head while putting the cookie in the crown prince's hand. Crunch. The crown prince took a bite before continuing to speak. He's someone from Earth 3. Silence filled the stable. Isn't that where Terang was created? Cal's face stiffened up. Earth 3. He had heard about that place already. The unbreakable spear. The AI Terang inside it, this spear the Sun God gave to Albaru, was an item from Earth 3. Earth 3 was the place where they spent 7 nights and 8 days to finally defeat the Lion Dragon. Furthermore, they also used the Lion Dragon's bone to create the unbreakable spear, the only weapon that was capable of piercing through the Lion Dragon's scales. Your Highness, how do you know someone from Earth 3? Excuse me. Cal flinched at the word that was so familiar yet unfamiliar to him. Albaru didn't care as he continued to speak. Terang was damaged from the Lion Dragon's attack just now. It contacted me to Az once the damage level reached 90%. Then is Man the Az representative? Yes, he is the Az representative and the former owner. Ho, Cal let out a gasp. Wait, you can connect to AS. Isn't Earth 3 in a completely different world from here? I'm not so sure. Albarus' reaction sounded odd. What do you mean by that? Cal's eyes clouded over, and Albarus' smile now resembled 100 roses instead of just one. Dancing, listen carefully. Choi Han's face stiffened up after hearing what Albaru said next as well. There is no Kim Rak-Soo or Choi Yung-Soo in Earth 3. Cal's eyes opened wide. I'm not there. Then why is it Earth? Albaru added another comment. In fact, there is no Korea. Choi Han quickly chimed in. That's not possible. Didn't you mention that Terang brought up Seoul in the past, Your Highness? That was right. Terang had said the following while explaining about the Lion Dragon. 7 nights and 8 days. We were finally able to kill the Lion Dragon after 7 long nights and 8 days. Thousands of people died, and an area 10 times the size of Seoul became desolate, unable to be restored ever again. Albaru remembered that as well. Yes, there is a nation with Seoul as its capital there. However, the name of that nation is different. What is its name? Cal asked, and Albaru responded. Rhone. He continued to speak. There is a nation called Rhone that has Seoul as its capital, and Man is the president of that country. He's currently serving his 3rd term. What was Albaru talking about? Cal subconsciously felt his head heating up. Choi Han started mumbling. It sounds as if that place is a mix of the Earth we know and this world. Yes, if the place Kim Rak-Soo and you lived in is white, this place is black. Man's world can be considered grey. Cal started to think. Something was very odd. If all of the worlds were placed in a line, it felt as if Man's world was located in between Kim Rak-Soo's world and Cal's world. It was as if all of these planets called Earths in parallel dimensions had moved in different directions to create different worlds. Cal, there is something I realized after going to Earth last time. Albaru had a question after learning about the existence of Earth. He was almost whispering now. This place that you and I are in right now, what is the name of this planet? There were Earths 1, 2, and 3. What was the name of this planet? Our planet does not have a name. We just call it this world. Maybe. Yes, this may be one of the many Earths as well. Cal and Albaru made eye contact. Isn't it a complicated story? Albaru smiled. Let me tell you one more thing then. If this Earth issue is something that we need to deal with in the future, the story I am about to tell you is something that hits quite close. What is it? This is what Man told me. Alberu Crossman had learned why Ro Man called him a thieving bastard. Apparently, a person has to go through quite a lot of security levels to take Terang. There were 10 underground floors and 10 gates, with the first 9 gates having extremely skilled guards, each of them thoroughly checking every visitor's identity. Furthermore, they need to put a barcode card with a code that only Ro Man knows into the recognizer to get past the gate. Each coded gate was different, so they would need 10 different cards. Ro Man was the only one who could create those codes, but someone managed to steal it without Ro Man's knowledge. They were able to get past all 9 guards and 10 gates. That was why Ro Man took a while to find out that it was stolen. The IDs the guards checked were fake. Of course they were fake. Cal thought he knew who the thief might be. Was it the Sun Guard who stole it? No, I don't think it was the Sun Guard. It wasn't. Alberu sternly shook his head. The guards told Ro Man the name that was on the IDs they confirmed. What was the name? Wouldn't it have been fake anyway? The name is weird. The name is weird. Confusion was visible on Cal's face. His face turned blank from shock at what Alberu said next. Choi Young-gun. Excuse me. The name was Choi Young-gun. Alberu was saying that the thief who stole Terang was named Choi Young-gun. Cal knew that person. Furthermore, he knew that person's other name as well. Nellen Barrow, the author of The Birth of a Hero, the first dragon slayer. He was also someone from the Choi family who came to this world before Choi Han, the person who was with the Super Rock in the past and survived the final battle during ancient times. Someone Cal presumed was a single lifer. And once a single lifer dies, the divine race, demonic race, or he was someone with a soul that allowed him to become a member of the divine race, demonic race, or even a god. Chapter 677. The Falling Sun 5 Hair. Cal subconsciously let out a laugh-like sigh. If Choi Young-gun is a single lifer, he wouldn't have reincarnated after he died. He would have become one of the other existences, like turning into a member of the divine race. His hand automatically reached into his shirt. He wanted to take the diary out of there right now, but he turned his head after hearing Rayan's voice. Hey, Crown Prince, I'm asking because I got curious while listening to you. Rayan's round eyes were blinking multiple times as he tilted his head to the side. Why are you so sure that the person who stole the spear claiming to be Choi Young-gun is not the Sun God? Is there any proof? Cal knew the answer to this. That story the World Tree told about the Tribulator. I am sure that was about the Sun God. It was the response to how the Sun God came to hate dark elves and necromancers in the past, and the reason the Sun God considered Alberu Crossman's existence was meant to be, and handed this weapon to him. Choi Young-gun had fought alongside the Super Rock and had been by a dragon's side after that. He would have had no reason to have been threatened by dark elves or necromancers to the point he would loathe them. Crown Prince, the Sun Guard was the one who gave you the weapon. Something is off. Rayan Nim. Alberu had a gentle and beautiful smile on his face. Rayan slowly moved away from Alberu and hid behind Cal's back while poking his head out. Alberu didn't care and looked at the white spear with a satisfied gaze. I asked Terang, the unbreakable spear. I asked if I could see the record of people who had owned this weapon. Ah, Choi Han gasped and asked. Your Highness, Terang informed you of the names of the past owners. Just their names. Terang had said that it could not tell Alberu all of the information about its past owners for privacy reasons. However, it said that it was able to inform him of the names that were registered to the weapon. There are a total of 4 people registered as owners for Terang. The expert who created the weapon did not register himself as an owner. Alberu said the names of the owners in order. It started with Ro Man, the first owner, followed by Choi Young-gun, Angelina, and finally Alberu Crossman. Cal's eyes clouded over. Angelina. It's your first time hearing that name, right? Alberu was right. They had never heard this name before, but all of them could guess as to who it was. The Sun God. Alberu nodded his head after Choi Han mumbled. I also believe that Angelina is the Sun God. Then Choi Young-gun must be someone else. Probably. There is one other piece of information. What is it? Alberu recalled Ro Man's shocked voice. Ro Man did not know that the world he lived in was Earth 3. He just called it Earth. But Terang had said that it had been on Earth 3. This product is an attack-type weapon created by Earth 3's greatest expert and has a special ability. Alberu had asked Terang about that and received a response. Terang said that it should have never received any upgrade nor had external data inserted since it was created. It just gathers information on its own to decipher things. However, it did receive external data for a new update just one time. It wasn't Unro Man. Yes, Unro Man said he never input any new data into Terang. Then the answer was simple. Either Choi Yung Gun or Angelina was the one to input the data. Yes, I believe that is how Terang was able to tell that the Earth it was from was Earth 3. It was the most plausible explanation. Each of their minds started moving quickly. However, just one person, Choi Yung Gun. Choi Han was different. He was quietly mumbling that name. He looked toward Cal with an extremely iffy gaze. Cal felt as if he understood the reason behind it. He slowly organized his thoughts as he looked around. There was soundproof barrier magic surrounding the inside of the stable. The four people in here were trustworthy comrades. That was why Cal started to speak. I ended up transmigrating into Cal Henitus's body while I was reading The Birth of a Hero, which was written by someone named Nellan Barrow. He slowly recalled the flow of things. Nellan Barrow was the other name of Choi Yung-gun, a person who traveled through dimensions from Korea to end up in this world. Alberus' gaze turned toward Cal. Choi Yung-gun completed his dimension travel to end up during the era of the ancient White Star, and he was the first dragon slayer. He is also an ancestor of Choi Han's family. But you see, Cal looked at the others as he continued. I believe he is a single lifer. A single lifer. Alberu looked confused. Cal informed the confused Alberu and Choi Han, who were looking at him while remaining silent. There are four concepts known as single lifers, immortals, reincarnators, and transmigrators. They starting with the information he gathered in Cal's birth mother. Drew Thames' grave to the pot about tribulators and single lifers being the same that he learned from the world tree. I'll tell them about the root dagger, but not about my heart. He left the part about having to stab his heart because he didn't want the focal point of this story to be missed as he told them everything else. Ho! There was something like that. Alberu could not hide his shock at the different concepts such as single lifers. Choi Han had his head down and his eyes were closed as if he was thinking about something. I am a single lifer. A single lifer may become a god or a member of the divine race. They live very long lives once they travel through dimensions. Choi Han's mind was a complicated mess after hearing these facts. However, he could not think about his own circumstances for a long time. Cal said one last thing to finish off. The one who brought Choi Han and me into this world is the god of death. Alberu subconsciously responded immediately. Is Choi Yung-gun the god of death? Rayan, Choi Han, and Cal, none of them could easily answer that question. Choi Yung-gun wrote the book, The Birth of a Hero, that teleported Cal into this world. Choi Yung-gun was also the one who stole the weapon that could kill the monster, the lion dragon. He was definitely closely involved with all these things. Alberu groaned. Either way, although we cannot currently tell whether Choi Yung-gun is the god of death or not, we can at least confirm that he has a close relationship with the god of death or is closely involved with all of these events. That's right. Crown Prince, I had the same thoughts. We can't make such rash determinations, but we can definitely tell that Choi Yung-gun is doing something. Cal agreed with them. He could not easily say that Choi Yung-gun was a god because he was also someone who was transported to this world. A god was not capable of being destroyed. But Choi Yung-gun was the god of death. Had there not been a god of death in the past? What if there was? Then what would have happened to the former god of death? There are so many complicated issues. It is easier not to make any determinations about Choi Yung-gun's existence and just consider him to be someone similar to a member of the divine race. To organize just the facts they had right now, Earth 3 is a middle point where Kim Rock-soo's Earth and Cal's world is mixed together. Choi Yung-gun is a single lifer and became a different existence instead of reincarnating once he died. Angelina is presumed to be the sun god. We have no idea whether Choi Yung-gun became a god, a member of the divine race, or whatever, but he is related to all of these things. He could easily get it resolved by asking the god of death if he ever heard his voice again. Cal did not worry much about it. The present was what was important right now. Ah, Albrew flinched and then looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han, he is your ancestor for us to just say his name like that. If these guys were talking about his ancestor, going this guy this, and this guy that he would not be happy about it. Alberu was peeking toward Choi Han for a response. Please just address him as you wish. Choi Han waved his hand as if it wasn't a big deal. Alberu nodded his head and made up his mind. I will call him Mr. Choi Young Gun. Rayan and Cal looked at him as if he was odd. Alberu did not notice this as he nodded his head with satisfaction. I definitely just can't call my instructor's ancestor by name. Cal was blankly staring at Alberus' satisfied expression before flinching as Alberus' gaze headed toward him. What is it, Your Highness? Why do you look so shocked? Were you talking shoot about me internally? No, sir. Really? Well, whatever. Do you know what the most pressing issue is right now? Excuse me, the temple. Alberu looked at the others as he continued to speak. The sealed guard's temple that will open once we kill the lion dragon. What do you think that looks like? Rayan tilted his head in confusion. Crown Prince, wouldn't a temple look like a temple? Rayanim. Are you thinking that it would look like the temples of the god of death or the sun god? That's right. The corners of Alberus' lips twisted up. Cal realized that he would hear something important right now. This is what Anro Man told me. Alberu looked at Cal. If thousands of lives were sacrificed during the 7 nights and 8 days to kill the lion dragon, this battle was said to be the fiercest and most desperate of any battles they had against a single enemy. However, the holy white temple that appeared after the monster disappeared was a different kind of hell. Tens of thousands of lives were sacrificed in the year it took to reach the end of the temple. They heard a sharp alarm at that moment. Choi Han turned toward the sound of the noise with a shocked expression on his face. Cal looked toward the video communication device that was blinking red. It's a signal from Miss Rosalind. One of their comrades on the outside was contacting them now. There was only one reason for her to contact them. I guess everybody is here. Choi Han's gaze headed toward the 50-ish video communication devices. They covered all corners of Puzzle City. His eyes stopped at one spot. The Magaru Empire, the reinforcements from the Northeast Coalition. It looks like all reinforcements have arrived. The Jungle, the Whipper Kingdom, etc., all of their allies from the Western continent had sent reinforcements. The Magaru Empire, that was now too weak to be considered an empire, was the last one to arrive with reinforcements. Saint Jack and Sword Master Hannah were standing in the front of the group, greeting the leaders of the other allied kingdoms. And as expected, Countess Ubar is leading the Northeast Coalition. The Rhone Kingdom's Northeast Coalition. It was a gathering of troops from the Henitus territory, Ubar territory, Wheelsman territory, Cheddar territory, etc. Each territory had gathered its troops and sent them to Puzzle City as reinforcements. The leader of the coalition was Countess Ubar, the lord of the Ubar territory where the naval base was stationed. Next to her was Deputy Territory Lord Violin, who, despite not being the representative of the coalition, was from the Henitus territory that brought the largest number of reinforcements. I guess I should slowly head out as well. Alberu observed each person visible on the screen with a sharp gaze before getting up. I will have to postpone telling you about the temple and some other things. I will support you, Your Highness. Choi Han took out a set of armor and helmet from his spatial pocket bag that looked the same as the one dragon Rashiel had been wearing, and put it on before walking over to Alberus' side. The plan to capture the White Star Alberu Crossman, pretending to be in critical condition, was important for this plan. All preparations had been completed. Alberu took out a necklace from his pocket and put it on. He turned back to his blonde hair, blue eyes appearance after putting on the necklace that was his mother's keepsake. Ah, but you see his gaze turned toward Cal. According to what you said earlier, Cal Henitus, you can stop the White Star's endless reincarnation with the dagger from the World Tree. Cal, who was looking at the video communication devices, flinched. Alberu and Choi Han's eyes clouded over after seeing his reaction, but Cal pretended not to notice it as he was feeling guilty, before nodding his head and responding. Yes, sir. This is the only way to completely get rid of the White Star. Yeah, I only told the truth. There are just some parts I didn't say. The part about having to stab my heart, that I should be able to push that back and tell them about it later. Cal made a compromise with himself internally, while Alberu was looking at him as if something seemed even fishier now. Even Choi Han and Rayan were looking at him as if he was odd, but Cal had no idea. What is that? He then jumped up from his seat. Ah, Rayan clapped his paws after looking at what Cal was looking at. This is weird. Human, this is weird. The shocked Rayan's wings were fluttering. Rayan Nim, what is weird? Cal Nim, did something happen? Albaru and Choi Han both walked up to Cal and Rayan's sides. The two of them looked where Cal was looking as well. It was the location where the leaders of the Allied troops and the Northeast Coalition were gathered. Duke Deruth, the knight captain, the leaders who had been at Puzzle City were all there as well. All of them had grim expressions on their faces, as it was an urgent situation. What could be weird in this scene? Rayan shouted just as Albaru had that question. Why does the saint have his hand on Hannah's shoulder? Rayan Nim, that is because they have a good relat that makes no sense. Rayan vigorously shook his head. The saint is using his bare hand. Ah, Choi Han gasped in shock as well. What is it? Choi Han gulped after hearing Albaru's question and looked towards Saint Jack and Hannah. Saint Jacnim is someone who serves the sun god. As a result, he has this power, almost an instinct, to purify anybody that is related to dead mana. That's right. Saint Jack cannot touch his younger sister with his bare hands. Sword Master Hannah had been poisoned by dead mana. Necromancer Mary had stepped in to save her life. But as a result, Hannah had to accept dead mana in her body in return for staying alive. Saint Jack had to now constantly suppress his purification ability that kept shooting up almost as an instinct in order to be around his sister. He could not touch his sister with his bare hand. He could only hold his sister's hand by having bandages wrapped all over his hand. Albaru quietly mumbled, but the saint is currently touching his sister's shoulder with his bare hand. The saint looked as if he was leaning on his sister with his hand on her shoulder because he was tired. This Albarus eyes clouded over. Why is that sword master looking around so much? Hannah's eyes looked as if she was warily looking around to protect her older brother, the saint, from any harm. However, looking at it from a different perspective, it seemed like a completely different situation. It looks as if she is looking for something. Her rebellious and sharp gaze, her extremely stiff lips, Hannah looked like a warrior that was hard to approach. However, Choi Han realized it after looking into her eyes. He was the one who had fought against Hannah the most. He, who knew this gaze best, opened his mouth to speak. It looks like she is looking for someone who can help her. Albaru sighed. That bastard must not be the saint. The moment his gaze headed toward Cal, I found you. Cal said that in a low voice before he smiled brightly. Albaru subconsciously touched his neck as he felt a chill as if there was a knife pointed at his neck. Chapter 678. A hunt in the middle of the night. One Duke. Queen Latana jumped up and looked somewhere. She could see Duke Deruth Henitus standing there with an extremely pale and stiff expression on his face. The Crown Prince's condition is that bad. Her voice was shaking. Please calm down. Crown Prince Valentino, who was sitting in the seat next to her, tried to calm her down, but it was ineffective. Unbelievable. Bang. Commander Tunka slammed his hand down on the table in front of him. He was looking toward Duke Deruth as if he couldn't believe it. The representatives of the different allied kingdoms and the Rhone Kingdom's Northeast Coalition were all in this meeting room. It was a pretty large room since it was usually used by tens of people, but Tunka's voice filled the entire room. He looks like he may die today or tomorrow. The Crown Prince I know isn't the kind of person who would die like that. The annoying way he smiled made it seem as if he would live a very long time. I felt as if he would live longer than most people. Egu, please calm down. Valentino tried to calm Tunka, who was sitting across from him, as well. Duke Henitus said that he is between life and death, not that he may die today or tomorrow. That's the same thing. He said even the dragon can't heal him. Latana plopped back down in her chair after hearing Tunka's comments. Even an amazing dragon can't heal him. She had not seen the entire battle as she arrived after Tunka, but she had seen the last group that fought against that monster, the lion dragon. She saw how that beige dragon used its large body to ruthlessly slam against the lion dragon. The dragon couldn't get past the lion dragon's shield, but the force of the dragon's impact truly lived up to its name as a dragon. Furthermore, dragons were said to be wise. They knew a lot of things thanks to their extremely long lifespan. Such an existence has said that the Crown Prince was in serious condition. She heard a cold voice at that moment. Why do you think that it doesn't make sense? Didn't you all see it too? It would be greedy of us to wish that he was perfectly fine after receiving that kind of attack. Guardian Knight Clope Seca, the representative of the three northern kingdoms, was the one to speak. He quietly looked up at the ceiling as he calmly continued. Of course, I am sure there are some people here who did not see it. His gaze turned toward the Margaru Empire and the Rhone Kingdom's Northeast Coalition's representatives. Well, at least you have seen the video recording device. Clope smiled. This smile would usually seem somewhat holy, but it just felt cold right now. Plus, it is not that shocking either. It makes sense to receive such injuries after leaving such a battle without being victorious. Clope, what the duck do you think you are saying right now? My close friend, even he is in critical condition right now. Clope's eyes seemed to light up after hearing Tunka's angry shout. Commander Tunka. Tunka couldn't help but flinch after seeing the burning gaze that did not match Clope's white hair and green eyes. Please be careful what you say about former Commander Cal Henitus. How dare this stupid bastard call our great hero his close friend? This bastard is just a stupidly strong guy who is just an extra in the creation of the legend. Clope wanted to say those things, but he held himself back. He then calmed himself back down. Okay, this is just another step in the path to becoming a legend. There were bastards who dared to spread lies about the legend right now. Clope knew that he must maintain his calm until he could get rid of those pests. Furthermore, he was not that concerned about Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. I know what the dragon has said, but we have the Saintnim with us. Everybody turned toward the saint at that moment. His sister Hannah flinched and sharply glared back at the gazes turned toward them, but Saint Jack raised his hand and asked a question. Duke Deruth, could you please tell us more details about the Crown Prince's condition? According to the dragon that is by His Highness' side right now, she was able to heal most of his external injuries, but everything inside his body is a total mess. Duke Deruth couldn't finish the sentence that he barely managed to say with a stiff expression on his face. He instead turned toward Choi Han, who was standing in front of the meeting room door. The moment Saint Jack and the others all naturally turned toward Choi Han as well. Shake. Choi Han kept his mouth shut and just shook his head side to side. Choi Han, the human said that you must not say anything. Choi Han recalled what Rayan told him as he had a different thought. The Duke Nim is bad at acting in the actual situation. Duke Deruth looked frozen stiff, and he was unable to say his lines properly. He had seemed to be flying around during the rehearsal, but he froze up when it was time to play it out for real. The original plan was for Duke Deruth to use this moment to ask Saint Jack to heal Albaru. However, the Duke seemed extremely nervous, as he was frozen in spot and had his mouth shut. Everybody else felt this was normal because of the situation, but Choi Han wondered if he should speak up on Duke Deruth's behalf. But their other accomplice, would it be okay for the saint to take a look at him? Clope Seca. For reference, this punk knew about some parts of this plan. Choi Han thought that Clope was pretty sharp and said the right thing based on the current situation. Silence filled the room once again. Everybody was looking at Saint Jack. Choi Han was focused as he observed the situation. Actually, Saint Jack's healing power is like poison to His Highness. The Sun God's power of purification was not helpful for Albaru because of his dark elf blood. But they needed to drag Saint Jack and Hannah in, and most of the people in this room didn't know Albaru's true identity anyway. Of course. Choi Han's eyes clouded over the moment Saint Jack's mouth opened. His gaze immediately turned toward Hannah. She was not hiding the black veins resembling spider webs that were all over her body as she stared right back at Choi Han. The two of them made eye contact, and her mouth slowly opened. She looked as if she wanted to say something. Pat. But Saint Jack put his hand on Hannah's shoulder at that moment, and Hannah shut her mouth. It's dangerous. Choi Han realized that the current situation was not very good as he looked at the Sun God twins. Deruth started to speak again in an extremely stiff voice. Saint Nim, then please take a look at His Highness' condition. I will then escort you to see former Commander Cal. Is young Master Cal at a different location? Deruth nodded his head at Latana's question. Yes, Mom. The White Star's side might try to aim for my son, no, former Commander Cal's life. Duke Deruth was silent for a moment, with his face still just as stiff after saying that. Choi Han had a thought, while everybody else was looking at Deruth with sympathy. I guess he's not that talented at acting. If his other comrades heard what Choi Han was thinking, they would tell him that he was a pot calling a kettle black, but no other comrades were here. The only one here was the calmly crazy bastard, Clope. Duke Deruth finally broke the silence. There is actually one more thing for me to tell you. It might be something even more important than taking care of this lion-dragon monster. There is something more important. Crown Prince Valentino frowned. Yes, sir. Based on the information our own kingdom has discovered, the lion dragon is a guardian for the sealed guard's temple. The information about the temple appearing once it dies you told us earlier. Duke Deruth nodded his head at Latana's comment. Yes, ma'am, and that temple is said to be an even greater impasse than the lion dragon. Ha! Someone laughed in disbelief, and despair filled the meeting room. Is that true? We found a record left behind from ancient times. According to what Marquis Taylor Stan, an expert in decoding ancient text, has translated, he quietly continued. The guardian protecting the temple may be stopped at the cost of thousands of lives, but tens of thousands of people will have to be sacrificed for 365 days to get to the end of the temple. Ah! Latana covered her face with both hands. And Choi Han observed the sun god twins. Choi Han thoroughly observed the saint and Hannah. They should react to this new information if they are related to the White Star. However, they did not show any odd reactions. If they don't react, it must mean that they are that good at acting. Cal had said that as well. Duke Deruth started speaking with a grim expression on his face. A meaningful sacrifice is worth doing for the sake of the future, but we don't really have an answer for it yet. First, Crown Prince Valentino frowned as if he was having a headache as he spoke. We will not get an answer no matter how long we meet here, so let's stop the meeting for now. How about we each organize our thoughts and meet again tomorrow morning? I agree. The saint has something to do as well. We also need to organize the troops we brought and station them properly. The representative of the Breck Kingdom, the kingdom where Rosalind had once been a princess, everybody agreed with what the prince from there had to say. The meeting then ended, and they raised their heavy bodies and slowly exited the meeting room one by one. Duke Deruth walked over to Saint Jack. Saint Nim, I apologize for asking for such a thing as soon as you arrived. It is not a problem. Saint Jack gently smiled back. His smile that looked full of innocence seemed to fit him very much. It is something I must do. The Roan Kingdom has helped us out so much until now. He then turned to make eye contact with his little sister and smiled. Hannah just nodded her head with a stoic expression on her face. Thank you very much, Saint Nim. Duke Nim, honestly speaking, the reinforcements from Marguru are the smallest in number and lacking in many aspects. That is the truth. So, shouldn't we work hard in other ways so that we can help? Deruth smiled with gratitude toward the saint. Then I will come to escort you to His Highness soon. I understand. Hannah, let's go. Okay. The twins left the meeting room without saying anything else. The only ones left now were Choi Han, Duke Deruth, and Countess Yuba, who was here as the representative of the Northeast Coalition. Honey, are you okay? There was also Duchess Violin and Vice Captain Hilsman, who was here as her guard. I am okay. Countess Yuba, it must have been difficult to prepare and come so quickly. Countess Yuba held back her amazement at Deruth and Violin's demeanors. I heard that their son's condition was critical, but they are thinking and putting the Roan Kingdom first. The couple never talked about their son in front of others. Violin had just asked if Deruth was okay and faintly smiled. She felt as if she could tell where Cal got his mental fortitude to do everything he had accomplished, especially after looking at this couple. Not at all, Duke Nim. I'm just sorry that I could not come any quicker. The lords of the other territories will soon send their reinforcements in groups based on their locations as well. The Duke smiled at Countess Yuba's words as if to show that she was so reliable. He didn't seem nervous anymore as he greeted Hilsman as well. Vice Captain, it must have been a long journey. I keep having to take you away from our territory like this. Not at all, sir. I'm just doing my job. Hilsman smiled brightly at the Duke. The current Knight Captain had to stay at the territory to protect the territory, the residents, Lily and Basin. And please cheer up. I'm sure that everything will be resolved soon enough. Deruth and Violin faintly smiled at Hilsman's energetic comments. It was because these comments were not coming from a stranger. It was coming from the person who cherished Cal, the Henitus family, and their territory more than anybody else. We have a dragon by our side as well. I was shocked. I didn't know that the young Master Nim would have a dragon by his side. Countess Yuba smiled and nodded her head at Hilsman's comment. I agree. Those dragons are said to have a relationship with young Master Cal, right? I am surprised that he knows two ancient dragons. Who knew that the young Master Nim would be friends with dragons? Duke Deruth looked more relaxed as he responded. Let us all work hard, of course. Deruth's smile became even bigger after Violin responded right away. Sir Choi Han, we should head out as well. Yes, Duke Nim. Violin walked over to Choi Han, who was still standing by the door. You worked hard. It was N and thank you. A smile appeared on Violin's stoic face. It was not a gentle smile, more of an apologetic smile full of gratitude, and Choi Han slightly bowed his head. Not at all. I just did what I should do. That is what I am thankful for. The smile disappeared from Violin's face after she said that. It was the same for the others. Let's go. The Duke couple left before Countess Yubar and Hilsman left behind them. Sir Choi Han, are you not leaving? I will leave in a moment. Hilsman looked at Choi Han before he left, but Choi Han slightly shook his head. Choi Han was now left alone in the meeting room. Click. Choi Han locked the door. He then looked up at the ceiling. Something is weird. He then took a small orb out of his shirt. I know, right? Something is weird. He could see Cal's stiff expression. That's right. This is weird. Rayan's face stiffened up as well. The black dragon's wings were fluttering as it shouted in disbelief. Sir Hilsman is weird. Why is he lying? Hilsman is weird. They all looked at each other after saying the same thing at the same time. Hilsman. During the early days after Cal arrived in this world, he had experienced a lot of things with Vice Captain Hilsman. That was why Hilsman knew. Hilsman knows about me. He knew about Rayan, as well as the truth about On and Hang's identities. Cal recalled a memory from the past. It was after they met the whale siblings, Witira and Pazetin. Cal had headed toward the Forest of Darkness with them because of the mermaid poison issue. Cal had stopped by Harris Village before going into the Forest of Darkness and revealed Rayan to Vice Captain Hilsman at that time. You got it. Yes, I got it. Young Master Nim. Okay, I trust you. Young Master Nim. I will get stronger. Do whatever you want. Cal's relationship with Vice Captain Hilsman was much deeper than with the other vassals of the Henitus territory. There had been many times they had to move together in the past. There were times that Cal felt that this guy, who always brought up young Master Silver Shield and was truly happy for all of Cal's achievements, was burdensome. But he was well aware of the positive feelings Hilsman had for him. But that Hilsman had just said the following: "We have a dragon by our side as well." I was shocked. I didn't know that the young Master Nim would have a dragon by his side. I agree. Those dragons are said to have a relationship with young Master Cal. Right. I am surprised that he knows two ancient dragons, who knew that the young Master Nim would be friends with dragons. That was the conversation earlier. He could have said that because Countess Yubar was there as well, but it was an unnecessary comment. Hilsman seemed like a light-hearted or clueless person, but he was not like that at all. He is suspicious. Yes. He really did seem suspicious, as Choi Han mentioned. Tap, tap. Cal looked down after feeling something tapping on his knee. Rayan was gulping with a concerned look on his face. Human. What if Hilsman is the W? Why, what if he is the White Star? You think it might be him and not the twins? Isn't it possible? The twins did seem suspicious as well, but they could not easily confirm anything. Vice Captain Hilsman's actions were the same. They had to question everything right now. That was why he nodded his head at Rayan. That's right. It is possible. Hilsman could be the White Star. Either that, or both of them could be our enemies. Calnim, if Sir Hilsman is the White Star, Choi Han did not finish his sentence, but Cal answered without any hesitation. I guess he wants to die. That was what it meant to touch one of Cal's people. Anybody who messed with his people must be asking to die. Choi Han, inform my father to get it started, and deliver a message to Mother. And Rayan, you have my Top's whip, right? Give it to me. There is someone I need to find. This was the same for Cal's family as well. The Henitus family would never forgive someone who tried to disturb or destroy their peace and happiness. Deruth and Violin, the two of them shared their thoughts with Cal through Choi Han. My son, don't worry. Just trust this father of yours. I will look into it and take care of it in my own way. The two of them started to move. Knock, knock, knock. I have come. Duke Deruth took a step back from the door. Click. The door slowly opened, and the orange sunset was filling the room through the large window. There was someone with beige-colored hair standing at the center of the room. Oh, esteemed dragon, I apologize for being late. It is not a problem. My chat with the Knight Captain ended up going longer than expected because it is quite chaotic with so many people here. Duke Deruth had to explain a lot of things to the Knight Captain who didn't know anything. Duke Deruth slowly took a step to the side and pointed to the people behind him. Oh, esteemed dragon, This, sir, is the saint I mentioned. Next to the saintnim is his sister, the sword master. Dragon Mila's eyes gently curled up. She motioned to the people standing behind Duke Deruth. Come on in. Nice to meet you. Oh, esteemed dragon. Saint Jack had an innocent smile on his face as he bowed. Sword Master Hannah just lightly nodded her head before silently following Jack inside. Tap. Hannah ended up gently running into Saint Jack. It was because Saint Jack had stopped walking and was blankly staring at the bed at the center of the room. Albrew Crossman looked terrible. He was lying on the bed, unable to control his body as his limbs were shaking and he was coughing up blood. Click. The door closed behind the twins at that moment. Sword Master Hannah turned her head to see Duke Deruth standing in front of the closed door with a stiff expression on his face. Elsewhere in the area, a teacup was elegantly placed on top of the table. Click, Sir Hilsman. Yes, Deputy Territory Lord. Duchess Violin pointed to the other side of the table. Have a seat. SHHHHH. She poured some tea into another cup and handed it to Vice Captain Hilsman. Is there something you wish to say? She just silently picked her teacup back up and took a sip. Her hair was up in a bun without a single strand of hair sticking out. Her movements looked as flawless as her hair. This tea is delicious. I've been drinking this since back in my Merchant Guild days. It isn't that expensive, but I drink this every so often, probably because of the memories attached to it. Hilsman took a sip of the tea after hearing that. Sir Hilsman. Hilsman urgently gulped down the tea in his mouth at Violin's sudden calling. As for Duchess Violin, who was looking at him, she smiled as she said the following. Do I look like a pushover? Excuse me. It was at that moment. Oolong, a magic circle started activating around the room. This tea that Violin was drinking was the tea Violin started drinking in her youth when she led a merchant guild, the tea that she always drank to calm herself down whenever something made her angry. Chapter 679. A hunt in the middle of the night. 2 click. Violin put down her teacup as she spoke. The area was still shaking slightly from the vibrations of the magic circle, but Violin seemed calm. Between 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. last night, nobody saw Vice Captain Hilsman for 2 hours. Hilsman looked extremely anxious, as if he didn't know what to do. What is going on right now? I was just having a late dinner, madam. I was at my place. You know that I live alone, madam. She quietly observed the anxious-looking Vice Captain Hilsman. Violin started to smile. I really must seem like a fool to you. Inside this area that was surrounded by a circle, although the people inside couldn't tell what kind of spell was in it. The roaring mana made it possible to tell that it was extremely strong. At 7 in the evening yesterday, Sir Hilsman left, saying that he would go home for a bit. And at exactly 9 p.m. you walked into the Lord's castle. I am that Hilsman. He sounded as if he truly felt wronged. He also sounded as if he had no idea as to what was going on. His expression seemed real. Madam, you are suspecting me because nobody saw me for 2 hours. How can you be so sure? Seeing me going into the house or lighting a fire to cook, I'm sure that someone must have seen me. How can you be so sure that nobody saw me during that time? This is not like your usual rational self, Violin Nim. Then let me ask you a question. Violin picked up her teacup as she asked, Sir Hilsman, what did I promise to do for you if you became captain? Do you remember our deal? Her eyes were slowly starting to glow blue. You better remember it, otherwise you will be suppressed by mana until you explode to death. All emotion disappeared from Hilsman's face. He let out a short sigh. He then shook his head side to side. His body leaned back into the chair as if he was slumping over. Finally, he looked toward Duchess Violin. There is nothing. What? The Duchess' pupils started shaking. On the other hand, Hilsman's eyes were very still. There was no deal whatsoever. His voice was full of confidence, as if he was telling the truth. Madam, someone like you, who cares so much about the Hennetus territory and the family, someone who values elegance so much, making a deal with me. He shook his head, as if it made no sense. The Duchess, no, the Deputy Territory Lord would never make a deal with someone over something like the territory's knight captain position. It's not like you wish for young Master Basin or young Lady Lily to become the Territory Lord. You wish for the Hennetus territory's administration and troops to be maintained in a clean manner more than anybody else. Violin's mouth opened. Yes, I do wish for that. Hilsman did not say anything else. He just shook his head as if he found all of this to be unbelievable. However, Sir Hilsman did make a deal with me. Hilsman's eyes opened wide. Vile Nim, I'm not greedy for power. Why do you keep testing me if I, Hilsman, rise up to the captain position? If I become skilled enough to reach that level, please give me the opportunity to choose my own liege. Violin's stoic voice echoed through the room. I wish to follow young master Cal Henitus. She recalled the conversation she had with Vice Captain Hilsman about 1.5 years ago. He had spent a few months after coming back from Harris Village with Cal to swing his sword day and night. After that, he came to look for Deruth and Violin, saying that the knight captain would not give him permission. If young Master Cal becomes the territory lord, I wish to wholeheartedly serve him as my liege as the knight captain. Of course, I will give my everything to serve the territory, even if someone else became the territory lord. But I wish to serve a different liege in my heart in that case. She didn't remember everything about it, but she remembered some parts very clearly, as it had been quite a unique situation. It was very odd for someone like Vice Captain Hilsman, who likes status so much. The Hilsman she knew would never say something like that, but he proved it. Hilsman had changed after that. He played his part as a valiant knight of the Henitus territory, doing more than any other knights in many battles. The numerous battles that had taken place in the Henitus territory, Cal and his friends had played the major roles, but many others had fought as well. He then said that he wishes to give his life not for Cal, but for the entire Henitus territory. Duke Deruth, who had heard that with her, had told Hilsman that he had become a true knight. Sir Hilsman said that this territory and the people who live here, everybody was important. He said that he finally understood his mission and to please come look for him if we need a sword or a shield for anything. Click. Violin lowered her teacup. That was why I selected Sir Hilsman to be the one by my side as we headed over. She could not get rid of it no matter how much tea she drank. She could not calm her anger at all. You are pretending to be the person who is the sword and shield of our Henitus family. I cannot forgive that. Cal was called young Master Silver Shield, but there were many people in the world who wished to be the sword and shield. It was the responsibility of the Henitus family to protect such knights of the Henitus territory. Where is Sir Hilsman? What do you mean? I am right here. I truly barang. The table shook at that moment. Vice Captain Hilsman's hand stretched forward. His body was quickly lunging toward Duchess Violin. His hand that seemed as vicious as an eagle's claw was headed for Violin's neck. Barang! There was another loud explosion, but Duchess Violin did not even bat an eye. She leisurely raised her hand. She then slowly caressed the thing her hand touched. The scales that should be cold oddly felt soft and fluffy. Thank you very much. Not at all, our humans, mommy. This much is easy for me. The black dragon revealed itself. Rayan was smiling brightly, as if he was enjoying Violin caressing his back. They heard a relaxed voice at that moment. How disappointing. Violin's gaze turned sharp again. Rayan-nim, please take care of this guy. Uo Rayan's mana roared with the magic circle before it flailed around, as if to pressure Hilsman. Violin felt suffocated, despite being inside Rayan's barrier. The dragon spoke with an innocent smile on his face. Yeah, I will catch him. Hey, who are you? Ha! A sigh echoed inside the room. Hilsman plopped down on his seat. Sir Hilsman is alive. What? He shook his head side to side with a dejected smile on his face. You'll find him asleep in the basement of his house if you head there. He seemed quite devoted to the Henitus household, so I knocked him unconscious with as little damage as possible. Why would I harm someone like Sir Hilsman? Who are you, Duchess Violin? Although this guy was disguised as Hilsman and had a faint smile on his face, he gave off a completely different demeanor from Hilsman. Duchess Violin could feel years of experience coming from the way this guy was acting. He also showed no hostility. That punk Deruth seems to have a lot of luck with his spouses. What are you saying? Who knows? I feel like someone must be watching all of this. Is Cal Henitus watching this? The man disguised as Hilsman turned toward Rayan. He quietly looked at the video communication device dangling on Rayan's neck. Smirk. Rayan felt that the smirk on this Hilsman's face was oddly not unfamiliar. Duchess Violin. Oh, and the baby dragon Nim as well. I was really just planning on quietly observing before leaving. I thought I should see the birth of a new legend. But how disappointing. He shrugged his shoulders. I'm a person who cannot be revealed. I guess it is time for me to go. Who said you can go? The human told me to capture you. He quietly observed the video communication device even after hearing Rayan's comment. He didn't seem to care that he couldn't see the person on the other side of the screen. A voice flowed out of the black video communication device. "What the hell are you?" My. He shook his head side to side again. "Cal Henitus, you cannot speak to me that way." "Well, I guess it can't be helped." Cal, who was on the other side of the video communication device, had the following thought. Who the hell is this crazy bastard? Nobody knew that Violin had the same expression on her face right now. She couldn't help it. She couldn't believe it. Escape. Something like that was impossible for this bastard. But you see the man disguised as Hilsman opened his mouth again. Why is a damn rat here? His gaze turned toward Violin. His mouth was curled up in a smile, but his gaze was cold. Where the hell is that bastard, Daruth? Cal and Violin both jumped out of their seats as soon as he said that. Cal recalled a moment with Duke Daruth. I knew something was weird. Duke Daruth had said the following to Alberu when Alberu told him about how he was going to pretend to be dead. I do not like meaningless sacrifices. I do not like meaningful sacrifices that much either. Your Highness, if both you and Cal will take what I just said to heart, I will give this a go. But during the meeting today, Duke Daruth had said the following. A meaningful sacrifice is worth doing for the sake of the future, but we don't really have an answer for it yet. Cal had told Choi Han and Rayan after that. Why is he lying? He was talking about Hilsman, but he was also talking about his father, Duke Daruth. In that short period of time, Cal started to frown. Your Highness, are you okay? Saint Jack urgently rushed over to Alberu. I am okay. Alberu barely managed to reach out his hand. Dragon Mila stood in between the Saint and Alberu and made Jack and Hannah stop for a moment. Hannah asked at that moment, where is Cal Henitus? St. Jack's gaze changed at that moment. His eyes clouded over. Alberu noticed that change. Where is he? I believe that you would know, Your Highness. Hannah. The Saint stopped his rash younger sister. He peeked toward the dragon before inspecting Alberus' complexion. He looked extremely concerned. Why are you looking for Cal? St. Jack flinched and then smiled with embarrassment after Alberu, who seemed a bit settled after having coughed up some blood, barely managed to get those words out. Something wonderful happened to us. I believe Hannah wishes to share the good news with young Master Cal. St. Jack held Hannah's hand. Ah, come on. Hannah frowned, but tightly held the Saint's hand as well. The Saint smiled brightly and looked at Alberu. The Sun God has made it possible for me to control my power of purification now. I'm able to hold my sister's hand like this now. She has also taught me the true power of healing. True power of healing. Yes, Your Highness. Saint Jack gently smiled toward Alberu. Meant to be. She told me to help the existence that is meant to be. A smile that was warmer than usual was headed toward Alberu. Every existence under the sun, all existences in this world, are meant to be. So the Sun God has given me the power to warmly embrace all those who live their lives properly in this world. I guess Hannah wanted to quickly share this news with young Master Cal as well. She was looking for the young master so much. What? As Alberus' eyes opened wide, boo-woo, boo-woo, the sound of a horn flute echoed throughout Puzzle City and the nearby area. Flap. The knight captain was headed out with the Roan Kingdom's knights and soldiers outside the window. The reinforcements from the Whipper Kingdom and the jungle were behind them. That blare from the horn flute that was the highest level alarm that announced the start of a war. Alberus' mouth opened. Choi Han, something popped into his mind. It was something that one of the people who came in here had said. My chat with the knight captain ended up going longer than expected because it is quite chaotic with so many people here. Alberu looked toward the door. The person standing in front of the door, the one who had said that just now captured Daruth Henitus. Bang! A corner of the ceiling blasted open as Choi Han revealed himself. His sword headed toward Daruth Henitus. Chapter 680. A hunt in the middle of the night 3. Damn it. Duck. Alberu Crossman immediately picked up the spear he had hidden under his body and kicked off the bed. We were tricked. The person Choi Han's sword was headed toward right now was not Daruth Henitus. He heard the horn flute again. Boo-oo, boo-oo. The horn flute had distinct tones for different orders. The one earlier was to announce the battle, while this one was for charging forward to attack. His body subconsciously flinched, and his gaze headed out the window. He could see the knight captain pulling out his sword. The other knights pulled out their weapons as well, while the mages were getting ready to cast an extremely large spell toward the Puzzle City Plaza. Alberu Crossman made eye contact with Daruth Henitus. Smirk. I already told you. I said I was late because of taking care of some things after the meeting. Deruth Henitus laughed. Alberu realized it at that moment. It's the White Star. This bastard was the White Star. He was sure of it. He then anxiously had a question pop up in his mind. When? How? Since when had the White Star been pretending to be Duke Deruth Henitus? Alberu had not noticed anything awkward from the Duke. Cal Henitus said that Duke Deruth told him to take out his biological mother's diary from her grave. That meant that it was highly likely that Duke Deruth had been himself when Cal left Puzzle City. And it is also highly likely that Duke Deruth was himself when Cal saw him as soon as he came back from his meeting with the World Tree. Duke Deruth had brought up and asked about Cal's trip to his mother's grave. Since Cal had not mentioned it first, he needed to have that information in advance to do that. Then it happened after that. It would be most accurate to say that the White Star took over as Duke Deruth sometime after that. In that short period of time, Alberu and Cal were aware of most of Duke Deruth's actions and movements since they discussed this feigning death strategy with him. They didn't try to find out, but it was something that came naturally as they were working together. Duke Deruth didn't go anywhere special either. Cal also asked Choi Han to guard Duke Deruth's bedroom at night in order to avoid any ambush or abducting attempts from the White Star. When and how did he avoid our gazes? Alberu felt extreme anger boiling inside him. I've been tricked. I lost. The emotion from those negative thoughts roared inside of him. Mother Barang, the rest of the word was drowned out by a loud noise. The shining black aura rising from Choi Han's sword was fluctuating violently. How does it feel? How is it to be on the receiving end? The black aura was blocked by a burning fire sword that was about the size of a dagger. Deruth Henitus's hand was holding onto that sword. The man then calmly moved his other hand. Bang! A wind wall crumbled after being struck by beige-colored mana. Clunk! The windows of the room almost exploded open at the pressure from the attacks. They could see what was going on outside a little clearer now. As the darkness of the night slowly started to take over for the red sunset, in the sky, the cold winter breeze blew in through the window. I went to each of their posts to talk to them. I told them that the saint checked the crown prince's condition, and the reason his internal organs are a mess is because of the venomous aura within the monster's attack. I told them that the monster's blood was necessary to heal it. Deruth's voice was carried by the wind and echoed through the entire room. While that was going on, Rosalind left ancient dragon Iruhaben's side and urgently rushed over to the Knight Captain. What is going on, Captain Nim? Magic Tower Master Nim, have you not heard? I guess you might not have, as it was urgently decided not too long ago. What are you talking about, sir? The Knight Captain's face was extremely stiff, but he put on a faint smile. He had time to explain things to Rosalind, someone who was working hard to help the Rhone Kingdom. His Highness needs the monster's blood to heal his injuries. Apparently it will be very difficult for His Highness if we cannot get it within the next 12 hours. And that is why the Rhone Kingdom's troops and the reinforcements will attack and capture the monster's attention, so that the individuals who attack the monsters during the day, minus His Highness, will be able to ambush it and gather its blood. That is the plan. They said that all the preparations are complete for when the temple opens after that as well. Rosalind's face stiffened up. She worked extremely hard to calm down her shaking voice as she asked, "Who said that? Who came up with such a plan so urgently?" She looked around. Litana and Tunka noticed her and were heading over, from her home kingdom. The prince of the Breck kingdom, her young brother, smiled and waved his hand. The knight captain responded, more energetic than ever before at that moment. Sir Cal did. What? She subconsciously spoke informally. Who? Young Master Cal. Duke Deruth informed us that former Commander Cal has awakened. Our esteemed former Commander Nim came up with this plan as soon as he heard about the situation. What unbelievable Rosalind had not heard anything about this plan. That is weird. There wasn't even a meeting. Duke Deruth informed us that there may be a spy among us, so he personally came to each of our posts to stealthily inform us about it. If we do have any spies, they would have just thought that Commander Deruth was just walking around to our posts to chat with us. Ha ha, the knight captain let out a short laugh. It wasn't because anything was funny, he was just doing it to calm himself down. Isn't Sir Cal and the Duke Nim both so reliable that makes no sense? Rosalind was about to shout that before she ended up at a loss for words at what the knight captain said next. I also heard that the esteemed gold dragon will also heal soon. I thought he was in serious condition. He truly has you to thank for taking care of him, Rosalind Nim. Did Duke Deruth say that as well? Yes, ma'am. Now we have two dragons, a bone dragon, Sir Choi Han, and former Commander Cal Nim. We also have you, Rosalind Nim, and the other reinforcements. The knight captain looked around as he continued to speak. Why would we fear anything? That's right, we have no fear. The knights shouted behind him. The soldiers let out a spirited shout as well. They all had bright expressions on their faces. However, they were anxious. They were scared. They had to draw the attention of this monster. They could end up dead while just drawing its attention. No, they felt as if they would die for sure. But they still had to fight. The Duke, former Commander Cal's father, said the following. The knight captain repeated the words he was keeping close to his heart. This time I wish to fight together with my son to let him know that I am here with him. Duke Deruth had said that after stealthily visiting them and informing them of the plan. Those words had shaken the knight captain's heart. I realized many things and noticed that I felt the same way after hearing him say that. He had just been watching the battle between the great heroes and these mighty existences. He had shaken in fear, shouted in amazement, and held back his anger. In the end, they had all seen their lights falling to the ground. The knight captain decided to now cast aside his fear, swallow his astonishment, and let his anger rage. He chose to move forward instead of stopping. We will be victorious, so that the sun can rise again, so that our new son, the future of the Rhone kingdom, can rise again. We will put an end to this night. The people here had made up their minds to get rid of the fear, this darkness, with their own hands. Magic Tower mastered him. The knight captain flinched and then gulped. Ah, Rosalind Nim. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Rosalind was laughing. She brushed her red hair back as she said a short phrase. He dares. Red mana started to roar like flames from the bottom of her feet. It was at that moment. Bararang. There was a loud bang, and Rosalind could see the black yang bursting out through the window of a room. Choi Han. Choi Han was thrown out with it as well. It's bad if you think that I am the same as before. The person who was responsible for throwing Choi Han and the black yang together, Deruth Henitus, smiled as he looked at the others in the bedroom. How amazing. Dragon Mila was the one to speak. She could not feel anything from the person wearing the face of Deruth Henitus. She did not feel any wariness toward him. She had not been able to feel any of the White Star's aura until just now. You bastard. You're the White Star, aren't you? Clang. Sword Master Hannah immediately pulled out her sword. Who knows? But she flinched after hearing Deruth Henitus's questionable statement. It was because he looked so much like Cal Henitus's father right now. What the hell do you mean by who knows? Alberu started to frown. He had gotten off the bed, still in his pajamas, and swung his spear toward Duke Deruth. Barang, the spear and the sword slammed into each other. This red sword. You are the only one with this kind of ancient power, you bastard. I'm glad you know. Then you should be able to feel that I have changed as well, can't you? Alberu closed his mouth at that question. Choi Han definitely used the amount of power he usually uses to face the White Star. It was a pretty strong attack, but Choi Han was easily flung out the window. He could only come up with one explanation for that. Your body is in balance. The White Star had the wood, wind, water, and fire attributes, but not the earth attribute in the past. Getting an earth attribute, ancient power, would have allowed him to achieve balance with all 5 attributes. The White Star had been unable to use his full power until now because his body had not been balanced. You know the answer. By the way, Deruth Henitus, the White Star, smiled as he asked, "Why are you attacking so weakly?" Choi Han was the same. The White Star, still with Deruth Henitus's face, already knew the answer. What is it? Is it because you think something might have happened to Cal Henitus's father? Are you worried that he is dead? You son of a beach! Aura burst out of Hannah's sword, and a fire was visible in her eyes. She aimed for an opening while the White Star was fending off Alberus' attack. Ah! However, before her attack could reach the White Star, her body was flung away. Hannah! Saint Jack urgently supported Hannah, who was rolling on the ground. He could see a thick wall made of water and wind around the White Star. Where is Duke Deruth? The White Star shrugged his shoulders at Mila's calm voice. Uwang, beige-colored mana appeared around her, shaking the whole room. The White Star nonchalantly commented, "He's alive." Alberu and the White Star turned toward each other. The White Star smiled gently in Deruth Henitus's face. "Of course, you cannot kill me if you want to save him. You bastards would never be able to find him without me. All expression disappeared from Alberus' face. The white spear that was pushing against the white star's fire sword was shaking. Ooh, 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 the vibrations from the beige-colored mana became even stronger. It was so strong that they couldn't hear anything from the outside anymore. Both Alberu and the dragon were raging with anger. The white star couldn't help but laugh. He nodded his head. Now I get it. I see why you are all attacking so half-heartedly. It looked almost theatrical. Anybody would be able to tell that they were not attacking seriously. Although the exterior was that of Deruth Henitus, the inside being the white star made his calm face look extremely demonic. Malice seemed to be flowing out even as he smiled. If I show my powers, the white star whispered, I am certain that the lion dragon will turn its attention here. The lion dragon responded to strong individuals. Both you and the dragon will have to use your powers to stop me. Then the monster will start to move. And as a result, the monster will come here to kill the strong enemies, while the extremely weak soldiers of the Roan kingdom and your reinforcements will try to fight it. Both you and the dragon know that will happen. It could be an unimaginably terrible sight if they made the wrong move. Ooh-wang. Mila's mana was vibrating wildly, as if it was responding to her emotions. They couldn't hear anything, not even the tiniest sound, coming from the outside. All they could hear was the evil voice of this devil. You weak-hearted fools will have to go over to stop the monster. Oh my! Then I guess I can just escape. I can escape with Deruth Henitus's life in my hands. A bright smile appeared on the white star, on Deruth's face. Doesn't that sound fun? It was at that moment. Crunch! Something very faint and extremely quiet noise was heard. The white star barely detected the noise because of the vibrating mana. The white star's eyes opened wide. PFFFD. Alberu chuckled change. He then shouted, and the spear in his hand started to change form. The spear disappeared, and it instantly turned into a rope. The rope wrapped itself around the red sword. The door started to grow at that moment. The white star who was wearing the face of Deruth Henitus, the closed door behind him, started to grow. Crunch. Grab. Tree trunks instantly grew and started to bind the white star's body. Your Highness, there is something very odd. What is it? I will just plant some seeds in between the decorations on the bedroom door for now. Seeds. I have a reason for it. There was something iffy during that meeting. The twins. Don't worry about it, Your Highness. Anyway, I hope that I am wrong, but it is just too weird. Alberu smiled while recalling a portion of the conversation. Mila made her mana subside, and the vibrations that had been cutting out all noises quickly disappeared. Screech, the door with vines growing out of it, opened. However, it only opened a small amount as the white star was blocking its path. A person's eye appeared through the crack. The eye slowly looked around the room before stopping at a spot. It was right next to him. I found you. The reddish-brown eye looked as if it was on fire. Cal Henitus, the owner of that eye, looked at Deruth Henitus, no, the bastard wearing his father's face, who was trying to get the branches off of him. White star. Long time no see.